Night fell. The cold black stream wantonly invaded the demon dragon mining area, filling it with an aura of death. Am I not dead? Why is there someone else calling me? In the end, the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor risked his life to refine the 9 deaths samsara pill, and only then was he able to reincarnate. It is a pity that the 9 heavens reincarnation pill is extremely dangerous and that Senior Myriad Tribulations was ultimately killed in body and soul as well, and I accidentally merged with Senior Myriad Tribulations' memories. Senior Myriad Tribulations, you rest in peace. From today onwards, I am Myriad Tribulations. I will help you fight your way back to the 9 heavens, and I will cut down those so-called royal saints who once served Senior Myriad Tribulations. Qin Sheng's killing intent was awe-inspiring, his eyes dazzling like a torch. Thinking of revenge, Qin Sheng felt that he was being chased by the scorpion-tail tiger for no reason at all. This matter was not simple, there was definitely someone who wanted to harm him. Qin Sheng looked around, and realized he was in a dark and cold mining cave. The mining cave was not very big, and not far away were 7 to 8 Flowing Cloud Academy students gathered. At this moment, they were in a sorry state. They did not communicate with each other, either arranging their weapons or meditating to recover their elemental energy. The corpse has changed, quickly run. Qin Sheng's corpse has changed. Qin Sheng suddenly jumped out from the grave, he was scared to death. His face was pale white as he crawled and crawled, trying to escape from the grave. In the demon dragon's mining area, this restricted area that had existed since ancient times had too many dark and terrifying legends. Even if they were at the very edge of the demon dragon's mining area. Legend has it that in the past, when mining areas were flourishing, many miners had died. A mountain of corpses had been piled up, causing some miners to accumulate corpse poison and turn into terrifying corpses. Everyone's faces changed drastically. They immediately ran as if they were facing a great enemy. With their strength, it was impossible for them to fight against a strong and poisonous corrupt corpse, even if it was the weakest of them all. Qin Sheng held on to Han Tailong's shoulder with one hand, causing Han Tailong to feel as if he was struck by lightning. His entire body weakened and he kneeled down straight, and said fearfully, Qin Sheng, I am your best friend, Han Tailong. Don't eat me, my fat is too greasy, it's not tasty. If I don't die, how can I transform into a corpse? Qin Sheng could not help but feel that it was funny, and pulled this friend who was still considered to be loyal to him. Han Tailong's familiar, round, and fat face observed Qin Sheng closely, and immediately became excited, saying, I already said that you are definitely not an object in the pond, and have not even transformed into a dragon and flown into the sky, you can't possibly be a short-lived ghost. The other people noticed that Qin Sheng did not undergo a corpse transformation, so they coldly glanced at him, put down their weapons and continued to rest. They had to maintain their stamina before the academy's rescue workers arrived. What luck! Even though we were poisoned by the scorpion-tail tiger, we still didn't die. Zhao Qiankang, who was wiping a bright saber, laughed sinisterly. Zhao Qiankang, you still have the face to curse Qin Sheng. Pointing at Zhao Qiankang, he berated him angrily, I saw with my own eyes that you threw the scorpion-tail tiger demon beast egg into Qin Sheng's tent, otherwise, how could he be killed by the scorpion-tail tiger? It's all your fault. Han Tailong pointed at Zhao Qiankang angrily. Qin Sheng apathetically glanced at the distant Zhao Qiankang, and his mind quickly replayed the scene before he fainted. It turned out that this group of students, including Qin Sheng, were all at the outskirts of the Demon Dragon Mine to participate in the entrance examination organized by the Flowing Cloud Academy. Only by passing the entrance examination would they become official students of the Flowing Cloud Academy. According to the memories of the previous Qin Sheng, there were no trace of beasts in the outskirts of the Demon Dragon mining area. There were even more wild wolves, brown bears, and other wild beasts. Suddenly barging into the scorpion-tail tiger, the entire freshman camp collapsed. It was a mess, with all the freshmen running in all directions. In the midst of their panic, Qin Sheng and the rest found the cave and hid in it until the Flowing Cloud Academy's mentors came to their rescue. As for Qin Sheng, who was running for his life, he was hit on the back by the scorpion-tailed tiger's iron whip-like tail. Just as he ran into the cave, he fainted due to poison. Shua. As soon as Han Tailong finished speaking, all the students in the cave turned their gazes towards him. If it was really as Han Tailong had said, then this unexpected calamity was brought about by Zhao Qiankang. Their gazes were unfriendly. A few male students even emitted powerful elemental energy. The atmosphere in the mine was tense and tense. Zhao Qiankang's expression changed, feeling especially that there were a few traces of spirit energy that were not weaker than him in the mines. He stood up suddenly, his tall and sturdy body immediately blocking most of the view of the mines, and actually congealed into a sense of pressure, as he berated, Han Tailong, don't slander me while slandering me, right? Do you know the consequences? Han Tailong was right, it was you who stole the scorpion-tail tiger's eggs. Qin Sheng suddenly said. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he pointed at Zhao Qiankang with certainty. Zhao Qiankang was startled, he did not expect Qin Sheng to have the courage to stand out and scold him. This was completely different from Qin Sheng's usual cowardly style. Immediately after, the moment his eyes met Qin Sheng's, they carried a cold glint, as though they were being stared at by a scorpion-tail tiger. The hairs on his body stood on end, and his body started to tremble uncontrollably. Qin Sheng had merged with the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor's memories, so his every move naturally carried the aura of a Pill Emperor. What's going on? I actually dares to be afraid of this trash Qin Sheng? Zhao Qiankang was shocked and angry at the same time. He suppressed the fear in his heart and sneered, bullshit. What evidence do you have? Qin Sheng coldly glanced at Zhao Qiankang, and said indifferently, everyone can go a little closer to him, whether or not you smell a very unique stench. This is the smell of a scorpion-tail tiger, proof that he has come into contact with it at close range. Some of the students who were a bit angered approached Zhao Qiankang, and said with unfriendly eyes, he really does have a very unique stench of bad guys. Everyone was shocked and furious, including Zhao Qiankang, who had a drastic change in expression. Could it be that he knows the truth? However, after feeling alarmed, Zhao Qiankang quickly calmed down. He tried to defend himself, you got whipped by the scorpion-tail tiger and you also smelled like the scorpion-tail tiger. The stench of my body was from you. Hearing this, Qin Sheng laughed coldly, you still dare to quibble? Everyone, look at his palm. Did it have some kind of strange pattern? It was the demon mark on the surface of the scorpion-tail tiger's egg wound. Even though the scorpion-tail tiger cub has yet to be born, the surface of the egg still has some sort of self-protection demon pattern. You stole the scorpion-tail tiger's egg, activated the demon imprint on the surface of the egg, and scalded your palm. The most important thing is that the scorpion-tail tiger that angrily rushed into the new student camp did not chase after me, but chased after you, because the scorpion-tail tiger could feel the demon imprint on your palm. Qin Sheng said in a single breath. What demon mark? What is this nonsense? This is utter nonsense. Zhao Qiankang hit his injured hand and retreated a few steps, his expression finally somewhat panicked. We can tell if it's real or fake. Qin Sheng then took out a beast egg from his bosom. Everyone looked carefully, and the result was that the demonic marks on Zhao Qiankang's burnt palm were exactly the same as the demon beast egg's shell. Everyone looked at Zhao Qiankang with even more seriousness than before. However, the moment Zhao Qiankang saw the goblin egg, his entire face trembled, and greed surged within his eyes. Sneering, he reached out his hand, the goblin egg is actually still on you, hand it over. At the same time, greed flashed through the eyes of the other examinees as they closed in on Qin Sheng. The demon beast egg was only the size of a palm, and its entire body was sparkling white. The surface was covered with a layer of red demon runes that faintly emitted a dazzling light. One could tell at a glance that this absolutely extraordinary object was not ordinary. All of the participating students couldn't help but hold their breaths, staring unwaveringly at the demon beast egg in Qin Sheng's hands, their eyes burning with passion. To be able to enter the Flowing Cloud Academy, even if one were to look around the entire Great Yin city, one would be like a phoenix feather or Qilin horn. At that time, one would definitely be able to rise as a star in the path of cultivation. The Great Yin city that Qin Sheng was in was at the edge of the demon dragon's mine. There were hundreds of large and small families in the Great Yin city, and most of them were like the Qin family, whose family was in decline. Of the Great Yin city's three great families, the Zhao family was the strongest, followed by the Han family. The Qin family was the weakest, while the Han family and the Qin family teamed up against the Zhao family. Facing Zhao Qiankang's undisguised threat, the other students of the mine didn't dare to move at all. Their hearts trembled and their eyes became serious. They were clear on the Zhao family's way of doing things. If they really offended the Zhao family, the small families they belonged to wouldn't be able to withstand the Zhao family's anger. Han Tailong took a step forward, blocked Qin Sheng's body, and shouted at Zhao Qiankang, "What do you mean? Could it be that he wants to make a move? During the assessment, fighting is not allowed between students. Are you not afraid of the Flowing Cloud Academy's mentors punishing you?" Zhao Qiankang sneered, but did not speak. The instructors in the Flowing Cloud Academy were still encircling and killing the enraged scorpion tail tiger. How could they have the time to supervise the student assessment? Zhao Qiankang was already fantasizing about getting a reward from the clan after obtaining the young scorpion tail tiger. Taking a few steps forward, Zhao Qiankang's aura flared up, especially his sturdy figure, which released a faint burst of spirit energy. Unexpectedly he had already opened 3 of his natal veins. No wonder his aura was so strong. On the path of cultivation, one must first open up an elemental meridian. Every cultivator had at least one elemental meridian hidden within their body. As long as one opened up an elemental meridian, they could absorb the elemental energy of the heaven and earth and refine their body. The more meridians one opened, the more soul force they absorbed, and the stronger their body would be. Zhao Qiankang extended out his palm, looked down from above, and ordered with a tone that did not contain a doubt, "Hand over the demon beast egg. I guarantee that you won't have to suffer as much as you already have." At this time, Han Tailong also lowered his voice and advised, "Give Qin Sheng to him. That grandson Zhao Qiankang has opened 3 meridians. His strength is far above us. A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him." Qin Sheng did not heed his advice and walked forward. According to the memories of the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor, he had fused with them. He had used a secret technique to circulate the weak strand of origin energy in his body. It was just that Qin Sheng's talent was extremely average. "Qin Sheng, come back. Don't do anything stupid." Han Tailong pulled Qin Sheng behind him. "What is it? You still want to fight?" Zhao Qiankang sneered with a face full of disdain, as the spirit energy in his body became even denser. Qin Sheng said softly, his smile carrying a trace of ridicule, "It's about time. If you kneel now, I can still give you a chance to live." Qin Sheng suddenly said coldly. Everyone was shocked. The dim cave seemed to be even more deathly silent. Zhao Qiankang also had a face of surprise. At first he was a little stunned, but then a burst of anger erupted like a volcano, rushing straight to his head. Even Han Tailong was shocked. Give Zhao Qiankang a chance to live? Damn it, didn't Qin Sheng think that the scorpion tail tiger had poisoned his brain and his mind wasn't clear? Han Tailong immediately pulled Qin Sheng along, and advised, "You are crazy, he has already opened 3 meridians, 1 punch is enough to break your legs. The most important thing to do right now is to pass Flowing Cloud Academy's entrance examination. Are you going to kneel or not?" Qin Sheng did not care about Han Tailong, and shouted loudly. His entire being's imposing manner and temperament seemed to have been rejuvenated, as though he had transformed into a different person. His ice-cold, bone-piercing eyes looked just like a ferocious scorpion-tailed tiger. When Zhao Qianqing and Qin Sheng looked at each other, he felt as if he was being stared at by a scorpion-tailed tiger. Damn it, this was the second time I felt this way. However, when Zhao Qianqing felt the surging spirit force in his body, he was naturally full of confidence and immediately made his move. With a cruel laugh, his fists filled with surging elemental energy, he transformed into an afterimage and pounced towards Qin Sheng. No one could bear to see what happened to Qin Sheng. Pa! Zhao Qianqing took a few steps back, a burning handprint appearing on his face. How is this possible? Zhao Qianqing covered his right cheek, it was burning hot and he was stunned. How could Qin Sheng hit him? The surrounding students in the cave were also extremely shocked. That Qin Sheng had at most opened up one of his elemental veins. How could he possibly open up 3? Could it be a coincidence? Right, it had to be a coincidence. You're courting death. Zhao Qianqing reprimanded angrily again. Qin Sheng let out a cold sound again, and berated, I think you're courting death. Pa 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 pa. Qin Sheng slapped Zhao Qianqing until he was on the ground, his face was swollen like a pig's head, and a few of his teeth had been pulled out. Zhao Qianqing was shocked and angry at the same time. He clearly felt that his spirit energy was abundant, but he couldn't use it. How did he know that Qin Sheng was not someone that everyone could bully in the past? With the memories of the Pill Emperor, he had so much fighting experience, he was not someone Zhao Qianqing who could compare to, who had only opened 3 yuan meridians. Breaking through this kind of low-level martial skill was too easy. Do you think that there's no poison on the demon beast egg? It's just that it's acting a little slower. Qin Sheng shot a meaningful glance at Zhao Qianqing and laughed coldly. What? I got poisoned by the scorpion-tailed tiger? Zhao Qianqing was terrified, his entire body was cold, but at the same time, he felt his head spinning, becoming heavier and heavier, and all the spirit force in his body had already dispersed. It's over, the poison is going to enter the vital meridians. Zhao Qianqing's face was pale white, he hurriedly took out a bottle of medicine, took out an intermediate antidote pill and swallowed it. Qin Sheng took everything in, and said indifferently, if you had taken the intermediate antidote pill from the very beginning, the poison would have been suppressed until you returned to the academy, but you had just channeled your elemental energy with all your might, and the poison had already penetrated into your vital veins. You wouldn't have long to live. Hearing that, Zhao Qianqing's face turned white, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He felt that his aura was becoming weaker and his eyelids becoming heavier, as if he was going to close his eyes at any moment. Kneel down now, I will still give you a chance to live. Suddenly, Qin Sheng's voice thundered beside the dying Zhao Qianqing's ears. Zhao Qianqing bit on his tongue hard, his entire body shivered, and looked up with his hands behind his back. Qin Sheng's temperament was extraordinary, like a duck in the water, grabbing Qin Sheng. Yes, Qin Sheng was also poisoned by the scorpion-tailed tiger, he didn't die. He must have a way to cure the poison. With a put-on sound, Zhao Qianqing kneeled in front of Qin Sheng. In this moment of life and death, Zhao Qianqing did not care about his dignity at all. Plop. Qin Sheng, since we are all schoolmates, please save me. Zhao Qianqing knelt down and begged Qin Sheng. Scram, you shameless bastard. Han Tailong kicked Zhao Qianqing, who was urinating in his pants, flying, and fiercely smashed into the hard rock surface. When we framed Qin Sheng, why didn't we think of the fact that we're all classmates? Zhao Qianqing's mind filled with golden stars, crawled back with difficulty. The body refining ointment was a low-grade pellet. Although it was far from being comparable to a first-grade pellet, to invigorated Meridian Realm warriors, especially warriors who had opened up 3 natal veins and below, it was already a very valuable treasure. Zhao Qiankang used all his remaining strength and offered up the 2 bottles of body-refining ointment, before collapsing on the ice-cold rock. Qin Sheng took the 2 bottles of body-refining ointment, and walked closer, using all his strength to step on Zhao Qiankang. "Wow, you want to stomp me to death?" Zhao Qiankang screamed miserably as he rolled on the ground in pain, his head bleeding profusely. Qin Sheng caught up with Zhao Qiankang, and with another round of punches and kicks, his punches landed right on Zhao Qiankang's flesh, hitting his fatal points. "Damn, Qin Sheng, do you know how to cure the poison? Do you want to beat me to death?" Zhao Qiankang's wails echoed in the cold, empty mine. With a cold face, Qin Sheng chased after Zhao Qiankang and gave him another round of punches and kicks, each time harder than the last. "Don't move, I'm helping you cure the poison," Qin Sheng said in a heavy voice. All of the students in the cave were dumbfounded. How could this Qin Sheng be considered to have detoxified the poison? Looking at the ruthless Qin Sheng, the student who was just about to attack couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. It was fortunate that he didn't attack earlier, otherwise. "Stop hitting him, if you continue, he'll really die." Han Tailong was also stunned. Seeing that the situation was not right, he quickly went to stop Qin Sheng. After all, Zhao Qiankang was a direct descendant of the Zhao family. Just by not entering the Flowing Cloud Academy and having 2 bottles of body-refining ointment, he knew that his position in the Zhao family was not low at all. Han Tailong was also a direct descendant of the Zhao family, and could even be considered the 9th successor. However, he had to wait until he entered the Flowing Cloud Academy to be able to get a bottle of body-refining ointment. After killing Zhao Qiankang, the furious Zhao family used this excuse to destroy the Qin family. The last staff. Qin Sheng had actually broken free from Han Tailong, who had already opened 2 of his meridians, and from who knew where he had picked up a wooden stick that was as thick as an adult's arm, and brought about a gust of wind as it ruthlessly smashed onto Zhao Qiankang's temple. Crack! The wooden stick broke into several pieces, and Zhao Qiankang smashed onto the rock, unconscious. "Qin Sheng, what are you doing?" Han Tailong pointed to the unknown Zhao Qiankang and anxiously shouted, "If you kill Zhao Qiankang, your Qin family will be in trouble." Qin Sheng laughed blandly. "The antidote? Is this how you cure poisons?" Han Tailong was so angry that his face and neck turned red. "You watch first." Qin Sheng leisurely walked in front of the unconscious Zhao Qiankang and casually slapped his acupoints a few times. Zhao Qiankang wailed and spat out 3 large mouthfuls of black blood. Zhao Qiankang, who had already been beaten beyond recognition, looked at the audience in a daze, and asked in a somewhat dazed manner, "I'm still alive?" Qin Sheng said coldly, "Go back and consume an intermediate antidote pill, and completely clear out the poison. After that, you can recover after a few more days of recuperation." Actually, Qin Sheng's random punches and kicks looked like revenge. In fact, Qin Sheng had opened up his meridians, and forced out the poison in his body, using this method to attack the poison in his body. This method was called Thousand Hammer Pulse Opening Technique. Zhao Qiankang actually woke up. Could it be that Qin Sheng really knows how to cure poisons? Nonsense, if this kind of random punching and kicking can cure the poison, then I'm a detoxification expert. The students in the cave were whispering, but they did not dare to have any presumptuous thoughts towards the 2 bottles of body-refining ointment. "Here." Qin Sheng took out a bottle of body-refining ointment and gave it to Han Tailong. Han Tailong laughed, but he was not polite and accepted the offer. After finding a dry rock in the cave, Qin Sheng opened up the body-refining ointment. Smelling it with his nose, he frowned. This alchemist's level is too low, no matter if it's the smell of the medicine or the color, he failed. In the distance, Zhao Qiankang watched anxiously as Qin Sheng took the body-refining ointment, so angry that he almost vomited blood. The Lingyun Hall only had limited supply of medicinal pellets, and even with the crystals, he might not be able to buy them. Zhao Qiankang's father only managed to get 2 bottles per relationship. But now, Qin Sheng had actually criticized him to the point of being worthless. He thinks he is more incredible than the Lingyun Hall's pill refiners? After Qin Sheng wiped the body refining ointment from his body, he sat cross-legged and quickly felt his entire body heating up. All the pores on his body opened up, and the body refining ointment activated its effect as a large amount of spirit energy poured into his body from its pores. BBA. Very soon, a large amount of black impurities seeped out of his pores. His spirit energy had also gathered into a lump as it flowed into Qin Sheng's only open origin vein. Qin Sheng frowned, and thought, why are my origin veins so small? It seemed like it was as if he had shriveled up and dried up. A mere human-level yuan vein, it actually shrunk? This is very abnormal. Qin Sheng's face turned ugly. The human body had a total of 9 hidden origin meridians, and the amount was the same. However, the elemental meridians were divided into the human, earth, and heaven levels. The elemental veins were divided into the human, earth, and heaven levels. The lowest human step origin veins were also the most common ones, and heaven stage Yuan Meridian S were extremely rare. Even in the entire Great Yen City, the number of people who could open the heaven stage Yuan Meridian S did not exceed 1 slap. From this, it could be seen how rare of a genius the heaven stage Yuan Meridian was. Qin Sheng had only opened 1 meridian, and his talent was already mediocre enough. Now, even his only Yuan Meridian was actually slightly shrinking, and was even on the verge of withering. Once his vitality veins withered, Qin Sheng's road of cultivation would be more or less come to an end. The spirit force that was transformed by the body refining ointment had completely merged with Qin Sheng's only elemental vein, just like a dried flower that had just bloomed. Only, before Qin Sheng could even get excited, his origin veins had swiftly dried up again. It's like water is being sucked dry. There's definitely a big problem. Could he be injured? Qin Sheng's face immediately darkened. An injury to his vital vein was not a small matter. After changing into a set of dry clothes, even though his expression was grave, he still felt like a whole new person after taking the body refining ointment, especially his strength and mental strength, which had increased by a lot. At this time, Han Tailong let out a loud yell, and a gust of wind blew out, causing his spirit energy to wrap around him. It was actually comparable to the Zhao Qiankang at his peak. Haha, thank you brother for your body refining ointment. Otherwise, I would not have cleared the 3rd vein so quickly. The round Han Tailong eagerly ran over and forcefully pushed Qin Sheng on his shoulder. Qin Sheng nodded his head, and congratulated him. His current thoughts was still on his shrinking meridians, and his meridians were withering. It was definitely not a small thing, he could not ignore it. At this moment. So it turns out that everyone is here. A few figures entered in a line, led by a man and a woman. The man was tall and straight, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, carrying a green treasured sword on his back. The woman's face was extremely beautiful, her skin was like jade, and her waist-long hair fluttered in the wind. Her clothes were snow white, outlining an extremely tempting curve. However, this peerless beauty had an ice-cold demeanor. Her eyes were cold and detached, as though she was rejecting people 1,000 miles away. The one who had just spoken should be this ice beauty. So it's Senior Xiaobingning and Senior Zhao Qingsong. Now we're saved. The mining students cheered one after another. The excitement of surviving this calamity could be clearly felt. Everyone, get ready. The exam will end early, we'll be back at once. Xiaobingning looked at everyone present. Other than the heavily injured Zhao Qiankang, none of them had been injured. With such a large beast like the scorpion-tailed tiger, even if the warrior had opened 7 of his main meridians, he would not dare to go head-to-head against it, and had to set up a formation to deal with it. Amongst the examinees present, the strongest amongst them was only low-level fighter, which had broken through 3 yuan veins. Any casual claw from the scorpion-tail tiger could take their lives. In their eyes, with Xiao Bingning and Zhao Qingsong, the 2 inner academy students protecting them, they would definitely be able to return to the academy safely. Just when everyone thought that they could leave this extremely dangerous demon dragon's mining area, Qin Sheng said with a sneer, "If you don't want to die, you can leave with this senior." What? Inside the cave, everyone's attention was focused on Qin Sheng. Who is he? He's called Qin Sheng. He didn't die even after being whipped by the scorpion-tail tiger. Yeah, and he even taught Zhao Qiankang a ruthless lesson. Han Tailong embarrassedly smiled at the crowd. He squeezed towards Qin Sheng and spoke in a low voice, "Qin Sheng, what the hell are you doing? This is Xiao Bingning. Not only is she the senior in the inner courtyard, she's also an acting teacher in the outer courtyard. It's not like Zhao Qiankang, who can't even be considered as an outer courtyard student." Not only was that scorpion-tail tiger killed by senior Xiao Bingning and senior Zhao Qingsong, it was even cleared out in the entire nest. Only by following senior Xiao Bingning would it be the safest. The freshman that had followed senior Xiao Bingning ridiculed her. Xiao Bingning's face was ice cold. With gentle steps, she walked closer to Qin Sheng. Other than the wave of ice-cold spirit energy that felt like it had fallen into an ice house, which caused Qin Sheng to be slightly surprised, that light and refined beautiful face of hers appeared even more clearly in front of him. Even if Qin Sheng had seen countless absolute beauties in the 9th heaven, this Xiao Bingning was still considered to be the best in the world. This student, don't tell me that you think that with my strength, I can't safely bring the students back to the academy? Xiao Bingning frowned slightly. Her ice-cold face was like a cold pond in an ancient well. It's not a matter of strength, Qin Sheng said indifferently, but because you have been poisoned by the corpse poison, and will soon become a rotten corpse. The withered mining cave was deathly still as Qin Sheng's voice exploded out like thunder, causing people to be shocked. After a short period of deathly silence, fear spread like a plague through the mines. Everyone kept their distance from the beautiful teacher with skin like ice and snow that had an unparalleled beauty. At the same time, her gaze once again focused on the ordinary-looking Qin Sheng, who lacked soul force. Her intuition told her that this brat definitely wanted to shock her with his words, so as to attract her attention. Humph, the people who were poisoned by the corpse poison all have an air of death around them. The senior is radiant and doesn't have any symptoms of being poisoned at all. Lies that fill your mouth and cause panic, you deserve to be disqualified from the exam. The initially panicking students seemed to be awakened by senior Zhao Qingsong's words, as they broke out into a flurry of discussion, filled with dissatisfaction. If it was an ordinary low-level fighter which had only opened one meridian, they would definitely be scared to the point of crying for their parents by the imposing manner released by Zhao Qingsong, a person who had opened 9 meridians. However, Qin Sheng had merged with the memories of the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor, so naturally, he had also fused with the aura of the Pill Emperor, so how could he possibly fear the aura of a mere invigorated Meridian Realm practitioner? Qin Sheng acted as if Zhao Qingsong was nothing, and did not avoid his gaze in the slightest, and coldly sneered, "Who do you think you are? 1 is not the headmaster, 2 is not a teacher. Small students of the inner academy will not point fingers in front of me." All of the examinees were petrified. Their mouths were so long that a single egg could fit inside. They all dug out their ears to ensure that they had not misheard. A low-level fighter that had not even entered the outer academy and was only a participant in the examination, yet the spirit energy it emitted was unbelievably weak, actually daring to berate an inner academy elite student in front of everyone. Furthermore, it was a Zhao Qingsong whose strength was outstanding, who had opened 9 meridians and was only a hair away from breaking through the invigorated Meridian Realm barrier. Good, good, good. Zhao Qingsong was so angry that he started laughing, His chest was moving up and down, the sword on his back was releasing sounds, as though he was going to swing and kill Qin Sheng any time. However, he held it in, because he really didn't have the authority to disqualify Qin Sheng. Xiaobingning was also in a rage. She looked at Qin Sheng like a disgusting clown as his elemental energy surged, enveloping the entire mine. The cave was like a vast ocean within a storm. Qin Sheng, on the other hand, leisurely walked around the snow goddess that was just inches away from him as he took in a deep breath of her delicate fragrance. Heavens, this thousand slaughter actually dared to sniff senior sister's fragrance. A frivolous female senior from the inner courtyard is simply courting death. Facing such a frivolous action, Xiaobingning's anger assaulted her heart, and wanted to break Qin Sheng's nose. It was just that Qin Sheng's words made her feel as if he had been struck by lightning as she restrained his elemental energy. The blood soul flower on your body is only 90% familiar. Picking it too early has reduced the effectiveness of the medicine by a few points. What a pity. Qin Sheng said faintly. How do you know I have blood soul flower on me? Xiaobingning blurted out, he then covered his mouth, as he realized that he had leaked the news. Blood soul flower was the main ingredient to concoct Tier 2 pills. It was extremely precious and could only be found but not sought, even if it was sold for tens of thousands of crystals on the black market. Furthermore, blood soul flower could repair the soul, so medicine that could repair the soul was very rare, so its value was even comparable to a third-grade pellet. Third-ranked pellets were incomparably precious, even in the entire Great Yin City, there were only a few. It was obvious that Zhao Qingsong knew about the value of blood soul flower as well. The anger in his chest had also disappeared completely. His gaze was burning with passion as he looked at Xiaobingning and asked, Bingning, you really picked a blood soul flower? Xiaobingning's beautiful face was full of shock, but at the same time, her eyes became cautious, and she nodded in acknowledgement. Even if I have blood soul flower what does that have to do with me getting the corpse poison? Xiaobingning's face was filled with anger. She did not want everyone to continue watching the blood soul flower and change the topic. Qin Sheng said indifferently, I think Senior knows that blood soul flower will grow in the dead zone. That kind of danger zone, there must be countless corpses buried underground in order to form it. Senior, you should have accidentally discovered the blood soul flower while chasing after the scorpion tail tiger, so you have to pick the corpse poison regardless of the risk. Xiaobingning was angry and shocked at the same time. She was angry because Qin Sheng had revealed her treasure to the world and surprised that a mere student who had participated in the outer courtyard examination was not only proficient in medicine but could even deduce the whole process so accurately. So what if I am? I was harvesting through the air, my skin hasn't come in contact with the blood soul flower at all, Xiaobingning said snappily. The 9 elemental meridians in his body had all been opened, and the next great realm would be the divine soul. Soul realm martial practitioners were already able to release their elemental energy and retrieve things through the air. Is that so? Qin Sheng tapped his head and said, if it was a natural blood soul flower, Senior would definitely be safe and sound. It's just that what Senior picked was a blood soul flower cultivated by the Qin corpse. With Senior's strength, she is unable to resist the Qin corpse's poison. Qin Sheng said indifferently, the highly toxic poison has already entered Senior's heart veins. If you do not believe me, you can circulate your spirit energy to the heart veins. Xiaobingning was so angry that her teeth itched. She had never heard of the corpse king appearing and disappearing at the edge of the Mo Long mining area. Furthermore, the corpse king was only a rotting corpse, it only knew how to use corpses. How could it be possible to cultivate blood soul flower? This was simply desolate. Xiaobingning realized that perhaps Qin Sheng had coincidentally seen the process of her harvesting blood soul flower, which was why she was able to open her mouth. Try as you like. I will expose your lies. Xiaobingning was a proud daughter of heaven, but she had never suffered as much as she did today. She immediately chanted an incantation and channeled her elemental energy to her heart meridian. Suddenly, pft! Xiao Bingning's body trembled as she spat out a mouthful of black blood. As the blood corroded the rocks, layers of death aura quickly emerged from between her eyebrows. Her exquisite face did not have the slightest bit of luster. How is this possible? Xiao Bingning's expression changed drastically, as she could not believe what she had just heard. The black blood was laced with the poison of rotten corpses, and it could even corrode solid rocks. Black smoke rose from the blood, and the stench was pungent to the nose. Everyone was dumbstruck and their faces were full of shock. They did not dare to believe that the inner courtyard senior sister who had opened all 9 meridians in her body and was able to move mountains actually became infected with the corpse poison. The pungent stench caused them to feel nauseous. Xiao Bingning looked at Qin Sheng in astonishment. Although this person was a member of one of the great clans of the Great Yin City, his talent and cultivation was average. Xiao Bingning looked at Qin Sheng deeply. With a normal face, and a childish face, he was at most 16, there was no way he could be related to an alchemist at this age, much less a rare second-rank alchemist. Senior sister, he could also tell that Zhao Qiankang had been poisoned with the scorpion tail tiger with a single glance, just now. That's right, after beating Zhao Qiankang, he was able to cure the poison. A student said loudly. The way everyone looked at Qin Sheng changed, the sneer from before disappeared completely. Qin Sheng remained calm and explained in a bland voice, "What's so difficult about that? Although blood soul flower-s are considered rare, their unique smell is not hard to recognize. Look at the few black spots on their arms, these black spots will follow your poison and form unique corpse marks." Some of the students immediately observed Xiao Bingning's arm. There were indeed a few small black spots on her snow-white arm. If they did not observe carefully, they would think that it was just a mole. Oh my God, that black mole has become a piece. That's a corpse mark. Senior is about to become a rotten corpse. Some students screamed out, their voices trembling as they fearfully retreated. Bing Ning, eat the antidote pill first. Zhao Qingsong's handsome face was filled with anxiety. He was currently pursuing Xiao Bingning. How could he personally witness a beauty's alluring beauty? The corpse poison spread rapidly, causing Xiao Bingning to look at the antidote in Zhao Qingsong's palm weakly. This was an advanced detoxification pill. It was worth 1,000 crystals, which was considered the best quality among the low-grade pills, able to easily dispel the poison in a scorpion tail tiger. No need. Xiao Bingning actually rejected it and sat cross-legged. From her bosom, she took out a small jade bottle and poured out a green pellet. The pill was crystal clear, and it glowed with a jade-green light. The fragrance permeated the air, and upon inhaling it, Zhang Xian felt his head clear and his strength surging. Grade 1 Spirit Cleansing Pill. Zhao Qingsong's face revealed a look of shock, as he awkwardly kept the low-grade pellet. The spirit cleansing pill could purify the negative energy, even the corpse poison could be dispelled. However, only a Tier 1 pill refiner could concoct the spirit cleansing pill, and the success rate was also very low. Therefore, psionic cleansing pills were more expensive than ordinary Tier 1 pills. The black market sold them for 10,000 crystals per pill, and they were priceless. Zhao Qingsong could not help but take another look at Xiao Bingning. She was not from Great Yin City, she was talented, had a hidden background, and was exceptionally beautiful. The more Zhao Qingsong looked at her, the more tempted he was. After consuming the pure spirit pill, Xiao Bingning's condition had indeed changed. The death aura around her forehead started to dissipate, his ashen white face gradually recovered its rosy complexion. It seemed like the corpse poison had been controlled, and would not disappear. Aren't these pure spirit pills too poor? Pills and fires are chaotic and their methods are unfamiliar. There are too many impurities in them, and they're barely able to form pills. They're simply trash. At this time, Qin Sheng had a disdainful look on his face as he sneered loudly. If I go back to the furnace with this kind of trash pill, I won't be able to get rid of the corpse poison. Qin Sheng said with disgust. Xiao Bingming rolled her eyes. This pill was from the medicine sect. Its quality was definitely top-notch. It was definitely not the trash that this guy talked about. The alchemy sect spread throughout the entire Beichen kingdom. They were terrifyingly powerful, selling far more inferior quality medicinal pellets than the Lingyunhal would. Furthermore, all the medicinal pellets they produced were of the highest quality. How could it be so unbearable in Qin Sheng's mouth? Don't be so arrogant. I'll deal with you when we get back to the academy. Xiao Bingming clenched her teeth tightly, her aura like a rainbow. Seems like the effects of the pure spirit pill was not bad. She had already recovered by more than half. Xiao Bingming was a proud daughter of heaven, yet she was beaten up by this brat one after another. This was truly hateful, and what made people angry the most was that she could not see through Qin Sheng. Everyone get ready, we will leave the mining area immediately so that we won't get infected by the corpse poison. Xiao Bingming instructed. The corpse poison had already appeared in the mining area, and what's more, if it was really as Qin Sheng had said, once the king corpse appeared, even she would have difficulty protecting herself. This group of students would probably die. Therefore, he had to leave the mining site as soon as possible. You can't leave. Qin Sheng stood at the entrance of the cave, preventing everyone from leaving. Are you done yet? I have already suppressed the corpse poison, so it will not become a rotten corpse. Xiao Bingming was extremely dissatisfied, and said angrily. Kid, if you continue to cause trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. Said in a deep voice as his origin energy billowed, and his eyes flashed with a hint of lecherous intent. Qin Sheng shot a bland glance at Zhao Qingsong, completely dismissing him, and said, I already said, the blood soul flower in your body was raised by the corpse king, with the king corpse's poison. Your unqualified pure spirit pill cannot be used to clear out the king corpse's poison in a short time. But the king corpse could feel the king corpse's poison. What will happen if the corpse king finds out that the blood soul flower that it painstakingly cultivated has been stolen? Qin Sheng asked. I think, will the king corpse follow the corpse poison to find us? Xiao Bingming's beautiful face was extremely shocked. Roar. At this moment, a deafening cry came from outside of the mine. It didn't sound like it came from a demon beast. It had an indescribably terrifying aura. Some of the cowardly students were so frightened that they directly knelt down. The king corpse is here. Xiao Bingming finally started to panic. Once the corpse king found them, the fate of this group of people could be imagined. Everyone was panicking. They wanted to run, but they were afraid of encountering the king corpse. Don't panic, I can cure this poison. I can help Senior extract the corpse poison. Qin Sheng added, his tone carrying faint confidence, his voice not loud, but in everyone's hearts, it was like a huge boulder had been tossed into a calm lake, causing huge waves. Once the corpse king found him, the result would be. At the same time, a group of black shadows approached rapidly. They were coming at him with a fishy and nauseating smell. Heavens, what is that? Some female students screamed. Shut up, shut up. Zhao Qingsong glanced at the black figure, and his expression immediately turned ugly. It's the corpse worms, the king corpse might be nearby. Corpse worms, those were the claws and fangs of a rotten corpse, and they were driven away by a rotten corpse. Generally speaking, the more carrion a corpse, the more corpse insects it would drive away. Such a large group of corpse worms could not be ordinary rotten corpses. It was very likely that the furious king corpse was driving away its claws, finding the thief that stole it to cultivate the blood soul flower. What's so difficult about that? Qin Sheng said indifferently. His eyes were like lightning, and between his brows, he could faintly exude the temperament of a peerless rancor. causing Xiao Bingning's heart to tremble, and he was enchanted. When Zhao Qingsong saw the look in Xiao Bingning's eyes, especially that of faint admiration, his heart was immediately assaulted by fury. A single stride blocked Xiao Bingning's line of sight, restraining all of her anger. Zhao Qingsong forced out a gentle face and said, "Bingning, I'll lure the Qin corpse away, you take the students and leave." Senior Zhao is an expert in Tongjiu Meridian, his spirit energy is strong, and he is immune to all poisons. I believe he can lure the Qin corpse away. That's right, Senior, don't believe that trash Qin Sheng, his talent is ordinary, how could he possibly heal the corpse poison? Senior, please take us away quickly. Zhao Qingsong's subordinates all shouted out loudly. The fact that the Qin corpse can cultivate blood-soul flower means that it has developed its own consciousness. Its strength far surpasses a normal invigorated Meridian realm expert, and with just this little strength of yours, you want to send me to my death? Qin Sheng said with disdain. You. Zhao Qingsong's eyes were spitting fire, the sword in his hand was screaming. Qin Sheng did not bother with Zhao Qingsong's murderous gaze as he leisurely picked up the night sunflowers that were present everywhere on the mines. He crushed them, sprinkled more sulfur stones on top of them and ignited them, causing the mines to suddenly smell terrible. Then, something that stunned everyone happened. As if they had met their natural enemy, the zombie bugs let out shrieks and left one by one. Oh my God, what did you do? Actually let the zombie bug escape? A student asked in surprise and curiosity. Qin Sheng shrugged his shoulders and explained, the night sunflower contains Qin fire. It can be ignited with appropriate amount of sulfur yellow stone. This kind of Qin fire is most detestable to corpses, and is a natural enemy of corpse worms. You don't know? Everyone shook their heads. There were a lot of herbs and elixirs in this world. Even if there were more than 10,000 types of herbs in the basic section, even students with talent in alchemy in the inner courtyard might not have heard of night sunflower, and it was even more impossible for them to know that night sunflower was the natural nemesis of the corpse worms. Xiao Bingning's face was filled with shock, then she gently gritted her teeth and said, I believe you, hurry up and help me cure the poison. Xiao Bingning had also learned how to refine pills in the past. All she knew was that the night light sunflower was highly toxic, she couldn't casually come into contact with it. Qin Sheng's eyes lit up with excitement. He knew that business was coming his way. I only need a quarter of an hour to dispel all the Qin corpse's poison in your body. Qin Sheng said confidently, he had refined the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor's memories. As long as he had enough ingredients, refining pills below tier 3 was extremely easy, getting rid of the Qin corpse's poison was as easy as flipping his palm. However, pay first before detoxifying the poison. Qin Sheng said indifferently, I need the blood soul flower on you as my medical fee. What? You still want to collect money? You, a petty mercenary, actually still want to reap benefits in this life or death situation. Helping senior sister with her injuries is your good fortune, you actually charged her a fee. Everyone present could not believe their own ears as they flew into a rage, looking down on Qin Sheng's actions. Qin Sheng glanced at them and sneered, you guys don't need to pay to see a doctor? Buying medicinal pellets instead of paying? How can a doctor not pay? Everyone was speechless. Enough! Zhao Qingsong shouted as he pulled out his treasure sword. A sword light flashed as his eyes locked onto Qin Sheng angrily like a demon beast, cure the poison in Bingning immediately. I will pay you a medical fee when we return to the academy. Zhao Qingsong's words carried no room for doubt, as if Qin Sheng had cut him down just by saying the word no. He had endured for a very long time along the way. Qin Sheng stood with his hands behind his back, and said coldly, oh, looks like someone wants to eat an overlord's meal. Try moving me a little. I have use of the blood soul flower, I can only give you half of it, the other half can be exchanged with this bottle of royal body ointment, okay? Xiao Bingning was very straightforward. She came from a hidden aristocratic family, she couldn't possibly be so unreasonable as to eat the overlord's meal. Qin Sheng nodded in agreement. Senior sister, follow me in. After Qin Sheng received the reward, he rushed into the cave. Zhao Qingsong also wanted to follow along. He didn't believe that this trash, Qin Sheng, would really be able to cure the corpse poison. Moreover, he didn't want Xiao Bingning to be alone with this trash in the same room, because once news spread back to the academy, it would affect Xiao Bingning's reputation. This was definitely not what Zhao Qingsong wanted to see. Why did you come in? Qin Sheng blocked Zhao Qingsong with one hand and said, go out and guard outside. Zhao Qingsong was so angry that his nose was crooked, he almost spat fire, and wished that he could slap Qin Sheng to death. Xiao Bingning frowned, as though she was dissatisfied with Zhao Qingsong coming in, since their relationship was not good enough for her to treat him. Her beautiful face turned cold, and asked him to stay outside. Zhao Qingsong's face was filled with awkwardness, he dared not say anything. After the two of them went in, Zhao Qiankang slowly walked over and whispered, brother, there's a man and a woman inside, if you don't go in, aren't you afraid that Xiao Bingning will be taken advantage of? Pa! Zhao Qingsong furiously slapped Zhao Qiankang. Staring angrily at Zhao Qiankang, Zhao Qingsong resentfully said to his worthless cousin, I told you to find a scorpion-tail tiger's demon beast egg, and blame it on the successor of the Qin family. Right now, not only is Qin Sheng not dead, he is also acting atrociously in succession above my head. You are the trash. Zhao Qingsong was extremely proficient in circulating his elemental energy, to the point that he could actually send a sound transmission using his elemental energy. Only Zhao Qiankang could hear it. The ability to send a sound transmission via elemental energy required one to reach the realm of pure cauldron green in order to do so. Zhao Qingsong coldly glanced at Zhao Qiankang, who was crawling on the ground, remembered some things from the past, and a trace of a stinging sensation flashed past his eyes. Zhao Qingsong looked in the direction that Qin Sheng disappeared in, and a ruthless killing intent flashed across his brows. The demon dragon mine had been excavated for who knows how many years. The interior of the mine was crisscrossed like a maze. After a few dozen meters, they found a dry and comfortable mine. It seemed to be the miner's lounge. There was a wooden bed and chairs, but they had already decayed since time immemorial. Senior sister, take off your clothes first. Just as he found a dry mine, Qin Sheng started speaking. What did you say? Xiao Bingning was startled, her beautiful face puzzled. I let you take off your clothes first. Qin Sheng said with a serious face. Bastard! How dare you try to molest me? Xiao Bingning was so angry that her body started trembling, her spirit energy exploded, the terrifying aura of her invigorated meridian realm enveloped the entire mine tunnel, bringing with it a killing intent. It was extremely oppressive. Qin Sheng ignored Xiao Bingning's murderous gaze, and spoke with a rather calm tone, if you don't take off your clothes, how will I set up the array to detoxify you? Also, if you don't suppress your spirit energy, the corpse poison will seep into your bone marrow. If you don't, your skin will slowly turn black and then rot. At that point, even I can't do anything about it. Qin Sheng shrugged and added. Hearing this, Xiao Bingning's expression changed greatly. She was still a girl after all, and her face was even more important than their lives. She was willing to die rather than see her face rot. Gritting his teeth tightly, Xiao Bingning still chose to believe in Qin Sheng in the end. Although he was infected by the corpse poison, his skin was like snow, and it could be broken with a flick of his finger. With his impressive figure, the curve he revealed caused Qin Sheng's eyes to light up, and his eyes shone brightly. He was truly worthy of being from a hidden family. His talent was exceptional, his looks were outstanding, and his figure was also top quality. Even in the 9 heavens above the world, he was still an existence that was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. She had never taken off her clothes in front of a man before, and the corner of her eyes also seemed to have noticed Qin Sheng's undisguised gaze. She was just about to yell at him not to look around, but she was shocked to find that Qin Sheng had actually taken off his clothes as well, and it was bare. The upper half of his body was naked. "Why are you undressing?" If getting her to take off her clothes was to cure the poison, then what was Qin Sheng trying to do? Xiao Bingning was extremely angry, and felt that she had been humiliated. Her instincts told her that Qin Sheng was just a scammer who had gone all out with lust. How could he remove the king corpse's poison when he had not even developed a few warriors in his elemental veins? Xiao Bingning raged on her heart. She wanted to destroy Qin Sheng, but the effects of the pure spirit pill had already subsided. The corpse poison had acted up, her skin turned black, and she laid weakly on the ground. Her tears were rolling down her face. She felt extremely wronged and regretful, and actually believed Qin Sheng's nonsense. However, thinking about how he was suffering from a severe illness, he felt like he was doomed. He felt indignant that he would be humiliated by this bumpkin before he died, so he passed out. How could Qin Sheng know that Xiao Bingning had all those random thoughts in his mind? He took off his clothes and applied the royal body plaster on his entire body, then performed a series of actions that were both ancient and reproducing. As expected of the royal body refining ointment worth 10,000 yuan, the effect is much better than the one with the 100 crystals. The energy of the royal body ointment seeped into his limbs and bones. His entire body became hot and dry, as if he had fallen into a hot spring. His body began to undergo a tremendous change. Qin Sheng's entire being seemed to have been reborn anew. His bones cracked and his blood energy soared to the sky, containing power of elemental energy. He could split rocks with his bare hands, reaching the strength of a tiger. The ancient technique he demonstrated was a body-tempering cultivation technique from the ninth heaven. It was called the Fiend God body refining and was able to temper the physical body. It was tyrannical and invincible, like a demonic god fighting against tyrannical, demonic beasts with bare hands. The Fiend God body refining was a godly skill, and was definitely not a basic martial art that was widespread in the 10 great regions. It was comparable to a human step martial art. The martial arts spread across the vast 10 places were generally divided into basic martial arts, human step martial arts, heaven-ranked martial arts, and sacred martial arts. Above the sacred martial arts was the divine tier cultivation technique. The Fiend God body refining was only a divine art at the entry level for 9 days. It was of a very low quality and was something that the Pill Emperor, 10,000 Tribulations, had never cultivated. It was also something that he had once contributed to his followers. With the Fiend God transformations, illusory images appeared. His blood energy was like that of an ox, and his skin was as thick as a mountain. He was invulnerable to swords and spears. Qin Sheng felt that he could break a warrior who had broken through 3 yuan veins. The strength of one tiger could only be achieved by martial artists who had opened at least 5 meridians. Not enough. Qin Sheng muttered to himself as he took out the other half of the blood soul flower and swallowed it. The blood soul flower carried a faint smell of blood, and when it entered her mouth, it dissolved. Different royal body ointments tempering effects, the blood soul flower brought about a cleansing and improvement of the soul. Qin Sheng's eyes were clear and released a dazzling light. His soul power had obviously been raised. Only by entering the Fiend God body refining and improving his mental state by a huge margin could he help Xiao Bingning create an array to detoxify the poison. Qin Sheng's eyes flashed like lightning. His hands quickly threw out over 100 crystals and set up an array formation inside the cave. The technique was extremely fast and was simply dazzling. Rumble. The detoxification array formation was completed and released a multicolored light. Xiao Bingning felt like she was bathing in the sunlight. This little spirit cleansing array is able to expel the death aura, expelling the so-called Qin corpse's poison is too easy. Qin Sheng said confidently. I'm still a bit weak. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to take off her clothes. Qin Sheng was still too weak. The small spirit cleansing array was not strong enough. In order to completely expel the corpse poison, he had to take off all his clothes, and that was the only way to do it. The spiritual cleansing array was a magic formation that came from the ninth heaven. The detoxification effect was definitely stronger than the pure spirit pills, and very quickly, Xia Bingning's black skin started to regain its original luster. The corpse poison that had been expelled turned into a wisp of black smoke. Chu Feng did not waste money, turning trash into treasures, using corpse poison, making poison bullets. He used them to defend himself, able to poison experts with invigorated Meridian Realm. As for Soul Realm experts, even if they didn't die, they would still suffer. Just as he was thinking that everything was over, Qin Sheng was about to put away the pure spirit array when he suddenly realized that Xia Bingning had other causes. Her whole body felt cold, and the temperature in the cave dropped rapidly. It was as if she had fallen into an ice house. Within the mine, Xia Bingning's delicate body quickly transformed into ice crystals at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qin Sheng's face was full of astonishment. The sudden cold air made him feel like he had fallen into an ice house as the blood energy solidified and his four limbs became immobile. Senior, what happened? Qin Sheng's eyes were like lightning. They released a dazzling light, focusing on Xia Bingning's body. He ignored Xia Bingning's beautiful and tender body. His eyes did not have a single trace of distracting thoughts. When he gathered his soul power, he seemed to have discovered something strange. Senior's body has a seal within it. Qin Sheng frowned. The seal was not complete and there were some cracks. A terrifying cold energy was surging out from the sealed crevice. Just what terrifying thing is sealed inside? The cold energy leaking through the seal is actually this terrifying? Qin Sheng was very curious. He blew away the cold qi and used the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor's memories as a secret technique to see the scene inside the seal. Qin Sheng was petrified. What the hell, how could it be a toad? The inner courtyard senior sister, who was exceptionally handsome, exceptional in beauty and talent, had a toad on her body. How shocking was this news? Who would believe it? Who would be willing to believe it? Who would dare to believe it? If Qin Sheng had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that this toad was actually sealed in Senior Xia Bingning's body. This toad was completely green, and its entire body was glowing. Its skin didn't have any disgusting flesh on it, but was instead extremely smooth. It was like a jade, and its pores all over its body emitted a shocking cold. The most astonishing thing was that this toad had 3 eyes. It's the three-eyed ice toad. It was said that a 3-legged toad was hard to find, and a 3-eyed toad was equally hard to find. Even though the 3-eyed ice toad looked ugly, its movements were vulgar. In fact, its bloodline was noble, and the moment it matured, it would be a 5th-stage demonic beast. Its strength was terrifying, and it was comparable to a human heavenly completion stage expert. Beasts were divided into 1 stage to 9 stages, such as the peak of the 1st stage of the scorpion tail tiger, and with the special venom, they were comparable to ordinary 2nd stage demonic beasts. It was equivalent to a human expert at the soul realm. Rank 5 demon beasts, that meant even heavenly completion stage expert, could not go head-to-head against them. On the path of cultivation, one had to first refine their Tongjiu meridian, refine their battle spirit, fly into the sky, and change their fate. They were divided into 4 great realms: invigorated meridian realm, spirit realm, heavenly realm, and compulsory realm. Qin Sheng quickly recovered from his shock. After all, he had fused with the memories of the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor, so he had even seen many divine beasts. Suddenly, Xia Bingning let out a painful moan. Yin's expression was pained, her pretty face was pale, and her breath was faintly discernible. as if she would die at any moment. Not good, this sealing technique is too rough, the three-eyed ice toad has already grown, the seal is about to collapse at any time. Qin Sheng frowned, and quickly searched for memory fragments of the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor, related to strengthening the seal. There is a way to consolidate the seal. Qin Sheng's eyes lit up at first, but as he digested the memories regarding the sealing technique, his expression became even more serious. To help Senior Xia Bingning to strengthen the mysterious seal in her body, she would need a large amount of soul power. With Qin Sheng's current strength, if she were to forcefully seal it, her soul power would probably be exhausted. The lightest case was a splitting headache, while the heaviest case was the collapse of the soul. A collapse of the soul meant that he had become an idiot. Qin Sheng's expression changed as he made his choice. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's save Senior first." He decided to use the god soul art to save the senior, not because Qin Sheng was trying to be brave and save the beauty, but because he had received Xia Bingning's royal body ointment and half of his blood soul flower. Destiny was failing, and bad luck was everywhere. One couldn't break through even if one wanted to. Good luck, good things come one after another. Even wandering the wasteland could produce a treasure. This was the so-called destiny. Cultivators believed without a doubt that there existed a master of destiny in this world. Some people were born with great fortune and were born with great destiny. When this genius cultivated, he was like a hot knife through butter. Let's begin. Qin Sheng took a deep breath, and then, following the secret method of the memory fragment, he circulated his soul power. After a long time. Phew! Qin Sheng heaved a sigh of relief as a tearing pain spread from the depths of his mind. His body was drenched in sweat and his four limbs were weak. This was the aftermath of a person's soul power being exhausted. The cold air dissipated and the cave returned to its normal temperature. When Xia Bingning woke up, she stretched her waist lazily and without a doubt, revealed an alluring curves. She took a deep breath. In the past 19 years, she had never slept so comfortably. She was suffering from a severe illness that would erupt every once in a while. The pain was so cold that even her soul would freeze. She had even thought of committing suicide and ending it once and for all. This sleep was so comfortable that it was like bathing in the warm sun. However, very quickly, Xia Bingning realized that something was wrong. She was flat and slippery, with not a single bit of fat hanging from her abdomen. It was humid, hot, and had a fishy smell to it. When she thought back to before she fainted, Qin Sheng told her to take off her clothes to remove the king corpse's poison, but that lecher had also taken off his clothes. Who knows what Qin Sheng had done to her? Combined with these hot, damp, smelly objects, it was obviously that disgusting thing. The most damnable thing was that the janitor's head was resting on her smooth lower abdomen. Qin Sheng, you bird. Beast. Xia Bingning's phoenix eyes were spitting fire, her charming face was filled with an icy coldness, and surging spirit energy gushed out like a volcanic eruption. She extended her slender jade hand and suddenly lifted the incomparably weak Qin Sheng, before ruthlessly smashing onto the mines. Bam! The spirit realm expert's attack was filled with hatred. If not for the fact that this cave was sturdy, Qin Sheng would have been buried alive. Qin Sheng naturally knew what Xia Bingning had misunderstood. He was in a state of weakness, unable to resist at all. Senior sister, please listen to my explanation. Qin Sheng shouted loudly, it's not what you think. Xia Bingning didn't listen at all, her eyes filled with killing intent. You destroyed my innocence, I'm going to kill you. The cold air of the mine filled the air. The cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, seeming as if it could collapse at any time. Qin Sheng curled into a corner, coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, his chest was burning hot and intense pain surged through his limbs and bones like a tide, especially his spine, which was about to break. It was already a miracle that Qin Sheng did not get directly killed. Was he beaten to death by the goddess just like that? Qin Sheng flew into the tunnel from the impact, producing a huge amount of energy. He broke 3 of the wooden beams, and was so angry that his nose became crooked. I spent my spiritual power on her, but she got beaten to death in the end. Isn't death scary? The problem is that we still have to bear the responsibility of humiliating the goddess. Let the family be shamed and suffer. Qin Sheng's consciousness became blurry, and he instinctively started to circulate the 1,000-hammer invigorated meridian. The surging and sharp spirit energy was absorbed through his skin, and then the absorbed spirit energy started to open up the blocked spirit channels. The 1,000-hammer pulse opening technique can actually be used this way? Not only is it able to detoxify the poison, but it can also be used to open the Yuan meridian. It is too amazing. At this time, Qin Sheng was completely awake, the depression in his heart had been swept away, and he revealed a delicate smile towards the enraged Xia Bingning. Since that's the case, I'll borrow your elemental energy to open up my elemental meridians. You can take back some interest on the depletion of your soul power. Qin Sheng thought. It's just that, before this, he had only used this method to create Zhao Qiankang. He didn't think that he would be able to test this technique so quickly. After all, this kind of secret art was extremely difficult to comprehend. It was obvious even just by thinking about it that he was able to open his meridians through beating. The process was extremely painful. You bastard. Xia Bingning's beautiful face turned cold. This brat dared to reveal such a malicious smile, despite ruining her innocence. She was so angry that her chest rose and fell, revealing a bright and alluring curve. Cold and bone-piercing spirit energy gushed out crazily like a waterfall, completely leaking onto Qin Sheng's body. Qin Sheng was in great pain as he continued to absorb spirit energy through the 1,000-hammer pulse opening technique. However, he was enjoying the feeling of opening his meridians. An unending stream of bone-piercing cold spirit energy was absorbed through his skin, then it opened up Qin Sheng's fine meridians, and finally disappeared into his elemental veins. It flashed violently, like a divine dragon that had been asleep for billions of years, and abruptly opened its dragon eyes. You've broken through the 2nd meridian? Qin Sheng was ecstatic, and said, I feel that my entire body is filled with energy. What level of origin vein is this? The sudden change caused Xia Bingning to jump. Her 9 heaven stage Yuan meridians were all being suppressed, the blood and qi in her body was congealing, her spirit energy could not be channeled, like a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples. Qin Sheng stood up, his back was straight, the profound spirit qi around his body had undergone a tremendous change, his eyes were deep and profound. Xia Bingning's gaze was fixated on Qin Sheng's spine, he was stunned. His spine was like a divine dragon, emitting a blinding, sacred light. This is Saint Realm Origin Realm. Xia Bingning's smooth and flawless face was full of shock. Most of the warrior's veins were only at the 3rd level of the heaven, earth, and mortal realm, but that was limited to ordinary people. Back when she was still in the hidden great aristocratic family, she had read many secret books about some true heavens pride-level experts who had an elemental meridian above the heaven stage, the saint-level elemental vein. This was the kind of person who was born to be an outstanding genius. They were destined to rise to prominence in the world and become dragons and phoenixes among men. In such a remote place like Great Yin City, how could there be a genius with a saint-rank elemental vein? Xia Bingning really couldn't understand, especially for a bastard like Qin Sheng, who was full of bad thoughts. He couldn't get anything to do with those heavens' pride. But the truth was this cruel. Could he be a genius of the royal family that was left behind in a remote place? Xia Bingning could only think of this possibility. At this moment, Qin Sheng was stirred up, pushing the goddess down, suppressing Xia Bingning with great force. The smell of her body greeted his, and at the same time, he felt her delicate body. Xia Bingning was suppressed, embarrassed and angry. She could not move as her meridians were completely suppressed by Qin Sheng's saint-rank meridians, unable to mobilize any elemental energy. Get up! Xiao Bingning shouted. No. Qin Sheng replied. Get up! No, get up and you'll get beaten up again? I'm not that stupid. After saying that, Qin Sheng hugged Xiao Bingning even more tightly. He could smell the soft and warm fragrance of the jade. He did not want to be abused anymore, and although the effect of using Thousand Hammer Pulse opening technique on him was good, it was still extremely painful. Xiao Bingning felt powerless, embarrassed and angry, but at the same time, she felt wronged. She also thought back to how she had been suffering from an illness since she was young, and life was worse than death. She was even humiliated by this country bumpkin. As he thought about it, Xiao Bingning completely exploded. He could not help but cry, wailing loudly. Her tears that were like raindrops drenched Qin Sheng's face. Qin Sheng blushed. He was afraid that women would cry the most. Stop! Qin Sheng shouted, Senior sister, there is a toad sealed in your body. I was just helping you seal it. My soul power is weak. You didn't do anything bad to me? Xiao Bingning was overjoyed, and asked, suspiciously. I've already run out of soul power. Do you think I have the strength to do bad things? Qin Sheng snappily explained. You're lying. I've already taken off my clothes. I don't believe that you don't have any ulterior motives towards me. Xiao Bingning said sincerely. Qin Sheng rolled his eyes. Who the hell was this woman? She did not fluster, but was worried about his attraction ability. Senior sister, you have a toad on you. Oh, that's not right. To be precise, it is not just an ordinary toad, but a three-eyed ice toad. Your origins are not small, and to be able to be sealed inside, I'm guessing that you have some sort of enmity with me. Qin Sheng stood up and changed the topic. Xiao Bingning was shocked. She came from a secret clan, and even the clan's experts were helpless against her. Everyone knew that she wouldn't live past 20 years. That was why she came to this poor and remote Great Yin city, and the clan members ignored her. This was a ticking time bomb. Without the ability to defeat it, soul masters were confident in being able to destroy it. Xiao Bingning had a face full of suspicion as she looked deeply at Qin Sheng. She felt that this child was definitely not simple. Who in the world was he? At this moment, she had a lot of questions in her heart. The Grade 5 alchemist was a rare existence. There were not many alchemists as powerful as him in the entire Beichen kingdom. As for the Great Yin city, the most powerful one was a second-tier alchemist. The path of alchemy was arduous. Every increment of a rank required a huge amount of energy, manpower, and financial resources. Xiao Bingning's heartbeat could not help but speed up a bit as her beautiful eyes once again blossomed with the color of hope, as she thought to herself. That's right, the seal has already cracked, and the cold energy that has been released will take your life. Qin Sheng said honestly, however, I have already helped you strengthen the seal, and within 3 years, it will be broken. In these 3 years, your life will not be in danger. After 3 years, it's hard to say. It's best to completely deal with it. After all, this is a ticking time bomb. Qin Sheng said. Hearing this, Xiao Bingning's beautiful face, that did not have a single blemish on it, was filled with surprise. Her thin and sparkling lips opened wide enough to stuff into a fist, as she unbelievably blurted out, I won't be in any life-threatening danger within 3 years? The Grade 5 alchemist hired by her family had asserted that it was impossible for her to live to 20 years old. She was only 1 month away from 19. But now, Qin Sheng had actually said with all his heart that there would be no danger to her life within 3 years, and that she would be 22 years old in 3 years. That's for sure. When I make a move, there will definitely be no mishap. Qin Sheng had refined the memories of the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor. Back then, not only was he an expert in alchemy, he was also an expert in soul refinement. The seal in Xiao Bingning's body was a little troublesome, but there was definitely a way to break it. Of course, with Qin Sheng's current strength, it would be a little difficult. As long as his strength increased, there would be no problem in completely dismantling this time bomb. This bit of confidence, Qin Sheng still had it. Put on your clothes. Go back and prepare 100,000 crystals and a bottle of 9 transformations royal ointment. I think that I'll help you solve this problem in one round. Qin Sheng chuckled, and her gaze once again landed on Xia Bingning's beautiful body that was as smooth as jade. What? Can you help me get rid of it? Xia Bingning was astonished and did not believe him, but after thinking about how Qin Sheng had slapped his face all the way, she really could not see through this bumpkin. 100,000 crystals was an astronomical number to an ordinary, invigorated Meridian realm cultivator. As for the 9 transformations human emperor ointment, it was a little difficult. After all, it was a grade 3 medicinal pellet, and could be considered a treasure in such a remote Great Yin city. However, all of these could not even be compared with Xia Bingning's life. As long as they could live, let alone 100,000 crystals, even if it was 1,000,000 crystals, they could still afford to pay Xia Bingning's family. This was the foundation of a secret clan in the center of the continent, and the small clans of the Great Yin city at the border could not be compared with them. Otherwise, Zhao Qingsong would not be so determined to pursue Xia Bingning. Once he marries a beauty, Zhao Qingsong would have to struggle for at least several decades. Xia Bingning glared at Qin Sheng angrily, but there was no killing intent in her eyes, just anger. After changing his clothes, Xia Bingning handed the remaining half of the blood soul flower over to Qin Sheng. Even though the other party's eyes were vulgar, it might really be able to save her life. Qin Sheng did not argue and ate up the half of the blood soul flower in one bite. With this half a blood soul flower, Qin Sheng's withered soul power was quickly replenished. His eyes were bright and lively, unlike a moment ago when his body felt as if it had been hollowed out. Bam! Bam! 2 loud banging sounds came from the door as boiling hot elemental energy swept over. The main door of the mining room in the Demon Dragon mine was completely blasted apart. Sharp bits of wood flew out in all directions like sharp swords. Qin Sheng dodged, and very shamelessly hid behind Xia Bingning. Xia Bingning glared at Qin Sheng unhappily, and immediately recovered her usual cold and haughty expression. She extended her slender jade hand like lightning, and the cold elemental energy was like ice and fire divine phoenix flying through the sky, sweeping across. The dense and cold yuan power did not stop because of this. Instead, it swept out in a manner that could sweep away an entire army as it swept towards the 2 figures that had charged in. Humph! The 2 figures staggered as if they had been hit by a heavy blow, letting out a stuffy groan. Bing Ming, it's me. As the fine powder had all dispersed, Zhao Qingsong called out anxiously. At the same time, he took a deep breath. Obviously the one who was struck with a grunt just now was him. Zhao Qingsong told him to go out and wait. Not coming out for a long time, there was a strange shout just now, and that sound made him instinctively feel that Xia Bingning must have been taken advantage of by that trash, Qin Sheng. He fell in love with Xia Bingning at first sight and saw her as his goddess. How could he tolerate a future wife being taken advantage of by a scum? He, who was burning with anxiety, didn't have time to think carefully, and with the presence of the outer court deacon, he directly blasted open the door to the mine room and broke in. Zhao Qingsong and the outer court deacon Lu Ren walked in. Nonsense! Why would he trust this kid so lightly, and even cure the poison? Standing next to Zhao Qingsong was a middle-aged man, with a pair of eagle-like eyes, self-contained origin energy, and Tongjio meridian that had long since entered the soul realm. However, her face was pale and she was obviously heavily injured. There were even prospective students participating in the outer courtyard examination, and they were only at meridian connection. How could they remove the king corpse's poison with such a little strength? It would be a joke if word were to spread out. Did you change your clothes? Zhao Qingsong swept his eyes across Xiao Bingning, and his heart couldn't help but thump. Senior sister Xiao Bingning's face flushed red. After that, she changed into a new set of clothes, and faced the outer courtyard's deacon, Lu Ren, and his gaze was extremely unnatural. Then, she saw that Qin Sheng's face was deathly pale, as if his body had been hollowed out. What did they just do in there? Seeing that, Zhao Qingsong's face became even darker, looking at Qin Sheng with the eyes of someone who was about to bite and sting him, as if he was about to be cut apart. Instructor Lu Ren, you're here. Xiao Bingning secretly glanced at Qin Sheng, who was hiding behind her, and said with a flushed face. Lu Ren was a teacher in the Inner Academy, an expert at the late stage of the spirit realm. The battle spirit was heavily injured. Get ready, I will take you to and leave immediately. A terrifying beast tide has occurred in the demon dragon mine. If you don't leave now, everyone will die here. Lu Ren said in a serious tone, thinking back to the small-scale beast tide that he had just encountered. He felt a lingering fear, because he was really just a little bit away from remaining in the demon dragon mining area. A beast tide outbreak? Xiao Bingning's expression changed greatly. The demon dragon mining area was a vast wasteland, and large beasts were rarely seen here, let alone demonic beasts. But now, they actually said that a beast tide had broken out. This was truly unbelievable. Lu Ren, the deacon of the outer courtyard, shook his head, and then coughed a few times. His aura became unstable, he spat out a mouthful of black blood and said in a deep voice, just now, I encountered a small beast tide led by a rank 4 demonic beast. Luckily, I dodged it in time, or else I would have been decapitated long ago. Hearing that, Lu Ren immediately pulled Xiao Bingning and said in a low voice, bring all the students that participated in the exam with us. With such a large target, we are vulnerable to the beast's attacks. At that time, no one will be able to survive. Xiao Bingning looked at the deacon Lu Ren of the outer courtyard in disbelief, and said with a voice full of ridicule, Deacon, you mean to say that you want to give up on the group of students who were discussing outside? I can't do that. Xiao Bingning's tone was resolute and filled with an awe-inspiring sense of righteousness. Lu Ren frowned, his eyelids twitched. Xiao Bingning, who was extremely dissatisfied with her stubbornness, said as she pointed to the outside, if we bring along that group of burden, all of us will die. I'm afraid you have never seen the terrifying demon beast horde. The overwhelming amount of demon beasts are like a tsunami, let alone the soul realm warriors, even a heavenly completion stage expert would die. Xiao Bingning's status was so high that even the new principal of the Flowing Cloud Academy looked favorably upon him. As the deacon of the outer courtyard, why was she so quiet about it? If it were any other ordinary student, he would have slapped him a long time ago. As for the normal examinees who did not even reach the third bloodline, they were in big trouble. How could Lu Ren care? Strictly speaking, they could not be considered as Flowing Cloud Academy students. Bingning, speak nicely. Teacher Lu is only thinking for us. Zhao Qingsong took a deep breath, tried to smooth things over, and at the same time coldly glanced at Qin Sheng. This child, you absolutely cannot bring him back to Great Yin City. Let him stay in the demon area forever. Humph. Xiao Bingning snorted indifferently, she was unable to understand the two's logic. At this moment, someone shouted outside. This is bad, a terrifying beast tide has occurred outside. We are abandoned. Lord Enforcer and Senior are prepared to abandon us. Don't abandon us, bring us back to the Great Yin City. So it turned out that someone had approached and eavesdropped, then spread the conversation inside out. This caused a huge commotion, and caused a huge ruckus as they loudly yelled out to the deacon of the outer courtyard, Lu Ren, not to abandon them. This bunch of burdens. Lu Ren's face was gloomy, extremely ugly, he shouted. At this time, he had to go out and maintain order, because he knew very well that the king corpse was wandering nearby. Once he attracted the king corpse over, he would not die, but would at least lose a layer of skin. If it was in the past, even if a late-stage soul realm expert like him couldn't hunt this king corpse, he would still be able to escape. However, right now, he had suffered a small beast tide and was seriously injured. His strength was less than 1 in 10, which made it hard for him to fight against the king corpse. "Everyone, quiet down." Lu Ren walked out, and said loudly, his voice contained the suppression of spirit energy, although his strength was less than 10%, but to suppress this group of low-level fighter which did not even have 3 veins, he was still able to do it easily. All the students were suppressed by the surging origin energy to the point their faces and necks turned red, especially those few fellows that were causing trouble. They were treated so well by the outer court deacon and were almost forced to kneel. Lu Ren announced in a clear voice, and said, there was a great change outside, which triggered a terrifying beast tide. The 2 students and I will first return to the academy to seek help. The examinees from the examination are waiting quietly here, awaiting for their rescue. As expected of the outer courtyard's deacon, he was used to all sorts of scenes, so his speech was watertight. In addition, he had the suppression from the spirit energy, so even though the students present were extremely dissatisfied, they couldn't resist. "Hee, aren't you trying to give up on us? It seems that we have become abandoned." At this time, Qin Sheng said in an untimely manner, and walked out from behind Xiaobingning. His indifferent face had a few traces of ridicule. "Right, that's not what I said when I was recruiting. They say that during the exam, they will definitely protect our lives. If we knew this would happen, we wouldn't have applied to this lousy academy." Some people gritted their teeth as they muttered to each other. Their faces were filled with unwillingness. In fact, there were not only Flowing Cloud Academy-s in the nearby dojos. There were also a few other dojos that were stronger than Flowing Cloud Academy-s. However, the recruitment conditions for Flowing Cloud Academy were not considered high, and there were also related rewards, which was why it attracted many locals from Great Yen City to participate in the examination. His gaze locked onto Qin Sheng, and said in a deep voice, "This student, words cannot be spoken carelessly. How could my Flowing Cloud Academy give up on participating in the exam? As long as we return safely to the academy, we will immediately bring our experts to support you." Qin Sheng was calm and composed, and ignored Lu Ren's aura and pressure as if it was nothing, and casually strolled about. "TSK, I think that you guys would only arrange for reinforcements after the beast tide has passed. They already became the king corpse's feces?" Qin Sheng did not give any face to this so-called outer court deacon. Lu Ren was enraged, his spirit energy exploded out instantly, transforming into an afterimage, tearing through the air, slapping towards Qin Sheng. Even though Lu Ren had suffered heavy injuries, how could an angry attack from a person in the spirit realm be something that an invigorated meridian realm could withstand? Lu Ren's attack was extremely ruthless. With this slap, a normal low-level fighter capable of opening 3 meridians at the first level would probably need to stay in bed for at least 3 months. "Try and move me." Qin Sheng was very calm as he took out a bottle and held it up high. As an expert at the late stage of the soul realm, the power of his divine soul was very strong. He looked deeply at the thing in Qin Sheng's hands, and a hint of dread flashed in the depths of his eyes. He instinctively felt that he had to avoid the thing in Qin Sheng's hands, or else he would suffer a great loss. This was the accumulation of the power of the soul, to a certain stage of comprehension. Qin Sheng smeared the king corpse's poison contained inside. It could easily poison a spirit realm warrior. Of course Lu Ren at his peak could still resist it for a few minutes. It was just that he was heavily injured right now. Moreover, he had already gone through a special method to refine it. He could only infect the virus once, so it wouldn't cause a large area of human descendants. Was terrified. Qin Sheng once again walked in front of everyone and said, "I, Qin Sheng, will not give up on everyone. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just a small group of beasts? What's there to be afraid of? Come, 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 come. Each of you has 1,000 crystals. I'll take you out. I guarantee you that I won't let you lose a single hair. Qin Sheng actually shouted and tried to rope in more business. Zhao Qingsong laughed coldly. Qin Sheng, you mustn't be too shameless. You actually dare to rob me in the face of such a disaster. At this time, the dark and damp mine was completely silent. Everyone looked at Qin Sheng in disbelief. At this time, why were they still thinking about earning money? However, Qin Sheng had previously used the extremely cruel 1,000 hammer pulse opening technique to help Zhao Qiankang expel the scorpion tail tiger's poison, and following that, helped Senior Xia Bingning expel the king corpse's poison in an inconceivable manner. In any case, these 1,000 crystals were definitely worth it. Many students were restless, wanting to register. I'm registering, but I don't have that many crystals on me. In next to no time, the first student had registered. With the first student, there would be a second, third, and fourth. Very soon, the cold and desolate mine tunnel became lively. Han Tailong, quickly help me register this place. Qin Sheng shouted loudly, those that don't have enough crystals, write out your promissory note. When we return to the academy, we will slowly return it. Han Tailong eagerly ran over and quickly recorded it down. Enough. Zhao Qingsong's face was extremely gloomy, but Qin Sheng actually turned a blind eye to him, his straight waist faintly trembling, as he shouted out. You bunch of idiots. Zhao Qingsong swept a glance across everyone, his gaze focused on the extremely enthusiastic students, his gaze cold. This child has ill intentions, let's rob him while he's on fire. You all are foolish, do not believe in the Lord Deacon of the outer courtyard, and instead believe in a mere meridian connection? What a joke, it's simply the biggest joke in the world. Lu Ren's expression was also solemn, as he said majestically without getting angry, even I don't have complete confidence that I can safely return to the great Yin city, let alone you little fellows with invigorated meridian realm. Stay here and wait for help or you might have a chance at survival. If you want to leave the wasteland, you'll die. Hey, even if you can't, that doesn't mean I can't. If you don't want to register, you can scram. Qin Sheng sarcastically retorted. Ever since he had inherited the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor's memories, Qin Sheng's personality and behavior had undergone earth-shaking changes. If this had happened in the past, he would never have dared to offend a spirit chosen. You. Lu Ren glared as vigorous spirit energy exploded from his body. His eyes flickered coldly, no longer caring about the small bottle in Qin Sheng's hands, as he wanted to ruthlessly teach this reckless meridian connection trash a lesson. A beautiful figure quickly appeared in front of Qin Sheng, blocking his way. Lu Ren glanced at Xia Bingning, frowned, and said in an extremely dissatisfied tone, "Get out of the way, I'm going to teach this guy who took advantage of the situation." Xia Bingning did not put Lu Ren in his eyes, but turned his head and looked at Qin Sheng, and asked, "Are you really confident that you can bring us all back to Great Yin City safely?" Qin Sheng nodded his head, with a face full of confidence. "I will compensate you with 10,000 on the way back. If anyone is injured on the way back, I am willing to compensate you 10,000. He had inherited the memories of the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor, and had traveled through the 9 heavens and 10 earth. He had experienced a lot about living in the wilderness, so it was actually very easy to bring them out of the demon dragon's mining area. Xia Bingning looked deeply at Qin Sheng, and said in a clear voice, "All right, I believe you." Nonsense. This is nonsense. Lu Ren had a face full of dissatisfaction, even though Xia Bingning's status was not low, her tone carried a hint of criticism, and said, "On what basis do you trust him?" Hearing this, Xia Bingning also frowned, her beautiful face somewhat unhappy. She said in a deep voice, "Just with him, open the king corpse's poison." Lu Ren trembled fiercely, his face was filled with surprise. He had always believed that the Qin corpse's poison in Xia Bingning's body was dispelled by him. After all, he was well aware that Xia Bingning came from a secret great clan, and had many life-saving trump cards. But he never thought that the truth would actually be so scary. A low-level fighter of one meridian connection was actually able to unlock the Qin corpse's poison? Could this person be an apothecary? Lu Ren exclaimed in his heart and set off stormy waves. Bingning, is he really going to help you unlock the Qin corpse's poison? Zhao Qingsong was jealous. Being able to cure this kind of poison, one must have a high innate talent in pill refinement, to the point that it was extremely rare even in the entire Great Yan City. Why would I lie for him? Xiao Bingning's temperament was ice-cold, with an expression that seemed to be able to reject people 1,000 miles away. He did not say any more. Lu Ren muttered to himself for a moment, before his gaze landed on Qin Sheng. In that case, lead the way. Lu Ren said arrogantly, his voice carried an unquestionable tone. Qin Sheng's expression was indifferent, and said indifferently, leading is fine, you have to hand over 10,000 crystals. What did you say? I also need to hand over my crystals? Lu Ren's face was filled with surprise, but quickly revealed a look of anger. I order you to lead the way with my status as an outer disciple. Otherwise, I will strip you of your qualifications to take the examination. Qin Sheng did not care, and said, you can revoke your qualifications as you wish, since the nearby Lingyun school is better than your Flowing Cloud Academy. I do not really care about the qualifications for the examination. Lu Ren was so angry that he jumped up, surging with spirit force, that it almost broke out of his body. Why do you want to fight? Qin Sheng had a calm expression. The mine is mine, and the corpse worm was driven by me. If you're unhappy, get the hell out of here. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the deacon of the outer courtyard. He actually didn't give any face at all. He was so angry that his face turned red, and his injuries worsened. At this time, Xia Bingning came out to smooth things over. Xia Bingning advised, in the future, all of us will be schoolmates. Receiving 1,000 crystals is too expensive, and obviously surpasses what they can handle. Qin Sheng was inconceivable. It was only 1,000 crystals, was it expensive? Seeing Xia Bingning's displeased face, Qin Sheng immediately changed her attitude and laughed. Alright, I'll give you a face. Each of you get 100, Han Tailong will help to collect the money, half is yours. You still have 10,000, if not, then scram. Qin Sheng said as he pointed to Lu Ren. All those surnamed Zhao will receive 10,000 crystals. Zhao Qingsong laughed angrily, and said with a threatening tone, you dare to provoke my Zhao family, are you able to take it? Qin Sheng also laughed, and said indifferently, when my father was alive, did your Zhao family dare to fart in Great Yan City? Back then, when Qin Zhongtian was still around, the Qin family was truly at the peak of their abilities. Couldn't bear it anymore. The flying sword flew out, bringing with it a terrifying sword aura. The sword aura was resplendent, and it wanted to kill Qin Sheng in front of everyone. Everyone was startled, and let out exclamations of surprise. Zhao Qingsong's attack was too sudden, and too ruthless, it did not give Qin Sheng any chance to dodge. Sword light tore through the air at incredible speed. At this time, Xiao Bingning stood out and a terrifying origin energy instantly swept across the entire cave, pressuring everyone and making them feel as if they had frozen. The originally extremely fast flying sword was frozen in midair. Zhao Qingsong was extremely shocked, because not only was his flying sword frozen, his entire body was bound, and there was no blood in him. Zhao Qingsong was shocked and furious at the same time, but at the same time, he was unable to believe that Xia Bingning would actually stand up for this trash, Qin Sheng. This adulterous couple must have something to talk about inside. Zhao Qingsong thought resentfully in his heart. If you have the guts to fight me one-on-one, what's a man hiding behind a woman? Bang! Qin Sheng threw a rock straight at Zhao Qingsong. His face was swollen, he was trapped and had no way of resisting. "Ah, I'll kill you." Qin Sheng let out a sinister roar. He was extremely angry that he was slapped in public. "You can't touch him." Xiao Bingming indifferently looked at the Qin Sheng, who had lost all sense of reason. She was still counting on Qin Sheng to finish off the three-eyed ice toad, so within this period of time, she definitely could not let Qin Sheng lose any bit of his strength. As for Qin Sheng's thoughts? How could Xiao Bingming, who came from a secret great clan, possibly care? In the end, Qin Sheng and Lu Ren left with their tails between their legs, but their eyes only carried a trace of malice. The demon dragon wasteland was vast, and it was located at the edge of the Baichen kingdom. Qin Sheng was like a skilled hunter, leading everyone around, easily escaping the corpse king's pursuit, quickly leaving the mining area and arriving at the wasteland. 10,000 years ago, the demon dragon's mining area was also incomparably prosperous. Countless warriors excavated primeval stone here, and countless dynasties and sects were born here. At this time, looking at the corpses of the demon beasts, Xiao Bingming's beautiful face quickly became serious. These corpses are placed very orderly, and all of the demon cores were taken away. It's like they were. This is a soul refining altar. Someone sacrificed the souls of these demon beasts to obtain their purest soul power. Qin Sheng said in a deep voice, "We cannot stay here for long. The group of people should still be nearby. We must leave immediately." Hearing that, Xiao Bingming nodded her head. Building the soul-refining altar and using such a cruel method to kill the demon beasts and sacrifice their soul power, this kind of person was an evil soul master. If they met that evil soul master, their fates were obvious. Legend has it that after the world-exterminating war, the demon dragon wasteland was cursed, and countless devil gods and demons were imprisoned here. However, the wasteland was starting to recover. Trees and plants were springing up, just like after the rain. Even the ancient trees that had not rotted away even after tens of thousands of years had regained their vitality. Qin Sheng led the group of students who were participating in the examination and went in either direction. More and more 30 meters of ancient trees grew, and some trees that were even 300 meters tall appeared. As they went deeper in, more and more terrifying demon beasts roared out angrily. What was most terrifying was that Qin Sheng actually brought them directly to those rank 3, 4, and even rank 5 demon beast lairs. "Heh, Qin Sheng, did you lead me the wrong way? Why do I feel like we're going deeper and deeper into the wasteland?" "That's right, we just passed by the lair of a rank 5 demonic beast." "Are you sure you can do it?" A student couldn't help but ask when he felt that something was amiss. "Shut up." Qin Sheng turned back and berated, "There are beasts fighting." The demon dragon wasteland had been revived, and there was a dense amount of spirit energy inside. Many ancient ruins appeared, there were simply too many treasures inside, beasts were fighting with their lives on the line. In the distance, a winged serpent that had been lit on fire was standing in the air, spitting out black fire towards the stone mountain. "Oh my God, this is a rank 9 beast, black flame serpent." A student cried out in alarm. Even though they were dozens of miles away, the pressure that the black-flamed winged snake emperor was emitting still made it hard for them to breathe. Other than Qin Sheng and Xiao Bingming, the rest of the students were all crawling on the ground trembling. A 9th-stage demonic beast, even an expert with Peerless Compulsory Realm would have to be wary of it, let alone these bunch of people with invigorated Meridian Realm. On top of the gigantic mountain, there was a giant spider, thousands of meters long, with a huge, badly defeated human face in its stomach. On top of the gigantic mountain, there was a giant spider, thousands of meters long, with a giant human face in its stomach. It's also a level 9 golden underworld spider. Legend has it that it has the bloodline of the Golden God tribe, so its strength is extremely terrifying. 2 great level 9 demon beasts were fighting for a spirit fruit at the top of the huge mountain. Even though they were separated by a few dozen kilometers, Qin Sheng still felt the spirit fruit emitting a dense amount of spirit energy. As for what kind of spirit fruit it was, Qin Sheng could not even see it clearly because they were too far apart. Roar! Get lost, serpent wing. This sovereign discovered the spirit fruit first. The golden underworld spider was truly worthy of having a trace of the golden god tribe's bloodline. It could actually speak human language. On the contrary, the black flame serpent could only send a sound transmission using its elemental energy. The battle had completely erupted. The surrounding demonic beasts had been affected, and the aftermath of the battle had killed some rank 5 or even rank 7 demonic beasts, scaring all the nearby demonic beasts into fleeing the battle area in droves. Impressively, this was the reason behind the beast-tide outbreak in the demon-dragon wasteland. Qin Sheng's eyes lit up as he rushed out, wanting to get close to the battle arena and take a risk in collecting the high-level S and blood essences that had been shaken to death. Not only did the animal core contain dense spirit energy, it also sealed the demon beast's battle spirit. Therefore, animal core were able to sell for a lot of crystals, especially stage 3 and above animal core S, they were especially valuable. Qin Sheng, are you courting death? Hurry up and bring us away. In a fight between rank 9 beasts, as long as we are touched by any remnants of the battle, we can be annihilated. Someone was knocked unconscious, his 7 orifices bleeding. Everyone was afraid of death, hence they told Qin Sheng to leave quickly. The pressure from a level 9 beast was simply too terrifying. Qin Sheng was not willing to give up. He looked at the pile of high-level beasts that was killed by the shockwaves of the battle, and felt like a mountain of gold and silver. If it was just one person, Qin Sheng would still have the chance to kill a few high-leveled S. However, he didn't want to cause any trouble while leading this group of invigorated Meridian Realm students. Let's go. Qin Sheng looked at the pile of corpses of the high-level beasts with an unwilling expression, and finally disappeared into the vast wasteland. In the evening, Qin Sheng had actually brought them to the back mountain of the great Yin city, which was not far away from the Flowing Cloud Academy. Xiaobingning was once again deeply shocked, looking at Qin Sheng in astonishment. Who exactly is this Qin Sheng? Xiaobingning looked at Qin Sheng's back, his heart full of suspicion. After surviving the calamity, the group of students were extremely excited as they loudly released the pressure of the test. Furthermore, everyone had received the keepsake from Senior Xiaobingning. As long as they could go to Flowing Cloud Academy in the morning to complete the registration procedures, they would be official Flowing Cloud Academy students. Everyone was very excited and planned to go celebrate. They also invited Qin Sheng to go with them. Qin Sheng shook his head in refusal. He felt that he was too weak. He had only opened 2 meridians, although one was the legendary Holy Ranked Yuan vein. Once it was activated, it would still take a huge amount of spirit energy. It had many major flaws. Especially after he offended Zhao Qingsong, he was merciless, and would definitely take revenge. Furthermore, even though he was the heir to the clan, his position in the clan was not too good either. Although he had inherited the memories of the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor, this huge treasury, he still needed time to grow. I want to become stronger as soon as possible. Qin Sheng thought in his heart. Adding on the recovery of the demon dragon wasteland, Qin Sheng instinctively felt that the great Yin city, no, even the Beichen kingdom was going to change. The great Yin city was located at the border between the Beichen kingdom and the Beichen kingdom. All the mercenaries, itinerant cultivators, and even students of higher institutions would go to the demon dragon wasteland to train and search for treasures. The treasures or demon beasts hunted or hunted down, in addition to selling them to regular channels. Especially those treasures of unknown origin, they would choose to stay in the underground black market. There was a wide variety of goods available here. There were pills, origin tools, martial arts, and so on, all of which could be found here. However, the snake and dragon were mixed together here, and the water was muddy and deep. If he were to carelessly take them in, it would be very easy for him to be tricked into his maternal grandma's house. Qin Sheng casually strolled around and very quickly attracted the attention of the vendor. "Hey, young hero. I wonder what you want to buy." A burly man with thick eyebrows and big eyes stopped Qin Sheng. Although Qin Sheng was dressed in a black robe and a mask, but from the faint energy undulations coming from his body, he was not an expert. He, a brat with 3 meridians and below, actually dares to come to underground black market to search for treasure. "If I don't screw you over, I'll let myself down." The burly man thought to himself. At the same time, he was trying his best to promote his own goods. "Young hero, this is the invigorated meridian pill, produced by the grade 3 alchemist. It is definitely authentic, and the resulting pill is excellent. It can at least increase the success rate of the invigorated meridian by 30%. The tall and sturdy man picked up a brocade box. Inside it was an invigorated meridian pill. "Furthermore, I only sell one for 800 crystals per pellet. I will sell at least one pellet for 1,000 crystals per pellet outside." Hearing that, Qin Sheng's heart couldn't help but move, as his gaze curiously landed on the invigorated meridian pill on the embroidered box. The invigorated meridian pills could increase the chances of opening meridians, especially those produced by high-level alchemists. The higher the success rate for opening meridians. To Qin Sheng, he really needed this kind of invigorated meridian pill. Of course, there were many ways to open one's meridians, and the cheapest way to save money was to receive beatings. However, unless there was no other choice, Qin Sheng did not want to use this method. It was obvious that the invigorated meridian pill was the best pill. However, Qin Sheng only glanced at the so-called invigorated meridian pill produced by the grade 3 alchemist, and his smile immediately disappeared. He said, "This invigorated meridian pill of yours is only worth a maximum of 100 crystals. The burly man's face immediately turned green. A hint of gloom quickly appeared between his brows, and he said in a deep voice, "Where did this brat come from? Cut down the price by 90%. Don't come and cause trouble unless you have crystals." The underground black market's water was too deep, so it was allowed to cut prices, but it was rare for someone like Qin Sheng to cut so fiercely. Qin Sheng did not mind, and said indifferently, "This invigorated meridian pill, color is dark, pill fragrance is chaotic, pill patterns are not obvious." It was definitely not made by the grade 3 alchemist, and was probably made by a tier 1 pill refiner after being released from the furnace. "Furthermore, boss, you seem to know how to do business. If you return with a useless pill, you can make 3 out of 1. This way, the success rate of opening your meridians can only be increased by 1%. With this calculation, it would be a waste if I were to give you 100 crystals." Qin Sheng calmly said in a single breath. The muscular man's expression immediately changed, his eyes filled with surprise. He knew that Qin Sheng's low-level fighter wasn't so good to fool. When he thought about it carefully, Qin Sheng's spirit energy undulations were so weak, it was possible that he was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. "Please excuse me, senior." The tall and sturdy man bowed and apologized. Qin Sheng did not continue to pester him. Underground black market was just like water, a little carelessness could cause one to lose their head. Very quickly, Qin Sheng arrived at a corner booth. This stall owner was very strange. Unlike the other vendors who were enthusiastically calling out to him, he was standing quietly in front of the stall as if he was deep in thought. In front of the booth was a palm-sized box. This box was entirely golden, and it exuded a luxurious aura. There were some carvings of dragons and phoenixes, clearly treasures of the palace. "How much is this box?" Since the price was so expensive, it was no wonder that no one was interested in bidding. 10,000 crystals, even a master at the Soul Realm, would take a long time to accumulate. Qin Sheng walked closer and asked. The stall owner raised his head and glanced at Qin Sheng, even though he was also wearing a silver mask, his long eyelashes, and his eyes that seemed to be releasing light. Beauty booth owner did not feel any weak fluctuations of Qin Sheng's spirit energy, nor did he feel any soul power at all. Instead, he retracted his gaze and gave a price. 10,000 crystals, no bargaining. Hearing this, Qin Sheng was shocked. It was just a small box, although it looked like a palace product, but it was still priced at 10,000 crystals. What is inside this treasure box? Qin Sheng asked, curiously. Heaven origin pill. Beauty booth owner said indifferently, but I don't have the key. Without the key, it's not worth 10,000 crystals. Qin Sheng laughed, sell me 1,000 crystals. Beauty booth owner's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light. The elemental energy around her body erupted from her body. The Tianyuan pellet comes from an alchemist from the palace of a powerful country. It can open up a heaven stage Yuan meridian with 100% success rate. Beauty booth owner was so angry that her chest was moving up and down. Even though she was wearing a black robe, she still revealed a surprising curve. The huge fluctuation of elemental energy immediately attracted the attention of some warriors, especially those guards who were maintaining order in the underground black market. It was said that the underground black market was the property of the city lord, so the underground black market could only run this place for so many years. If you don't want to buy it, please go back. In the end, the beauty booth owner retracted her spirit energy. Obviously, she did not want to alarm the guards of underground black market either. Qin Sheng did not leave, but approached the beauty and said softly, "Don't be like this, I also have an antidote recipe for you. It can cure the Qin fire pills poison in your body. It's not expensive at all. In addition to that box, there's another 1,000 crystals." Who are you? The beauty booth owner looked at Qin Sheng in disbelief. Following that, the spirit energy within her body surged out like a tsunami, as terrifying spirit energy fluctuations enveloped Qin Sheng. At a corner of the black market booth, the elemental energy vortex was like a gigantic meteor as it descended onto the calm lake's surface. A massive wave surged through the sky. The dense and cold elemental energy whirlpool was like a raging tornado, quickly spreading out to all directions, causing all the rogue cultivators in underground black market to look at them in shock. Beauty booth owner looked at Qin Sheng in astonishment, his chest moving up and down, his heart raging waves as he was unable to calm down for a long time. At this moment, a few figures shot over from the distance, accompanied by ear-piercing sounds as they tore through the air. It was a group of underground black market's guards, led by a soul realm expert. Dressed in black beast armor, he held a spear that glowed with a cold light, which was obviously extremely sharp, followed by black-robed guards with Tongjio Meridian S. You are not allowed to cause trouble in the black market. You should know the consequences. The leading black market guard glanced at Qin Sheng and coldly, his voice was not loud, but it contained a terrifying warning intent. The waters of the black market were very deep. It was said that there were many people with the strength to defend it. Even a spirit realm expert wouldn't dare to act so wildly. Once the black market forces were angered, even a heavenly completion stage expert wouldn't be able to escape. This was the prestige and foundation which the underground black market had accumulated over the past few hundred years. Ordinary warriors would not be able to shake them. The beauty booth owner looked deeply at the calm and composed Qin Sheng, and then quickly withdrew his spirit energy. That terrifying spirit energy storm also disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing that the beauty booth owner did not dare to act rashly, the leading black market guard lazily stretched and muttered, "How boring, I haven't moved in a long time and still want to move my muscles and bones. With Captain here, who would dare to act so arrogantly in your territory?" The Tongjio Meridian warriors behind the captain flattered. The leader grinned, and turned to look at Qin Sheng and Yu Yang as he replied nonchalantly, I doubt they would dare to do that as well. Then, he lazily left with his subordinates. Watching the group of black market guards leave, beauty booth owners' gaze returned to Qin Sheng as they looked at each other. Who the hell are you? Beauty booth owner asked again, her eyes filled with caution. Don't worry, I mean no harm. Qin Sheng took a few steps closer and said in a low voice, I just wanted to make this deal with you. I'll give you the antidote recipe, but give me this box and the 1,000 crystals. Qin Sheng raised his finger and pointed to the palace box on the stall. Beauty booth owner's expression changed, and she said, how do I know if your so-called pill formula is effective or not? Beauty booth owner was a princess of a kingdom. Her pill poison was not even treated by the imperial physicians, so how could she believe that the so-called pill formula in front of her had any effect? If this pill formula had an effect, then not to mention 10,000 crystals, even 100,000 crystals was worth it because the Qin fire pill's poison was too unbearable. It was so painful that she wished she were dead. The most important thing was that she had carefully observed Qin Sheng for a long time. Even though he was wearing a mask, his eyes were bright and clear, without a hint of the muddiness that came from the passage of time. Advanced apothecaries, which one of them wasn't very old? These were clearly a pair of young eyes. According to her knowledge, there was no alchemist at such a young age in Great Yin City. Furthermore, the Qin fire pill poison in her body was not something that ordinary alchemists could cure. This kid is most likely a swindler. The beauty booth owner quickly labeled Qin Sheng as a liar. The Qin fire pill you are infected with is fine during the day, but just a little itchy. When night comes, the Qin fire in your thigh will ignite, just like a real fire burning. It's extremely painful. Especially the few days that we spent here. Isn't that simply a life worse than death? This kind of flame is extremely difficult to deal with. It should be caused by a grade 5 apothecary, pill fire. To be able to injure an apothecary of such level, your standing must not be low. Qin Sheng lowered his voice and asked as he fired continuously. The horror in the beauty booth owner's beautiful eyes grew more and more intense, and she was unable to calm down for a long time. You. How do you know? The beauty booth owner was surprised, countless of thoughts flashed through her mind, could this brat be a spy? Very quickly, the beauty booth owner shook her head. Even the spies could not be so clear about it, even knowing the most secret location of the disease. Qin Sheng spread out his hands and said, you don't need to care about that, since this pill formula will definitely be able to help you remove all the pill poison in your body. Qin Sheng was extremely confident. Even though he did not have Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor's monstrous pill refining skills, his memories were still there. After he finished speaking, Qin Sheng didn't say any more. He gave the beauty booth owner time to think about it. After all, even an expert of the spirit realm would have a bone and injury from 10,000 crystals. After a long while, the beauty booth owner seemed to have made a decision. Gently clenching her teeth, she decided to try her luck. We still have 1,000 crystals. With a wave of his hand, beauty booth owner took out 1,000 crystals from the ring and handed it over to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng received it, and at the same time, passed the pill formulas in his hands to beauty booth owner, saying, the medicinal ingredients inside are to be used as ointments, and to be applied to the thighs. After continuously being applied for 3 days, the poison will naturally be removed. Beauty booth owner took the pill formula, looked at it, and said in a deep voice, if this formula is useless, I swear that I will dig you out of the ground at least 3 feet deep. Qin Sheng shrugged his shoulders and said, if you still haven't gotten better after continuously applying for 3 days, I welcome you to come to Flowing Cloud Academy to find me. With that, Qin Sheng left with the palace box. The underground black market was divided into 3 parts, which were the outer valley, the inner valley, and the forbidden area. The outer valleys were where the stalls had been. There were many dragons and snakes mixed in, and the conditions to enter were quite low. As for the inner valley, he had to pay a certain amount of crystals to enter. Qin Sheng paid the 100 crystals, and the guards let him in. Hearing that, Qin Sheng frowned. According to what he knew, the cultivation rooms in underground black market were divided into 4 levels: black tortoise, white tiger, vermilion bird, and azure dragon. The higher the grade, the more abundant the elemental energy in the cultivation room was. Cultivating would require twice the effort. However, the amount of crystals spent was vastly different. For example, the lowest level black tortoise cultivation room only required 100 crystals per day, while the highest level azure dragon cultivation room cost 1,000 crystals per day. Such a luxurious cultivation room was something that not even a spirit realm expert would be willing to stay in. Front desk woman also seemed to be able to feel that Qin Sheng's spirit energy was weaker than hers. How could a practitioner of invigorated meridian realm have enough crystals to stay in the azure dragon cultivation room? Although he didn't have any expectations in his heart, he didn't dare to show it on his face. The danger to my elemental vein cannot be delayed any longer. We need to find out the cause of the wilting of the meridians as soon as possible, or else there will be endless trouble in the future. When Qin Sheng thought here, he said, then arrange a cultivation room for me, to use the azure dragon. Front desk woman glared as her face filled with shock. It was difficult to rent a cultivation room of the azure dragon grade even once a month. I heard that the wasteland had changed drastically recently. Many noble young masters from outside the great Yen city rushed over to explore the treasure. Could it be that he is also a noble son? At the same time, he made up his mind to serve this young man who did not look too big. Once he had served her properly and brought her to his side, he might not even need to be a receptionist on the black market anymore and present her with a branch. Qin Sheng frowned and asked, "Is there a problem?" Front desk woman quickly regained her senses, and revealed a smile that she thought was extremely attractive to men, and said, "No problem, I will immediately arrange it for you." "Lord, please follow me." Front desk woman flattered. Qin Sheng said indifferently. Entering the cultivation room, Qin Sheng felt an extremely dense wave of spirit energy pouncing towards him. "My lord, this is the Azure Dragon training room. If there's anything you need, you can tell me." The Azure Dragon cultivation room was about 100 square meters. Other than the training platform, there was also a small-scale training platform. Adding in such dense elemental energy, it could last for 10 days. Qin Sheng looked around and nodded in satisfaction, then said, "You don't have anything else to do, you can leave." Front desk woman did not leave. Instead, she threw herself into Qin Sheng's embrace and gently said, "Master, this little girl can provide any sort of service." This front desk woman actually took the initiative to seduce him. Pull Qin Sheng up, feel around with both hands. Scram. Qin Sheng pushed front desk woman away with one hand. Qin Sheng had even seen a peerless beauty like Xia Bingning, so how could he possibly fall for such a mediocre woman? Furthermore, how could Qin Sheng be in the mood to do anything else? Front desk woman looked embarrassed, she was still not willing to give up. If you scram again, I'll directly report this to your manager," Qin Sheng said in a heavy voice. Front desk woman was finally afraid. Although the job at the black market front desk wasn't as expensive as the job outside, it was still much better than the job outside. She didn't want to lose this job. "Go, I'm leaving now," front desk woman said in fear, and then left the Azure Dragon cultivation room. What's there to be afraid of? What are you pretending to be garlic for? Just as he closed the door, Zhou Qing angrily spat out a few words. "Io, who dares to offend our Zhou Qing?" A clear and bright laughter came out, and a man wearing yellow training clothes walked over. His hand, however, naturally rested on Zhou Qing's waist and lightly caressed it. Zhou Qing glanced at the man snappily. It was obvious that she was angry at the man for swatting away his dishonest hands with one hand. "What's wrong?" the yellow-robed man asked seriously. Zhou Qing suddenly said, "I found a big fish, do you want to go for a big one?" Thinking about how he had been humiliated just now, Zhou Qing wanted to let Qin Sheng bleed. What's going on? He was the hall master of the Hidden Dragon Gang, and it was not the first time he had worked with Zhou Qing together. Zhou Qing pulled the yellow-robed man to the side and gave him an overview of the situation. To actually dare to humiliate Sister Zhou Qing, who is Tian Xiang's most exceptional self, you must be tired of living. I'll do it. Happy cooperation. Then, the two of them clapped together. Their smiles were filled with a hint of lust. Inside the cultivation room, Qin Sheng did not even know that he was being watched by the people from the Hidden Dragon Gang. However, even if he knew about this, he would only laugh coldly. How could he place this sort of trash in his eyes? A mere human-level Yuan gate has shrunk to such a degree. Qin Sheng sat cross-legged and used the internal inspection method to see the human-level origin vein in his body. Qin Sheng activated his cultivation technique and absorbed a large amount of spirit energy. Rumble. The elemental vein trembled slightly as it absorbed more elemental energy. However, it soon disappeared completely, and his own elemental vein was like a sponge that had been sucked dry, dried up and dried up. Something's off. Suddenly, Qin Sheng discovered a black shadow at the depth of the mortal realm Yuan Meridian. What is this? Qin Sheng bellowed. He activated Fiend God Body Refining and his soul power enveloped the mortal realm Yuan vein. The black figure was imprisoned, and when Qin Sheng saw clearly what it was, his face immediately turned ashen. It's actually a corpse worm of Yin Sha. Underground Black Market, Azure Dragon Training Room. Pfft. This was an Azure Dragon rank cultivation room, and it costed 1,000 crystals per day to create such a room. The materials used to make this room were the best in the Great Yen City, and it could defend against the powerful attacks of any expert of the spirit realm. A ferocious small head emerged from the black shadow that was submerged in the black blood pit. It was a small bug the size of a palm. It emitted a cold black light, and its entire body was covered with sharp barbs. The barbs on its head were dark gold in color. This kind of disgusting being was the corpse worm of Yin Sha that had been hiding within the vital veins in Qin Sheng's body all this time. Squeak, squeak. The corpse worm of Yin Sha swam in the black blood, and seemed to have noticed Qin Sheng's malicious gaze. It immediately raised its sinister small head and let out an ear-piercing howl, and waved its claws. Seeing that, Qin Sheng could not help but frown. This disgusting bug actually had a provocative expression, and now it had developed quite a bit of intelligence. Swish! The corpse worm of Yin Sha suddenly jumped up and transformed into a black bolt of lightning, rushing out of the door. Still trying to escape. Qin Sheng's eyes shot out 2 rays of light. He crazily operated the Fiend God Body Refining, his body's speed reaching its limit. He suddenly waved his hand, trying to grab the disgusting corpse worm of Yin Sha'S with his bare hands. This corpse worm of Yin Sha, although its name did not seem to be of high quality, in reality, had come from a sect's Dark Fiend sect who had intimidated the 9 heavens and 10 earth. In the ancient times, no one dared to offend the Dark Fiend sect, who had the ability to control beasts and parasites, as if they had heard of its existence. Whoever dares to enrage the Dark Fiend sect will give you a goo, allowing you to become a worm man. At that time, you won't even know how you'll die. According to the memories of the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor, only a few people who offended the Dark Fiend sect would have a good ending. Once a goo, also known as a worm, was planted, it would slowly become a worm man. This process was extremely painful, and the result would be very tragic. Legend has it that the Dark Fiend sect was once like a prodigy of the divine emperors, Hui, and angered that powerful race, causing the Dark Fiend sect to quickly disappear. He never thought that the Dark Fiend sect's trump card, the goo worm corpse worm of Qin Sheng, would reappear in such a remote and small place like the lower realms. It seems like the Dark Fiend sect is not dead yet. If it was an ordinary warrior, once they were infected by the insect, they would definitely not be able to get rid of it. They would only become a worm man, become a walking corpse, and become a puppet of a goo worm. When the corpse worm of Qin Sheng matures one day, its body will slowly decay. What's worth noting is that the worm man will recover its consciousness right now, but it will not be able to stop its flesh from rotting bit by bit. The process before the worm man died was extremely painful and long. Even for low-level fighters, the process of death took as long as a year. Who exactly is it? To think that it would be so vicious and plant insects on my body. Qin Sheng's face was ruthless, his killing intent was awe-inspiring. Obviously, the corpse worm of Qin Sheng had been in Qin Sheng's body for a long time, and had developed a certain level of intelligence. Knowing that Qin Sheng was not to be trifled with, it quickly escaped. However, when it saw that Qin Sheng was actually going to catch it with his bare hands, its sinister insect face revealed a cruel smile. The corpse worm of Qin Sheng raised its head high, the long and narrow sharp reverse spike on its forehead flickered with a cold light, and fiercely thrusted towards Qin Sheng's hand. Those dark golden barbs were extremely sharp, and they gave off a cold light that caused one to shiver. Even a spirit channeling expert would easily be pierced through by them. Qin Sheng squinted his eyes. If there was any deeper meaning, he could lock on to the extremely pleased corpse worm of Qin Sheng. The big hand suddenly flashed with a faint bronze light. It was extremely sacred. Qin Sheng coldly snorted. He had used the fiend god body refining dragon confining hand, so once he had trained it to the extreme, he would even be able to imprison a legendary terrifying being like a dragon, let alone a corpse worm of Qin Sheng that had not matured yet. If it was a normal martial artist, the cultivation process would be very difficult. Even the entry level of the bronze dragon confining hand would take 3 to 5 years. However, Qin Sheng had refined the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor's memories, and after resting for a few hours in the wasteland, he would be able to get started. The dragon confining hand was divided into 5 levels, namely bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and starlight. Of course, this dragon confining hand was so heaven-defying, yet the time needed to be used was extremely limited. With Qin Sheng's elemental energy, he could at most maintain it for a few breaths of time. Such a short period of time seemed to be extremely limited, but it was enough for Qin Sheng. Eat well and live well in my body. Don't tell me you want to leave just by patting my butt. Qin Sheng stared coldly at the struggling corpse worm of Qin Sheng up close, planning to never let this disgusting bug leave. The thorns on the corpse worm of Qin Sheng's entire body rolled in Qin Sheng's big hands. If it was a normal invigorated Meridian Realm cultivator, they would have been pierced into pieces long ago. However, for a dragon confining hand that had reached bronze ranked, it simply wanted to tickle them. It was just that this ticklish feeling was somewhat terrifying, as it emitted a fiery radiance. From this, it could be imagined just how sharp the spikes on the corpse worm of Qin Sheng's body were. Suddenly, Qin Sheng chanted an incantation silently as all of his soul power was transferred to his eyebrows. The corpse worm of Qin Sheng seemed to have also heard Qin Sheng's incantation, as if it had seen a ghost, and released an ear-piercing scream, struggling with all its might. Soul Division Technique. A translucent soul power actually shot out from between Qin Sheng's brows and entered the corpse worm of Qin Sheng's body. Squeak, squeak. The corpse worm of Qin Sheng struggled a few times before collapsing onto Qin Sheng's palm weakly. It worked. Qin Sheng said excitedly. He was using the soul division technique on the spiritual path. Simply put, he was trying to split Qin Sheng's soul into a part of the corpse worm of Qin Sheng's body. And this corpse worm of Qin Sheng was refined by Qin Sheng into his clone. With one more clone, it would be much easier to handle matters in the future. Especially when the enemy was unaware of the situation, a sneak attack would cause a huge change in the situation. After splitting up a tenth of his soul, Qin Sheng's face was pale white, his head swollen with pain, wanting to fall asleep. Even so, Qin Sheng was still very happy. After all, with an additional clone, in a sense, it was equivalent to having an additional life. Who would despise having too many lives? When Qin Sheng woke up, it was already 20 hours later. The cost of a single day for the Azure Dragon cultivation room was as high as 1,000 crystals. Yet, for such a luxurious training room, Qin Sheng actually used it to sleep. This is indeed an Azure Dragon grade cultivation room. Its spirit energy is extremely rich. After sleeping here, my spirit and spirit have been restored by more than half. Qin Sheng opened his eyes and stretched his body, his eyes releasing a deep light. Qin Sheng switched his vision excitedly. It was a very novel and special feeling. After familiarizing himself with the vision switch for a while, Qin Sheng returned his attention back to the withered Yuan meridian in his body. Why would this Yuan meridian? Qin Sheng's face was filled with shock, and was filled with disbelief. The originally withered mortal realm Yuan meridian was now like a dried sponge, unable to draw out a single drop of elemental energy. Now, it was like a divine dragon, relentlessly absorbing elemental energy. Rumble. The spirit vein began to shake, and then it began to glow with a bright light as a sharp aura began to emanate from it. Heaven Stage Yuan Meridian. Qin Sheng's eyes were wide opened, and his mouth was wide open to the point that it could fit inside a fist. The withered essence vein, after the corpse worm of Qin Sheng was removed, was actually a heaven stage Yuan meridian. Qin Sheng clenched his fists in excitement. After a long while, the heaven stage Yuan meridian in Qin Sheng's body finally finished absorbing the spirit energy, and his aura started to flourish. Qin Sheng felt his entire body brimming with power, his eyes flashed with a cold light, like lightning, intimidating. Who could be so vicious? Who could plant such a sinister beast like the corpse worm of Qin Sheng in my body? After a brief moment of excitement, Qin Sheng became suspicious. In the end, who was the one who had such a huge grudge with him? If Qin Sheng did not refine the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor's memories, he would definitely burp. To be able to find a poisonous object like the corpse worm of Qin Sheng, my strength must not be low. I should at least be a spirit realm warrior, or even a heavenly completion stage expert. Qin Sheng muttered in his heart with a trace of depression between his brows. If it's a heavenly completion stage expert, then it'll be troublesome. Qin Sheng felt an unprecedented pressure. With Qin Sheng's current strength, even if one of them was the heaven stage Yuan meridian and the other one was even a holy ranked Yuan vein, he was still a practitioner of invigorated meridian realm. With the fiend god body refining, dragon confining hand, and corpse worm of Qin Sheng, he would be able to face an expert of Tongjiu meridian easily. However, once he encountered a soul master, he would be in danger. Especially when he met a group of spirit realm experts, no matter how many techniques he had, it would be difficult for him to escape death, not to mention heavenly completion stage expert, who was one stage higher than the spirit realm and could already fly into the sky and escape into the ground. I need to open 9 meridians as soon as possible to increase my ability to protect myself. Qin Sheng took a deep breath and took out a palace box. The mechanism of this palace box was inscribed with complicated runes. As long as there was a problem with the opening method, the box would self-detonate and the heaven origin pill inside would be destroyed. Qin Sheng looked deeply at the palace box for several tens of breaths, before revealing a confident smile. This kind of mechanism box that had self-destructing runes imprinted on it. If it was anyone else, they would really be helpless against it. However, Qin Sheng had the memories of the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor, so how could it be difficult to obtain him? Crack! Sure enough, a clear and melodious voice came from within the Azure Dragon training room, and then an incomparably rich pill fragrance flowed into Qin Sheng's nose. This is the so-called Heaven Yuan pill? The Heaven Origin pill was sparkling and translucent, emitting a green light. With one look, one could tell that this was an extraordinary object, and there were countless invigorated Meridian Realm practitioners fighting over it. In other words, even if he had the money, he might not be able to buy it. I should be able to make do with it. I should be able to open 3 meridians. Qin Sheng shrugged his shoulders and swallowed the Tianyuan pellet like he was eating candy. The moment the Sky Origin pill entered his mouth, it dissolved and then turned into an enormous burst of origin energy, like a flood that had been broken through a dam. It charged straight towards Qin Sheng's limbs and bones. The medicinal efficacy is not bad. Qin Sheng's expression was stern, his face flushed red. If it were any other martial artist that was struck by such a violent current of spirit energy, the light martial artist would cry out in pain, and the heavy martial artist would have their meridians destroyed by the spirit energy, becoming a cripple. However, Qin Sheng had cultivated the fiend god body refining, so how could he be afraid of the power of a Heaven Origin pill? After a few breaths of time, the vein that was hibernating within Qin Sheng's body suddenly released a ray of light. It was powerful and dazzling. Rumble. Qin Sheng's entire body started to tremble. At the same time, the sacred rank primordial veins and the first heaven stage Yuan meridian started to resonate with each other. Open 3 meridians. The third elemental energy meridian must be at least at the heaven realm. Qin Sheng felt that his entire body was filled with power. With a tap of both feet, he instantly turned into a black bolt of lightning, as though he was stepping on an auspicious cloud. His speed was unbelievably fast. Is this the feeling of having 3 meridians open? Qin Sheng's eyes shot out 2 beams of light. The pressure released by the fully unlocked 3 meridians was actually comparable to a martial artist with a cultivation level of 5 meridians or higher. Moreover, this was merely the might of his elemental energy. If he were to open saint-rank elemental veins at a close distance, even an expert of the spirit realm would be suppressed by Qin Sheng. Previously in the Demon Dragon's mining area, Qin Sheng had relied on his sacred level source veins to suppress Senior Xiaobingning, who was in the spirit realm. Of course, that was because Senior Xiaobingning was only being suppressed when she was completely defenseless. If Xiaobingning met Qin Sheng again, it wouldn't be this easy to suppress him. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Qin Sheng retracted his aura. The 3 natal veins were in a deep slumber, especially the sacred level Yuan veins on his spine. Come in. Qin Sheng said. Zhou Qin came in and asked Qin Sheng if she wanted to renew it. No need. Qin Sheng felt that there was no need, because today was the first day of school. He couldn't possibly skip school on the first day, right? Even though he already had Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor's memories and did not need Flowing Cloud Academy, he still had high expectations for his family, and especially for his father. Zhou Qin closed the door and revealed a cold smile. What are you so proud of? Let's see how you die after leaving the black market. Zhou Qin thought that no one had heard him, but she had forgotten about the little black shadow that was hiding in the corner outside the door. Outside the Azure Dragon training room's entrance, Zhou Qin's cold smile carried a hint of cruel killing intent. Although her voice was soft, she walked to a corner and said, "Qi Hong, the big fish is preparing to leave the black market." Hearing this, Qi Hong cautiously asked as he looked at Azure Dragon training room from afar. Obviously, the little black shadow outside was Qin Sheng's corpse worm avatar. The shady business of the cultivation room's front desk Zhou Qin and the so-called hidden dragon gang Qi Hong had long been captured in the eyes of Qin Sheng's corpse worm of Yin Sha. After leaving the Black Market Valley, Qin Sheng quickly appeared on the Demon Dragon Wasteland. Qin Sheng walked at a leisurely pace, not affected in the slightest by the few followers behind him. The rate at which the wasteland was recovering was getting faster and faster, and the spirit energy was getting denser and denser. Many spirit grasses were actually growing on the desolate ground, and soon these spirit grasses would mature and blossom. The speed at which the wasteland is recovering is too fast. It's only been a single day, but it's already changed so much. Qin Sheng was secretly shocked. He knew that a great change was going to happen in the demon dragon wasteland. Yesterday at the black market, Qin Sheng had heard quite a few legends about the demon dragon wasteland. This time, the deathly silent wasteland was actually going to revive. Some people said that the devil dragon was going to revive, and countless ancient monuments and even miracles buried deep within the wasteland were going to appear. I heard that there are even rankers from Bachin Kingdom and a few small nations nearby who have sent out their warriors to search for secret treasures. Demon Dragon Wasteland would definitely stir up a storm of blood. A storm was brewing, and, as a small clan, had to experience such a huge change. Without absolute strength, his clan would be exterminated within minutes. As he thought about it, Qin Sheng's brows darkened. He did not expect that he would have such a fortuitous encounter with the inheritance of the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor's memories, preparing to go against the heavens and change his fate. Rising like a star, he had to face such a terrifying change. I'll use force to block the water. Whoever dares to provoke me will not be blamed on me, Wu Qing. Qin Sheng thought. At that moment, an extremely fast sound of something tearing through the air resounded. Swoosh! Qin Sheng turned his head to look, only to see a black ice arrow flying towards him. Qin Sheng acted as if he had eyes at the back of his head, and easily dodged the sneak attack. The ice arrow carried a sharp sound of breaking through the air as it flew past the back of Qin Sheng's head, hitting a huge rock on the wasteland. Bang! A huge pit was shot out from the huge boulder, and countless rocks flew out in all directions. It was obvious that they had an astonishing strength. If this arrow was shot, Qin Sheng's head would be smashed apart like a watermelon. Qin Sheng looked at the big hole on the boulder, turned his head, and said, "Come out, you're sneaking around." 3 figures walked out from a pile of rocks in the distance. The Hidden Dragon Gang had done a lot of things like robbing on the way and killing people for their goods, so their cooperation was flawless. Qi Hong revealed a merciless smile as he led his 2 lackeys and arrogantly walked towards Qin Sheng. "Brat, you've offended someone you shouldn't have offended." Qi Hong bellowed, his voice contained a dense amount of spirit force. If it was an ordinary warrior with 3 meridians, they would probably be quite frightened by him. Qin Sheng squinted his eyes, his smile carried an unknown meaning, and laughed, "Oh? Black market training rooms, front desk, Zhou Qing?" Qi Hong glared as his rough face revealed a look of astonishment. He had originally wanted to scare the big fish and slaughter it afterwards. Things would go much more smoothly. After all, this kind of disciple with a small amount of money was basically a weakling. If he was intimidated, he would pee his pants. Qi Hong never thought that Qin Sheng would be so calm. This kid doesn't seem to be simple. Qi Hong thought in his heart. Although he was surprised by Qin Sheng's performance, he did not take him seriously. Judging from the elemental energy waves emitted by this person's body, he is definitely below the invigorated meridian realm. Let's see how much of a splash you can create. Qi Hong thought. Since you know that you've offended someone, then apologize. Qi Hong extended a palm. Zhou Qing is a person that my Hidden Dragon Gang will protect. Offending her is equivalent to offending the entire Hidden Dragon Gang. Hidden Dragon Gang? Qin Sheng muttered. He had heard of this Hidden Dragon Gang. It was a power from a small town near the Great Yen City. They committed all sorts of crimes and committed all sorts of crimes, just to kill people and steal their goods. You dare to offend a member of the Hidden Dragon Gang, compensate him with 10,000 crystals, and cut off one of his arms. Qi Hong sneered, and said with a tone that carried no room for doubt. All right, I'll cut off one of my arms for 10,000 crystals. Qin Sheng laughed heartily. Oh? At least you know your place. Qi Hong's triangular eyes immediately lit up. This young master of a big family is really a coward. Hidden Dragon Gang's great achievements of the past few years were indeed of some use. Qin Sheng shook his head and laughed. You were the ones who gave me 10,000 crystals and cut off one of my arms. Whoosh. The entire wasteland was deathly quiet, and only the cold sound of the wind could be heard. Brat, what did you say? Was stupefied, he thought he heard wrongly, and locked onto Qin Sheng with his triangular eyes, as though if Qin Sheng dared to say it again, he would tear Qin Sheng into pieces. Qin Sheng squinted his eyes and said with a smile, give me the 10,000 crystals and cut off one of your arms. I'll leave you with a chance to live. Boss, this kid is messing with us. Monkey said angrily. Kill him. Qi Hong laughed cruelly. In the past few years, no one had dared to go against him, so with a sudden wave of his hand, 2 attendants pounced towards Qin Sheng. Qi Hong's 2 followers pounced towards Qin Sheng one after the other, their origin energy surging with a cold-killing intent. Suddenly, Qin Sheng looked at the 2 of them and couldn't help but start getting serious. But now, a little fellow suddenly appeared who managed to break through the heaven stage Yuan meridian, causing him to almost run away in fright. To be able to awaken the heaven stage Yuan meridian, one had to be a genius from a large clan. He's kicked a steel plate this time, he's definitely been scammed by that bitch Zhou Qing. Qi Hong thought gloomily, how can a fish that can afford to use the Azure Dragon training room be a fish-free meat? Qi Hong was one of the hall masters of the Hidden Dragon Gang, so he had killed many people to steal their goods. There were many scenes that he had not seen before, and after a brief period of shock, he loudly warned those who were rushing towards Qin Sheng's underlings, be careful. Unfortunately, Qi Hong's reminder still came a bit too late. If it was an ordinary student from the Flowing Cloud Academy with 3 meridians, they would have already panicked when they saw Monkey and the other 2 cooperating with such skilled bandits. However, Qin Sheng had refined the memories of the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor, so even though the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor had the experience of concocting pills, his battle experience still far surpassed the experiences of the Tongquan robbers in this remote place. Instead of retreating, Qin Sheng advanced fiercely and kicked both of his legs off the ground, raising a cloud of dust. His immense power was comparable to an ordinary, invigorated Meridian Realm martial artist. Qin Sheng's gaze was like lightning, his resolute face revealed traces of excitement. Yes, it was not fear, nor was it fear, but excitement. These past few years, Qin Sheng had always been a coward, and he had had enough. Furthermore, his mind had already merged with the memories of the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor. At the same time, it had also merged with his battle-loving memories. Kill. Qin Sheng let out a cold snort, and casually clawed at him like a shadow, as his palm flashed with a dazzling bronze color. Qin Sheng threw the arrow away casually, and with an even faster speed, the arrow tore through the air and shot explosively towards the monkey of Hidden Dragon Gang. Pfft! The cold arrow pierced through the monkey's head. The huge force behind the arrow caused the monkey to die a violent death. Monkey! Bastard, give me your life! The other subordinate saw his comrade die miserably, his teeth was about to crack, and his killing intent soared to the skies as he suddenly thrusted towards Qin Sheng. Too weak. Qin Sheng said coldly. His palm shot out like lightning, and like a green dragon rising into the sky, his speed was frighteningly fast, directly striking his follower's long sword. Clang! The sword broke into several pieces, the lackey could not believe it. Dragon Confining Hand. Qin Sheng did not stop. He activated the Dragon Confining Hand once again, and with a sharp sound of breaking through the wind, he clamped onto the subordinate's neck, and then twisted it forcefully. Gotcha! The underling's neck tilted and he died on the spot. What's going on? Scorpion. Qi Hong's low voice sounded out, and a gust of strong elemental energy immediately surged into the sky, causing a fierce gust of wind to blow around, and causing sand and rocks to fly everywhere. Rumble. In his fury, Qi Hong immediately opened all of his elemental veins. His triangular eyes, which contained an endless killing intent, locked onto Qin Sheng like a poisonous snake hidden in the dark of the wasteland. Sensing that his yuan power wasn't weak, not only was Qin Sheng not afraid in the slightest, his face was also full of excitement and his eyes shone, as if he had met a satisfied prey. The two lackeys from before fought with Tongquan, but their spirit energy was impetuous, and their coordination was considered proficiency. However, in Qin Sheng's eyes, it was full of mistakes, and it was so easy to destroy them. When the two of them looked at each other, Qi Hong's heart suddenly thumped. He especially felt that Qin Sheng's gaze was filled with joy when he saw it. If someone else had reached Qi Hong's level, they would definitely have cursed it out loud. You, a warrior with 6 meridians, is actually afraid of a little kid? Suddenly, Qi Hong moved, surging with strong spirit force explosively out, his legs fiercely shook, like an arrow leaving the bow, bringing about an afterimage as he quickly escaped. Qin Sheng was also dumbfounded. He had originally wanted to go all out to face an established warrior with 6 meridians, especially a vicious one like the Hidden Dragon Gang, to increase his combat experience. It's just that this guy is not as good as he is, then Qi Hong will escape the moment there's a conflict. Both the monkey and the scorpion have Tongquan, and they also cooperate to the point of perfection. Even if I were to personally take action, it would be impossible to instantly kill them. Qi Hong thought to himself as he fled. If I keep them here, there will be nothing to worry about. It won't be too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. I have an important mission, so I cannot lose anything inside the ring. For Qi Hong to be able to live in the Hidden Dragon Gang for so long, aside from being an invigorated Meridian Realm expert, he also had a suspicious personality. It wouldn't be too late to come back and take revenge after finding enough people. Qi Hong's face turned gloomy, he moved extremely quickly, and in the span of a few breaths, he had already traveled a few kilometers. I kicked the steel plate this time. It's all because of that Zhou Qing. How could a Azure Dragon training room who can afford to spend 1,000 crystals a day be a simple person? Having lost 2 followers of his Tongquan, Qi Hong felt extremely pressured. He was prepared to return to the black market to look for Zhou Qing's misfortune. As for that Qin Sheng brat, humph. Qi Hong's face was filled with killing intent, his triangular eyes were filled with hostility, he turned back and looked, and felt that Qin Sheng had not caught up to him, and muttered, offending my Hidden Dragon Gang will not end well. Pfft. Just then, a sharp pain came from below Qi Hong's feet. With a wail, he fell to the ground. My feet. Qi Hong lowered his head and saw the sound of fresh blood gushing out. His right leg had actually been pierced through. What is biting me? Qi Hong was in so much pain that his face turned white. A black blur disappeared into the depths of the wasteland. At this time, Qin Sheng had caught up to him at a leisurely pace. With a flip of his hand, Qi Hong took out a bottle from the ring and poured some yellow powder onto the wound. Qin Sheng quickly came closer, extended his hand, and laughed, why are you running so fast? 10,000 crystals, cut off one of your arms, and I will spare your life. Let me go and be your friend. If you attack again, then you'll have to endure the anger of an expert at the late stage of the soul realm. Qi Hong was bullying Qin Sheng because he was not experienced enough. If it was an ordinary youngster with invigorated Meridian Realm, he probably would have been duped. However, Qi Hong did not know that after Qin Sheng had refined the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor's memories, he had witnessed countless deceitful and unrepentant tricks. This Qi Hong's tactics could only be considered average, it was not considered very clever. Qin Sheng saw through it with one glance. Qin Sheng grinned, and only smiled with an indifferent killing intent, and said, "Now it's 20,000 crystals, break your own arms. I'll let you live." Qi Hong was stupefied. He felt that Qin Sheng had completely gone against common sense. Looking at the surroundings of the great Yin city, which one of the invigorated Meridian Realm warriors dared to provoke the hidden dragon gang? 20,000 crystals. With a flip of his hand, Qi Hong actually took out 20,000 crystals. Qin Sheng was also a little surprised. Tsk, the hidden dragon gang was really capable of doing all sorts of evil, and had gotten fatter. A small hall master with 6 meridians could actually take out 20,000 crystals so easily. Here you go. If Qi Hong gave a meaningful glance to Qin Sheng, he would casually throw his profound crystal out. Die. Qi Hong suddenly roared, his body jumping like a viper. In the time it takes to ignite a flint, he appeared in front of Qin Sheng, with both of his hands infused with the greatest amount of spirit energy, one hand hitting his head, and the other clawing towards his heart. Flaming Eagle Hand. It turned out to be an earth-ranked martial technique with an inexplicable killing intent. After all, he was the hall master of the hidden dragon gang. From the moment he was bitten by something unknown, Qi Hong had already planned all of this. Only, Qin Sheng did not panic at all. His reactions were extremely sharp, as though he was an old man who had fought for countless of years. He reached out his hand with lightning speed. Dragon Confining Hand. Qin Sheng's hand was like an iron pincer as it instantly grabbed onto one of Qi Hong's hands, and then squeezed with force. Ka-cha. Asterisk. Qi Hong's wrist was immediately snapped. You. Qi Hong's face flushed red, his triangular eyes were filled with madness, as he roared, "Die together." On the other hand, Qi Hong's hand was completely red, as though it was burning, bringing with it a scorching qi, as if he was going to tear Qin Sheng's head apart with one claw. Swish. A sharp sound of something tearing through the air rang out, and a black bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. Crack. Qi Hong's palm immediately fell to the ground. You. How is that possible? Qi Hong's body suddenly trembled, his face was full of disbelief. The flaming eagle claw he trained was an earth-ranked martial technique, and it had long been pure. He had even killed an expert who had opened 7 meridians. Drip. Drip. He should not have listened to Zhou Qing, and went to provoke Qin Sheng. With a pleading look in his eyes, he said, "Young hero, if you let me go, Hidden Dragon Gang will apologize to you." Qin Sheng weighed the 20,000 crystals in his hand, his expression indifferent, and said, "You tried to kill me time and time again. I just gave you a chance. Let's go." Qin Sheng was cold and decisive in his slaughter. From the very beginning, Qi Hong had always wanted to kill people and steal their goods. Moreover, Qin Sheng wasn't a weak person either. Letting Qi Hong go at this time was equivalent to releasing a tiger back into the mountains, which would bring about endless troubles in the future. Qi Hong had completely lost hope. He saw an abnormal determination in Qin Sheng's eyes. He knew that it was impossible for him to leave this place alive today. Even if he were to die, he would bring Qin Sheng along with him on the road. "No, don't kill me. There is a treasure map of the ancient ruins in my ring. I'll give it to you. Let me go." Qi Hong was making his last gamble, slowly approaching Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's eyes lit up, and said, "Where is the map of the ancient ruins?" "In a secret place in the Demon Dragon Wasteland." Qi Hong walked closer to Qin Sheng with much difficulty because the acute poison of the corpse worm of Yin Sha made it difficult for him to move. There were too many ruins in the Demon Dragon Wasteland, most of them were like the reflection of a moon in a mirror. Seemingly having also seen through Qin Sheng's doubts, Qi Hong hurriedly explained, "This treasure map is very detailed. As long as it's an invigorated Meridian Realm practitioner, you can safely enter." Qin Sheng looked deeply at Qi Hong, grinned, and said, "All right, I work for you. You can go on your way with your mind at ease." Qi Hong's vitality all erupted, and he released a huge amount of suppressive power. This Qi Hong actually wanted to self-destruct, and pulled Qin Sheng down with him. Qin Sheng seemed to have already been prepared, as he said indifferently, "It's too late." Screech. An ear-piercing cry sounded as a streak of black lightning shot into the sky. Carrying an aura of death, it explosively shot towards Qi Hong's throat. Qi Hong's eyes became round, held onto his throat that had been bitten, and powerlessly fell on the ice-cold wasteland. Even before his death, he felt that the youth in front of him was too terrifying. With methods that did not match his age, he had cheated countless people in his life and had never met such an experienced fellow. In fact, the last thought that Qi Hong had was that in front of Qin Sheng, he was more like a rookie that had never been seen before. A complete defeat. A ring appeared in Qin Sheng's hands. "Is this the ring?" Qin Sheng muttered. "Casting is really rough." The ring was made of black metal, and there was a green gem in the middle of the ring. "This is an elementary ring. It can hold around 10 cubic meters of space. It can only store dead things. It cannot store living things." Qin Sheng dripped blood on the artifact and became the director of the ring. His soul scanned through the items inside the ring and immediately revealed an excited smile. Qin Sheng flipped his hand, and all the items belonging to the ring scattered in front of him. The first thing that entered his vision were pieces of crystal-clear crystals, which were about 70 to 80,000 crystals. This was a very shocking thing. After rubbing his head a few times, Qin Sheng willed all of the crystals and the metal piece map back into the ring. "Looks like I need to rest for a few days and wait for my soul to recover before I can translate it." As for the other rations and clothes, they were all abandoned by Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng looked at the sky and muttered to himself, "It's a waste of time to kill this big fish. It's not good to be late on the first day of reporting." The Flowing Cloud Academy was located at the north side of the Great Yin City. It was extremely vast. Today was Flowing Cloud Academy's annual Outer Court entrance day, and life was in an uproar as thousands of new students gathered at the Flowing Cloud Academy's main entrance. At the main entrance, there were a few senior students of the inner courtyard majoring in order to maintain order. To be able to enter the inner courtyard, one had to open at least 7 meridians of the inner courtyard. Although they couldn't be considered to be experts, they already had enough strength to intimidate the freshmen that had just entered the outer court. After all, most of the freshmen only had a talent of 3 meridians, and the successors of the large families would probably be able to reach the Tongquan. The Flowing Cloud Academy had a history of several hundred years, and was once incomparably brilliant. Even the outer court had a terrifying record of 10,000 people, and currently, they could only recruit 1,000. Don't panic, there are your names, grades, and admission classes on the bulletin board. A heroic and valiant upperclassman, dressed in a gorgeous long robe, said in a clear voice. At this time, Qin Sheng had finally arrived at Flowing Cloud Academy and looked at the senior from afar. Feeling the powerful spirit energy wave, he quickly retracted his gaze. Peak of the 7th meridian, just a hair away from open 8 meridians. Qin Sheng muttered to himself, although this Flowing Cloud Academy is much poorer than before, he still has some hidden strength. It's still worth looking forward to in the future. Suddenly, a few ear-piercing sounds rang out. There's a black curtain. Why is Qin Sheng's meridian connection divided into elite class? Right, the entire outer courtyard only has one elite class. Who is not a genius that can enter the elite class? Even if the threshold is the lowest, you still need Tongquan. Trash with meridian connection, can also enter elite class. The sudden sound was like a giant meteor thrown over a calm lake, setting off raging billows and stormy waves. A elite class with meridian connection that can enter the outer court. In just a few breaths of time, everyone's eyes were focused on the bulletin board. Bulge *T. The heir of a big family can use the back door to build a relationship? Objection, I refuse to accept this. The seniors of the inner courtyard who were responsible for maintaining the order of the freshmen were not surprised by the sudden protest. In fact, this was within their expectations. After all, they had obtained the new students' registration form at the first possible moment last night. Therefore, these inner academy students already knew that there was such a weirdo, called Qin Sheng, who was allocated to the elite class with Meridian connection. Initially, they thought that the name list was wrong. The very first thing they did was to ask the coaches concerned, and only then were they informed that there were no mistakes in the name list. This Qin Sheng really has a hard relationship with him. I heard that Xiao Bingning was the one who insisted on separating him into the elite class. A man in black armor said. He had a rather strong aura with every movement he made. Tianting, so what if our relationship is strong? Who doesn't know that Zhao Qingsong is chasing after him? This brat is so close to Xiao Bingning, what kind of good ending could he have? Another senior from the inner courtyard, wearing a gorgeous robe, said indifferently. Oh? Zhao Ming, what kind of inside information do you have? Hearing that, Tianting's eyes lit up, and started gossiping. Tianting knew very clearly that this Zhao Ming was also a disciple of the biggest family in Great Yan City, the Zhao family. However, Zhao Ming's talent was also very high. Even though it couldn't compare to Zhao Qingsong's, it had reached the peak of 7 meridians, just a sliver away from reaching the open 8 meridians. Such strength could be considered outstanding even among the young generation of the Zhao family. He probably knew some of the so-called insider information that Tianting and the others did not know about. Zhao Ming glanced at Tianting, whose eyes were shining, and said indifferently, during the freshman assessment a few days ago, that brat called Qin Sheng caused Zhao Qingsong to suffer a great loss, and indirectly caused the death of a direct descendant disciple. Tianting was shocked, his eyes quickly changed, he still wanted to ask a few more questions. Zhao Ming waved his hand, he did not want to say much. Humph. Silence. Zhao Ming stood up, and the pressure of the 7 meridians' elemental energy engulfed the entire arena. The more than 1,000 outer court students present were actually frightened, and didn't dare to loudly discuss it anymore. Entering the class is only based on your wasteland assessment, it doesn't mean you'll stay in the ordinary class forever. Zhao Ming's voice contained origin energy, and it resounded in everyone's ears. Every semester's end-of-term exam, we will be separated into different classes. Opportunities are given to those who work hard. So, next up, we just have to work hard and train. Zhao Ming looked down from above, lightly swept a glance across everyone, and said, as for the matter of meridian connection being assigned to the elite class, I believe that after the end-of-term exam, it will never happen again. Hearing that, all the new students quieted down, rubbed their fists, and wished that they could immediately kick that trash called Qin Sheng out of elite class. Qin Sheng laughed coldly in his heart, as if he felt that this senior called Zhao Ming was implying something in his words. It seems like this academy's career isn't that smooth. Qin Sheng laughed bitterly to himself. As for Zhao Qingsong, that fellow from Tongjiu Meridian, Qin Sheng was also a little solemn. After all, his strength was not weak. However, he wasn't a soft persimmon that anyone could pinch. Following the guidance of the entrance manual, Qin Sheng quickly found the so-called elite class. Flowing Cloud Academy was indeed worthy of being known as a once glorious place. The outer courtyard alone had an extremely large area. Cultivation room, compendium pavilion, and training field. Everything. Just as Qin Sheng took a few steps into the training grounds, he could feel that the spirit energy in the area was twice as dense as the spirit energy outside. As he scanned his surroundings, he discovered that there was actually a spirit energy array formation on the surface of the bluestone floor. His meridian connection can't even enter the ordinary class. Curiosity, puzzlement, ridicule, and even haughty indifference could be seen in all of their gazes. You are Qin Sheng? On the huge stage, a middle-aged man with a cold face said to Qin Sheng. The cold-faced middle-aged man was called Leng Jun, the head instructor of the Outer Court Elite Class S. The moment the mentor Leng Jun's voice fell, the dozens of elite students present immediately started to discuss with each other noisily. He is Qin Sheng? TSK, how did this kind of trash manage to enter the elite class? Being in the same class as this kind of trash is really disgusting. Many students muttered under their breaths, their gazes filled with disdain and ridicule. Qin Sheng's face was indifferent, with a calmness that did not match with his age, as though the students' ridicule did not increase the pressure by even a little. Right. Qin Sheng replied as he looked towards Mentor Leng Jun. There was a trace of dissatisfaction on Mentor Leng Jun's face as he said in a deep voice, "Your grades are the worst, and your bearing is quite impressive. To think that you would be late for the start of school today." Hearing that, Qin Sheng could not help but frown. This instructor also seemed to be looking down on him, and his soul force was extremely sharp. With a single glance, he could see that this teacher called Leng Jun had malicious intent towards him. Qin Sheng squinted his eyes, and looked at Mentor Leng Jun with a profound look, and said indifferently, "Just because you have opened more than one origin vein, does not mean that you are weak. If I can enter the elite class, then naturally, there will be a place that the examiners value highly. This point, it doesn't seem like it's up to you to point it out, right?" Qin Sheng's voice wasn't loud, but it made the entire classroom fall into a deathly silence. Directly attacking the teacher on the first day of school? Not only is this Qin Sheng's cultivation trash, his brain is also damaged. The dozens of elite class students below the stage all looked at Qin Sheng as if he was an idiot. Mentor Leng Jun's expression instantly turned extremely ugly, as if his eyes were ignited with flames of anger. However, Qin Sheng disapproved and continued, "Second, it's not that I'm late, and I'm not late either, it's just that you guys came too early." Qin Sheng didn't pay attention to the mentor Leng Jun, whose expression had changed to become more interesting, and casually strolled into the classroom, just as he was about to find a random seat to sit at. "Halt!" Mentor Leng Jun almost roared. Even an idiot could see that he was burning with anger. His surging spirit energy recklessly exploded out, filling the entire classroom. An expert of the spirit realm, Mentor Leng Jun's spirit energy was incomparably manic. It was obvious that he was a bit stronger than Instructor Lu Ren. A terrifying elemental energy storm enveloped the entire classroom. Sand and rocks flew, dust flew, and dust flew all over the place, attracting the attention of the students. The mentor Leng Jun's face was gloomy. His cold gaze was accompanied with a wave of strong pressure from the origin energy enveloping Qin Sheng's body, harboring evil intentions. Qin Sheng could feel a very strong pressure. The holy ranked origin veins on his spine were like a sleeping dragon, and as he faintly opened his dragon eyes, the pressure was immediately swept away. Mentor Leng Jun also received grace from the Zhao family to serve Qin Sheng on the elite class. Originally, he was unwilling to believe it no matter what. But the reality was, Qin Sheng did not seem to be afraid of his suppression by elemental energy. This Qin Sheng was definitely not as simple as he looked on the surface. Just who was he? Very quickly, Mentor Leng Jun recovered from his shock and suspicion. "I don't care what method you use to enter the elite class, but in my class, you have to follow my rules." Mentor Leng Jun said in a deep voice, his tone carrying an unquestionable tone. The air was about to freeze, and everyone's gazes turned to Qin Sheng. Although this guy had meridian connection strength in the future, he had guts. Some students with ill intentions were even thinking if Qin Sheng would go all the way to Mentor Leng Jun. If so, the good show is yet to come. "You are not allowed to have worms in my class. I advise you to stop your thoughts of messing around as soon as possible." Mentor Leng Jun added, with a straight face. Qin Sheng nodded, smiled, and said, "All right." He was not an idiot. He knew that the Mentorling June director clearly had ill intentions towards him, and if he continued to gobble him up, the scene would be filled with joy. However, it did not seem to have any benefits for his current condition. Since there were no benefits, why would Qin Sheng want to do it? Furthermore, Qin Sheng felt that this Mentorling June was trying to anger him, so he had an excuse to punish him. Qin Sheng was strong, but he was also not an idiot. After randomly finding a seat, Qin Sheng sat down. "I'm still not clear about everyone's strength after entering the academy on the first day, so you guys can spar however you want," the Mentorling June said in a clear voice, sweeping a glance at all of the elite class students present, but stopped at where Qin Sheng was a few times with deep intent. The instructor's voice had just sounded out, and there were 30 students of the elite class present. In all the towns, and even in the great Yin city, they were considered elites, but since everyone was an elite, who would be convinced by them? Elite players loved to fight. Since they couldn't accept it, the best way was to fight. Qin Sheng frowned. They started fighting on the first day of school? He kept having the feeling that this Mentorling June was intentionally or unintentionally targeting him. However, Qin Sheng quickly smiled, since everyone looked down on him, he did not mind fighting with them. After all, being qualified to enter the elite class was not something that could be done with words. "Just do your best, I want to see if the so-called elite class has any true elites." On the podium of the elite class, when the Mentorling June saw the freshmen that were waiting to try, a smile appeared on his grave and stern face. They were all youths and elites, so no one was convinced. This greatly annoyed the gigantic existence of the Zhao family in the great Yin city. As the eagle-eyed teenager's ridiculing voice fell, the huge elite class's classroom was instantly filled with discussions. They looked at Qin Sheng with interest, but their eyes were mostly filled with pity. "Isn't that Zhao Han from the Zhao family? I heard that his relationship with Zhao Qiankang is very good, it's just that Zhao Qiankang is taking the examination in the mine." It said that Qin Sheng had beaten Zhao Qiankang up in the mining area. Interesting, Zhao Han has ill intentions, he probably wants to beat Qin Sheng up for revenge. Qin Sheng naturally heard the whispers as well. His brows furrowed and his gaze collided with the eagle-eyed. His eyes suddenly became sharp, as if they had shot out 2 rays of cold light. Zhao Han's heart thumped and his eyes stung. He had felt like Qin Sheng was a peerless treasure sword that had been born from a ruin deep within the demon-dragon wasteland, and the sword beam that had erupted made him feel terrified. He instantly became stupefied from fear, and felt that he was not facing a trash of meridian connection, but instead an expert of the soul realm. Pretending to be mysterious? If you have the guts, then fight with me. After being stunned for a while, Zhao Han quickly regained his senses, pointed at Qin Sheng's nose, and sneered. Qin Sheng retracted his gaze and muttered, "Looks like we can't not fight. However, if you provoke me like this, I won't be lenient in the future." Qin Sheng reminded her out of good intentions. This Zhao Han came to find him to spar in front of so many students at the first possible moment, and it was so menacing that everyone with a discerning eye thought that Zhao Han would definitely not be lenient. If he had switched out for an ordinary meridian connection, he might even be crippled by Zhao Han. Zhao Han said coldly, "Bullshit, who do my Zhao family fear? Useless, hurry up and come out." Qin Sheng looked up, his lips curling into a smile, his handsome face carrying a few teasing expressions, and said, "Always talking about trash, in a bit, don't beg for forgiveness. Tisk, you're the one with meridian connection. If you're not trash, then who is?" Zhao Han laughed coldly, "Trash, you dare to be stubborn, I'll smash your stinky mouth to pieces later." Both sides were engaged in a heated battle of words, neither was willing to give in. The Mentorling June on the stage watched on coldly from the sidelines. The classroom in elite class was very big. Other than the podium and seats, there was also an empty space with a diameter of several zhang. That empty space was where the coaches would usually practice and teach. Zhao Han walked to the center of the empty space. Behind him followed two students who had decent strength. The two were also disciples of the Zhao family, named Zhao Feng and Zhao Wei. Everyone was gathered around the open space, waiting to see what would happen. At this time, Qin Sheng also walked to the center of the empty space. Zhao Han, Zhao Feng, and Zhao Wei all opened up 4 meridians in one look. Qin Sheng was naturally not scared by the 3 Zhao family disciples and leisurely said, "Simply sparring is a little boring." Qin Sheng shook his head and said, "Killing is not allowed in the academy. If we want to fight to the death, we can only go to underground black market." Zhao Han frowned. In a place like underground black market, it was said that there was already a place where one could trap others, and he had never been to the current life and death game. "Then what do you want to bet?" Zhao Han asked. "Who lost, who rolled out of elite class?" Qin Sheng said indifferently, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Hearing this, Zhao Han and the 2 other disciples from the same clan all laughed, and looked at Qin Sheng as if he was an idiot. Not only was this trash a trash of a martial artist, all the things in his brain were trash. He finally entered the elite class with great difficulty, but he actually dared to make a bet with him like this. "Brother Han, this trash is most likely the most short-lived student in all of Flowing Cloud Academy's history." Zhao Feng could not help but laugh. The spectating students could not understand what Qin Sheng was doing either. Mentor Lung Jun, who had been observing coldly from the side, looked deeply at Qin Sheng. A bad thought rose from his heart out of instinct, and he actually wanted to stop this gamble with unequal strength at the first possible moment. It was not because the mentor Lung Jun pitted Qin Sheng, but because he felt that Qin Sheng was not as simple as he looked on the surface. Someone who could make Zhao Qingsong, with his Tongjiu meridian, suffer such a huge loss, and furthermore, someone that Xia Bingning valued so highly, how could he possibly be an idiot? As if he had noticed Mentor Lung Jun's gaze, Qin Sheng also shifted his gaze towards him and muttered, "Since that's the case, then I invite Mentor Lung Jun to be the witness." "Don't be like that. Some people will not acknowledge their loss even if they were to cry. You're courting death. Who did you say was not going to admit it?" Zhao Han was furious. "Brat, there's no need for Brother Han. I can beat you until you cry for your parents." Zhao Feng also shouted out. Mentor Lung Jun's expression changed. He was considering whether he should stop this bet. If they really lost, then this year, all of the Zhao family's core disciples would be kicked out of the elite class, and there would be too many things involved. "Instructor Lung, we also invite you to be our witness," Zhao Han said seriously. "Right, we are also afraid that the trash will not acknowledge our debt by speaking so shamelessly." In the end, the mentor Lung Jun seemed to have made a decision and said, "All right, I shall verify this battle. Whoever loses, get the hell out of the elite class." At the same time, his cold gaze fell on Qin Sheng, and he muttered to himself in his heart, "I truly don't believe that a meridian connection of yours can win against Zhao Han, who is only a hair away from the 5th meridian." Receiving Mentor Lung Jun's consent, Zhao Han's face instantly revealed a cruel smile. He stood with his hands behind his back, brimming with fighting spirit. His brows were filled with pride as he said coldly, "You, the most short-lived student of the elite class, roll over here and die." "Wait a moment." Qin Sheng was not angry, and said while laughing leisurely. Zhao Han was startled at first, but then his chest rose from anger, and his spirit energy came out raging, setting off terrifying spirit energy fluctuations as he asked, "Who the hell are you? How dare you insult our Zhao family?" It was very obvious that Qin Sheng wanted to challenge all the geniuses of the Zhao family's elite class S. He wanted to crush the dignity of the great Yan city's Zhao family. "Brother Han, leave this trash to me." Suddenly, Zhao Feng jumped out and pounced on Qin Sheng. Tongquan. Zhao Feng was the weakest out of the Zhao family members who had only opened 4 of their yuan veins in 3 days. However, it was obvious that his foundation was extremely solid. Shua. As expected of the genius of the Zhao family with Tongquan, Zhao Feng's speed was astonishingly fast, and like a ferocious beast hidden in the depths of the wasteland, he brought along a violent wind that magnified right in Qin Sheng's eyes. "You little clown, I'll make you crazy. I only need 1 slap and I'll turn you into a real idiot." Zhao Feng's hands were covered with dense spirit energy, and with a gaze that made all the students present gasp in shock, he slapped Qin Sheng's face. His spirit energy was so dense, it was not like the warriors who had just fought with Tongquan. If this slap landed, Qin Sheng really might turn into an idiot. Pow! A black figure was sent flying. It fell onto the icy ground like a falling star, leaving a long trail behind it. "Ah! Why are you?" The one who was sent flying was actually Zhao Feng. He held onto his swollen face, and his eyes were filled with anger and shock. He simply could not imagine, just how did he get slapped. All the students present were extremely shocked. They could not believe that Zhao Feng, who had reached the Tongquan, had been slapped in the face. What's going on? How did Zhao Feng get slapped in the face? Haha, this Qin Sheng must be lucky to actually hit Zhao Feng's face. Zhao Han was also stunned. He asked, "Zhao Feng, what happened?" "Be serious, you are representing the Zhao family of the great Yin city." Zhao Feng turned around to take a look, and said, "Just now, he was just lucky, I will immediately use my martial arts this time." Everyone thought that they had accidentally slapped Zhao Feng's face. But was that really the case? On the stage, the mentor Ling Jun's deep gaze locked onto Qin Sheng. He had just seen Qin Sheng's attack at a steady pace and felt that it was indeed a fluke. However, there was always a kind of misconception. That was, Qin Sheng's unhurried speed and angle were just right, and it didn't seem like he had bumped into it by accident. Qin Sheng shook his head, his face revealing a look of disappointment. "The difference is too big." The difference in strength he was referring to was too great for Hidden Dragon Gang's underlings. They were also using Tongquan, but they were much stronger than Zhao Feng. After all, those people from the Hidden Dragon Gang had all passed their days licking their blood. Zhao Feng wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth and fiercely glared at Qin Sheng, his eyes carrying dense hatred. This time, being humiliated in public, Zhao Feng felt that he had been humiliated, and the one who started this was Qin Sheng, who was not far away from him. As he finished speaking, Zhao Feng's elemental energy surged crazily from his 4 limbs and bones to the tip of his finger. The extremely rich elemental energy actually emitted a cyan glow from the tip of his finger. Competing with others is infuriating. As expected of a disciple of a big clan. We lost at the starting line. Everyone else has already mastered high-grade human step martial arts. In the future, the difference will only get bigger and bigger. Zhao Feng naturally heard the exclamations of the surrounding students as well. He had painstakingly cultivated this cyan finger for more than a year, and had only reached the initial stage. Qin Sheng also set his gaze on the green fingertip that was emitting a bit of a sharp glint, but he did not look at the shocked gazes of the crowd, but instead, looked at them with even more disdain. Cyan finger? This bit of sharpness can only be used to poke tofu. Qin Sheng laughed coldly. He was not even the least bit afraid. He turned around and took the initiative to leap towards Zhao Feng. Hearing that, Zhao Feng was so angry that he almost choked. Instead of getting angry, he laughed, stomped hard with both of his feet, and made 2 heavy sounds of impact, and then, like an arrow leaving the bow, he welcomed Qin Sheng. Die. Zhao Feng laughed sinisterly. The cyan finger that was glowing with a cold, metallic light tore through the air and pointed towards Qin Sheng. The might of a high-grade human step martial art was indeed formidable, its speed was frighteningly fast. Even a practitioner of Tongquan wouldn't dare to block it head-on, and could only dodge the tip of the blade. At this time, Qin Sheng had not activated his primordial meridian, his body had been tempered by the fiend god body refining, so just his physical strength alone was comparable to an invigorated meridian realm martial artist. Bang! Qin Sheng reached out with one hand, and with no fancy movements, actually gripped Zhao Feng's neck with the other. Ugh! Zhao Feng's hand was as hard as black iron, causing him to be unable to breathe, and was almost suffocating. The sudden change caused everyone present, including Mentor Lin Jun, to be astonished. What was going on? Didn't Zhao Feng use the cyan finger? Why was Qin Sheng pinching his neck like a little chick instead? Everyone was filled with questions and confusion. Crackle. Zhao Feng struggled with all he had, his cyan finger stabbing randomly into Qin Sheng's arm. However, Qin Sheng's arm was as hard as black iron. No matter how sharp the cyan finger was, it could only leave behind a white scar on the surface of his skin. Bam! Qin Sheng casually smashed Zhao Feng to the ground, producing a dull thumping sound, and a bone-cracking sound that would make people's teeth ache. Zhao Feng was smashed until his nose was bruised and all the bones in his body were broken. Qin Sheng stepped onto Zhao Feng with one leg. Let me go. Zhao Feng struggled with all his might as he spat out blood. Flowing Cloud Academy, Inner Court. The villas were erected on the vast mountainside. The pavilions and buildings were filled with dense spirit energy. It was definitely a land where wind and water were treasured. To be able to become the chief, naturally, there were many benefits. In addition to the rewards like cultivation techniques, martial arts, and spiritual pills, there was also an independent residence. Humph, this kid is really taking the fall. We won't die even if we meet a desolate beast tide. Zhao Qingsong's face was filled with anger. Go to the elite class and keep an eye on him. Let me see how long he can stay alive. Yes, sir. Zhao Ming nodded and left the villa. After Zhao Ming's figure disappeared, Zhao Qingsong turned his head, only to see that there was an additional sinister scar on his handsome face, and there was an aura of death between his brows. The other half of his face had actually decayed. Qin Sheng, I want you to live a life worse than death. Zhao Qingsong's face was filled with hatred. On that day, when he faced the king of corrupt corpses, he suffered greatly, even corroding the face he was most proud of. Kiki, killing a kid with invigorated meridian realm is as easy as turning my hand. An old man dressed in a black robe walked out from the darkness. Old slaughterer, make your move. The king corpse's poison was like a pedestal. Zhao Qingsong was already crippled, if not broken, then he would be able to stand up. Zhao Qingsong was prepared to accept the black-robed old man's baptism. Prepare to be baptized by goo worms, no regrets. The old man in black robe said indifferently. The baptism of the goo worms was actually using poison to fight poison, swallowing the king corpse's poison, and also allowing himself to become a worm man. Of course, as long as he took the medicine regularly, he could use the goo's power to become a sober worm man. This method was very popular in the Dark Fiend sect back then, but the side effects were too great and it was also cruel, so it had long disappeared. He never thought that this kind of evil technique would actually reappear in the human world. Zhao Qingsong jumped into a water tank. The upper half of his body was naked, most of his body had already been corroded by the corpse poison. If he did not cure the poison, he would die in a few days. The black-robed old man waved his hand, and a jar appeared in it. Opening it, a disgusting smell wafted out as a bug crawled out. Zhao Qingsong's gaze fell on the insect body, and instantly twitched, his sinister face revealing a look of fear. His body started to tremble uncontrollably. If he wanted to be baptized by these bugs, it would be a life worse than death. However, He had already been poisoned by the king corpse's poison and had already penetrated deep into his bone marrow. This kind of poison was difficult even for the grade 3 alchemist to treat. Moreover, where would he be able to find a grade 3 alchemist in such a remote place? As for the great Yin city, there was someone who could remove the king corpse's poison. That was the Qin Sheng he hated the most. Zhao Qingsong was so prideful, and had grudges with the Qin family. How could he force himself to go down and beg Qin Sheng to remove the king corpse's poison? There is still time to regret now. Once you accept the Gu's baptism, you will become an outer disciple of my Dark Fiend sect. Sacrifice your soul to the Dark Fiend sect, and you can never betray the sect. The black-robed old man said in a gloomy voice. Zhao Qingsong took a deep breath. When he thought about his rotten face, he felt a burst of humiliation. He no longer had a choice, and said in a deep voice, "Let's begin." The black-robed old man nodded. Excitement flashed across his turbid eyes. With a flip of the jar, ferocious bugs began to pour down. At this time, a group of seniors and juniors walked towards elite class. They had noble auras and were handsome men and women. The one leading them was surprisingly Zhao Ming, who had just left Zhao Qingsong's villa. Zhao Ming said casually with a playful smile. They were naturally also curious as to which blind freshman actually dared to offend the influential figures of Flowing Cloud Academy. Zhao Ming glanced at Tianting indifferently, and said, "I'm not too clear about the specifics, but I probably offended Qin Shao during the freshman assessment." He fell into deep thought, and here, there were some seniors who also liked Zhao Qingsong. One of them had a rather good temperament, a female senior sister whose spirit energy had reached 7 meridians, as she coldly said, "The opening of the school every year is always a bit troublesome. I would actually like to see which idiot dares to offend Qin Shao." Tian Tang and the others looked at each other, and couldn't help but feel pity for the new student. Very quickly, Zhao Ming walked into the large classroom of elite class in a flurry of movements, as if he was surrounded by stars surrounding the moon, followed closely by a group of outer courtyard ordinary students who were watching the show. But of course, they were dumbstruck by the scene in front of them. An ordinary-looking youth, his spirit energy was thin, and at most, he was at the level of meridian connection. What surprised people was that under his feet, there was a Tongquan practitioner struggling with all her might. A practitioner of meridian connection stepping on a person of Tongquan? Zhao Ming, Tian Ting and the rest were all stunned. This was completely illogical. Logically speaking, Tongquan should be under the feet of warriors. However, the scene in front of him was an iron-like truth. Wait a moment. At this time, Zhao Ming's pupils suddenly contracted, and burst out with a dazzling radiance. Why does the person who was stepped on look so much like a member of the clan's younger generation? Qin Sheng, you bastard! Zhao Han spat out blood and bellowed, "Let go of Zhao Feng. You dare to trample on my Zhao family members? Looking around the entire Great Yin city, there is no place for you. Do you believe that I won't chop you into pieces?" Zhao Han was extremely overbearing. With a ruthless aura, he ordered Qin Sheng to quickly release them. The Zhao family was like the sun in the sky above Great Yin city, domineering and tyrannical. If the Zhao family wanted to slap your face, you could only obediently extend your face, and get slapped a few times before being done in. "Oh, threatening me?" Qin Sheng squinted his eyes. "What I hate the most is others threatening me. Chop me up? Come, come, come." Qin Sheng grinned, and then, his entire being's temperament transformed. His entire person seemed to have become an unsheathed treasured sword, shining brilliantly. Meridian connection. A soft sound came out. Following that, an extremely dense spirit force surged out from Qin Sheng's body, forming a terrifying spirit force vortex. Qin Sheng's hair started to move rhythmically with the flow of his spirit energy. His entire body was covered with a dense amount of spirit energy, and released an aura that caused people to gasp in shock. Everyone seemed to have also felt Qin Sheng's shocking change, as they all looked over in shock. Mentor Ling Jun, who had been sitting at the podium, suddenly stood up. Yuan power surged between the heavens and the earth as it frantically surged towards that ordinary figure. That person was actually Qin Sheng, who was stepping her Tongquan beneath her feet. Zhao Feng activated the 4 meridians in his body crazily. It was just that the 4 meridians in his body were all human level. Mentor Ling Jun stood up, his cold face revealed a look of shock, and he blurted out in surprise, Heaven Stage Yuan Meridian. How rare were Heaven Stage Yuan Meridians? Even in the entire Flowing Cloud Academy, those who were able to awaken the Heaven Stage Yuan Meridian were still as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns, and definitely did not exceed the number of people who could receive a slap. Moreover, warriors who could awaken Heaven Stage Yuan Meridian, their paths of cultivation would be as dazzling as the stars. He was destined to rise up. After a moment of shock, Mentor Ling Jun finally understood why Qin Sheng was able to enter the elite class. Aside from Qin Sheng, none of the students who participated in the examination were able to awaken the Heaven Stage Yuan Meridian. If such a genius did not enter the elite class, then that would be a shady situation, and would be punished by the heavens. Mentor Ling Jun took a deep breath. With a deep look in his eyes, his expression changed as he muttered, I have truly misjudged this child. Outside of elite class, it was also deathly still. Zhao Ming was the first to react. He too revealed a face of shock, and felt the terrifying Heaven Stage Yuan Meridian in Qin Sheng's body. Because at the same time, he finally recognized that the one being mercilessly crushed by Qin Sheng was his Zhao family's junior disciple, Zhao Feng. Soon after, Tian Ting's face revealed a bit of ridicule, and muttered, It's actually the Heaven Stage Yuan Meridian, this Qin Sheng actually has some qualifications to be arrogant. As for the only female disciple in the group of inner courtyard, the pink-robed beauty sarcastically said, The Heaven Stage Yuan Meridian can be used by anyone. For this person to be so arrogant and despotic with just this vein, what is he? This beauty was called Huaman Yuan, and had always been by Zhao Qingsong's side, considered to be Zhao Qingsong's support. Zhao Han also seemed to have noticed the group of uninvited guests outside, especially when he saw the ugly expression on Zhao Ming's face. Obviously, Zhao Ming was very disappointed with their performance. Zhao Han's face became gloomy, reprimanding Qin Sheng. He bellowed, A single classmate is actually so ruthless. Zhao Wei, let's attack together. Right now, Zhao Han no longer cared about losing face. His face had already been mercilessly slapped by Qin Sheng. If he still held back and lost again, then he really wouldn't have any face left. As soon as they finished speaking, Zhao Wei and Zhao Han burst out all of the spirit energy in their bodies without restraint, and fiercely pounced towards Qin Sheng. Both of them together? At the other academies in elite class, there were suddenly people who felt that the Zhao family members were shameless, but even the instructors did not stop them. As expected, offending the Zhao family didn't have a good ending. Qin Sheng sneered and stopped holding back. He kicked Zhao Feng away and showed no fear at all. Instead, he revealed an excited expression and said, I let all of you come at the same time, UF*Ker. The ear-piercing voice of a taunting voice resonated throughout the entire elite class's classroom. Dozens of stunned gazes were all focused on Qin Sheng. Her, a chicken and a dog. Zhao Ming was not angry, although he was not a direct descendant of the Zhao family, but Qin Sheng taunting Zhao Han and the rest, was undoubtedly smacking the Zhao family's face. Tian Ting also secretly shook his head. This Qin Sheng can activate the Heaven Stage Yuan Meridian, his talent is extraordinary, yet he is actually so arrogant and despotic. Usually, this kind of genius doesn't even have long to live. The same cyan finger. It was just that the emerald light on Zhao Han's fingertips were a few times brighter than Zhao Feng's. Oh, the cyan finger has actually been cultivated to mastery. She is indeed worthy of being called the top disciple of the Zhao family's younger generation. She was able to master a high-grade human step martial art before even entering the outer court. How rare! How rare! The other students who were spectating couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and at the same time, revealed a trace of pity in their eyes when they looked at Qin Sheng. He had actually cultivated the high-grade human step martial art to the mastery stage. He was only a step away from reaching the perfection stage. The students in the same class were still stuck at the basic martial arts level. Zhao Han did not care about the others' exclamations of surprise, and followed Zhao Wei to flank him from the front and back. The two coordinated skillfully and trained, shooting explosively towards Qin Sheng. Face-smacking mouth, let's see if you can still act so arrogantly. Zhao Han asked in a dark voice as his cyan finger fiercely pointed towards Qin Sheng's chest. This was a large success stage cyan finger. The dense green light was extremely fast, and with a sound of air exploding that caused people to feel numb, it instantly appeared in front of Qin Sheng's chest. Don't think that you can be arrogant and despotic just by activating the heaven stage Yuan meridian, and do whatever you want. Zhao Han looked at Qin Sheng as if he was looking at a dead man, and actually carried an endless killing intent, not holding back at all. So what if you have the heaven stage Yuan meridian? I will let you know that the difference between the realms is not something that can be made up with just a single heaven stage Yuan meridian. The elemental energy that a heaven rank meridian could refine was about the equivalent of 3 human rank meridians, which meant that Qin Sheng had activated a heaven stage Yuan meridian, and the elemental energy that he had refined was about the same as an ordinary martial artist with 3 meridians. Which is to say, in Zhao Han's opinion, Qin Sheng was at most equivalent to a martial artist with 3 open meridians. Furthermore, he was very clear that Zhao Feng's Tongquan was just a moment ago, and his elemental energy and the amount of energy he had absorbed to open 3 meridians did not increase by much. Qin Sheng said indifferently. He grinned and appeared beside Zhao Han like a ghost, his speed shockingly fast, easily dodging the edge of the cyan finger, and then, he slapped Zhao Han's face. Pow! Zhao Han was like a kite with its string cut, he grazed the ground and smashed heavily into the table, coughing up blood. He stared deadly at Qin Sheng, his eyeballs almost falling out from fright, because he saw that Qin Sheng had already activated the 2nd meridian. It's the heaven stage Yuan meridian again. Qin Sheng said indifferently, I'm sorry, I really can do whatever I want with the heaven stage Yuan meridian. Swoosh! An extremely quick sound of breaking through the air exploded beside Qin Sheng's ears. A dagger that flickered with a cold light silently appeared behind Qin Sheng's back. His strength was so strong that it directly split open Zhao Wei's palm and his face was filled with shock. How did you react so quickly? These people of the Zhao family have tried to kill me time and time again. Qin Sheng muttered, if that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Boom! The 2 heaven stage Yuan meridian-s completely erupted, and scorching hot elemental energy surged out of Qin Sheng's body like a mountain torrent. Qin Sheng reached out his hand, and it was as fast as lightning. He did not have time to be shocked, his hand was immediately grabbed by Qin Sheng. Crack! Qin Sheng twisted with all his might, causing his bones to fracture. The intense pain caused Zhao Wei's face to contort. Bastard, you dare to break my hand! Zhao Wei was startled and angry. When had he ever been treated like this? Qin Sheng squinted his eyes and did not say a word. His other hand also reached out like lightning, grabbed onto Zhao Wei's other hand, and twisted with force without hesitation. Crunch! The sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the classroom, scaring everyone. Bang! Qin Sheng casually kicked Zhao Wei, sending him flying like trash, and then smashed him onto the ground heavily. The scene had completely gone out of control, the blood and bones in the scene were exploding, the sound was coming from all directions, Was this still the normal exchange of pointers that Mentor Ling Jun had mentioned? In the huge classroom in elite class, other than the cries of the three geniuses of the Zhao family, there was only dead silence. Everyone was petrified. No one had expected this kind of result. Qin Sheng, who had been beaten up by three elite class students, was originally fighting one-sided, but now she had actually turned it around in such a way, and even turned it around so completely. In the end, the three geniuses of the Zhao family were beaten up violently by Qin Sheng, and the scene was not even as anxious as imagined. Using Qin Sheng's words, the three geniuses of the Zhao family were just a bunch of trash. That Qin Sheng actually activated 2 Heaven Stage Yuan Meridian S. After a short moment, someone finally reacted, and countless gazes all gathered on Qin Sheng's heroic figure, which was being wrapped up by spirit energy and was faintly emitting a trace of pressure. In the entire Flowing Cloud Academy, the number of students who could open the Heaven Stage Yuan Meridian were as rare as phoenix feathers or qilin horns. One could count them all in a single slap. Even if it was the pride of the young generation of the Zhao family, Zhao Qingsong could only open up 1 Heaven Stage Yuan Meridian. And this Qin Sheng had just entered the outer court, so he should have already opened up 2 Heaven Stage Yuan Meridian S. Such a shocking inherent skill, it was much more powerful than Zhao Qingsong. This was simply the elite of the elite. The funniest thing was that they were actually questioning Qin Sheng's talent, and believed that he absolutely did not have the qualifications to enter the elite class. Thinking of this, the other students of elite class could not help but be slapped hard on their faces turning red. At the scene, other than the students of the elite class who were discussing in low voices, there was a group of seniors and juniors of the inner academy who were watching from afar. Zhao Ming's face darkened and his eyes were filled with shock as he muttered, "He can actually activate 2 Heaven Stage Yuan Meridian S. Seems like this Qin Sheng truly has the qualifications to be arrogant. His talent is even better than Zhao Qingsong's." Tianting couldn't help but say as he looked at the high-spirited Qin Sheng, who stood with his hands behind his back. Tianting was only a disciple from a small clan from a small town. This Qin Sheng is also surnamed Qin. Could he be related to the number 1 genius in all of Flowing Cloud Academy's history? A few students of the inner academy were chatting casually when they suddenly thought of a historical genius who had an astonishing influence on the Flowing Cloud Academy. Qin Zhongtian had also briefly learned this from the Flowing Cloud Academy back then. Although the stay wasn't particularly long, it left a lot of history that people would find hard to rewrite. This was especially so for the students of the inner courtyard. They were able to see the history set up by the special senior sect every day in the inner courtyard's cultivation room. Amongst them, Qin Zhongtian's record was the one that left the most impression. Qin Zhongtian's talent was so dazzling that people couldn't even open their eyes. Within a month, he had already opened 9 meridians and 8 of them were Heaven Stage Yuan Meridian S. What a terrifying talent. After entering the inner courtyard, he managed to reach the spirit realm within a month. He even refused the help of the old president and went into the demon dragon mining area alone to hunt demon beasts and awaken his battle soul. In the past, the demon dragon's mining area was not an abandoned mining area. There were a large number of active demon beasts, especially in the depths of the mining area. Rank 5 demon beasts were as numerous as dogs. If he was a little careless, he would die without a complete corpse. In the end, Qin Zhongtian had actually trained himself in the depths of the demon dragon's mining area for an entire 3 months. After he returned, he had already awakened a 3-striped battle spirit. Hearing someone mention his father, Qin Sheng could not help but reveal a proud expression. His father was indeed a genius. If not for him disappearing, the great Yan city would not have been the strongest in the Zhao family. Mentor Ling Jun's face changed. When someone mentioned Qin Zhongtian, his face immediately revealed a sinister aura, and fury flashed past his eyes. Because Mentor Lung Jun was also a student of the Flowing Cloud Academy at that time, but unfortunately, he was once humiliated by Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng, this person has always been an unerasable shadow in the Mentor Lung Jun's heart. Back then, he chased after a proud daughter of heaven in the Flowing Cloud Academy. However, the proud girl didn't feel anything from him. Instead, she mocked him. A dragon doesn't live with a snake. To Qin Sheng, this was simply an unexpected calamity. Before the devil in his heart was removed, he would never be able to touch the heavenly completion stage. Mentor Lung Jun also asked what everyone present was thinking. Everyone was very curious, just what relationship did this Qin fellow have with the number one genius in history? Hearing that, everyone's gaze turned to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng looked at Mentor Lung Jun indifferently and his brows slightly knitted. He instinctively felt that this Mentor Lung Jun harbored malicious intentions, and his tone carried a trace of hostility. Don't tell me he has a grudge with father? Qin Sheng instinctively guessed, and estimated that the grievances were not light either. Otherwise, how could a mighty expert in the late stage of the soul realm lose his composure like this? Qin Sheng is my father. After thinking for a few breaths of time, Qin Sheng said this in a clear voice that was not afraid in the slightest. Her voice carried a faint sense of arrogance. Even if her father had any grudges with Mentor Lung Jun, Qin Sheng was not afraid of being trifled with. Furthermore, from the moment he stepped into elite class's classroom, Mentor Lung Jun had already given him a hard time, let alone treating him fairly. Since that was the case, why must Qin Sheng comply with the demands, and might as well admit it openly? Whoosh! The son of the number one genius in the history of the academy is actually Qin Sheng? As expected of a tiger father doesn't have a dog son, this Qin Sheng is not simple after all. Hee, this is going to be a good show. Back then, it seems like the Qin family fought with the Zhao family to the death. Just as Qin Sheng's voice fell, in the huge elite classroom, a heated discussion immediately broke out. Are you his son? Mentor Lung Jun asked, coldly. His tone was extremely unfriendly, with a strong sense of killing intent. Of course he had heard of Qin Sheng having a son, but wasn't his son just an idiot? How could he have such talent? In fact, Qin Sheng's talent was even more frightening than the Qin Sheng of the past. On the first day he entered the Outer Academy, he had activated 2 Heaven Stage Yuan Meridian S. Green winds blue, and blue winds. Qin Sheng was very dissatisfied with Mentor Lung Jun's tone. Before, it was fine if he kept on kneeling and licking the Zhao family, but now he seemed to still have a grudge with his father. I am Qin Sheng's son, what's the matter? Qin Sheng's eyes also exploded with a dazzling light, directly going back to the Mentor Lung Jun. The two of them stared at each other, sparks flying in all directions, the immense pressure causing the air around them to feel as though it was about to solidify. The spectating students did not dare make a sound, for they were afraid of angering Mentor Lung Jun, who was on the verge of erupting. The shock that Qin Sheng gave Tianteng was just too great. Furthermore, he was from a small clan, so he naturally wanted to produce 1 or 2 geniuses in a small clan in the vast Great Yin city that could fight against the Zhao family that could cover the sky with one hand. Ah, my Qin, my Qin. I didn't expect that your son would come knocking on your door with an unknown life and death situation. All these years, you caused my cultivation to remain in the spirit realm and tortured your son. Countless ways of torturing Qin Sheng emerged in Lung Jun's heart, and the corners of his mouth raised into a mocking arc. Qin Sheng's pupils contracted, and naturally, he returned everything to his eyes. The corpse worm of Yin Sha in his embrace also began to move. And there was even the ring in his hands, holding a bottle of Qin Corpse's poison that he forced out of Xiao Bingning's body. It seems like some people have set their sights on him. Qin Sheng muttered, let me see if you are worthy enough to be my father's opponent. Just then, a tall figure walked into the elite class. Dressed in a white robe, his eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. With a wave of his hand, he exuded a faint sense of confidence. A vigorous elemental energy was released, whether intentionally or not. It was intentional. This person was actually Zhao Ming, who had been watching the scene outside the door the entire time. It was just that, at this moment, Zhao Ming's face was not looking good. His three brothers of the younger generation were all beaten into a bloody mess, wailing on the ground. This bunch of idiots, even the Zhao family, lost face because of them. Zhao Ming swept his gaze across Zhao Han and the other two, and retracted his gaze, following which his gaze landed on Mentor Lung Jun, who was seated on the stage. Instructor Lung. Zhao Ming bowed and said. Lung Jun naturally looked at Zhao Ming, and revealed a smile. Back then, he had taught Zhao Ming, and the two of them had some relationship as master and disciple. Zhao Ming, what are you here for? Mentor Lung Jun asked. Today just happens to be the start of school in the outer courtyard. There are 3 disciples of the younger generation in the clan who have entered the elite class. I am here to see the performance of the students and to encourage the younger generation. Zhao Ming explained his intention for coming here, but, his face suddenly darkened, his sharp eyes sweeping across Qin Sheng, and said, it's just an ordinary spar, but he's actually so ruthless. And the rest are now in bed for at least a few months. They are all genius disciples of the Zhao family, and will become the pillar of the family in the future. Zhao Ming stared coldly at Qin Sheng, his words carrying a strong sense of accusation. Qin Sheng squinted his eyes and did not avoid Zhao Ming's gaze. If even he, a Mentor Lung Jun in the late stage of the soul realm, dared to go for it directly, what kind of thing was this Zhao Ming? Whether it was the Zhao family or the Qin family, they had all ruled over the great Yan city before. An ordinary spar, and you still want to use your blade? Is it disgusting? Qin Sheng taunted, as if he was not given any face at all. Since the enmity has already been accepted, if there is any revenge, then come at me as much as you want, I, Qin Sheng, will take it. Cut the crap here, he said. You look like you're on the verge of a Tao divinity. Qin Sheng's body was as straight as a treasure sword, he did not care about the unfriendly gazes, his eyes were filled with determination. Hearing this, a baleful aura swiftly emerged from between Zhao Ming's brows, and the 7 dragon-like essence veins in his body trembled with a loud bang, as if a demon beast had appeared. They released a terrifying aura and said in a deep voice, this mouth of yours is indeed quite powerful, I'll see if your lips are stronger than mine. Zhao Ming was indeed the only ruler of the great Yan city, the Zhao family. Boom! The 7 dragon-like elemental veins burst out like a volcano. Boiling hot elemental energy spread from his limbs and bones to his fists. His fists were as hard and sharp as if they were covered in a layer of precious elemental energy armor. The situation seemed to be about to go out of control as countless gazes instantly landed on Qin Sheng. They were all curious whether Qin Sheng would go all out against the Zhao family members, or kneel down and admit defeat. Enough! A cold berating voice rang out instantly. When it entered everyone's ears, it carried an incomparably cold aura, causing them to feel as if they had fallen into an ice house, ice cold to the bone. Swish! A black shadow burst out, Qin Sheng felt his vision blur, and Mentor Lung Jun, who was so gloomy that water could drip from it, appeared between the two of them. The terrifying pressure of a late-stage soul realm expert instantly enveloped the two of them. Did you not put me in your eyes? The Mentor Lung Jun swept his venomous gaze across Qin Sheng and his group. Qin Sheng immediately felt a terrifying pressure. This pressure was several times stronger than Xia Bingning's. However, he had refined Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor's memories, how could he be afraid? On the other hand, Zhao Ming was not so relaxed. Even though he was a student with 7 opened meridians and was just a hair away from breaking through to the open 8 meridians, he was still way too weak when compared to an expert at the late stage of the spirit realm, especially Ling Jun, a veteran at the spirit realm. Zhao Ming's head was full of sweat, his entire body's spirit energy was frozen, he felt like he would be forced to the ground by the mentor Ling Jun's pressure at any time. Go ahead and cut off one of your arms. A black-robed mentor Ling Jun stood in the middle of the group. The surrounding students quickly avoided his cold eyes that were like those of a demonic beast. Even though Qin Sheng looked to be on the verge of collapse, as if he was about to be pressed down at any time, but in the end, he still clenched his teeth and held on. Regarding this, although the mentor Ling Jun detested Qin Sheng, he could not help but admire him. If Qin Sheng was not Qin Zhongtian's son, he would have even considered taking his in as a disciple and nurtured his well. It was a pity that under the grudges of the previous generation, mentor Ling Jun could not treat Qin Sheng the way he treated the other students. Furthermore, according to Ling Jun's knowledge, Qin Sheng was not a merciful person, he had angered the successor of the Zhao family during the assessment, and according to the patriarch of the Zhao family, this enmity was at a point where one could not overturn it. Ling Jun understood the meaning in his words. It would only end with death. Therefore, even if mentor Ling Jun could let Qin Sheng go, the Zhao family would definitely not agree. The most important thing was that Qin Sheng had already displayed a talent that was even more heaven-defying than the successor of their Zhao family. With this, the Zhao family would not be able to tolerate Qin Sheng. Since that was the case, Ling Jun was naturally willing to beat the crap out of everyone. He could report the grudges of his generation, and also form a good relationship with the Zhao family, which the great Yan city had the power to cover the sky with. Do you know your crime? An ice-cold voice sounded beside Qin Sheng's ears. Even though the voice was not loud, it contained the terrifying aura of the spirit realm. His ears stung and he couldn't help but cover them. Otherwise, his eardrums would be damaged. Qin Sheng clenched his teeth, and raised his stubborn face, his brow slightly creased, and asked, "Instructor, may I ask, what have I done wrong?" "Humph." Mentor Ling Jun snorted coldly. The entire classroom in elite class was like a clap of thunder, rumbling loudly. Look at them. The mentor Ling Jun pointed at the 3 elite warriors of the Zhao family lying on the ground, and said solemnly, "Child, I asked you to compare notes, but you actually did such a vicious thing." When the mentor Ling Jun approached, he was like a terrifying greater demon that had not appeared for many years in the demon dragon mine. He said condescendingly, "I'll punish you to cut off one of your arms, to make an example for others." Haha. Qin Sheng suddenly laughed out loud. "Why didn't you stand out and scold those trash dogs when I was being ganged up? They scared me to death. Why didn't you jump out when you were using your knife?" Instead of getting angry, Qin Sheng laughed, not avoiding this coldness in the slightest. He raised his head, wanting to gobble it up to the end. Actually, he was not surprised at all by mentor Ling Jun's side towards the elite Zhao family, as he had already expected this to happen. It was just that he did not expect the old dog to be so ugly, to cut off an arm on its own. "You." Mentor Ling Jun's face quickly darkened, and between his brows, a trace of hostility emerged. He had been in the outer court of Flowing Cloud Academy for many years and had never been questioned by a student in public. He was an expert at the late stage of the soul realm. Tianting shook his head inwardly and said, "If you take a step back, you might still be able to survive after cutting off one of your arms. Since that's the case, even though I don't dare to directly cripple you, it's still easy to harm your source. Use whatever means you have." "Oh, right. Don't blame me for not reminding you. There are some things, as a teacher, that you don't have to be impartial, but you can't be so ugly either. Aren't you doing this because you want to kneel down and lick the Zhao family? Such a shameless action doesn't suit your temperament as a spirit realm expert." Since he had already offended them, he might as well go all out. Hearing that, Zhao Ming was stunned, Hua Manuan was also dumbstruck, Tianting became even more petrified. Everyone knew that Ling Jun was licking the Zhao family, but how could a freshman like him have a good ending by taunting them like that? Idiot! Zhao Ming finally said from afar. Qin Sheng's words had undoubtedly completely angered the mentor Ling Jun. The mentor Ling Jun judged, and said in a deep voice, "Inch forward, I want to see if your mouth is stronger than mine." His methods are vicious, injuring his classmates, and even shamelessly insulting his teacher. Ling Jun looked down condescendingly, immediately incriminating Qin Sheng. "Breaking your arms, I'll let you reflect on it." As soon as he finished speaking, the cold elemental energy gushed out like a flash flood, and he stomped his foot lightly. Boom! The entire elite class shook violently a few times. The incomparably hard ground actually cracked like a spider web, raising a large cloud of dust. Amidst the dust that filled the air, a black bolt of lightning suddenly jumped out at an alarming speed, and appeared in front of Qin Sheng in the blink of an eye. He's making his move. Just now, he had also been humiliated by Qin Sheng with his words, and he was really looking forward to seeing the scene of Qin Sheng being beaten to the ground with both of his arms broken. Huamanyuan's beautiful eyes also flowed with light, the depths of her eyes revealed a look of schadenfreude. She was extremely pleased with herself. At that time, Qin Sheng, the super genius, would be fated to be like a shooting star and would only illuminate the outer courtyard for one day. Because after today, Qin Sheng fell from being a genius to becoming a normal student. No one could threaten Zhao Qingsong's position in the Falling Cloud Academy anymore. Crack! In the eyes of countless people, that streak of black lightning seemed to have pierced through the void, and wherever it passed, a violent gust of wind blew past, slicing through the sky. In the next instant, it appeared before Qin Sheng. Boom! Get down! Ling Jun casually waved his sleeves at Qin Sheng, and terrifying origin energy wildly surged out from his sleeves, like a dragon serpent emerging from its lair, pouncing straight towards Qin Sheng, who had crossed his arms to defend. The black-colored spirit energy was shockingly powerful. In the huge elite class's classroom, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The spectating students saw mentor Ling Jun's casual attack. On the surface, it looked extremely casual, like a housefly swatting at people, but the aura it produced caused all of them to be dumbstruck. The difference was too great. It was like a mayfly shaking a tree. Some of them even covered their eyes, unwilling to watch the bloody scene that followed. On Qin Sheng's somewhat childish face, there was a faint sense of seriousness. In merely an instant, he activated Fiend God Body Refining, causing all the bones in his body to crackle and explode. A warrior listening so carefully could hear the sounds of Qin Sheng's bones rumbling like thunder. Under numerous astonished gazes, the black-colored elemental energy that was like a dragon serpent was completely poured onto Qin Sheng's arms. Bang! A deep sound of impact was heard, followed by a huge wave of heat that swept in all directions. Qin Sheng felt as if his arms were struck by a meteorite, and an intense pain came from it. His skin was torn apart and blood started to seep out. The mountain's infinite power caused Qin Sheng to fly backwards at an extreme speed, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. The scorching black spirit energy crazily flowed through Qin Sheng's hands into his internal organs, and Qin Sheng felt his internal organs overturning the situation as they all shifted places. Puff! Qin Sheng knelt on one knee as he tasted something sweet in his throat before spitting out a few mouthfuls of black blood. Several tens of fiery gazes locked onto Qin Sheng in an instant. It was clear that they were not shocked. Holy shit, he didn't even fall down like this? A casual attack from a Soul Realm expert is not something an ordinary, invigorated Meridian Realm warrior can withstand. This Qin Sheng seems to have only suffered some light injuries. What a monster. His arms were not broken at all. If it were me, I wouldn't even have a single piece of complete bone in my body. The students who were watching the commotion began to discuss in a low voice. their eyes were filled with fear. Zhao Ming's expression was ugly, his eyes carried a tinge of pity, evidently, he was also angry at Qin Sheng's hands that did not break. Tianting opened his mouth wide, not saying a word. Qin Sheng did not care about the words of the other students. He activated Thousand Hammer Pulse opening technique at full power and absorbed the black spirit energy that had invaded his body. Crackle. After a few breaths of time, the intense pain in Qin Sheng's body finally disappeared, followed by a wave of pure elemental energy that spread to every part of his body. A casual attack from a soul master is indeed powerful. Qin Sheng raised his head, wiped off the blood, and muttered to himself. Lung Jun was truly worthy of being a veteran expert at the spirit realm. His spirit energy was stronger than Xiaobingning's, who was a lot more expensive. After the intense pain, Qin Sheng squinted his eyes, feeling the extremely pure and refined spirit force tempering his body. At the same time, the Fiend God body refining was also a very prolific godly technique. It could produce countless martial arts and mystical arts. The dragon confining hand was one of them. As for the obsidian skin on the surface of Qin Sheng's body, it was only the first layer of his body. With the obsidian skin, Qin Sheng felt that his confidence was more abundant, and he combined it with the Thousand Hammer Pulse opening technique. He reckoned that the Soul Realm warriors would not be able to kill him. Mentor Ling Jun also had a face full of shock. Even though he had only waved his sleeves afterwards, the power that he had unleashed was not even 10%. Even so, he was still an arm that could easily plan out invigorated Meridian Realm. However, an extremely shocking scene appeared before his eyes. Not only did the kid in front of him not break his arms, he even bore with it. If it were any other invigorated Meridian Realm, they would have already been beaten into meat paste. How could they still be able to stand up? What an astonishing body! Such high talent! An unfathomable change occurred to Ling Jun's ice-cold face as countless thoughts surged from his heart. At the same time, greed appeared in his turbid eyes. This child definitely has treasure that he left behind. Thinking of this, the mentor Ling Jun became greedy. Because, in the entire Great Yen City, the most obvious person was Qin Zhongtian's inherent skill. Back then, it was said that Qin Zhongtian was able to appear out of nowhere because of a great fortuitous encounter in the Demon Dragon Mine, and obtained an ancient inheritance. There were once experts from the older generation who wanted to snatch Qin Zhongtian's inheritance, causing a wave of bloodshed in the Great Yen City. In the end, the Great War caused all the powers in Great Yen City to completely change their trump cards, and the Qin family became the absolute hegemon. More than 20 years had passed, Qin Zhongtian had long disappeared, and there was once someone who had scouted the Qin family at night, but they had not found anything. It seems like the inheritance was most likely this child's. With a cold gaze, he locked onto Qin Sheng and walked over, arriving in front of Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng held his head high, his brows filled with fighting spirit. Dragon confining hand. Instead of retreating, Qin Sheng advanced and struck out with his palm at an extremely fast speed. Under dozens of shocked gazes, the cyan-colored dragon confining hand was directly imprinted on her grave and stern chest. Mentor Ling Jun also reached out his hand like lightning, light as a feather and soft as ice. As expected, there wasn't the sound of an intense collision, so Qin Sheng frantically retreated with trembling hands. What? It's actually fine? Mentor Ling Jun was extremely surprised. In that one palm strike just now, he had already used 50% of his strength, yet he still did not break Qin Sheng's hand. This kind of talent, he had already seen it 20 years ago, and that was Qin Sheng's father, Qin Zhongtian. It was even to the extent that Ling Jun felt that Qin Sheng's talent was even more amazing than his father's. In the future, Qin Sheng would become someone else with the power to cover the sky in the Great Yen City. This Qin Zhongtian was already a mountain that was difficult for him to cross. He didn't expect that his son's talent would be even more terrifying. No, I must kill this child in the cradle. A trace of killing intent flashed through his cold and stinging eyes. My hand. A sharp pain passed from his palm to Qin Sheng's entire body. The relaxed glow had long since dimmed down to an incomparably dim glow, and the obsidian skin on the surface of his skin seemed to be on the verge of splitting apart. Qin Sheng coughed out a few mouthfuls of black blood, his expression slightly tensed, and immediately activated his 1,000-hammer pulse opening technique. The vigorous and violent elemental energy, after a few breaths, transformed into the purest form of energy, which penetrated all his limbs and bones. If anyone knew about Mentor Ling Jun and Zhao Ming's domineering attitude, who knows if they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Only, Qin Sheng did not have time to be excited, he was already locked on by a cold aura. He raised his head to look, only to see Mentor Ling Jun's dark and stinging eyes, shining with a monstrous killing intent. Not good, this old dog really has no bottom line as a teacher. With how acute Qin Sheng's senses were, he naturally sensed that the Mentor Ling Jun was planning to kill him. Never would Qin Sheng have expected that on the first day of school, he would retaliate against his teacher, and then, turn cold and shameful into anger. He actually wanted to deal a ruthless blow. This was something he did not expect. Cold Yuan power jumped around as he placed his palms together and waved a few seals. Immediately, an incomparably valiant and terrifying aura gushed out from the top of his head. The terrifying aura that abruptly shot up into the sky caused everyone present to tremble uncontrollably, as if they were in a vast ocean that was filled with raging winds and great waves that could be annihilated at any moment. Coldly looking down from above, he stretched out his palm. It was as strong as a demon beast from the wasteland. His palm was covered in multiplication elemental patterns that were entangled with lightning and had an earth-shattering momentum. Zhao Ming's pupils suddenly contracted as he muttered in shock, the Mentor Ling Jun's trump card, the Great Devil Palm. His voice also caused the surrounding inner academy students to exclaim in surprise. The Great Demonic Palm is an earth-ranked martial technique. Has the Mentor Ling Jun lost control of his emotions? To use an earth-ranked martial technique on a freshman? Hua Manuan, on the other hand, had a cold smile on her face as she sneered, "You reckless fool, you really think that you can do whatever you want after activating 2 heaven-stage Yuan Meridian-S?" They, as seniors, were well aware of Mentor Ling Jun's personality. If you dare to enrage him, then they would be prepared to bear the rage that you couldn't endure, especially the fact that Qin Sheng's father had once humiliated Ling Jun. Tianteng also felt the terrifying aura of the Damo palm that was far away, and his eyes were filled with amazement. He also cultivated the Damo palm, and was well aware of how difficult it was to cultivate, and that even after spending a year of hard work, he was still only barely able to reach the small success stage. And the Mentor Ling Jun in front of him had long since cultivated the Great Net Palm to the peak of perfection. Its power was naturally several times more terrifying than his own. Furthermore, Mentor Ling Jun was an expert at the late stage of the spirit realm, so its power was even more unimaginable. Tianting looked at Qin Sheng as if he was looking at a dead man. In this farce, Qin Sheng was definitely going to die. Qin Sheng was too arrogant, he had the talent to think that he could do whatever he wanted, and was too arrogant to think that he could. Tianting had seen this kind of person too many times. "I hope that the Lord behind you has a life-saving treasure for you." Tianting prayed in his heart. Qin Sheng's pupils contracted as he stared at Ling Jun's outstretched palm. Mad spirit energy exploded from his body, forming a giant black palm with a demonic aura. What low-level martial art is this? Mentor Ling Jun was instantly angered until his face turned green. The king corpse's poison was extremely poisonous, and once infected, even a spirit realm expert would have to die a terrible death. A few days ago, Xiao Bingming was also infected with the king corpse's poison. If she had not met Qin Sheng, who had refined the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor's memories, she would have died a long time ago. Mentor Lung Jun had the same cultivation level as Xia Bingning, maybe his spirit force was stronger, but Qin Sheng believed that if he were to come into contact with the Qin corpse's poison, he would die suddenly. The cold teacher looked at the glass bottle in Qin Sheng's hands, which seemed to contain a gray liquid, and instinctively felt that it was not a good bottle. Wanting to stay away from it, he only thought that the person in front of him was his old enemy's son. Moreover, this child's talent seemed to be even greater than the Qin Zhongtian of 20 years ago. If he was allowed to grow, perhaps his strength might even surpass his. That kind of scene was something Lung Jun absolutely did not want to see. I must kill this child in the cradle. Mentor Lung Jun retracted his cold gaze, and too strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. Killing an elite student in the classroom would only result in him being expelled from the Flowing Cloud Academy. These few years, it had not been easy for Flowing Cloud Academy. He had long been suppressed by the other Lingyun schools in the same city until he could no longer breathe. He didn't want to stay in Flowing Cloud Academy for a long time, so he used this as an excuse to kill Qin Sheng and then leave. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Mentor Lung Jun's eyes became even denser. A huge black devil palm explosively shot out, its speed as if it was black lightning. An ear-piercing sonic boom sounded wherever it passed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Earth-ranked martial arts Great Devil Palm, which was at its peak, streaked across the sky in an attempt to smash onto Qin Sheng's chest. Qin Sheng's ears felt the sound of thunder exploding. It was extremely deafening, and the glass bottle in his hand was about to land on the Great Devil Palm that was being enlarged at the fastest speed possible. At this moment, a delicate shout that carried an incomparably sharp yuan power resounded across the land from afar. Stop! A beautiful figure rushed over at top speed, leaving everyone dumbstruck. Mentor Lung Jun turned his head to take a look. Upon seeing who it was, his expression immediately changed slightly, but his killing intent could no longer be reversed. There was no time to care about so many things. Qin Sheng also did not have time to clearly see that beautiful figure, because her speed was simply too fast, far surpassing the speed of an expert of the spirit realm. Swoosh! A white light soared into the sky, bringing along an endless amount of wind with her, like an arrow that had left the bow, leaving behind an afterimage. Under the countless shocked gazes, she appeared in front of Qin Sheng in the next moment. This Qin corpse's poison was specially treated by him, so it would not have the appearance of a descendant like the plague, and would only rot on a body that had been infected with the poison. Heavenly completion stage. Lung Jun raised his head to look at the white figure in front of him. His face was filled with fear, and when he saw who it was, his eyes immediately revealed a deep unwillingness. Lord Dean. Finally, Lung Jun used all his strength to circulate his cultivation technique, dispelling a wisp of icy cold elemental energy from his body. His gaze landed on the white-cloaked figure. All the surrounding students and instructors looked at him and didn't dare to say anything. Lung Jun, you still dare to put me, the dean, in your eyes? The white-cloaked female coldly glanced at Mentor Lung Jun, her voice extremely pleasant to the ears, clear and pleasant to the ears. Mentor Lung Jun took a deep breath and said with a fake smile, I don't dare. It was obvious that Lung Jun did not place this female principal in his eyes. His tone of voice did not carry much respect. How is it proper for the two of you to openly fight? The white-cloaked female principal turned around and glanced at Qin Sheng. Can anyone tell me what happened? Qin Sheng finally saw the female principal's true appearance. His eyes couldn't help but light up as he thought to himself, what a beautiful principal. The female principal wore a long white dress that outlined her exquisite curves. A face that didn't have the slightest bit of impurities appeared in Qin Sheng's eyes. His self-disciplined 3,000 strands of hair, swan-like neck, and clothes that were as snowy as snow, what left the most deep impression on Qin Sheng was his aloof and cold temperament. This kind of temperament was somewhat similar to Xia Bingning's, except that the female principal was clearly older than Xia Bingning, and had a kind of closeness and distance to him. In other words, although they could approach each other, the distance between the two of them was very far. Xia Bingning, on the other hand, carried a bit of true iciness in her youth. Before the Flowing Cloud Academy's were tested, Qin Sheng knew that the Flowing Cloud Academy had recently changed to a new principal. The original old president had already retired, and his granddaughter had returned from studying in a faraway sect. In comparison, she is Flowing Cloud Academy of the Flowing Cloud Academy. Qin Sheng said in his heart as he looked at Mother Superior. Yun Lan had been extremely annoyed this year. Originally, she was cultivating well in Nine Dragons' holy courtyard, but then suddenly came the grievous news of her grandfather's illness. Thus, she rushed back in a hurry to take over from her grandfather and became the female principal of the Flowing Cloud Academy. These few years, Flowing Cloud Academy had always been oppressed by another similar city's Lingyun school. Whether it was the academy exam or the recruitment, they were all firmly suppressed by the Lingyun school. Therefore, the number of dragon pools they had decided the height of an academy's development. This was because the more dragon pools there were, the more they would be able to contain and baptize the students. This would allow the students to be more gifted, which would be absolutely beneficial to the myriad academies every year. For academies with different levels, the requirements to recruit students would naturally be different. Just like the Flowing Cloud Academy, who had long since declined in the Dragon One Academy, the outer sect examination was only to stroll around the abandoned mines where there weren't many wild beasts. Actually, the so-called outer court examination was more like taking a walk in the park. He recalled that back then, at the peak of Flowing Cloud Academy, he was a member of the 6th Dragon Academy, and there was only one more academy trial before he could be promoted to the ranks of the advanced academies. But after Qin Sheng suddenly dropped out of school, the Flowing Cloud Academy became more and more impoverished until she graduated. Flowing Cloud Academy had already lost 3 times in a row, falling to the Dragon Academy. If she fails again this year's academy competition, the other academies would seize the last dragon, but they would probably kill her. This was Yun Lan's family's century-old heritage, and it must not be destroyed by her. The things that have happened in the academy recently are getting more and more absurd. Yun Lan frowned, her eyebrows knitted tightly. If this goes on, it will definitely affect this year's academy competition. Thinking about it, Yun Lan planned to take this matter seriously, and completely rectify the atmosphere in the Flowing Cloud Academy. Because there were not enough students in the past few years, she had collected a lot of worms. This had a huge relationship with Yun Lan's grandfather, who was already old. Yun Lan even suspected that her grandfather was sick suddenly, and was definitely not simple. Maybe there was a spy in Flowing Cloud Academy. Yun Lan stood in the middle of elite class's classroom with her jade-like feet as she swept her eyes across Qin Sheng and Mentor Lung Jun. Her long hair that was like a waterfall started to move rhythmically with strong spirit energy. As she walked, she revealed her long, slender, pure, and flawless legs. Yun Lan's eyes that seemed to turn solid landed on Mentor Lung Jun's body, as though he was waiting for his answer. Mentor Lung Jun met Dean Yun Lan's gaze and felt some fear in his heart. After all, she was a heavenly completion stage expert who was cultivating in Nine Dragons' holy courtyard, so he definitely could not be underestimated. However, when Lung Jun suddenly remembered that Yun Lan's situation in the academy was not very optimistic, he became more confident, pointed at Qin Sheng and said coldly, "Today's new students are entering the school, I will let the students spar, but this guy is so ruthless." She directly crippled 3 elite students in the class. Mentor Lung Jun stood with his hands behind his back. His words were arrogant, and his eyes revealed a faint ominous glint that no one dared to look at him directly. Furthermore, he was also considered a member of the Zhao family with the support of the Zhao family. Lu Ren, who was from the outer court, was also his superior, and as such, the Zhao family and instructor Lu Ren would always support him whenever anything happens. This year's outer court student recruitment test was even more intense than before. There weren't many students that were able to reach the elite rank, only around 30. Facing the heavenly completion stage expert's tip that seemed to have solidified completely, Qin Sheng's tall and straight body actually trembled slightly. The enormous pressure caused his spirit energy to solidify and his body to become stiff. Qin Sheng looked at Yunlan's peerless heroic appearance in shock, and could not conceal the shock in her eyes. He muttered, "This is the coercion of the heavenly completion stage expert? It's too scary, looks like I can't take it anymore, it's just a sliver of pressure." Lord Dean. At this moment, Zhao Ming actually stepped into elite class's classroom once again, and revealed a furious expression. He similarly pointed at Qin Sheng and spoke of his crimes. From the Demon Dragon Wasteland's external assistance assessment to the elite class's sparring. The flamboyant words of Zhao Ming made it seem as if everything was fine. He even humiliated Qin Sheng, who was morally corrupt, took advantage of the situation and charged fees for protection. He knew everything in detail, and Zhao Qingsong must have told him. The more Yunlan listened, the more intense the anger appeared on her exquisite face. She thought to herself, this kind of poor student is simply disgraceful, how can he enter the elite class? Maybe someone will buy the elite class with a lot of money. I'm not sure, but I'm sure that someone will buy the elite class. Yunlan was so angry that her chest rose up and down, her white and exquisite dress sketching out many enchanting curves. Of course, the surrounding students all lowered their heads, not daring to openly admire him. And when Zhao Ming saw Principal Yunlan's expression, he knew that the principal somewhat believed him. As an inner courtyard disciple, he had already seen this Mother Superior Yunlan a few times. Adding the words spoken by the mentor Ling Jun, Principal Yunlan would have most likely believed him already. Humph, you clown, let's see how you're going to jump this time. It seems that this year, no disciple from the Qin family will be able to enter the elite class. In the Great Yan City, the Zhao family and the Qin family had been fighting for decades. However, ever since Qin Zhongtian had disappeared, the Qin family had gradually declined, and they were no longer a match for the Zhao family. However, Zhao Ming didn't mind at all if he stepped on his foot at this time. Perhaps this kick of his might completely destroyed the last chance of the Qin family making a comeback. Yunlan had never thought that there would actually be such a weak freshman, her gaze was like a sharp sword once again sweeping towards Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice house, and a wave of disgust suddenly spread from the bottom of his feet to his limbs and bones. His eyes revealed a hint of shock, the heavenly completion stage expert's pressure was like a mountain pressing down on him. Qin Sheng clenched his teeth, and bellowed, "Open 2 meridians. 2 heaven stage Yuan meridian S?" He actually found a genius who could open 2 heaven stage Yuan meridian S in the Great Yan City. One had to know, Zhao Qingsong, the heir to the Zhao family, who was able to rule the entire Great Yan City, could only open up a heaven stage Yuan meridian. The kid in front of him actually had a talent that was even higher than Zhao Qingsong's. Yunlan was a little happy in the bottom of her heart. If she cultivated it well, she might become the cornerstone of the academy competition next year. Thinking to this point, the look in Yunlan's eyes toward Qin Sheng lessened by a bit, and became a bit gentler. "What's your name?" Principal Yunlan asked. Mentor Ling Jun naturally could not help but feel his heart skip a beat when he saw the change in Principal Yunlan's expression. That Qin dog's son is, after all, a genius who managed to open up 2 heaven stage Yuan meridian S. Who knows, maybe that little girl Yunlan will be merciful. Zhao Ming was also keenly aware of everything that had happened, and he was also clear that Qin Sheng's talent was definitely extremely high. If President Yunlan had set your eyes on his talent, then the matter today would truly have happened. The other students that were spectating all set their eyes onto Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng didn't care about the gazes of the others. Calm and composed, his gaze stayed on mentor Lingjun for a while, then said, "My name is Qin Sheng. Qin Zhongtian's son." As soon as he finished speaking, Dean Yunlan's eyes widened with even more shock. Qin Zhongtian was her senior, but he had also been chasing after him. Back then, the reason 90% of Flowing Cloud Academy was able to reach the heights of the Sixth Dragon Academy was all because of Qin Zhongtian. "You are Qin Zhongtian's son?" Principal Yunlan could not help but ask again. Qin Sheng nodded. Qin Sheng's words also caused quite a commotion, as Qin Zhongtian was the senior who contributed a lot to the Flowing Cloud Academy, for example, so many of the teachers knew about it. Hearing that, Dean Yunlan frowned, as she suspiciously looked at the mentor Lingjun with an ugly expression. Principal Yunlan had naturally heard of the grudges between Lingjun and Qin Zhongtian back then. It was obvious that the matter today was not as simple as what she had just seen. "Can you tell me what just happened?" Principal Yunlan said in a deep voice, "Don't be afraid, just tell me the truth." "All right." Qin Sheng nodded. Soon after, Qin Sheng threw the scorpion tail tiger eggs to the Zhao family members when they were in the Demon Dragon Wasteland S assessment. Because of the chaos, he helped Senior Xia Bingming remove the king corpse's poison, and under the condition of a beast tied in the Demon Dragon Wasteland, he brought the participants back to the academy safely. As for today's sparring session, Qin Sheng also spoke of it in detail. He did not exaggerate anything, nor did he look as shameless as the mentor Lingjun, where the truth lay between black and white. Finally, under everyone's strange gazes, Qin Sheng finished explaining everything that had happened in the past 2 days. Yunlan's beautiful face showed shock and anger. If not for Yunlan knowing that Qin Sheng was Qin Zhongtian's only son and that he was from a famous clan, she would have already slapped him. At this time, President Yunlan took a deep breath, looked at Qin Sheng deeply, sighed, and asked in the end, "Who can testify for you after saying all that?" Words had no basis. One had to have proof before they could serve the masses. Otherwise, no matter how high one's innate talent was, it would still be difficult for them to submit to the masses. Qin Sheng pointed to the group of ordinary students that were spectating from the back, and said indifferently, "Those ordinary students can all be witnesses." Qin Sheng casually pointed at the few students in the normal class, only that the normal students who were selected all lowered their heads, as they did not dare meet Qin Sheng's eyes, and even more so did not dare jump out to testify. Seeing this scene, mentor Lingjun and senior Zhao Ming could not help but feel somewhat proud of themselves. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to see that Qin Sheng had already made enemies with mentor Lingjun and the Zhao family. They were all ordinary students, and did not have a deep background to begin with. Under these circumstances, how could they dare jump out to testify for Qin Sheng? Just as Qin Sheng was disappointed, a round figure pushed his way through the crowd, and under countless astonished gazes, walked into elite class's classroom. "I can testify for Qin Sheng," Han Tailong said loudly. "You bunch of ungrateful bastards. If it wasn't for Qin Sheng who led the way, you would have already been eaten by the beasts." Han Tailong pointed at the group of students from the common class behind him. They all lowered their heads, not daring to refute him. "Tisk, just a student from the ordinary class, how useful can your words be?" Zhao Ming taunted in a cold voice, "Who doesn't know that you and Qin Sheng are best friends? You have a good relationship." Mentor Lingjun was indifferent. A small student in the ordinary class was unable to testify. At the same time, he felt relieved. As long as he could stay in Flowing Cloud Academy, he would have plenty of chances to kill this guy in the cradle. Just that, right now, mentor Lingjun was a little worried that Yunlan would kick that brat out of the academy in a fit of rage. After all, with Qin Sheng's talent, he would definitely be able to enter another Lingyun school in the same city. At that time, once the Lingyun school focused on training him, this would definitely not be the result Lingjun wanted to see. "Headmaster, I have a suggestion, which is to expel this child from the elite class, and let him reflect on it in the ordinary class. After half a year, we can use his performance to decide whether or not he should return to the elite class. Mentor Ling Jun suddenly jumped out and said. The mentor Ling Jun is indeed righteous. Zhao Ming colluded with Ling Jun and also jumped out to support him. Qin Sheng's talent is not bad. If he could repent in a timely manner, he would definitely become a great figure in the future, who would be a pillar of the Flowing Cloud Academy. Only, Qin Sheng had a cold smile on his face. Once he refined the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor's memories, he could immediately tell what kind of medicine Ling Jun and Zhao Ming were up to. This sudden scene caused everyone to turn their heads to look at the clear and melodious voice. They only saw Xia Bingning slowly walking over from afar, her speed seemingly not fast, but in reality, she had already arrived at the entrance of elite class's classroom. Today, Xia Bingning was dressed in a red cheongsam, and the phoenix's face was no longer as sickly pale as it was before. Instead, it was even redder, and its spirit energy had unexpectedly become even more vigorous than yesterday. Evidently, after a night of cultivation, Xia Bingning had already cleared away some of her old injuries, and her spirit energy had naturally become more vigorous. The spectating students all opened up a path. Under everyone's gazes, Xia Bingning's peerlessly beautiful face did not change at all. Being stared at by so many people right now, she had long gotten used to it. However, when Xia Bingning looked at Qin Sheng with her phoenix eyes, her beautiful eyes immediately revealed a look of shock. Yesterday, when they parted, Qin Sheng had only opened 2 meridians, even if one of them was a legendary saint rank origin vein, the other was an ordinary human step origin vein. Not even a single night had passed, yet Qin Sheng had gained 2 additional Heaven Stage Yuan Meridian S in the air. The speed at which an essence vein opened up was something that was rarely seen even in the distant hidden families of hers. When Mentor Ling Jun saw that Xia Bingning, the legendary genius of the inner courtyard, the chief disciple of Flowing Cloud Academy, had actually chosen to testify for Qin Sheng at this time, a dark look couldn't help but rise on her face. One had to know, Xia Bingning was not a normal class cat or dog, her words had a lot of weight. As the noble heavenly completion stage expert, Principal Yun Lan had an acute sense of the power of her divine soul. She only needed to take a glance at Xia Bingning to be able to detect that Xia Bingning's body had undergone a tremendous change. With regards to Xia Bingning, the principal student, Dean Yun Lan, naturally had some understanding. She was very clear that Xia Bingning had always had a strange illness, because he was the one who brought Xia Bingning back from the 9-Dragon Academy. Xia Bingning's talent far exceeded that of any ordinary student from the Great Yin City. In addition to her extraordinary beauty, many people were extremely interested in her. It was just that Xia Bingning had a cold and aloof temperament, acting as if she was a stranger that couldn't get close to him. This caused the elites in Flowing Cloud Academy, who were quite talented, to not even dare to get close to him. If others were to know that Principal Yun Lan and Xia Bingning actually came from the same academy, they would definitely shock everyone present. However, talent and cultivation didn't mean that talent and pills could go against the will of the heavens. To remove the king corpse's poison, at least the grade 3 alchemist was needed. Becoming an alchemist was extremely difficult, and was definitely not something that a brat who had just entered the outer court of Flowing Cloud Academy could do. How could that son of Qin go be the grade 3 alchemist? A mocking expression quickly surfaced on Mentor Ling Jun's face. Humph, even in the entire Great Yin City, there is only one unworldly tier 2 pill refiner, and he is almost 100 years old. In Lingyun School, it is said that there is a very young tier 1 alchemist. However, there is a huge gap between the powers of an alchemist and that of an alchemist. No one present believed it, and no one was willing to believe that the nearby Qin Sheng was even a grade 3 alchemist. Everyone was staring fixedly at Xia Bingning's red lips. Xia Bingning seemed to have thought of what everyone present was thinking. She was also extremely shocked back then, but it was an iron-like fact that Qin Sheng was able to remove the Qin corpse's poison. Taking a light deep breath, Xiao Bingning slightly parted her rosy lips. With two serious expressions in her eyes, she said, "Yesterday, at the demon dragon mining area, I was indeed contaminated with the Qin corpse's poison. In the end, it was Qin Sheng who cured me of the lethal poison." Whoosh! Xiao Bingning's voice had just fell, and after a few breaths of time of silence, she fell heavily onto the calm surface of the sea like a giant meteor with the force of 50,000 kilograms, creating stormy sea waves. Everyone's face was petrified as their eyes turned round. They could not believe that such an impossible thing had actually happened. Impossible. An extremely strong sense of doubt appeared on Mentor Ling Jun's face. He absolutely did not believe that Qin Sheng could remove the Qin corpse's poison that was at the tip of the iceberg. Boom! As the cold aura approached Xiao Bingning, the elemental energy within his body suddenly exploded outwards. A terrifying elemental energy pressure was like a storm as it flooded his body, emitting a sharp and terrifying elemental energy pressure. "Tell me, why did you lie for this kid?" Mentor Ling Jun shouted. His face was stern and his eyes filled with hostility. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Mentor Ling Jun's voice was like a sudden explosion of thunder, earth-shattering and deafening. The coldness in his rage was like a terrifying demon that had appeared in the demon dragon wasteland. His stinging eyes shot out crimson light that seemed to materialize from the depths of his eyes. Whoosh! 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 A green stream of air that could not be seen with the naked eye was wound around the spot he was pointing at, forming a protective barrier. The elemental energy that was spreading out in all directions was immediately frozen. And when they saw the azure spirit formation in front of them, the spectating students were instantly relieved of a heavy burden as they panted heavily. Lung Jun suddenly lost control. The sharp pressure that erupted from him was just like a mountain. Even the aftershocks that scattered in all directions caused the ordinary students, who only had 3 to 4 meridians open, to feel as though they were sitting on pins and needles. Cold. You're crazy. Just then, a loud and clear shout came out from the huge elite classroom. The incomparably furious Principal Yun Lan stood in mid-air, as dense spirit energy erupted from her body. She was like a fiery phoenix in rage, her boiling spirit energy bathing around her body emitting a scorching light, causing all the students watching to close their eyes one by one. This was because it was simply too dazzling. If they did not close their eyes, with their strength, they would definitely be blinded by the dazzling light from the elemental energy. Yun Lan stood in mid-air, her dress fluttering in the air, her hair fluttering with the violent fluctuations of spirit energy. She did not say a single word, her flawless face was covered in frost, and boiling hot spirit energy crazily surged out like a volcanic eruption, forming a huge flaming palm in the sky. At this time, the mentor Lung Jun, who had lost control of his emotions, was finally pressured by an source energy stronger than him by a few hundred times. Dean. Mentor Lung Jun wanted to explain something. However, the reply he got was the huge palm of flame that was emitting a sharp and oppressive aura in the sky. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of Qin Sheng and the others, the gigantic flame palms in the sky ruthlessly smashed towards Lung Jun's body. Crackle! Wherever the huge flaming palm passed by, the surrounding air became distorted due to the extremely hot temperature. It even created wave after wave of scorching heat waves. Pfft! The gigantic flaming palm smashed down at a seemingly slow pace, but under the pressure of heavenly completion stage expert's aura, the mentor Lung Jun's elemental energy solidified and its reaction speed decreased. It did not even have the time to defend before it was crushed. In the end, he had also been in Flowing Cloud Academy for a long time, and had contributed a lot to Flowing Cloud Academy, bringing a lot of outstanding students with him. Qin Sheng had thought that he had Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor's memories, fiend god body refining, and even cultivated dragon confining hand, along with the corpse worm of Qin Sheng's avatar, which was a trump card that far exceeded that of an ordinary profound practitioner. Even when facing such a veteran expert of the spirit realm like Mentor Lung Jun, he was still confident that he would still be able to escape even if he couldn't beat him. But, what if he angered a heavenly completion stage expert? In Qin Sheng's mind, he kept repeating the words played back to the flaming palm that had just landed in the sky. If it was Qin Sheng who was facing that gigantic flaming palm, even if he had any trump cards, he would only be able to crush them into fine powder. Thinking up to here, Qin Sheng couldn't help but feel a wave of fear and trepidation. In the past 2 days, he had refined the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor's memories. Along the way, he had conducted himself in a high-profile, overbearing manner, and crazily challenged those above him. Actually, if he met a true opponent, Qin Sheng would simply have no way of fighting back. Therefore, although the giant flaming palm that Dean Yunlan executed just now was incomparably hot, it was like a large bucket of cold water pouring down, completely clearing Qin Sheng's mind. Scoundrel development, bewitching. If he was too strong and provoked a heavenly completion stage expert, he would be able to easily crush him to death. Of course, even in the entire Great Yin City, there were only a handful of heavenly completion stage experts who could be counted with one hand. However, Qin Sheng secretly made a decision that he had to keep a low profile in the future and not lose himself in the process. Mentor Lung Jun, who was not far away, was a living, bloodied example. Qin Sheng raised his head and looked at Mentor Lung Jun. His entire body was smeared in black, his hair was in a mess, and he looked like he had been frightened out of his wits. Dean, I just lost control of my emotions and lost control of my elemental energy. As if he felt that was still in a rage, he immediately retracted his gaze. He lost control of his emotions and his elemental energy? High up in the sky, Dean Yunlan could not help but let out a sneer. How could an experienced warrior at the late stage of the soul realm lose control of his elemental energy due to emotions? This was simply a humiliation to Yunlan's intelligence. These kinds of worms, they usually get used to the old man in the academy, attacking the moment there's a disagreement. A somewhat sharp aura emerged from Yunlan's jade face. If you don't teach me a lesson, then treat me like a vase and don't put me in your eyes at all. Ever since he found out that his grandfather had fainted from a serious illness, Yunlan hurriedly rushed back from Nine Dragons' holy courtyard and took over Flowing Cloud Academy. In these past few days, regardless of whether it was the instructors or the elders, they had all disobeyed her. The instructors and elders of the academy did not listen to her at all. In the end, the so-called reforms were also ignored. Swish! Mentor Lung Jun felt as if he was being crushed by a mountain. He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and with a wow, he flew backwards like a kite with its string cut. In the end, the Mentor Lung Jun heavily crashed onto the stage of elite class's classroom. That terrifying power turned the entire stage into powder, and dust filled the air. Everyone was petrified. They looked at the scene in front of them in shock, but no one dared to raise their heads to look at Principal Yunlan, who was in the sky. Mentor Lung Jun collapsed on top of a pile of rocks. His eyes were filled with shock and fury as he said, "Principal, I'm an instructor of the outer courtyard. You actually dared to strike at me like this for an inner courtyard student. I want to report this to the academy's elders." Lung Jun did not dare to move, but he still pulled at the tiger's skin. He often played with this kind of method. In any case, he had a boss behind him. Swoosh! Dean Yunlan stepped forward with lotus steps, as if green lightning had flashed past. Qin Sheng felt his eyes blur, then a beautiful figure with a sharp aura appeared in front of Mentor Lung Jun. Whatever. Principal Yunlan said condescendingly, however, from today onwards, you are not the teacher for the outer court elite class S. Lung Jun's expression changed, asking with suspicion, what do you mean? Yun Lan's red lips slightly parted as determination flashed past her beautiful eyes. She thought to herself, it's time to get rid of these worms. The dirty things you think you've done all these years? A trace of ridicule flashed across Yun Lan's beautiful face, and she said, what I mean is, you can scram, my Flowing Cloud Academy does not need scum like you. What? He could not believe his ears. Hee, you want to kick me out of Flowing Cloud Academy for an inner court disciple? Lung Jun said unwillingly. You shouldn't have attacked her. Yun Lan pointed to him. Other people might not know Xia Bingning's background, but she, Yun Lan, was very clear that this little junior sister Xia Bingning came from a big family. Furthermore, in these past few days of interaction, Yun Lan had become very fond of this junior sister, and the two of them had fostered many feelings. The most important thing was that Xia Bingning was Flowing Cloud Academy's hope. In the academy examination at the end of the year, whether or not she could keep the last remaining dragon pool, Xia Bingning was the most important person. The reckless Lung Jun actually dared to attack Xia Bingning. This touched the bottom line of the Mother Superior Yun Lan. If Xia Bingning was harmed, how could a small Flowing Cloud Academy endure the anger of a hidden great clan? Lung Jun immediately felt the elemental energy in his body solidify. A difference of a great realm might seem like it wasn't a big difference, but in reality, the difference in strength between the two was 1,008,000 miles. Moreover, Dean Yun Lan had studied at the Nine Dragons Holy Courtyard, so her talent was frightening. Hearing this, the expression on his face darkened. Son of Qin Go, don't be so smug. The furious sound transmission entered Qin Sheng's ears, like a thunderbolt in anger. Qin Sheng sneered as he glanced at Lung Jun. Two traces of anger also quickly emerged in the depths of his eyes. After his father was insulted and turned into a dog, anyone would be furious. Only, Qin Sheng could not use the sound transmission, but he could not possibly do nothing either. You. After being humiliated, Lung Jun was immediately angered to the point that his chest heaved up and down. In the end, his internal injuries were triggered, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Son of the Qin dog, you must not leave the Flowing Cloud Academy. Otherwise, I can pinch you to death with my fingers. Lung Jun's furious sound transmission finally left the elite class's classroom under countless gazes. As for Qin Sheng, a hint of ridicule appeared on his face as he watched the figure disappear into the distance. I'm waiting. At this time, Principal Yun Lan finally walked in front of Qin Sheng and Xia Bingning. Qin Sheng observed the Mother Superior in front of his up close. His pure white and flawless jade face revealed that his hair was fluttering along with the lotus steps. Beneath his delicate, swan-like neck was a figure that would cause people to be amazed. He gripped onto a willow branch and wore a dress that outlined a curve that Qin Sheng was unable to shift his gaze away from. Bingning, are you all right? Yun Lan immediately asked, her eyes filled with concern. Xia Bingning nodded her head, and softly said, I'm fine. He's no threat to me yet. Xia Bingning added. All right. Yun Lan set her gaze on Qin Sheng, and at the same time carefully observed the outer court disciple who helped Xia Bingning get rid of the King Corpse's poison. If it wasn't for Xia Bingning saying this, Yun Lan would never believe that this 16-year-old youth in front of him actually possessed such a capability. Is he such a young apothecary? Principal Yun Lan's beautiful face slightly twitched. When Qin Sheng was stared at by such a heavenly completion stage expert, he immediately felt a little unnatural, especially when he thought about how cold and stern he was like a dead dog. His scalp went numb as he bowed and said, Greetings, Lord Principal. Principal Yun Lan nodded slightly. Putting aside the fact that took the exam yesterday, he took the opportunity to rob the place while it was still hot. He charged a protection fee before he was willing to bring the participating students back to the academy. Oh? Principal Yunlan turned her head to look at Zhao Ming, who had a face full of grief and indignation. Although her delicate body did not release any kind of yuan power pressure, Zhao Ming immediately felt an invisible force lock onto him. She knew that the one who had jumped out was a student from the Zhao family. The Zhao family's power in the Flowing Cloud Academy was not small, and what Ling Jun had done today was most likely to be the Zhao family's power. Thinking of this, a few chilliness gradually surged out of Dean Yunlan's eyes. She had just finished cleaning up a bug when the other bugs jumped out to stop her. Zhao Ming also seemed to have felt the coldness in the eyes of the Mother Superior, and immediately felt as if he had fallen into an ice house, crumbling and crumbling. If not for the halo of the Zhao family from the great Yin city supporting him, he would have collapsed on the ground a long time ago. What should I do? It seems that it's none of your business. Dean Yunlan's voice was soft, but Zhao Ming felt as if his ears were being struck by thunder. Conversation with a heavenly completion stage expert was simply too difficult with invigorated Meridian Realm and low-level fighter. Principal Yunlan did not continue to look at Zhao Ming. This kind of small worm, Yunlan, really did not place him in her eyes. Even though Zhao Ming was an inner courtyard student, his talent was not bad. He was only a sliver away from opening the 8th Yuan Meridian. However, this level of strength could only be used as cannon fodder in the end of the year's academy exam. In Dean Yunlan's eyes, this Qin Sheng, who had 2 open meridians, was even more worth nurturing. Forget about his monstrous talent in pill refining and detoxifying. Just the 2 heaven stage Yuan meridian on his body was something to be proud of. However, when students spar with each other, your attacks are rather heavy. Moreover, the news of you and the professors fighting each other and spreading has had an impact on the reputation of the academy. Principal Yunlan said in a low voice. I have clearly seen through the rewards and punishments. Since I have done the right thing, I want to reward you for it. If I did wrong, there will naturally be punishment for it. Hearing that, Qin Sheng's slanted brows slightly knitted, and a look of unease surfaced on his slightly childish face. As expected, President Yunlan's next sentence caused everyone to let out a few cries of shock. I'll punish you to train with the sparring ground S of the Inner Academy for 1 week tomorrow. The sparring ground S of the inner courtyard were located in an extremely dangerous and bloody forbidden area of the inner courtyard of the Flowing Cloud Academy. Some of the students of the inner courtyard would once again practice their martial arts at sparring ground, letting some rogue cultivators take the test and become live targets. As the few exclamations of shock that were present faded away, a few gazes from the surrounding people carried expressions of schadenfreude. One of the strongest guests in the Qin family was Qin Zhongtian's gold medal sparring partner back in the Inner Academy. To be able to become Qin Zhongtian, that heaven-warping genius gold medal sparring partner, it was obvious that the power of that guest warrior of the Qin family was definitely not weak. Since he was young, Qin Sheng had heard a lot of terrifying deeds from the strongest guest elder in the family regarding the Inner Academy's training partner. The sparring partner of the inner courtyard. Isn't that just taking a beating? Qin Sheng muttered to himself. If it was anyone else, as long as they wanted to be beaten, they would definitely have to frown. However, to Qin Sheng, this was an extremely simple matter. Others might be afraid of getting beaten up, but Qin Sheng wasn't. Because he had the 1,000 hammer pulse opening technique, even if it was a spirit realm expert, as long as they released their battle soul, they wouldn't be able to beat him to death. Thinking about that, Qin Sheng's childish face that had just displayed a bit of seriousness, immediately turned soft, replaced with a bit of desire to give it a try. Senior Sister Yun. Principal Yun, Qin Sheng has only opened 2 meridians, isn't it inappropriate for you to let him be the Inner Academy's sparring partner? Xia Bingning frowned slightly, but in the end, he still couldn't help but plead with Yunlan. Oh my God, Senior Xia Bingning is begging for mercy for a new student. Could it be that the rumors of Xia Bingning having an affair with Qin Sheng is true? Heavens, is that still a freshman? On the first day of school, senior sisters beauties from the inner academy were recruited. Some people were shocked, some people exclaimed in admiration, and some people felt despair. Dean Yunlan's beautiful eyes were also somewhat warm. Concealed color, obviously she was also a little suspicious of Xiaobingning and this Qin Sheng's intricacies. Seeing that, Xiaobingning's beautiful face immediately turned red, the sparkling white made the eyes of the male students light up, and the female students felt ashamed. Don't misunderstand, he is helpful to my illness. Before he treats it, he absolutely cannot have any injuries. It was obvious that Xiaobingning could also see the warmth in Yunlan's gaze. Concealed light couldn't help but send a mental message to explain. Oh. Yunlan was even more shocked. She clearly knew that this little junior sister from a hidden great family, even their clan's alchemist or guest official, would be unable to cure her illness. Are you sure? Yunlan asked with doubt in her voice. Xiaobingning hesitated for a moment, then nodded her head and replied, I'm sure. Relax, with the intensity of the inner academy's sparring partner, we will not be able to defeat him. Disperse. This was the true brother who could entrust his life to the enemy. Qin Sheng patted his shoulder heavily and nodded, okay. Only, Qin Sheng was very clear that Han Tailong's position in the family was not really that high, and the big sister in the inner court that he mentioned would probably not give him much face. Moreover, the self-help person had the help of heaven. It was better to beg than to beg. He believed in himself, he would definitely be able to use his fist to strike the heavens and earth. After bidding farewell to Han Tailong, Qin Sheng went back to his own courtyard. As students of the elite class, they didn't need a dormitory. They had their own courtyard, which was a small villa. There was a small courtyard in front of the door, and it was quite well equipped. There was a bedroom, living room, and even a training room. However, the formation array was not activated in the cultivation room, and the elemental energy was as dense as the outside world, not to mention the underground black market's Azure Dragon training room. Qin Sheng came to the cultivation room and sat cross-legged, preparing to meditate. When Qin Sheng quietened down, he couldn't help but want to take care of the things that happened in the past 2 days. The things that happened in the past 2 days were too much. Climbing out from the pile of graves in the Demon Dragon mine, refining the memories of the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor, the revival of the Demon Dragon Wasteland, the black market Taba, and the grudge between the mentor Ling Jun and his father. Qin Sheng also went from the meridian connection to the invigorated 3 veins, and one of the sacred rank origin veins hidden deep within his spine was one of his greatest trump cards. However, as his strength grew, the dangers he would encounter would also be more and more. Hidden Dragon Gang wanted to kill him on the way, and even more so wanted to kill him in the cradle. Qin Sheng also wanted to revive the entire Qin family in Great Yan City. The most important thing was to find out the truth behind his father's disappearance. It was very clear that the disappearance of Qin Sheng's father was not simple at all. If they continued to investigate, the difficulties Qin Sheng would face might even be 100 times more difficult than it was today. It was just that Ling Jun, who had an old grudge with Qin Sheng's father back then, it was enough for Qin Sheng to eat a big pot. With so many unknowns in the future, Qin Sheng couldn't help but feel a sense of irritation as he closed his eyes. After a long while, Qin Sheng once again opened his eyes, which shone with 2 rays of determination, and said in a deep voice, even if it's 100 or 1,000 times more difficult, I will personally bring the Qin family back to the peak, and find out the truth of my father's disappearance. The road is a long way off. Qin Sheng would not easily give up because of the difficulties in front of him. I need to open the 4th elemental pulse as soon as possible. Qin Sheng sat cross-legged and muttered to himself. There were many ways to open elemental pulse, other than absorbing the heaven and earth elemental energy step by step to shake the elemental pulse hidden deep within the body. However, only practice room, which was extremely rich in the elemental energy, could achieve twice the results with half the effort. For example, the underground black market, each day of cultivation was equivalent to the result of less than half a month of cultivation. However, the price of using Azure Dragon Training Room was simply too high. Every day, there would be 1,000 crystal. Even the Soul Realm expert were not willing to spend so much. Of course, Qin Sheng was still able to use the 1,000 hammer pulse opening technique, but the speed at which he was being beaten up to open the elemental pulse was not bad. Other than the fact that he had no other choice, probably not many fighter would be willing to use that masochistic method to open the elemental pulse. Other than that, the other side used the pills like the Tianyuan pill, to open up the elemental pulse. However, the price of Tianyuan pill was extremely high. Only the grade 3 alchemist could refine such pills, and the success rate of the pills was so low that it would make one's hair stand on end. Therefore, the price of a single Tianyuan pill was shockingly high. Even the Soul Realm expert would not be able to afford it. Only armored vehicles like Heavenly Completion Stage or even Compulsory Realm could afford it. Qin Sheng bitterly cultivated for a full 6 hours before slowly opening his binocular. He could not help but reveal a bitter smile, and said, "I withstood 2 of those cold attacks, and I have already broken through less than half of the 4th elemental pulse. However, after bitterly cultivating for half a day, I still have not made much progress. It's too slow." According to this slow speed, it would take at least 2 to 3 months to completely open the 4th elemental pulse. Qin Sheng's hands gently rested on his forehead, his expression faintly depressed. "We can't go on like this." At this time, the cold, final words that he said to Qin Sheng when he left suddenly surfaced in his mind. With Qin Sheng's current strength, if he left the Flowing Cloud Academy, he would only be able to take a beating when faced with the cold and stern late stage of the Soul Realm. Furthermore, looking at his grave and stern expression, the grudge between him and Qin Sheng's father was definitely not as simple as it was in the past. A poor scholar and a rich martial artist. Qin Sheng's eyes slightly narrowed, and muttered, "Right now, the most urgent method is to earn money as soon as possible." With Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor's memories, there were simply too many ways to earn money. For example, selling Fiend God body refining that were above the 9th heaven, casually throwing out a few pill formula, or giving them to a few disciples with serious injuries. Could even cultivate his own pills and sell them to the underground black market. However, these methods of making money could definitely be used to make money quickly, so they were temporarily impossible to do. Furthermore, once Fiend God body refining was released to the market, a peerless spiritual exercise like the Dragon Confining Hand would definitely appear on the market. It would definitely cause a huge wave in the entire Great Yin City, or even the entire Baichen Kingdom. A single heaven-ranked martial arts could already move the Heavenly Completion Stage's heart, let alone a spiritual exercise that far surpassed the heaven-ranked martial arts. At that time, not to mention whether Qin Sheng could make money, no matter how deeply he hid, he would be found out by the experts of the Heavenly Completion Stage or even those of the Compulsory Realm. Being rich was a crime. When you don't have enough strength, yet have a great treasure in your possession, what kind of outcome will await Qin Sheng? Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor above the 9 heavens and 10 hells were all restricted by their pill refining abilities, causing the death of their somatic spirit. Having learned from the mistakes before, it was impossible for Qin Sheng to make the same mistake as the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor did. Just as Qin Sheng was considering how he could earn money with the fastest speed possible, the sound of footsteps came from outside the small villa. Night had long since fallen, and it was already very late. At this time, who would come and find Qin Sheng? At this time, Qin Sheng raised his head to look at the door, the depths of his eyes revealing a faint hint of doubt. By right, no one would come looking for him at this late hour. In the entire Flowing Cloud Academy, Qin Sheng was the only friend he had, and from what he knew, Han Tailong had already returned to the family, and was looking for the big sis he had mentioned. The inheritor that Han Tailong spoke of was considered a star student within the inner court. Other than having an extremely high aptitude, it also had an astonishing apothecary talent. For those heavens pride of the inner court, other than the morning lessons and exams, they had a lot of freedom. Some inner court students liked to train, but some liked to immerse themselves in training. Evidently, the big sis that Han Tailong was referring to was the former, as he was often not in the inner court. Just as many thoughts emerged in Qin Sheng's mind, a red figure walked in. Qin Sheng saw that it was actually Xiao Bingning. "I didn't expect that you would come." Qin Sheng raised his head and laughed, a look of surprise faintly appearing on his face. S impeccable appearance revealed a trace of coldness. Her eyebrows knitted as she asked snappily, "What's wrong? You don't welcome me?" Being ruthlessly swallowed down by the beautiful senior sister, Qin Sheng's expression couldn't help but become somewhat awkward. He rubbed his nose, changed the topic, and said, "It's so late, what business do you have with me?" Xiao Bingning did not immediately answer. She swept a glance across the empty living room and said, "This house of yours is truly deserted." Xiao Bingning casually found a spot to sit down, and with a flip of his hand, a small jade bottle appeared on the slender palm of the jade hand. "Here." Xiao Bingning casually tossed the little jade bottle over to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng took the little jade bottle and casually opened it. A rather thick medicinal fragrance immediately filled the entire living room. Invigorating meridian pill? Qin Sheng's eyes could not help but light up. Surprisingly, there were a total of 10 invigorating meridian pill inside the little jade bottle. As the name implies, as long as we consume the invigorating meridian pill, the probability of us opening the elemental pulse S will increase. As long as you consume one invigorating meridian pill, you will be able to increase the probability of opening an elemental pulse by 10%. As long as you can get out of the crystal, you can clear the 9 elemental meridians in a short amount of time. Only, this kind of method could only be used on wealthy family who did not lack crystal S, because an invigorating meridian pill on the market would cost as much as 10,000 crystal. Xiao Bingning casually tossed over to Qin Sheng's little jade bottle. There were a total of 10 of them, which meant that they were worth a lot. Qin Sheng gave Xiao Bingning a deep glance. This beautiful senior sister was definitely not a small place. In just a day and a night, she would be able to get 10 invigorating meridian pill. If you want to buy one, you can only do so through an auction. Xiao Bingning lightly knocked on the table with her verdant fingers, and said, "I will exchange the 100,000 yuan crystal for 10 invigorating meridian pill. Do you have any objections?" Qin Sheng grinned and said, "Of course there's no objection. What I need the most right now is a pills to open the elemental pulse. Do you have a Tianyuan pill?" Qin Sheng asked, casually, with a flip of his hand. He took out the 100,000 yuan crystal S. Xiao Bingning looked at the 100,000 yuan crystal in Qin Sheng's hands, and a pair of beautiful eyes immediately gave off 2 rays of inconceivable light. However, ever since Qin Zhongtian disappeared, the Qin family had swiftly declined. How could Qin Sheng take out the 100,000 yuan crystal? 100,000 yuan crystal S were equivalent to a small-scaled family's entire year's income. Xiao Bingning's eyes slightly narrowed. She was completely unable to see through this Qin Sheng in front of him. She had an extremely high ability to treat illnesses, a tyrannical and unrivaled body, and also the ability to open up the legendary saint rank elemental vein. This teenage, who had a face that still carried a hint of childishness, gave him more and more surprises. "Where did you get this crystal?" Xiao Bingning squinted her eyes and asked. Qin Sheng casually glanced at Xiao Bingning, and did not avoid him. Instead, he chose to satisfy the curiosity of the beautiful senior sister in front of him. "Yesterday, I went to the black market. A few restless, hidden dragon gang children, who sent money to me, stopped me halfway. It's hard to refuse kindness, so I'll accept it without having to face it. Hearing this, Xiao Bingning's red lips could not help but curve. Someone from the hidden dragon gang stopped you halfway and sent you back with a crystal? Xiao Bingning could not help but laugh. This smile was like the melting of a 10,000-year ice mountain. It was extremely beautiful, even with Qin Sheng's unwavering gaze. Although Xiao Bingning had known Qin Sheng for only 2 days, she had experienced his shamelessness and his ability to act like a pig and eat the tiger. It was very obvious that the truth was that those hidden dragon gangs did not open their eyes. Xiao Bingning had already been in the Flowing Cloud Academy for close to a year, so she was very clear about the powers surrounding the Great Yin City. It's not easy to deal with hidden dragon gangs, seems like you have quite a number of card bottom. Xiao Bingning said, no wonder you are not the least bit nervous, it seems like you are fully confident in Inner Court's training partner. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Bingning flipped his hand, and a stack of information appeared in his hand. Looks like I, as the Emperor, am not as anxious as the eunuch. This piece of information regarding the Inner Court's 3 great evil tyrants is even less than what you need. Qin Sheng glanced at the so-called information in Xiao Bingning's hands, and could not help but tease, are you worrying about me? Who's worried about you? Xiao Bingning said snappily. However, when he thought back to this morning, when he personally pleaded for mercy in front of so many pairs of eyes, the warmth of senior sister Yun Lan couldn't help but appear in his mind. Yi Zichen's face instantly turned red. Humph. Don't pull him down. With a thought, Xiao Bingning retrieved the information about the evil tyrant back to the ring. Don't. Qin Sheng immediately said. After such a farce, the distance between Qin Sheng and himself had narrowed quite a bit, and the air became tranquil. How is it, 100,000 yuan crystal, can you buy it? As a boy, Qin Sheng was the first to break the silence. Xiao Bingning slightly frowned and said, sure, but we'll have to wait for at least a month. A single Tianyuan pill could indeed be valuable, but even grade 2 pills like invigorating Meridian Pill S would have to go through an auction to obtain it. Tianyuan pill were grade 3 pills. Even if they were placed in an auction, a fierce struggle between 2 tigers would be needed to obtain them. Xiao Bingning only thought about it for a while, before agreeing. From this, it could be seen that Xiao Bingning's identity was definitely unfathomable. A month? Qin Sheng thought. It seems that in this 1 month's time, he could only use other methods to open the elemental pulse. You did me a favor. Then, forget about the Kowloon Emperor ointment. Qin Sheng laughed. The Kowloon Emperor ointment, that kind of ointment was usually used to refine the body, but now that Qin Sheng had successfully refined the obsidian skin, he did not need the ointment to strengthen the body for the time being. What happened to the seal in your body? Suddenly, Qin Sheng asked, curiously. Why is there a toad inside? The Icefoot was a 5th-stage demonic beast and their strength was extremely terrifying. Even if it was a compulsory realm expert, it was hard to take care of them. It could be said that the moment the seal crumbled, Xiao Bingning would definitely die in an instant. The somatic spirit would all die, and there would be no chance of survival. Hearing that, Xiao Bingning's beautiful face immediately became gloomy, and the jade hand instinctively covered her position. Heaven's pride girl like her, when they found out that there was a toad in her body, would definitely be extremely disgusting. She would bring that beast out and destroy it ruthlessly every second. Xiao Bingning wanted to say something, but she hesitated. The things in her body involved too many hidden things. Therefore, she didn't want to reveal it. Seeing that, Qin Sheng was dissatisfied, and said, if you do not say, I will not help you take out the Icefoot. Who knows if you've offended that great power? Once you take out the Icefoot, the other party might even be able to faintly feel it. At that time, my third-rate Great Yin city might not be able to endure that kind of terrifying anger. Qin Sheng said in a serious tone. How can you go back on your word? You said that as long as it's a set of Kowloon Emperor ointment, you would help me take out that beast. Xia Bingning stood up, and her eyes flashed with a cold light. A frightening icy elemental energy began to stir within her body, and only revealed a few wisps of cold air, causing the temperature of Qin Sheng's entire villa to seem as if it was going to solidify. Qin Sheng did not show any signs of weakness. Previously, when he had promised Xia Bingning to treat his illness, it was because he was acting brave, but now that he thought about it, he felt that it was too impulsive. Just like today, a fighter with a cold the soul realm was enough for Qin Sheng to eat a pot. Without clearing the fourth elemental pulse, Qin Sheng would never take a step out of Flowing Cloud Academy. Boom! The same rank elemental vein in Qin Sheng's body also activated with a loud bang, and a wave of tyrannical and unrivaled qi burst out from his body, the pressure on his body immediately disappearing without a trace. It's not that I don't want to help you remove the seal, it's just that I want to know what's going on. I don't want to die without a clear reason. Qin Sheng had inherited the memories of the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor, so why would he fear the so-called family powers under the 9 heavens and 10 earth? However, even if he was a genius, he still needed time to grow. There was definitely a great benefit to helping Xia Bingning get rid of the dead seal. This risk was completely worth taking. It was just that Qin Sheng wanted to know the general story of what had happened. Tens of breaths later, Xia Bingning retracted all of her elemental energy, and the pressure from the cold bone-piercing dissipated along with the wind. I am not a native of Great Yin City. Xia Bingning said indifferently. Qin Sheng nodded, and said, I know. Like senior sister Yunlan, I am from one of the 5 great 9 dragons, Holy Courtyard-s. Holy House of Lingxiao? Qin Sheng glared and immediately revealed a look of shock and asked, Are you with President or with a classmate? The demon dragon wasteland was extremely vast, and there were more than 36 of them in the surrounding dynasty. Below each dynasty, there were several tens of subordinate states that numbered in the hundreds. The Beiqin kingdom that Qin Sheng resided in was only a subordinate kingdom of the Great Yin dynasty. In other words, the Beiqin kingdom that Qin Sheng belonged to was one of the Great Yin dynasty's territories. And the Holy House of Lingxiao was one of the top 5 9 dragons, Holy Courtyard-s out of all the countless college. Every student who could enter the Holy House of Lingxiao was a heaven-warping, heroic and powerful heaven's pride. Xia Bingning was only 19 years old. Not only did she open 9 heaven stage Yuan Meridian S, she even reached the late stage of the Soul Realm. Such monstrous talent also came from the Holy House of Lingxiao. As for Yunlan, her talent was also extremely intrepid. From her appearance, Yunlan definitely did not look more than 25, but she was already an expert in heavenly completion stage. One could imagine that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Holy House of Lingxiao. If one were to randomly choose a normal student, they would be able to beat the students of Flowing Cloud Academy to a point where they doubt their own lives. After a moment of shock, Qin Sheng retracted his gaze. And then? Obviously, Xia Bingning had not hit the nail on the head yet, and was only briefly explaining her origins. I am from the Xia clan of the Great Yin dynasty. My father possesses the military power of the Tiger Tally God, and can be considered a marquis of the Great Yin dynasty. Xia Bingning said indifferently. Qin Sheng squinted his eyes, but there was no shock on his somewhat childish face. Listening to the name of the Tiger Tally divine weapon, it was clear that it was an absolute dukedom of actual power, possessing monstrous abilities and authority. However, so what if he had great authority? Even so, he could not save his daughter, and allowed Xia Bingning to come to such a remote border small town to wait for death. Xia Bingning seemed to have also noticed that Qin Sheng was not too surprised, and continued, because of an accident, my mother was ambushed by a group of mysterious people, and received heavy injuries. I barely survived, and finally passed away when I was 5 years old. And after I was born, I was discovered by the elders of the family as a result of the cold energy's invasion. Thinking about her dead mother, Xia Bingning's ice-cold and charming face couldn't help but reveal a few traces of sorrow. Qin Sheng frowned slightly and said, "The person who did this to your mother should hate you greatly. Otherwise, he would not use such a malicious method to plant a ice-foot's egg in your body." Hearing this, Xia Bingning blankly nodded her head. She did not have a clear memory of what happened, and her father had never reminded her before. Xia Bingning only knew that her father had always wanted to uncover the real culprit behind all of this. But even after so many years had passed, there still wasn't a single piece of news. The guy with his head and tail exposed is probably not some great power. Qin Sheng laughed coldly, and said, "Don't worry, as long as I attack the Tongjiu Meridian, I will be able to find that beast." "Can't we find it out now?" Xia Bingning hesitated and asked anxiously. Although Icefoot could be considered to have a noble bloodline amongst demonic beasts, they were after all, toads. No girl would like to hide a toad by their side. This was too disgusting. Qin Sheng seemed to also understand Xia Bingning's feelings, and said, "My current strength is not sufficient. If I were to forcefully seize that icefoot from your dantian, it might not be impossible. It's just that this difficulty will cause some damage to your dantian, and it might even affect your soul. I suggest you wait a little longer. I will use the Tongjiu Meridian, so you won't have to wait too long." "You really can help me?" Xia Bingning was in disbelief. Her father held the authority of the Tiger Tally, and even after searching for so many high-grade apothecaries, he still failed to do anything to her. In front of her eyes, this teenage who wasn't even 16 years old yet was actually able to help her regain her freshman. Hearing that, Qin Sheng's indifferent face immediately had a dissatisfied look, and he said in a deep voice, "Right now, I'll help you consolidate the seal, so that you won't be able to feel its existence at all. It's just that this will affect your cultivation progress." Xia Bingning bit her teeth lightly, and finally chose to believe in Qin Sheng. After all, Qin Sheng had reinforced his seal yesterday. She had slept soundly the entire night, and his sleep quality was the best in recent years. "Rest assured, my Qin family is in the great Yen city. Once we get there, we won't be able to run away from the temple." Xia Bingning nodded. "If that's the case, then take off your clothes." Xia Bingning glared as a chill flashed across her beautiful face. "Are you taking off her clothes again? Don't even think about taking advantage of me." Qin Sheng rolled his eyes and muttered, "Women are really hypocritical. It's not like I haven't seen it before." "What did you say?" Xia Bingning stood up, and an incomparably strong elemental energy surged out from her 9 heavenly level Yuan meridians. The boundless cold energy made the air seem as though it was about to solidify. Qin Sheng was also trembling from the cold. He explained, "My soul power is not enough. If I don't come into direct contact with your skin, I can't help you consolidate the seal in the depths of your dantian." After a long while, Xia Bingning's face finally flushed red and she took off her red skirt, revealing a large piece of sparkling and translucent snow-white skin. In the end, Qin Sheng had completely consolidated the power of the ancient seal, deep within Xia Bingning's dantian. Qin Sheng laid on the bed. He was so tired that he couldn't even move his fingers. Xia Bingning earnestly tried to sense the interior of the dantian, and indeed, she could no longer sense the hidden seal, as if it had disappeared into thin air. This was simply too miraculous of a method to guard against the toad. After several tens of breaths, the excited Xia Bingning turned her gaze onto the collapsed Qin Sheng on the bed, a hint of trust in her eyes. Only now did she truly believe that Qin Sheng was the person who had cured her of her illness since she was young. Just thinking about something that her father had once told him, Xia Bingning immediately felt a little embarrassed. Rumble. With a flip of her hand, Xiao Bingning threw over the information she had on the inner court's 3 great evil tyrants to Qin Sheng. Have a good night's sleep tonight. What's waiting for you tomorrow is a very cruel training partner. Xiao Bingning could not help but say. Her beautiful face had an additional 10 to 20% of her worry, but that 10 to 20% disappeared in an instant. Xiao Bingning was once again ice cold. Also, I know you are not simple, but I advise you not to reveal your saint rank elemental vein, otherwise you will definitely die miserably. Xiao Bingning warned her in the end. Even if it was one of the 9 dragons' holy courtyards, it was still extremely rare. In the entire history, the number of heaven's pride that could activate the saint rank elemental vein could be counted on one hand. If the news of Qin Sheng possessing the saint rank elemental vein were to spread out, others would definitely find out, especially to the ears of the S. At that time, what awaited Qin Sheng would naturally be a very tragic end. After an unknown period of time, Qin Sheng finally regained some of his power, and got up to take a look at the door. Xiao Bingning's beautiful figure had long since disappeared, and she had instead returned to the inner court. I know the principle that having a treasure is a crime better than you. Qin Sheng laughed, then started to read through the information regarding the so-called inner court's 3 great evil tyrants. Flowing Cloud Academy, inner court, courtyard of the Xian class. Zhao Ming came to Zhao Qingsong's chief once again. The spirit energy here was dense, the elemental energy was abundant, and the effect of cultivating here was definitely many times better than outside. Only, the current Zhao Ming did not have the same envious look he had in the morning, but instead had a gloomy expression on his face. Following closely behind was Huaman Yuan, who had already changed into a black muslin dress. Her eyes shone with a faint look of anticipation. She had admired Zhao Qingsong for a long time, but this was the first time she came to courtyard to pinch him. Huaman Yuan's body stood tall and straight, the black muslin dress outlined an attractive curve, holding on to the willow branches Ying. Following that, night came, faintly discernible, as she walked forward, step by step. Very quickly, Zhao Ming and Huaman Yuan arrived at the top of the courtyard's stone pavilion. Zhao Qingsong was impressively sitting on a stone stool on top of a stone pavilion, and the two of them instantly shot their gazes over. They just saw Zhao Qingsong sweeping their dejected look this morning, as his eyes became sharp. Other than a strand of indescribable energy, his entire person was like a great demon's that was hibernating in the darkness. Shua. Zhao Qingsong glanced at Zhao Ming and Huaman Yuan indifferently. The two of them immediately felt as though they had fallen into an icehouse as a sinister pressure enveloped their entire bodies. Congratulations Qin Shao for stepping into the soul realm. After a moment of shock, Zhao Ming could feel the earth-shattering changes that Zhao Qingsong had undergone, especially the intimidating might of the sharp soul that was faintly emanating from his body. Only by passing from the invigorated meridian realm to the soul realm would the power of the soul be able to experience an explosive increase in strength, which would be able to produce such a sharp and forceful pressure from the soul. This was one of the characteristics of the soul realm. Even though Huaman Yuan's strength was inferior to Zhao Ming's, her delicate body was still trembling slightly, and her beautiful eyes were blooming with a light of worship. Congratulations Qin Shao. As expected of inner court's chief, to be able to step into the soul realm so quickly. Huaman Yuan lifted her head to look at the indifferent Zhao Qingsong, her exquisite face was filled with admiration. That Qin Sheng is simply comparable to fireflies fighting with Hao Yue. He doesn't know his own abilities. When Huaman Yuan mentioned Qin Sheng's name, Zhao Qingsong's slightly pale white face, which looked like a parasite, suddenly sank slightly. His eyes, which were as black as a boulder, faintly emitted a few traces of killing intent. Zhao Qingsong, who had succeeded in cultivating the insect, had now stepped into the soul realm. As such, even though she had yet to refine the battle spirit, the density of the elemental energy was enough to suppress a normal soul realm warriors. This was the biggest benefit he had gained from the body worms. After the Tongjio meridian broke through the barrier of the elemental pulse, 9 elemental meridians formed a huge cycle inside the meat body. And the soul realm was divided into 3 stages, which were the front, middle, and back. Once one reached the soul realm, they would be able to kill demonic beast and refine their soul. To fighter, smelting battle spirit was extremely important. A good battle spirit was an earth-shattering change to the fighter's battle power. Sit down. Zhao Qingsong lifted his hand, allowing the two of them to sit. This is the flood dragon blood tea sent from the colossal lion country. It has great benefits to the tempering of the body. Zhao Qingsong poured 2 cups for Zhao Ming and Huamanuan. Great Lion Country was a small country which had a land connection with the Beichen Kingdom, and was also one of the small countries that was subordinate to the Great Yin dynasty. The tea was blood red, sparkling and translucent. Accompanied by the fog, an extremely rich smell of blood filled the entire stone pavilion. Hearing this, Zhao Ming's eyes couldn't help but light up, and after taking a small sip, his expression immediately changed, and he said, "So spicy. This flood dragon's blood tea is even fiercer than alcohol." Zhao Ming actually started to cough violently. The pain coming from the depths of his throat was extremely intense. With Zhao Ming's reminder, Huamanuan just took a small sip, but it was still very spicy. Her mouth was burning, and her beautiful face was flushed red in a few breaths, looking as though she was drunk. Everyone said that tea was used as wine, yet Zhao Qingsong's draconic bloody dragon tea was actually stronger than alcohol. Jiao Shui was already out of the snake's ranks. Once he passes through the lightning tribulation, he would be able to transform into a dragon. To use the blood of these great demons to brew tea, that must be very strong. Even though the bloodthirsty dragon tea was extremely violent, Zhao Ming could still feel its effects. The elemental energy that was made from the blood of the dragon instantly spread throughout his 4 limbs and bones, especially over the 7 elemental pulses in his body. After completely absorbing all the dragon blood elemental energy, the 8th elemental pulse had actually started to loosen up. The 8th meridian? Zhao Ming's binocular lit up, his face quickly revealing a hint of excitement. "I still have quite a few left, I'll give you a can to drink at home." With a flip of his hand, Zhao Qingsong took out a dark red teapot and tossed it to Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming immediately took it and said, "Thank you, Qin Sheng." With this jar of flood dragon's blood tea, he would be able to come home and drink it every day. Before long, he would be able to open the 8th elemental pulse. Yes. Zhao Qingsong nodded indifferently, then asked, "What's the situation on outer court's side today?" Because he had been using his body to plant bugs all day, he had only just come out, and even Zhao Ming and had to wait outside for a long time before being able to come in. Therefore, Zhao Qingsong did not know about the situation the outer court was in today. Hearing that, Zhao Ming's face also darkened. Following that, he told Zhao Qingsong everything that had happened in the outer court today, without missing a single word. Humph. After hearing everything, Zhao Qingsong's expression became terrifyingly dark, and the baleful aura between his brows became even stronger. His eyes also shot out 2 terrifying rays of light like a dragon snake. This Qin Sheng can really stir things up. A little worm with invigorated meridian realm can actually cause such a ruckus. Zhao Qingsong said coldly that Leng Jun is actually one of the waste. He failed to crush that Qin Sheng even after 2 attacks. Ever since he had leveled up to the soul realm, even though he had yet to refine the battle spirit, Zhao Qingsong was able to understand the enormous gap between the Tongjio meridian and the soul realm. Adding the goo worm S that the old slaughterer had planted on him, his fighting strength would definitely far surpass that of ordinary S. Therefore, even though he knew that Qin Sheng could open 2 heaven stage Yuan meridian S, he did not put him in his eyes. As long as there was a suitable opportunity, Zhao Qingsong could crush them with his fingers. A student from outer court who has 2 open meridians like Qin Sheng is nothing to worry about. However, President Yunlan surprised me. Zhao Qingsong whispered. He was very clear that Yunlan had always been committed to the reform of the Flowing Cloud Academy and had only encountered resistance from many old men in the courtyard. She did not expect that this time she would actually kick Lin Jun out. Zhao Qingsong's extremely alluring figure appeared in his eyes, with a face full of possessiveness. The two beauties of the Flowing Cloud Academy, he, Zhao Qingsong, would take them all. This morning, Zhao Qingsong still hated Qin Sheng to the bones, but following the sudden increase in his strength, he did not place Qin Sheng in many places. Qin Xiao, are we just going to let that Qin Sheng go? Zhao Ming was a little suspicious. That kid's talent is very high. If we allow him to grow, maybe he'll be the next Qin Zhongtian. How about we? Zhao Ming made a throat-slitting gesture, killing intent in his eyes. Zhao Qingsong lightly glanced at Zhao Ming, and said, "It's just a baby that's still inside the cradle, there's no need to trouble yourself with others." If my thoughts are right, at this point in time, President Yunlan will definitely be watching us closely. In this kind of situation, it will be extremely difficult for us to make a move. For those elite class students who had broken through 2 Heaven Stage Yuan Meridian S, Yunlan might still be hoping that Qin Sheng would have the chance to participate in the academy competition next year. Especially after today's fight with Ling Jun, Qin Sheng was definitely an influential figure in the Flowing Cloud Academy, and everyone would focus their gaze on him. If they were to make a move now, although it wasn't a success, it was definitely not a good opportunity. Hearing this, Zhao Ming also felt that Zhao Qingsong was right. It was indeed difficult to do anything at this time, and wanted to kill Qin Sheng amidst the cradle. Are we not going to do anything? That brat is arrogant and despotic. He slapped 3 of our Zhao family's elite disciples ruthlessly today. Zhao Ming was unwilling, and said with a deep voice. Zhao Qingsong squinted his eyes, and said indifferently, "Didn't that clown get punished for training in the inner court for a week? Then the inner court's 3 great evil tyrants will be able to make that clown eat a big pot." The inner court had 3 great evil tyrants, all of them were tyrannical and arrogant, and were famous throughout the inner court. Stealing from others, taking from others for protection fees, no one dared to offend them. Mentioning the 3 great evil tyrants, even Zhao Ming felt a deep fear, and said, "It's just that those 3 great evil tyrants are people from the Soaring Serpent Gang, and the Soaring Serpent Gang has been rallying dozens of gangs nearby the Great Yin City. They have even intervened in the business of our Zhao family s. How could they possibly help us?" Zhao Ming shook his head and said. Zhao Qingsong flipped his hand, and a pill bottle appeared in his palm. He casually tossed it to Zhao Ming and said, "There is no eternal enemy. Tell those 3 great evil tyrants, for them to allow Qin Sheng to grow and for him to rise again. What benefits do they get? I remember that many years ago, Qin Zhongtian personally swept through all the gangs near the wasteland." Hearing that, Zhao Ming's eyes couldn't help but light up. "Also, there are 3 invigorating meridian pill inside. Just say they were taken from Qin Sheng, with their temper. I don't think I need to say it anymore." The corner of Zhao Qingsong's mouth raised in a subtle smile of ridicule. 3 invigorating meridian pills? Zhao Ming was shocked. Invigorating meridian pill are grade 2 pills. A single crystal is worth more than 10,000 each, and that's not something you can just buy with money. They had to make an appointment and register half a year earlier. If there were a lot of fighters registered, they would even have to go to an auction to participate in the registration. The 3 great evil tyrants were used to plundering by force. If they knew that Qin Sheng possessed a great treasure, they would definitely beat him up first, regardless of the consequences. The Qin Xiao is wise. Zhao Ming hurriedly flattered his. Zhao Qingsong waved his hand, signaling for Zhao Ming to leave. "Stay with me." Zhao Qingsong's gaze fell upon Hua Manuan, who was dressed in a black gauze dress. Her eyes were burning with passion as she pulled her over and directly extended her hand into her plump bosom. Seeing that, Zhao Ming knew what was going on and quickly left the courtyard. Before he had taken a few steps, he heard the sound of clothes being torn, as well as Hua Manyuan's delicate voice. Panting sounds. Within one of the villas in elite class of outer courts residence, Qin Sheng sat cross-legged, completely unaware that a great storm aimed at him was about to arrive. This pill fragrance is really rich. Qin Sheng opened the pill bottle, smelled it carefully, and said to himself indifferently, "Let's try the effect first." Qin Sheng took out an invigorating meridian pill, which flickered with a red light, and even had a few faint pill patterns on it. This batch of invigorating meridian pill, the effect of the pellet formation is not bad. Let's see if I can completely clear my fourth elemental pulse. Qin Sheng immediately swallowed an invigorating meridian pill and it dissolved in his mouth, immediately transforming into a dense elemental energy, filling his internal organs. The invigorating meridian pill's effect was naturally far from that of the Tianyuan pills, but because the batch of refined pills had pretty good effects, and there were already some faint pill patterns, the effect was still not bad. The scalding elemental energy seeped into every inch of Qin Sheng's skin, every cell. And Qin Sheng's elemental pulse, which was already half opened, crazily absorbed all the elemental energy transformed from the invigorating meridian pill, just like how dragons absorbed water. Very soon, the vigorous elemental energy that the invigorating meridian pill had transformed into disappeared completely with the speed that the naked eye could see. Seeing that, Qin Sheng could not help but reveal an excited expression. His eyes lit up as he said, "A single invigorating meridian pill actually failed to clear the fourth elemental pulse. Could it be another heaven stage Yuan meridian?" Thinking of this, Qin Sheng couldn't help but be overjoyed. Normally, the more elemental energy one could absorb, the higher their level. Again. With a thought, Qin Sheng swallowed 3 invigorating meridian pills in one go. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Faintly, there was a stir in the elemental energy. The boiling hot elemental energy was like a volcanic exploding. Qin Sheng's face immediately turned scarlet, and smoke began to rise from the top of his head. Only, Qin Sheng's fourth elemental pulse was like the primordial dragon elephant. "Eat everything. I refuse to believe that I won't be able to break through the fourth meridian." Qin Sheng's face congealed as he swallowed the remaining 6 invigorating meridian pill. If anyone else were to see this, they would definitely be dumbstruck. This was a grade 2 pills, an invigorating meridian pill, A single one of them was worth at least 10,000 crystal, and it would have to wait half a year before it could be auctioned off. It was already rare for a normal invigorated meridian realm student to obtain one. However, as if he was eating candy, Qin Sheng cracked all of the invigorating meridian pill with a crackling sound and swallowed them all down. Bang! A wave of muffled booms rang out, and elemental energy surged out of Qin Sheng's stomach like a flood, transforming into streaks of pure elemental energy. A total of 6 invigorating meridian pills, like 6 large rivers, surged without end. Qin Sheng's skin seemed to have been roasted red, smoke billowed from the top of his head, and the entire body expanded 3 times, like a balloon that was about to explode. "Haha, pass. Clang. I got it." If it was an ordinary, invigorated meridian realm martial artist, how would they dare to eat it like this? Forget about invigorated meridian realm, even if it was the expert of the soul realm, they wouldn't dare to produce so many in one breath. This was not eating pills, this was eating poison. If he was even the slightest bit careless, his entire body would have exploded and died from the fierce gushing of the elemental energy. Rumble. Qin Sheng felt his entire body was burning, the hair on his head was about to be ignited. He immediately activated the 1000 hammer pulse opening technique and the fiend god body refining. The obsidian skin instantly covered every inch of Qin Sheng's skin, releasing a black light and absorbing a large amount of elemental energy. Crunch. It was as if something had been opened. Under Qin Sheng's control, the fourth elemental pulse was opened up to 90% of the world. After several tens of breaths, Qin Sheng slowly stopped his cultivation and let out a long sigh. Almost. Qin Sheng muttered to himself. The fourth elemental pulse is also a heaven stage Yuan meridian. Even though he had not completely broken through the fourth elemental pulse, Qin Sheng could still feel that the elemental energy contained within the fourth elemental pulse was definitely extremely shocking. The invigorated meridian realm, which he had taken 10 whole pellets of, had actually not been completely cleared yet. From this, it could be seen how precious Tian Yuan Pills were to be able to directly open up a single heaven stage Yuan meridian. It was even built on the foundation that Qin Sheng had been beaten up twice and had already opened up half of the elemental pulse S. He had already consumed 10 invigorating meridian pill, and the effect that the two of them had combined was actually not as good as the Tian Yuan Pills that he had picked up from the underground black market. Qin Sheng was in underground black market yesterday, but when Taobao came back, he immediately helped him unravel a complete heaven stage Yuan meridian. From this, it could be seen that even though there was only a difference of one stage between Tian Yuan pill and another, the effects of both were inferior to that of one Tian Yuan pill, even if there were 10 invigorating meridian pill combined. Compared to Tian Yuan pill, even though it was just a grade 3 pills, its value was far beyond ordinary grade 3 pills. Especially in such a remote and small place like Great Yan City, he estimated that it would be difficult for a Tian Yuan pill to be auctioned even once in 10 years. This was also one of the reasons why there were so few students in the Flowing Cloud Academy who managed to break through the heaven stage Yuan meridian. In Dynasty, with a lot of national power, eating Tian Yuan pill was as simple as Qin Sheng eating invigorating meridian pill today. It was as easy as eating candy. As the sun rose in the east, the first rays of the morning sun shone in. Qin Sheng, who had not slept for the entire night, was not the least bit grateful nor tired. Instead, because he had cleared 94% of the fourth elemental pulse, his spirit energy had reached its peak, opened up the binocular, and shot out 2 rays of light. It's time to go to the inner court. Qin Sheng changed into sleeveless, cyan-colored clothes. The obsidian skin sank into his bones, not revealing anything. Only during the battle, with a thought from Qin Sheng, the shockingly strong obsidian skin could instantly cover the body of a normal skin. The inner-outer court-s of the Flowing Cloud Academy were managed separately, and students of the inner court-s could freely enter, while students of the outer court-s, other than having the inner court students as lead or a badge, were not allowed to take even half a step into the inner court. The entire inner court was located in a very large area, halfway up the mountain. Qin Sheng had the order badge given to him by Yunlan's president, so entering the inner court was easy. The moment he stepped into the inner court, Qin Sheng was deeply shocked. The place was filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. There were many pavilions here, including a first floor, a 10th floor, and even more majestic buildings. However, some of these buildings were already old and dilapidated. The flower had become 100 times brighter. The once glorious Six Dragons College now only had one mouth left, which made people feel like it was a bit sad. Along the way, many students of the inner court glanced at this student from the side of the road, Qin Sheng. Their eyes were all filled with doubt and puzzlement. After all, they knew very well that without the inner court students' guidance, the disciples of the outer court would not be able to enter and stroll around. Qin Sheng did not pay attention to the doubtful gazes. Instead, he quickly found the sparring ground according to the guidance. The sparring ground of the inner court was a building that was dozens of meters tall, similar to an outdoor stadium. It was just that the sparring ground was completely black, constructed with hundreds of huge black stone pillars that the two of them were hugging. On each of the huge pillars were carvings of all sorts of ferocious demonic beasts. There were still a lot of dark red blood stains on the pillar. Before Qin Sheng even got close, he could already smell a faint smell of blood. The several tens of meters tall inner court stood before Qin Sheng's eyes, a gigantic building that was completely black with a hint of dark red. Every year, many sparring partners would die here, and the baleful qi generated by them had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Looking from afar, the towering sparring ground was like a giant beast hibernating within a mountain of graves, causing one's heart to palpitate with fear. If it was an ordinary student of the outer court, she probably would not dare to approach the sparring ground alone. As a sparring target, Qin Sheng naturally didn't have the qualifications to enter the sparring ground through the main entrance. Qin Sheng's face congealed slightly, and under the guidance of the worker, he walked into the sparring ground through the secret door. The moment Qin Sheng stepped into the hidden door, he instantly felt the temperature suddenly plummet by dozens of degrees, from the time of the summer to the time of winter. And what made Qin Sheng feel the most inconceivable was that the evil qi gathered by the sparring ground was actually more powerful than the massive graves in the mining area of the demon field. Looks like the number of sparring targets that have died over the years is absolutely not small. Qin Sheng's face turned serious as he muttered. Very quickly, Qin Sheng arrived at an office. A white-haired old man with a face full of haggard skin glanced at Qin Sheng in astonishment. This was the law enforcement elder who was in charge of the inner court. He observed Qin Sheng without restraint, and two taunts quickly flashed across the turbid binocular as he asked in a heavy voice, "Are you sure you want to become a trainer?" The so-called trainer was actually a live target, standing still and letting the inner court students demonstrate their martial skills. He was lucky, it was just some superficial wounds, bad luck, broken limbs. If he met inner court students that did not care about the severity, then he would be doomed. If he was even the slightest bit careless, he would be beaten to death. Even if they were lucky and were able to hold on for a few days, with 7 or 5 injuries from being live targets, even if they earned a lot of crystal, in the end, not many would have a good ending. Law enforcement elders, who were used to seeing many people who wanted to earn fast money every year, were also a few who were desperate. They had all sorts of reasons, and their only goal was to earn the most crystal in the shortest amount of time. And naturally, the speed at which one could earn money by becoming a live target was astonishingly fast. Under the law enforcement elder's gaze, Qin Sheng nodded heavily. Let alone the fact that Qin Sheng was punished, even if he wasn't, he had to earn money as soon as possible and open the elemental pulse. Last night, he ate the 100,000 yuan crystal in one go, but he could not get through the elemental pulse. Qin Sheng's heart that was making money was truly burning with anxiety. Without crystal, the speed of opening meridians would naturally slow down greatly. Coming to trainer, not only could he earn crystal, but he could also open elemental pulse by taking a beating. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking about it, Qin Sheng's eyes immediately released 2 rays of light. The law enforcement old man sneered. He had seen this kind of impatient gaze many times every year. Basically, very few had a good ending. The greedier they were, the faster they would die. The law enforcement old man glanced at Qin Sheng as if he was looking at a dead man, and threw him a piece of parchment. After signing the life and death contract, you will be able to become a trainer and become a trainer. You will receive at least 1 sparring session every day and receive 7 rounds before you can quit. You don't have any training experience. Start with being a steel. 1 round. 300 crystals. After 7 rounds, you will be promoted to a bronze training partner. Sign the life and death contract, and you will receive the signature fee of 1,000 crystal. Hearing that, Qin Sheng could not help but reveal a surprised expression. There were 300 crystal in each round of sparring? And there was a signature fee? A low-level fighter with 3 bloodlines only had a few hundred crystal a year. Training here would earn the low-level fighter a year's worth of income. Hee, as expected of the trainer, fast money comes in. Qin Sheng's binocular showed faint traces of excitement and anticipation. The law enforcement old man coldly announced the rules, and said, "If there are no other doubts, then let's sign the contract." Qin Sheng swept his eyes over the so-called life and death contract, and immediately signed his name. Law enforcement old man kept his life and death contract and threw a command medallion to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng took the order badge and looked at it. The order badge had information about Qin Sheng. Trainer, Qin Sheng. Training partner level, black iron. Number of sparring ground S0. The law enforcement old man glanced at Qin Sheng and said, "Follow me." Qin Sheng kept the black iron medallion and followed closely behind the law enforcement old man. The sparring ground was very big. The law enforcement old man turned left and right, bringing Qin Sheng into a huge dungeon. The dungeon was oppressing. It was dark and somewhat cold. Its entire body was made of black metal. The sky was hollow, and a few rays of sunlight shone through the ground. Qin Sheng squinted and his gaze swept over the huge dungeon. There were already a lot of live targets. Go in. After morning class, wait for the students of inner court to choose. The law enforcement old man was getting impatient and urged. Qin Sheng frowned, and thought, the status of a live target is truly low, to actually act like a slave, waiting for the inner court students to pick him. Although he was not very willing, Qin Sheng still walked into the dungeon. Crunch. The law enforcement elder then closed the dungeon, and would not return until the end of today. There's someone new joining today. The moment Qin Sheng stepped into the dungeon, he was swept by a few ill-intentioned gazes. Haha, brat, with your small body, you dare to be a live target? You must be tired of living. In my opinion, he should at most open up 2 elemental pulse S, but not more than 3 matches. Qin Sheng frowned slightly, and after looking at many living targets for a moment, he retracted his gaze, found a clean stone bench, and sat down. These live targets, when they saw that Qin Sheng actually did not reply, immediately felt ashamed. They were beaten up every day and lived like dogs. Qin Sheng, a mere black iron, had actually played a big card for them. How could they dare to ignore him? Humph, she isn't that strong, but her temper isn't bad. Sure enough, some of the bronze and even silver trainers' eyes revealed a vicious light as they licked their dry lips. Mad dog, go and collect the signature fee. If you dare to not pay up, break one of your legs. There were dozens of live targets on the dungeon, and one of them was surrounded by them, like a moon surrounded by stars. He was very tall and sturdy, over 2 meters tall, wearing a gigantic armor, eating a huge piece of dried meat, without even raising his head as he spoke. On top of the armor hung a golden order badge. This man was gold. All right, boss. The other muscular man nodded and walked towards Qin Sheng. Hey, kid, hand it over. The sturdy man called Mad Dog walked to Qin Sheng's side, a few evil chi faintly appearing between his brows, his tone full of certainty. Qin Sheng raised his head and looked at the sturdy man called Crazy Dog. The Mad Dog was very strong. Its pair of eagles' looked at Qin Sheng with ill intentions, and its gaze contained a little impatience. Qin Sheng slightly narrowed his eyes, and muttered to himself, "Silver training partner?" Hearing this, the Mad Dog arrogantly raised its head and revealed a proud expression. He had been in the sparring ground for an entire year, and of the people with him, 90% of them were beaten to death or had died of illness. Only he had been promoted from a black iron to a silver equipment sparring partner, and adding to that he was on the gold's lap, he would be able to join the Soaring Serpent Gang before long. Soaring Serpent Gang was a huge gang outside the city. Being able to join was the biggest goal of Madman's life. Stop wasting time, the newcomers will have to pay the signing fee, and every training session from now on, they will have to pay half of the crystal. The mad dog said coldly, "This is the rule set by the chief. If you know what's good for you, then obey the rule. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The head is someone from the Soaring Serpent gang, if you don't know what's good for you." Qin Sheng had naturally heard of the Soaring Serpent gang as well, and his eyebrows slightly knitted. The so-called Soaring Serpent gang was actually of the same nature as the Hidden Dragon gang who had intercepted him halfway through the wasteland. It was just that this Soaring Serpent gang was not as evil as she was. This Soaring Serpent gang must be one of the three so-called Inner Court-s. Qin Sheng had seen the information Xia Bingning had given him. The so-called three great evil tyrant-s came from the Soaring Serpent gang. On one hand, he had arranged for the people of the Inner Court students to demonstrate the martial arts, and on the other hand, the training partner was actually the Soaring Serpent gangs. This way, as long as the two parties were to be matchmaking, they would be able to earn the Flowing Cloud Academy's crystal. Thinking up to here, Qin Sheng shook his head, and thought to himself, this Flowing Cloud Academy is really rotten to the core. Seeing that Qin Sheng did not seem to have any reaction, a few traces of dissatisfaction appeared on his boorish face, and he said in a heavy voice, "Kid, are you going to give it or not? There's still a way out. If I don't give you a chance, you won't survive past 3 rounds. The mad dog was truly angered. What kind of F***king joke was this? Qin Sheng squinted his eyes, raised his head to look at the mad dog, grinned, and said, "No." Swish. The entire dungeon was dead silent, only the heavy breathing of the live target and the gold who was constantly eating dried meat were left behind. Mad dog, break his legs. Gold did not stop to eat dried meat. He spoke without raising his head, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. The mad dog glared at Qin Sheng fiercely, and its pair of eagles' released a fierce light. Its rough face revealed a sinister look, holding its fists tightly, releasing crackling sounds of bones hitting each other. All right. The mad dog's elemental energy frantically surged out from his body, and his pair of eagle claws suddenly grabbed towards Qin Sheng. There weren't any ripples on Qin Sheng's childish facial appearance, and at the same time, he casually swung his fist, which was covered with a black petrous skin. Qin Sheng's punch was light and soft, without any elemental energy fluctuations. You overestimate yourself. The eagle eye flashed with a bit of cruelty as it heavily clashed under the shocked gazes of dozens of people. Crack! A sound of bones shattering echoed out, and immediately after, a burly black figure shot out like a cannonball towards a group of onlookers. My hand. The mad dog's eyes were terrifying. It looked in terror at the petite figure in the distance and continuously coughed out blood. All of the live targets were petrified. No one was willing to believe that a dignified silver trainer could not take a casual punch from a black iron. What's going on? After a moment of shock, everyone looked confused. Under many gazes, Qin Sheng stood up, slowly approached the mad dog that was continuously coughing blood, and quietly muttered, "How did you manage to get this silver sparring partner of yours back?" "I can't help but hit him." Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A silver sparring partner was someone who could withstand the full power of a fighter's strike. With thick skin and tough bones, his endurance would definitely be in the top 10 existences in the entire sparring ground. But now, Qin Sheng actually doubted his ability to take a beating. Hearing it crazily, the macrostomia was so angry that it vomited blood. Its one-arm were shattered in a single strike, causing intense pain to spread to his internal organs. He probably suffered some serious internal injuries. This mad dog's elemental energies were not considered high. With Tungu Meridian, in place of ordinary black iron he was naturally not this dog's match. But the one he was facing was Qin Sheng. The fiend god body refining he was cultivating was a fighter whose power were comparable to the Tungu Meridian. Adding on to that, he had already reached the first floor of the obsidian skin. Just with power, he was comparable to the expert of the Tongjiao Meridian. Thus, although this mad dog was just a silver sparring partner, it would definitely not be able to withstand a casual attack from Qin Sheng. Then I won't stand on ceremony. If he had come to be a bitter fighter, to live his life for a living, Qin Sheng naturally would not have attacked with such a heavy blow. However, this mad dog was clearly not a good bird. It was unknown how many miserable live targets had given in to its lust. Under his might, Qin Sheng crippled him just like that. The mad dog cried out in pain. The training partner of the gold also put down the jerky in his hand and looked up at Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng finally saw the gold's face clearly. His face was filled with sinister scars, looking like a bunch of ferocious insects. It was obvious that this gold's training partner had very strong merits. Otherwise, it wouldn't have left so many sinister scars. Gold stood up, and the dozens of live targets opened up a path for him. Let me tell you something. Gold looked down at Qin Sheng coldly, and a cruel smile appeared on his sinister facial appearance. However, this smile was even uglier than crying. Give me a punch. If you can't kill me, then I'll beat you to death? Qin Sheng was startled, his eyes shone with a light, as though he wanted to give it a try, and said, "All right? Are you sure you want me to make the first move?" Qin Sheng asked with a serious face. Gold was filled with confidence. He was an expert in open 8 meridians, and although he was already 30 to 40 years old, in terms of power to take a beating, he was definitely number one in the entire Flowing Cloud Academy. He had absolute confidence that the reason the mad dog was in such a miserable state earlier was because it was weak and careless. Of course. Gold said as he licked his lips. Sure. Qin Sheng nodded and said, then I won't be polite. Boom. Right after he finished speaking, Qin Sheng moved. The two heavens stayed on meridian in his body, like two great demons hibernating in the depths of wasteland, suddenly awakened with a loud bang, as a vigorous elemental energy frantically surged out from his body. His hands were covered by the deep black light of the obsidian skin. This was not the end, Qin Sheng's palm was still covered with a layer of cyan light. Dragon confining hand. The gold seemed to be well prepared, as the 8 elemental pulse in his body suddenly activated. The scorching hot elemental energy filled his 4 limbs and hundreds of bones, and his tall and sturdy body that was originally over 2 meters tall became even taller. Under the abundant elemental energy, his body was actually raised to 2.5 meters. From afar, he looked like a small giant. It was as if this gold had cultivated a body strengthening martial arts. The muscles all over his body expanded like incomparably hard rocks, and each of the pulsing blood vessels were like a dragon, filled with tyrannical power. Bring it on! Gold roared. He did not dodge, as though he was extremely confident in his ability to take a beating. Just then, a black bolt of lightning, followed by the cover of the dark dungeon, bit into the bottom of Gold's feet. Ah! The gold screamed in pain. The elemental energy was in chaos, his giant-like body was like a deflated balloon. Qin Sheng's palm also came flying at the same time. Pow! As if he had been heavily hit by a meteorite, Gold's rough face fiercely twisted, and then heavily smashed onto the incomparably hard pillar of the black iron in the dungeon. Clang! The incomparably hard black iron pillar of the dungeon had actually bent a little from the collision. One could imagine how big the colliding power was. The group of live targets looked at Qin Sheng with dumbstruck expressions, and the facial appearances were filled with disbelief. The one who was curled up in the corner of the dungeon like a dead dog was their head, a genuine gold. In the entire Flowing Cloud Academy, there was only one gold. Their so-called head back then was a student of the inner court who was able to endure the attacks of the Tongjiao Meridian. He was actually sent flying, just like that by this teenage who had a somewhat childish face. Qin Sheng leisurely walked towards the gold that was curled up in a corner. At this time, Gold was in a miserable state. His face had been completely destroyed by Qin Sheng, and blood was flowing out. His right leg had been bitten through by the corpse worm of Yin Sha. His entire leg had already turned black. The Gold's eyes still revealed a fierce look, with a bit of evil qi between his brows. "Bring it here." Qin Sheng reached out his palm and said, "One of your hands is worth 10,000 crystal, right?" The Gold spat out white foam from his mouth. He straightforwardly threw it over to Qin Sheng. "I'm from Soaring Serpent Gang. These crystal are all Soaring Serpent Gang's business. If you don't want to die, take them." The Gold threatened coldly. The Soaring Serpent Gang was a huge clan that was comparable to the Hidden Dragon Gang. They had many disciples, and their sect master was an expert with the Soul Realm. Who dares to point at Soaring Serpent Gang's business? 9 familial exterminated in minutes. Qin Sheng squinted his eyes, took the ring, and after refining it, his face immediately became cold as he asked the Gold, "Why are there only 20,000 crystal?" Gold was startled. Was that not enough? 20,000 crystal, this was already more than a month's worth of income. Qin Sheng coldly swept a glance at the Gold who was curled up in a corner, and said in a low voice, "Since that's the case, then I can only cripple your leg once more." As soon as his voice fell, Qin Sheng ruthlessly stepped on Gold's leg, which was not poisoned. Ka-cha. Asterisk. The Gold began to wail mournfully. As the law enforcement elder sat in his office, he could faintly hear some screams. His aged face revealed a cold smile. Without a doubt, he believed that those screams were made by the black iron. Law enforcement elder had worked in the sparring ground for tens of years, and he had seen this kind of scene a long time ago. It was just that the ignorant black iron sparring partner was not willing to pay a protection fee. This kind of thing would happen every day in the sparring ground. The law enforcement elder had long since been too lazy to bother with it. In any case, he had the Soaring Serpent Gang's good fees every month, so it was impossible for him to affect the business of the Soaring Serpent Gang for the sake of a mere black iron. It's about time. The time for the students of the inner court to start their morning lessons should be over. Law enforcement elder pressed a button, and an elevator-like metal cage fell down from the prison. The training partners could enter, and then climb onto the sparring ground. Inside the huge dungeon, Qin Sheng sat alone in the middle. As for the other live target, Gold, he had already fainted long ago. He had been poisoned by the corpse worm of Yin Sha and would not die, but his feet would definitely not be able to protect him. After fighting with the Gold, he had become somewhat confident in his own strength. If President had not come yesterday, I could have used the corpse worm of Yin Sha's clone to attack. With the king corpse's poison on top of that, I might have been able to trap that Lin Jun to death. Qin Sheng thought. The corpse worm of Yin Sha's teeth were too sharp and it carried poison that could even bite through underground black market's Azure Dragon training room. One could only imagine how sharp its teeth were. Rumble. At this moment, a cage similar to an elevator slowly descended. Qin Sheng pointed to one of the live targets and asked, "What does that mean?" The bronze target that was pointed out immediately paled and explained in a trembling voice, "The morning classes for those inner court students have ended. There are some students that need to be trained. As long as you walk in, you will be able to reach the sparring ground that have come to your door. When you get there, if you're selected by the students, you can train with them." Hearing that, Qin Sheng nodded his head, and casually walked into the iron cage. Immediately after, under dozens of astonished gazes, Qin Sheng disappeared from the dungeon. The blazing sun was like fire, as sunlight poured down onto the entire sparring ground. Usually, after morning class, the students of the inner court would go and exercise, cultivate, or complete missions to earn money. They all rarely came to the sparring ground. And the sparring ground today was not as deserted as before. Many students of the inner court followed their large group to the sparring ground after they finished their morning lessons. And the reason they were all gathered together was because of the main character of today, the outer court freshman that was punished by the Mother Superior for 1 week. The matter of the elite class of outer court yesterday had long ago spread throughout the entire Flowing Cloud Academy like a storm. To beat up the 3 great elite students with one hand, the son of history's #1 genius, Qin Sheng, managed to open 2 heaven stage Yuan Meridian S the moment he entered the outer court. Fight with the mentor Lung Jun S of late stage of the soul realm. Even if it was just any one of these feats, none of the elite students of the inner courtyard were able to do it. Not to mention, he was a rookie student from the outer court who entered the academy on the first day. What was even more infuriating was that the rookie had actually done all of these amazing things in one go. Just what could a mere outer court freshman accomplish? This made every inner court student curious. Who exactly was this outer court freshman? This curiosity was like a spark that, after a night of burning, had turned into a prairie fire that engulfed the entire inner court. Some of the inner court students were here to watch the show, while some carried malicious intentions. There were even some who wanted to take the stage and teach Qin Sheng, who was going to gobble down the mentor Lung Jun, a good lesson. After all, Lung Jun had already taught in the Flowing Cloud Academy for many years, especially for the colleges who had not graduated in these few years. There were always a few inner courts who had feelings for him, and all of them were extremely angry at Lung Jun's departure. The sparring ground was surrounded by dozens of huge black stone pillars. The center of the pillars was divided into 10 stone tables, and each of them was around 30 meters wide. Other than the stone table, there was a circle of stone benches used to watch the battle. Soon, the stone bench was filled with many spectators. Suddenly, exclamations came from the audience seating. Following that, many inner court students opened up a path. Dressed in a long robe, Zhao Ming walked into the sparring ground, surrounded by a few disciples. Zhao Ming's face was smiling, the elemental energy around his body was faintly released. A few inner courts glanced at him, their eyes shone, and shouted out his name. This Zhao Ming could also be considered a star student in the inner court. Although his talent was below Zhao Qingsong's, but he had a deep background and was definitely the target of many inner courts' eyes. Zhao Ming, who had just sat down, looked around. His eyes did not seem to be intentionally gloomy, his entire being gave off a refreshing feeling, but deep inside his eyes, there was a sense of coldness. Qin Sheng, today is the day you die. Being humiliated in public yesterday, Zhao Ming naturally hated Qin Sheng as well. With Qin Sheng's innate talent, once he entered the inner court in the future, with his strength, he would not be able to suppress Qin Sheng at all. This little hopping grasshopper, today I must crush him to death. Zhao Ming said coldly in his heart. Just then, the entrance of the sparring ground once again erupted with noise. 3 muscular men walked over, all of them were dressed in armor, all of them had thick eyebrows and big eyes, they looked cold and indifferent, the muscles they were instigating were as terrifying as a human demonic beast. Their bodies were also releasing a powerful elemental energy fluctuations, causing no one to dare go near them. Zhao Ming took a glance at the 3 people, and felt their sharp elemental energy fluctuations, and his eyes immediately lit up. He stood up and said, 3 Brother Ting S, congratulations, I congratulate you for opening the 8th meridian first. Zhao Ming's voice was not loud, but it caused the surrounding inner court students to gasp in shock. Even in the entire inner court, his open 8 meridians was still an extremely talented and extremely rare existence. Ting Yan was dressed in a black custom-made armor, which was obviously very thick and sturdy, and had engraved a huge snake that was soaring in the sky. He lifted his head, and was extremely pleased with the exclamations and gazes of envy that came from all directions. Behind Ting Yan were Ting Ying and Zhu Meng. These 3 people were chief south of the inner court from the other classes. Moreover, the combined strength of these three people would definitely not be inferior to any one of the principal students from the other classes. Even Zhao Qingsong was extremely fearful of these three great evil tyrant. Then we have to thank the Qin Shao's invigorating meridian pill for allowing us to clear the 8th elemental pulse 3 months in advance. Ting Yan looked down from above and smiled at Zhao Ming. All of the inner court students as present revealed looks of astonishment. They were very clear that the relationship between Soaring Serpent Gang and him was not considered good, and they also heard that there had recently been some conflicts between the two powers over business. Could it be that Qin Shao has pulled down his dignity and taken the initiative to ask for peace? That's not possible, right? With Zhao Qingsong's character, how could he be submissive? Just as everyone was discussing amongst themselves, Zhao Ming laughed dryly, lowered his voice, and said, "Since that's the case, then we'll leave the jumping grasshoppers to Brother Teng." Hearing this, Ting Yan's face revealed a look of disdain, and said in a deep voice, "Relax, us three brothers have accepted your invigorating meridian pill, so we will naturally take care of this matter appropriately. As for the grasshopper from the second branch, it can't even create a huge splash. I don't think we need to do anything at all. Those live targets are enough for him to eat the big pot." From their words, the three inner court south did not place Qin Sheng in their eyes at all. Zhao Ming smiled. He was very clear that those live targets were also from the Soaring Serpent Gang. He had even heard that the entire sparring ground was the business of their Soaring Serpent Gang. "Big brother, don't talk so much. After I finish fighting, I still need to go to underground black market." Ting Ying, who was standing at the side, could not help but urge. "Alright, let's begin the training. Kacha, kacha." At this time, the elevator slowly rose, countless people's eyes were focused on it. They were very curious, who was the cause of the chaos in outer court yesterday, who exactly was it? They all wanted to know if the freshman they were fighting with had 3 heads and 6 arms, to actually be able to make the instructor, who had been teaching in the Flowing Cloud Academy for dozens of years, leave like a stray dog. Very quickly, the elevator completely rose and a teenage walked out. Swish! Over 100 burning gazes instantly locked onto the teenage. He stood tall and straight, was handsome, had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, but his childish face did not have the slightest hint of unease or nervousness from being stared at by so many people. Qin Sheng leisurely walked out of the elevator, his clean face revealing a calm expression. Sweeping his eyes across the numerous figures in the audience seats, the binocular slightly narrowed, as if he could see a few familiar figures. As expected, the people from the Zhao family are together with the people from the Soaring Serpent Gang. Qin Sheng muttered to himself in a very soft voice that only he could hear. Zhao Ming saw that Qin Sheng was completely clean, not lacking hands or legs, and was not like what Ting Yan said, where the group of live targets were enough for Qin Sheng to eat the big pot. What happened to Ting Yan? Zhao Ming asked suspiciously. Ting Yan's eyes were stinging, locked on Qin Sheng like a hawk, and asked, "Brat, where are the others? Bring gold up here, you won't be able to take a punch from me with that small body of yours." Ting Yan looked down from above, his voice carrying thick disdain. His voice was like thunder, resounding throughout the entire sparring ground. Silence, everyone stared at Qin Sheng. Ting Yan was too powerful, the elemental energy fluctuations around his body was so strong that no one dared to get close, and they did not even put Qin Sheng in their eyes. He had just cleared the 8th elemental pulse, and was in high spirits as he stood there, as if he was bathed in spring wind. A random little grasshopper like Qin Sheng had never been within his line of sight. If he did not take Zhao Qingsong's invigorating meridian pill, he would not have bothered with this small fry. Qin Sheng shook his head lightly, not caring about Ting Yan's blade-like gaze at all, and laughed. "Oh, Gold is currently recuperating from her injuries are quite severe, and he's probably about to retire, and won't be able to serve as a training partner anymore." "What did you say?" Ting Yan suddenly stood up, his face was filled with disbelief. That gold was his own micro-chieftain. With his thick skin and thick flesh, even he wouldn't be able to kill himself. How could he be injured so easily? Furthermore, Ting Yan had even seen him last night, and specifically instructed him to welcome Qin Sheng, who had just arrived. Big brother, that kid doesn't seem to be lying. Tang Mang muttered to himself for a moment. Morning lessons had already ended for so long. If it were in the past, those training partners would all come to the top of sparring ground, waiting for the inner court students to select and demonstrate their martial arts. Qin Sheng had already been up for so long, but there was still no one else who came up. Obviously, Qin Sheng was not lying. Zhao Ming's face slightly darkened, and said, "Brother Teng, I already told you that Qin Sheng is not a good person. Your live targets will probably be crippled by this brat." Ting Yan turned his head and shot a cold glance at Zhao Ming. The dark and cold elemental energy fluctuations unrestrainedly erupted, and Zhao Ming immediately felt as if he had fallen into an ice house as the elemental energy in his body somewhat solidified. "Ting Mang, go down and test him. Don't hold back." Ting Yan's mouth curved up in a ridiculing smile, his face revealing a faint cruel smile. "I can destroy him with one punch." Ting Mang's cold voice rang. Following that, his 2 feet fiercely stomped down, and his burly body leapt high into the air like a cannonball, before crashing into the ground in front of Qin Sheng with astonishing power, like a meteor. Bam! A deep and heavy sound of a heavy strike suddenly rang out. The enormous power lifted a huge cloud of dust that filled the entire training platform. Very quickly, the dust settled, and a tall and sturdy figure stood in front of Qin Sheng, surrounding his body with a sharp elemental energy fluctuations. "Ting Mang?" Qin Sheng looked up and glanced at Ting Mang. "Since when did your soaring serpent gang get together with the Zhao family?" Hearing this, Ting Mang couldn't help but be taken aback. He didn't expect that Qin Sheng was actually quite clear about their situation. However, it was not a big secret that they came from the Soaring Serpent gang. "These have nothing to do with you," Ting Mang said coldly. "Do you think I would be merciful just because you tried to get close to me?" "I didn't mean that." Qin Sheng shook his head and said indifferently, "You 3 brothers, your strength is the weakest." "So what?" Ting Mang had a face full of displeasure. "Cut the crap, get ready for a beating." Ting Mang asked in a dark voice, his eyes like that of a venomous snake staring straight at Qin Sheng. "I want to say that I'm in a bit of a hurry. How about you 3 brothers come at me together?" Qin Sheng stared at Ting Mang and frowned. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at the arrogant outer court freshman above the stone table with astonishment. The one who stood in front of Qin Sheng was a genuine Open 8 Meridians elite students of the Inner Academy. Even though Ting Mang was the weakest of the 3 great evil tyrants, his strength was still at the top even in the entire inner court. Especially since Ting Mang came from the Soaring Serpent gang and was an expert in using poison. Ting Mang stared coldly at the arrogant Qin Sheng like a venomous snake. A dense killing intent flashed past his eyes. "You have successfully angered me. I will slowly break your 4 limbs." Boom. As soon as Ting Mang finished speaking, he had actually activated all 8 of the elemental pulses in his body, and vigorous elemental energy surged out of his body crazily. Immediately after, Ting Mang without any hesitation, used both of his feet to stomp forcefully. With a powerful force, he drew out a line of afterimage, and his pair of iron fists grew even faster in Qin Sheng's pupils. Bang! Qin Sheng did not react, and took a heavy punch from Ting Mang. His stomach curled into a lobster shape, and like an arrow that had left the bow, it fiercely collided with the stone table, but immediately after, there was no reaction. Dead? The scene became silent, and many gazes immediately fell on Qin Sheng, who did not have any reaction. "Humph, not even one hit," Ting Mang said coldly, his face did not have any expression of sympathy. Even though he had not used any martial arts just now, under the might of his profound energy, under his iron fist, even a fighter with profound strength would have been beaten to death. So what if you've opened 2 heaven stage you on Meridian S? Ting Meng scoffed, but there was a bit of jealousy in his eyes. If he had 2 heaven stage you on Meridian S, he would definitely be much stronger than his 2 big brothers. This sparring session wasn't evenly matched at all. It was destined to end in a tragedy from the very beginning. Zhao Ming was happy at first, but after that he had some doubts, and thought, is that it? Yesterday, Qin Sheng suffered 2 blows from the mentor Lin Jun. Ting Meng didn't continue to look at Qin Sheng, as he turned and prepared to leave. Your power is so small, haven't you eaten breakfast? At this moment, Qin Sheng's voice sounded once again. Ting Meng, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and looked at Qin Sheng, who had stood up a long time ago, and shock filled his eyes. You have some ability to act arrogant. Qin Sheng shrugged his shoulders. He did not try to block at all and only relied on the obsidian skin, taking Ting Meng's punch head-on. Her fists are soft, like a woman's. Qin Sheng could not help but complain. Just now, when he had taken Ting Meng's punch, the 4th elemental pulse in Qin Sheng's body did not loosen up in the slightest, let alone fully opening it. If this goes on, it will take a lot of time before I can open the 4th elemental pulse. Qin Sheng muttered softly. Everyone present were dumbfounded, as they looked in disbelief at Qin Sheng, who had a grumbling face. Am I hearing things? That brat is complaining about Ting Meng's weak strength? I think so. What background does that person have? The reincarnation of a demonic beast? What is his flesh? With his strength at 2 meridians, he was actually able to take a punch from the open 8 meridians elite student. Ting Yan was also shocked, but he quickly restrained himself as he said in a low voice, "Third brother, don't be soft-handed." Again. Ting Meng sprinted forward with all his strength as the incomparably vigorous elemental energy once again surged out crazily, converging onto his pair of fists. Rushing thunder fist. Ting Meng roared, his fist whistling through the air, unexpectedly producing sets of thunder sounds wherever he went. Qin Sheng squinted, with anticipation in his eyes. Die. Ting Meng laughed sinisterly as he transformed into a black afterimage, with terrifying power. He punched Qin Sheng's cephalo and smashed Qin Sheng's dantian. Power explosion, hands up, the angle is tricky. If it were a normal low-level fighter with 2 meridians, it would be impossible to react, a fist of cephalo would blossom. Ting Meng's eyes flickered with killing intent. He did not want to lose face, but as for striking out too heavily, killing Qin Sheng, and angering Qin family? The Qin family today had long been unlike the Qin family of 10 or so years ago, who was at the height of the sun. Furthermore, Qin Sheng, this idiot, had been punished by the president for a week. If he was beaten to death by Ting Meng, he could only blame it on President Yunlan. Rushing Thunder Fist, that is a low-grade Earth-scale martial arts. Ting Meng actually cultivated it to the small success realm. Zhao Ming's pupils contracted slightly as a hint of surprise flashed across the facial appearance. As an elite student, he was very clear about how difficult it was to learn the Rushing Thunder Fist, and he was also able to cultivate it to the initial stage. Obviously, Zhao Ming had underestimated Ting Meng's talent. All this while, Zhao Ming had also felt that whether it was the Soaring Serpent Gang or the Hidden Dragon Gang, they were just a motley crowd, and their background was far from comparable to their Zhao families. He who dares to cross the river like a fierce dragon, sure enough, does not have a good side. Zhao Ming thought. Under the attentive gazes of countless people, Qin Sheng moved. As a trainer, he was not able to use martial arts to resist, but running and resisting was still allowed. Rumble. With a thought from Qin Sheng, a black light flashed across his body. The original skins were immediately covered by a layer of black petrous skin, and a faint light began to circulate around them. Bang! Qin Sheng held his breath as the dantian took Ting Meng's punch head-on. His ears vaguely heard the sound of thunder, which disappeared in a flash. The burning hot elemental energy passed from Ting Meng's fist into Qin Sheng's obsidian skin, accompanied by a wave of electric current that made people feel numb. Qin Sheng's pupils shrank slightly as he said in surprise, "Oh, you've practiced the rushing thunder fist to the initial stage? What a pity, the temperature is still a bit low." There were some ripples on the fourth elemental pulse in his body, but he was still very far from completely opening it. Qin Sheng's hand shot out like lightning. He immediately activated Dragon, Confining Hand, his palm flashing with rays of cyan light, like an iron forceps grabbing onto Ting Meng's fist. How is this possible? Ting Meng's eyes were wide opened, his mouth wide enough for a fist to be stuffed inside. His rough face revealed a terrifying expression. He had already used the martial arts, and it was even a low-level lower earth-scale rushing thunder fist, to the point where killing intent was already rising from his heart. He used all his strength, obviously not wanting to leave Qin Sheng alive. But just now, his fist seemed to have struck a rock. It was extremely painful, and had become red and swollen. He was the elite of the inner court, and if he were to be replaced with an elite class, he would directly be considered a genius of the principal student. Why did the fist that struck outer court freshman not only fail to shatter Qin Sheng, but also cause his own fist to become red and swollen? Ting Mei was shocked and angry at the same time. On top of the auditorium, Ting Yan stood up abruptly with a strange expression on his face. He was very familiar with his own third brother, so he obviously knew that Ting Mei had already used all his strength, yet Qin Sheng was still standing perfectly fine. Qin Sheng's dragon confining hand caught Ting Mei's iron fist with one hand, shook its head lightly, and said, "Your temperature is still a bit low, you can't hit me. Let go." Ting Mei clenched his teeth, his face flushed red, and the facial appearance revealed a trace of evil. He used all his strength to retract his fist, but Qin Sheng's hand was like an iron forceps, he could not move at all. Crunch. Qin Sheng squeezed with a bit of force and the dragon confining hand's power exploded. This was a purely physical power, it did not contain even the slightest bit of the elemental energy fluctuations, but the power contained within was actually comparable to a casual strike from the soul realm. Ting Mei was merely a open 8 meridians, even if his skin and flesh were thick, how could he withstand a casual strike from the soul realm that was comparable to it? Ting Mei's burly body instantly went limp as the intense pain caused his tears to gush out. "Ah! It hurts, quickly let go." Ting Mei howled loudly and kneeled on the ground. Everyone stared blankly. The scene in front of them was too strange. What's going on? It seems to be Ting Mei kneeling down and begging for forgiveness? That Qin Sheng didn't use the martial arts, why did he kneel down? Let alone using the martial arts, I didn't even feel it on Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng squinted his eyes. On the clean facial appearance, the corner of his mouth raised in a playful arc. He forcefully pulled, causing Ting Mei to suddenly half-kneel near, and said indifferently, "I already said, I'm in a bit of a hurry, so I let you all go at once." Qin Sheng's voice wasn't loud, but in the dead silent sparring ground, it was as if lightning had struck their minds. It exploded. This script isn't right, why is this Qin Sheng so strong? It seems like the rumors from yesterday weren't exaggerated at all. Being able to fight with the instructor of the soul realm, this Qin Sheng has changed too much. Are you all right? After a moment of shock, the inner court students on the auditorium all began to quietly discuss. When he looked at Qin Sheng again, the contemptuous gaze immediately disappeared without a trace. Qin Sheng raised his head slightly, looked at Ting Yan and Ting Ying, who had stood up, and said indifferently, "Come down." Ting Yan and Ting Ying looked to be in a difficult position, Their eyes were filled with fear. When had their soaring serpent gang people ever been humiliated like this before? Won't you come down? Qin Sheng squinted his eyes as he used a bit more strength. Crunch. The sound of bones breaking resounded once again as Ting Meng wailed loudly. Ah! Go to hell. At some point in time, Ting Meng had taken out a dagger that was glowing with a bluish-black light. It was clear that he had touched an extremely toxic poison, and the sudden change was just too fast for even Qin Sheng to react to. Qin Sheng did not make any moves to defend, but a cold smile appeared on his face. Clang! The dagger pierced into Qin Sheng's abdomen, causing some sparks to fly. The only thing was that the dagger did not pierce through Qin Sheng as Ting Meng had imagined. Instead, it became like a sharp blade that pierced through a rock. How is this possible? Ting Meng's face was terrifying. Following that, his other hand was caught by Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng unleashed his dragon-confining hand once again, without holding back at all. His terrifying power exploded. Slash. Ting Meng's hand directly transformed into a wave of blood fog and was actually shattered. My hand. Big brother, come save me. Ting Meng knelt in front of Qin Sheng completely, and the tall and sturdy body began to tremble. Qin Sheng lifted his head again, looked at Ting Yan and Ting Ying, who were on top of the auditorium, and said, if you didn't come, your third brother's right hand would not have been able to protect itself either. He was also a member of the Soaring Serpent Gang, and had done a lot of unclean things. These past few years, his Soaring Serpent Gang had snatched quite a lot of territory from his Qin family, and Qin Sheng didn't need to be merciful. Ting Yan was burning with anger. Ever since the three brothers entered the Flowing Cloud Academy, they had never been humiliated like this. However, the young figure on the stone table had first crippled their group of sparring partners, and now even crippled Ting Meng's hands. They had never suffered such a loss before. Second brother, let's go down. Ting Yan's brows were so gloomy that water could be seen from between his eyebrows, as he said solemnly. Ting Ying's pair of eagle eyes immediately shot out two streams of killing intent, and followed after Ting Yan as he jumped onto the stone table. Brother Tong, be careful, this brat is not simple. Zhao Ming's face also turned serious as he warned. Ting Yan did not respond to him. Even though he was extremely furious, he had retracted his previous contemptuous expression, pointed at Qin Sheng, and ordered, release my third brother. All right. Qin Sheng grinned, nodded, and let go of Ting Meng. As if he had received an amnesty, Ting Meng returned behind Ting Yan and Ting Ying. Ting Yan glanced at Ting Meng's left hand. His palm had already turned into that of a blood fog and was completely crippled. Your F*** courting death. Ting Yan's face was filled with anger, his blood was gushing out, and one of the binocular beads seemed to have been ignited by a flame, releasing two streams of fire. With his hand crippled, his future cultivation path would definitely be even more difficult. Only if he could obtain the grade 5 pills would he be able to reincarnate into a new body. A single grade 3 pills was worth a 100,000 yuan crystal, and grade 5 pills was definitely worth more than 1 million. Furthermore, even the invigorating meridian pill they had eaten last night were just grade 2 pills. They had to be ordered half a year in advance, and sometimes they even had to be auctioned off in order to obtain them. A grade 5 pills would definitely be auctioned off. Moreover, 1 million crystal. Soaring Serpent Gang's income is only 1 million crystal these few years. Other than the various expenses, the Soaring Serpent Gang only had 100,000 yuan crystal at the most. After obtaining 3 pellets of invigorating meridian pill that were worth 30,000 last night, Ting Yan thought that the three brothers had made a huge profit. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng was not a pushover, and so easily took a beating. Second brother, help third brother, stop the bleeding first. I will personally take care of his life. Ting Yan instructed. Ting Meng was an expert of the open 8 meridians. His body was tyrannical, but he had also suffered heavy injuries, and would definitely need to be dealt with. Boom! Ting Yan stared deadly at Qin Sheng, and with a thought, 8 elemental pulse S immediately activated within his body. The elemental energy that was like the explosion of a volcanic immediately erupted from the center of the zodiac, and the elemental energy fluctuations that was slightly stronger than Ting Meng's enveloped Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Wait a moment." Ting Yan said arrogantly and sneered, "Scared? If you are afraid and kneel down, I can consider beating you to death." The opening of all 8 elemental pulse S, 3 of them being Earth Step Essence Meridian S, caused the inner court students S present to cry out in alarm. Especially Zhao Ming, whose face sank slightly. The direct difference between Zhao Ming and him was obvious. Only, when Zhao Ming thought about what Zhao Qingsong had said yesterday, he realized that the 3 great evil tyrant S of the Soaring Serpent Gang would not live past a month. Thinking about it, Zhao Ming's face immediately revealed a cold expression. He was very clear that there was something wrong with the invigorating meridian pill last night, but it would only flare up 1 month later, and at that time, no one would suspect him. "I was afraid you'd be too weak." Qin Sheng muttered softly. "What did you say?" Ting Yan shouted. "I'll say it again, I'm in a hurry. All of you come at me together." Qin Sheng said indifferently. Ting Yan's face turned cold, his anger soaring. "Didn't you 3 brothers work together to execute a heaven-ranked martial arts?" Qin Sheng asked loudly. Ting Yan's expression changed, he was extremely surprised, and asked solemnly, "How did you know?" The bursting flaming snake skill, that kind of heaven-ranked martial arts, was extremely difficult for Fighter S, with invigorated meridian realm. Even if the 3 brothers worked together, they would barely be able to learn it. This was not the key point. The key point was that these 3 brothers had never fought in actual combat against this heaven-ranked martial arts. How did Qin Sheng know this secret? This was their greatest life-saving card bottom. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Ting Yan definitely did not want to be exposed. Qin Sheng's voice, once again, stirred the cries of the auditorium. The heaven-ranked martial arts, that kind of martial arts, was something that even the Soul Realm's instructor S rarely succeeded in cultivating. Only the mentor Ling Jun, who rolled out of Flowing Cloud Academy like a stray dog, had trained for so many years. However, Ling Jun was already 40 to 50 years old. The 3 Ting Yan brothers were only in their early 20s. "Brother Tung, I hope you don't hide it. Otherwise, you just wait to bear the anger of the Qin Shao." Zhao Ming reminded Yun Che in a low voice, and his voice carried an indescribable threat. Ting Yan turned around and glanced at Zhao Ming, and said in a solemn voice, "Are you worthy of threatening me?" Zhao Ming did not give in, and laughed, "I don't dare, I'm just reminding you, the things in Qin Shao are not so easy to take. Show me your hand. Otherwise, you won't be able to hit me. Furthermore, if you dare to come over, I will crush your fist." Qin Sheng laughed, but his smile revealed a chill. Qin Sheng did not want to delay any longer. Today, he would open the 4th elemental pulse. Seeing the calm and confident look on Qin Sheng's face, Ting Yan was suddenly a little terrified. He was not willing to be crippled like his 3rd brother, because he had a lot of ambitions, and he still had a lot of things to do. "3rd brother, are you okay?" Ting Yan turned his head and asked. Ting Meng was startled, a strange look flashed past his eyes as he replied, "All right. Big brother, you're not going to fight?" "I'm coming." Ting Ying glanced at Ting Yan in dissatisfaction and said, "Come back, our card bottom has already been exposed." Ting Yan pulled Ting Ying back, and said in a deep voice, "Since it's like this, then why don't you show yourself? When I see it, who the hell dares to provoke our Soaring Serpent Gang? Come, let's cast the bursting flaming snake skill together." Ting Yan said without any doubt. Boom. 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 Ting Yen, Ting Ying, Ting Meng, and the inner court, the three great evil tyrants, had all activated the 8 elemental pulses in their bodies. Above the entire stone table, an intense wave of elemental energy fluctuation surged with a loud bang. The air was a mess, and the atmosphere was stifling. The vigorous elemental energy shot out from the 3 zodiacs. The elemental energy isolation. One by one, the gazes that were fixated on the grandeur of these 3 people couldn't help but exclaim out loud. The elemental energy isolation could only be done by fighters of the soul realm. The 3 brothers working together to release the secret method were actually able to accomplish something that could only be accomplished by the soul realm. Rumble. The scalding elemental energy swept over them like a tornado, and Qin Sheng faintly felt a wave of heat off the surface of his skin. Ting Yan and the other 2 people revealed proud expressions. This kind of combined attack secret method was something that they had found in a hidden site in the Demon Dragon Wasteland, and it had only been practiced a few times, so they could not understand why news of this would leak out. How would Ting Yan know that Xiao Bingning had personally given the information to him? Xiao Bingning came from a hidden great family in the Great Yan dynasty, so of course she had many methods. This information only needed to be collected by the people of the family, and the accuracy of the information was extremely high. There were too many different kinds of organizations in the Great Yan dynasty. There were various guilds such as the Alchemist Guild, the Artifact Forging Guild, and the Assassin Guild. As long as they could afford to spend crystal, they could even buy information on armored vehicles. It was just that the price of the intelligence about armored vehicles was shockingly high. Information on low-level fighters, like Invigorated Meridian Realm, was much cheaper. The great family like Xiao Bingning didn't even need to spend a piece of the crystal, the intelligence organization could even give it to him for free. This was the foundation. Qin Sheng looked at the flaming snake that was nearby, the binocular narrowed its eyes, and gave off a faint sense of anticipation. Remember, the one who buried you is called the Bursting Flaming Snake skill. Ting Yan said in a cold and proud voice. Bring it on. Qin Sheng even opened his arms. In the eyes of the 3 Ting Yan brothers, this action was definitely a provocation. Die, idiot! Ting Yan roared as he pointed his finger at Qin Sheng. The flaming snake in the sky seemed to have its own intelligence, bringing the blazing flame with it. It pounced straight towards Qin Sheng's body. The scorching heat wave was so high that even the stone slabs on the stone table exploded. Such a high temperature was definitely not something that a body made of flesh and blood could withstand. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng did not dodge, and even opened his arms, covering his entire body with a layer of obsidian skin, and on the surface of the petrous skin, there were a few faint wisps of scales. This kid is really courting death. Zhao Ming had a face full of complacency as he gloated. This was a heaven-ranked martial arts, its power was terrifying. Even if it was him, he would only be reduced to ashes, and would never leave behind a complete corpse. Under many astonished gazes, the flaming snake finally smashed onto Qin Sheng's body without any suspense. All of a sudden, the stone table soared into the sky, the eye-piercing flame light making all the surrounding inner court students unable to open its mouth. This is the heaven-ranked martial arts? Such a terrifying power, it's definitely comparable to a strong strike from the soul realm. This time, Qin Sheng will definitely not leave a corpse behind. Some people discussed softly, obviously no one thought that Qin Sheng would be able to survive. As for those rumors, they said that Qin Sheng was able to take 2 full-powered attacks from Mentor Lin Jun yesterday. At this moment, no one believed this rumor. The heaven-ranked martial arts that the Ting Yan brothers had activated together was definitely a powerful strike that was comparable to the soul realm. With such a terrifying might, no one present was able to withstand it. I reckon that Mentor Lin Jun must have held back yesterday. Someone said. The scorching heat wave engulfed the entire sparring ground, and the stone table that Qin Sheng and the others were on seemed to have been bathed in a sea of fire as all the stone tablets on the ground burst apart. As the smoke gradually dispersed, everyone's gaze turned towards the place where Qin Sheng was standing just now. Especially the Tingyan brothers, they were currently panting heavily and their entire bodies were covered with sweat, as if they were too exhausted. It was very obvious that even if they obtained the secret method from the Demon Dragon Wasteland's hidden site allowing the three of them to execute one set of heaven-ranked martial arts together, it would still empty out all the elemental energy in their bodies. That kind of high-level martial arts, even an expert with the Soul Realm could easily execute it. Furthermore, the three Tingyan brothers were merely low-level fighters who had opened 8 elemental pulses. Very quickly, the smoke from the stone table dissipated, and the scene was a mess. Especially the center of the flaming snake's explosion, all the stone slabs exploded, and burnt black stone slabs were scattered everywhere. A figure impressively appeared in everyone's line of sight. Qin Sheng clenched both his fists tightly. Even though he had the obsidian skin's protection and no injuries on the surface, the incomparably hot elemental energy in his body was scurrying all over the place, stinging his elemental pulse. 1000 Hammer Pulse Opening Technique. Qin Sheng clenched his teeth and quickly activated the 1000 Hammer Pulse Opening Technique. The innumerable violent and hot elemental energy in his body, under the guidance of the secret method, transformed into many pure elemental energy, and rushed into the 4th elemental pulse in Qin Sheng's body that was already 90% opened. Crunch. Qin Sheng's 4th elemental pulse had cracks appearing on it from the impact, and very soon, more and more cracks appearing. Break for me! Qin Sheng let out a loud roar, and all of the elemental energy in his body surged, including the saint rank elemental vein that was on his spine, also flashed and disappeared. All of the elemental energy in his body had been gathered on the 4th elemental pulse, which was about to be broken through. Boom! The 4th elemental pulse was broken through with a loud bang. It's a success! Qin Sheng waved his fists, his face revealing a look of excitement. Very quickly, the saint rank elemental vein quieted down once again. The remaining 3 elemental pulses released dazzling light that surged like a tide. Everyone was dumbstruck, their faces full of shock. What's going on? Then Qin Sheng isn't dead? That freshman not only didn't die, he even used Tingyan and the others to open the elemental pulse. He can open the elemental pulse even after taking a beating? Some people whispered in disbelief. But no matter how much they didn't believe it, what lay in front of them was an iron-like truth. Zhao Ming stared fixedly at Qin Sheng, his face was filled with astonishment, and he muttered to himself. 3 heaven rank Yuan meridians? Being able to activate 1 heaven stage Yuan meridian was already considered talented, and looking at the entire Great Yin city, they could also be considered heaven's pride. But just yesterday, Qin Sheng revealing 2 heaven stage Yuan meridian was already able to cause the mentor Ling Jun to lose control, and was going to kill Qin Sheng amidst the cradle with all his might. The mentor Ling Jun had already left the Flowing Cloud Academy like a stray dog. It had only been a day, and Qin Sheng had broken through the 3rd heaven stage Yuan meridian? This was too shocking. What was even more amazing was that Qin Sheng had participated in the Outer Court's entrance exam a few days ago. Although he was only a waste, but in just a few days, waste had become an exceptional genius. Continuously opening up 3 heaven rank Yuan meridians? Zhao Ming shook his head fiercely as he was extremely resistant in his heart. He was fundamentally unwilling to believe that in this world, especially in this remote area that was close to the Demon Dragon Wasteland which had declined for many years, there would still be such a monstrous genius appearing. Suddenly, a person's name appeared in Zhao Ming's mind, his heart racing. Qin Zhongtian. Dozens of years ago, a genius like Qin Sheng had appeared in Great Yin City. The faces of the Tingyan brothers were filled with shock. They were all petrified and used bursting flaming snake skill together forcefully. All the elemental energy in their bodies were almost completely drained. 3 heaven rank yuan meridians, what kind of monster is this? Ting Yan immediately felt his mouth go dry, and fiercely swallowed down a mouthful of saliva. After being in the Flowing Cloud Academy for a few years, he had only heard of Zhao Qingcong being able to open a single heaven stage yuan meridian. After all, this was a heaven stage yuan meridian, and was not something common like human stage yuan meridian or even earth step essence meridian s. Even if it was a earth step essence meridian, he, Ting Yan, could only open 3. The outer court freshman that was standing in front of him, not only was he able to withstand the bursting flaming snake skill unleashed by the 3 brothers, he even seemed to be able to borrow their hands to open up a stream of heaven stage yuan meridian. Just where did this kid come from? Ting Yan stared fixedly at the nearby Qin Sheng, and his expression could not help but become somewhat more serious, because he discovered that he could not see through Qin Sheng at all. Even if the 3 heaven rank yuan meridians is broken through, the elemental energy's density is at most comparable to the fighters who have 9 human stage yuan meridian opened. This absolutely did not mean that he could take a strong strike from the soul realm. The talent of the elemental energy is so monstrous, and your body is so ridiculously strong. The more Ting Yan thought about it, the more his heart jumped. Could it be that this child has armored vehicles as guidance? Thinking about it, Ting Yan could not help but feel a burst of fear. The abilities that Qin Sheng had displayed was not something that he could do alone. It should be because the experts of some great background had carefully taught him and given him such a shocking performance. Furthermore, Ting Yan himself had once found the heaven-ranked martial arts of a heaven-ranked martial arts in a certain site, and there was even the secret method, which was difficult for them to cultivate initially, but through the secret method, the 3 of them combined to use it. Ting Yan looked deeply at Qin Sheng, and said in his heart, this child definitely has a great opportunity. We're going to kick the steel plate now. Ting Yan's heart sank, and he turned his head to glare fiercely at Zhao Ming. Last night, Zhao Ming came over to look for the 3 of them and told them to deal with Qin Sheng, so he thought he had picked up a big deal. Now, not only did he cripple one of Ting Meng's moves, he had even offended that Qin Sheng. Brother Tung, what are you staring at? Continue fighting. The enmity has already been formed. Don't tell me you still want to resolve it? Zhao Ming urged loudly. Big brother. Ting Ying stared at Ting Yan, we can barely use the bursting flaming snake skill again. Ting Meng's face did not look good. After being crippled with just one hand, he had used bursting flaming snake skill once more, and his entire body had reached its limit. If he used bursting flaming snake skill once more with his tyrannical strength, he would definitely suffer a backlash. At that time, at least he would be bedridden for a few months, and at most, his elemental pulse would be damaged. Even so, Ting Meng still clenched his teeth and nodded. Qin Sheng had crippled one of his hands, so the road to cultivation in the future would definitely be difficult. Therefore, he hated Qin Sheng to the bones. He wanted Qin Sheng to die no matter what. At this time, Qin Sheng felt that his entire body was filled with power, and even without using the saint rank elemental vein, the remaining 3 heaven stage yuan meridian s were still able to provide an unending stream of elemental energy s. As the obsidian skin dispersed, all of the hairs on his body stood on end. Through his pores, elemental energy continued to emanate from his body, emitting a wave of elemental energy fluctuations that was not one bit weaker than the fighter. Is this the power of the Tongquan? Qin Sheng thought. This was the advantage that the heaven stage yuan meridian had. Its potential was several times stronger than one's human stage yuan meridian, and there was no need to mention the fact that Qin Sheng possessed a saint rank elemental vein that was 1 level higher than the heaven stage yuan meridian. Ting Yan seemed to have also made a decision at this time. He glanced at the 2 brothers behind him and said solemnly, since that's the case, we will execute the bursting flaming snake skill once more. Boom. Ting Yan and the other two had 8 elemental pulse S in their bodies once again. The vigorous elemental energy was like a storm as it swept out in the sky. Wait a minute. Qin Sheng shouted for them to stop. Ting Yan had a face full of doubt, and asked, "What do you want? If you keep fighting, I think the 3 of you will become cripples." Qin Sheng could not help but ask. The 3 of them were startled when they heard this. Immediately, a cold smile appeared on their faces. "The 3 of you must have eaten the invigorating meridian pill, given by the Zhao family, to open the 8th elemental pulse, right?" Suddenly, Qin Sheng asked. Ting Yan and the other 2 were shocked. They did not expect Qin Sheng to know about this. However, Qin Sheng had kept the secrets of the bursting flaming snake skill in his possession. So what if Zhao Ming had gifted them the invigorating meridian pill last night? Even so, Ting Yan's face became more gloomy. "How is it?" Ting Yan asked. "You can't be thinking of letting me off, just like that, right? You crippled the hand of my 3rd brother, I won't let you go." Qin Sheng walked closer to Ting Yan, not caring in the slightest about the flaming snake in the void that was burning with flame. His smile was filled with confidence as he said, "If that's the case, I think you guys are poisoned. There's poison in the invigorating meridian pill." Qin Sheng's words were like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly smashed onto Ting Yan's heart. "Impossible." Ting Yan rejected him flatly. No matter how foolish Ting Yan was, he would not directly consume the pills. They returned to the Soaring Serpent gang overnight and requested for the 9-star alchemist of the gangs to be appraised. Those 3 invigorating meridian pill were definitely authentic, without a single trace of poison. 9-star alchemist, just a little bit away from becoming a first-stage refining apothecary. Someone like that would definitely be in existence in adults. You said that refining a grade 2 pills is impossible. But, it was still easy to determine if the invigorating meridian pill was poisonous. Is that so? Qin Sheng looked deeply at Ting Yan and the others, and suddenly shot towards them. Pow! 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 Qin Sheng's speed had already reached its limit, so no matter how close they were, before Ting Yan and the other 2 could even react, they were all slapped by Qin Sheng. "You're courting death." Ting Yan's face was filled with violence. He waved the flaming snake in his hand, wanting to burn Qin Sheng alive. "All of you, go circulate your elemental energy once more." Qin Sheng sneered. "Go." As soon as they finished speaking, the 3 of them frantically operated their elemental energy, igniting flame S in the air and pounced towards Qin Sheng. Right at this moment, Ting Yan and the others felt waves of intense pain come from the 8 elemental pulse S in their bodies. Bang! As for the flaming snake in the air, because of the instability of the elemental energy, it completely ruptured, bringing about waves of heat waves. How could this be? Ting Yan and the rest paled, their faces filled with disbelief. Again. They did not believe it, and forcefully activated the elemental pulse once again. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not condense another strand of the elemental energy. "Why can't I condense elemental energy?" Ting Yan's voice trembled. He had never encountered such a situation, even though he was extremely unwilling to believe it was true. The piercing pain of the elemental pulse in his body reminded him that it was an iron-like fact. "We've been poisoned." Ting Yan turned his head to look at Zhao Ming, who was on top of the auditorium, and his eyes were filled with hatred. "Bastard! Zhao Ming, you tricked me." At this time, Zhao Ming did not dare meet Ting Yan's gaze, and was panicking. How could this be? Didn't Qin Shao say that the poison would only appear in a month's time? Zhao Ming was also stunned in his heart. Qin Sheng walked to Ting Yan's side, lightly patted his shoulder, and said, "Now you know about the poison, right?" Just now, Qin Sheng suddenly went berserk and gave each of their respective acupuncture points a pat. Actually, it had caused the poison in the bodies of Ting Yan and the other two to break out prematurely. The poison that you were poisoned with would only show its effects after a month. I had just fully activated your poison, shortening it by an entire month. Qin Sheng said. Initially, they still had a month's time to save them, but now they had erupted completely, and now, they could no longer feel the fluctuations of the elemental energy. In the future, they would become useless people. Don't glare at me, who told you to be greedy for cheap things? Qin Sheng laughed and scolded, those surnamed Zhao are not good people. You guys too, since you have a grudge with the Zhao family, how could you dare to take their pills? Ting Yan and the other two stared blankly. They wished that they could drag Qin Sheng to the other side to die, but the deadly poison had already erupted. Not only was they unable to feel a trace of elemental energy, their 4 limbs had also become weak and they fell onto the ground. The students on the auditorium began to discuss among themselves. They did not expect the plot to turn out like this. It looked like this was a huge pit Zhao Qingsong had dug for the 3 Ting Yan brothers and Qin Sheng. 1 stone, 2 birds. First, he wanted to use the heaven-ranked martial arts that the 3 Ting Yan brothers had combined their power to forcefully open the first 3 heaven-rank Yuan meridians, and then he had even conveniently activated the acute poison in the bodies of the 3 Ting Yan brothers in advance. The students around Zhao Ming all distanced themselves from him, afraid that he would poison the air with his poison. Everyone, don't listen to him. I am a dignified Zhao family, how could I do such a dirty and malicious thing? Zhao Ming stood up, forcing out a smile, and explained in a clear voice. Ting Yan, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Zhao Ming said in a heavy voice, I think you are forcing yourself to use the heaven-ranked martial arts, causing the elemental pulse to be devoured. Zhao Ming pushed everything away. Ting Yan was enraged. His face was filled with evil qi, but unfortunately, he was already poisoned, and was not even able to stand, much less take revenge. At this time, Qin Sheng squatted down, stared at Ting Yan and said, I, Qin Sheng, repay this kindness with virtue. I can help you cure your poison, and I can even protect your elemental pulse, so that it will not affect your future cultivation. Hearing that, Ting Yan's eyes released a light aura. His face had an expression of disbelief. You can cure us of the poison? Ting Yan asked with an expression of disbelief. Qin Sheng nodded, he patted Ting Yan's shoulders and laughed. You and I are both students of Flowing Cloud Academy, how can I watch you die? You should have heard about the Mo Long mining area, right? Qin Sheng smiled mysteriously and said, Xiao Bingning was infected with a king corpse's poison. I can cure it as well. Don't mention your little poison. These few days, the matters between the Mo Long mining area and the mining area had become very serious. The mining area was filled with decaying corpses, the wasteland had completely recovered, and the demonic beast had rebelled. How could Ting Yan and the others not have heard of it? Big brother, there are indeed rumors circulating outside that he helped Xiao Bingning get rid of the king corpse's poison. At this time, Ting Ying spoke weakly. Why did you save us? Ting Yan was so scared of the trap that he could not help but ask. Qin Sheng tried his best to squeeze out a smile, and said, Didn't I say it before, I am a person who likes to repay grievances with virtue. Come. I'll help you cure the poison. Wait a minute, how many crystal are you taking? Ting Yan blurted out. It was rumored that Qin Sheng was very thick-skinned. He was even willing to take money from a goddess like Xiao Bingning, who treated them like this. How could he so easily save them? The brothers didn't believe that Qin Sheng would be so kind as to not get up early if there were no benefits. He definitely didn't believe that Qin Sheng could save them with the help of the elemental pulse. Give me a price. How many crystal S do you want? As long as they could save the 3 brothers' elemental pulse, even if they were to be humiliated by Qin Sheng, they would accept it. Hearing this, Qin Sheng squinted, and looked deeply at Ting Yan and the others who had resigned themselves to their fate, and said, "Talking about money is vulgar, there is no lack of crystal s. I have just entered the college, so I need to make more friends, and I can't let my schoolmates' life be filled with the stench of copper." Qin Sheng said righteously with a face full of righteousness. Only those students who were familiar with Qin Sheng would know who Qin Sheng was. If there were outer court students present, they would have seen through his hypocrisy. Pfft. The surrounding students rolled their eyes. They had all heard of Qin Sheng's deeds before. Qin Sheng's face was a little hot, but he did not care about the ridiculing gazes that shot in from every direction. Both his eyes were extremely clear as he said in a low voice, "If you feel embarrassed, then give me a small gift." Qin Sheng laughed slyly, the smile carried rich meaning, and when the Ting Yan brothers saw Qin Sheng's meaningful smile, they immediately felt their hearts palpitate, unconsciously covering their ring-s. "I heard that you guys had previously stumbled upon a drop of iron armor dragon blood, and had even went to the underground black market to ask about the price." Ting Yan was shocked yet again. He blurted out and asked, solemnly, "How did you know?" The security in the underground black market was extremely tight. Ting Yan had already been very careful, but he did not expect to be exposed. Qin Sheng was also slightly shocked in his heart about Xiao Bingning's abilities. In the end, she was still a Heaven's Pride girl from the Great Yan dynasty. "You don't need to worry about that," Qin Sheng said indifferently. "Is there still an antidote? If you keep dragging this out, it will not only be a matter of whether or not you can cultivate, but also whether or not you can survive." Ting Yan's heart shook as he gritted his teeth and said, "Mythosaurus S are stage 5 greater demons S. That kind of demonic beast's blood, even if it's just a drop of blood, it's worth more than a 100,000 yuan crystal." "Qin Sheng, aren't you too good at opening up macrostomia?" The Mythosaurus's entire body was wrapped in thick profound armor and its defensive power was extremely strong. Even the compulsory realms expert found it difficult to break through its defense, so it basically had no natural enemies. The stage 5 greater demons was comparable to the toad in Xiao Bingning's body. Every one of those great demons contained an earth-shattering power. If the great demons was enraged, they would be drenched in blood for 1,000 miles. This was definitely not exaggerated in the slightest. As for how Ting Yan obtained a drop of mystical earth dragon blood's blood, it was because a great change had happened in Demon Dragon Wasteland. A group of great demons were killing each other, and Ting Yan was also extremely lucky to find a drop of Mythosaurus's blood. Otherwise, with just a mouthful of dragon breath, ants like Ting Yan would have been annihilated. Qin Sheng glanced at Ting Yan who was gritting his teeth, extended a hand, and said snappily, "Bring it over, or else you will all be crippled." "I won't hold back, I only want a drop of animal blood." "It's not like I'm letting out your blood, is there a need to be so reluctant to part with it?" Hearing that, Ting Yan was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. That was the blood essence of a stage 5 greater demons. How could Qin Sheng, that bastard, be so valuable? Even though there was only one 100,000 yuan crystal being priced by the underground black market, Ting Yan was very clear that there was a price but no market. It was said that as long as a drop of great demon's blood was combined with an appropriate ancient technique, it could wash away one's hair, cut down one's bones and refine one's body. The higher the rank of the demonic beast, the stronger the effect would be. The 3 Ting Yan brothers definitely did not want to miss a chance to wash their feathers and get reborn. "Can we just write the promissory note?" Ting Yan said lifelessly as he became weaker and weaker. "I will definitely pay you back within a year, and it can even be counted as interest." "You mean to pay in installments and then give me interest?" Qin Sheng was startled, and then immediately sneered in his heart. How could he believe the trash talk of the Soaring Serpent gang? If he treated the Ting Yan brothers first, they might just turn hostile and not recognize each other. Qin Sheng had inherited the memories of the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor. How rich was his experience? How can I do that? If I write a promissory note for interest, then it would be a loan at a high interest rate. How can we let the usury invade the flowing cloud academy? To be so destructive to the academy's wind, what's the point in letting the Mother Superior find out? Qin Sheng criticized Ting Yan in a serious tone, looking down at him with contempt. A loyal student like me would never do something so filthy. Qin Sheng lectured the three Ting Yan brothers sternly, causing them to be stunned. What are you pretending for? Didn't you trap Xia Bingning once during the assessment? You even dared to harm the exceptional heroic appearance of the goddess. It's said that you have done quite a bit. Ting Yan started to curse angrily in his heart, but because he wanted to beg Qin Sheng to cure the poison, he did not dare to say anything. Get up. Qin Sheng had grabbed Ting Yan with one hand. The three of them were now deeply poisoned and their bodies were weak. They had no way of resisting. How is your consideration? I advise you not to think about those things anymore. If you delay it for an incense stick of time, even I won't be able to save you. Qin Sheng criticized Ting Yan wholeheartedly. Ting Yan's expression changed. In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to give the drop of the incomparably precious mystical earth dragon blood to him. Humph, you dare to snatch food from me, Ting Yan's tiger mouth? Wait until all the poison in my body has been dealt with, then I'll take care of you, bastard. You can easily snatch it back after you get your hands on it. Ting Yan's eyes turned dark, a sinister light flashed past, and disappeared in a flash. Furthermore, Qin Sheng had the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor's memories and rich experience, so he had already taken everything in his heart. He was very clear on what kind of sinister plan Ting Yan was thinking about. Qin Sheng laughed coldly in his heart, and said, "You few grasshoppers, jump around randomly. Once the mystical earth dragon blood is in your hands, humph. Rumble." Ting Yan flipped his hand and took out a pottery jar from the ring. This pottery jar had been here for many years, and there were still some broken runes on the surface of the jar. Qin Sheng's pupils contracted fiercely, and he snatched the pottery jar away with one hand. Ting Yan was weak and powerless, he did not have the strength to resist. Where did you find this pottery jar? Qin Sheng carefully observed the rune on the surface of the pottery jar, and his expression became serious. 90% of the rune had already dispersed, so it was hard to recognize one. Even in the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor's memory, they could not find this kind of rune. However, one thing was certain, this kind of rune had existed for a very long time, and even the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor rarely came into contact with it. It's very dangerous in the sight. If you're not afraid of death, you can go. Ting Yan replied weakly, the mystical earth dragon blood has already been given to you, quickly detoxify it for us. Oh? Qin Sheng's eyes lit up, he really had some thoughts. What's the rush? I haven't checked the goods yet. Qin Sheng said leisurely. You. Ting Yan was so angry that he gasped for breath, his face turning pale. Qin Sheng did not pay attention to the furious Ting Yan. He opened the pottery jar with the broken rune, and an extremely dense blood aura immediately gushed out like that of a volcanic. Qin Sheng felt that the blood qi was extremely dense, and his eyes were slightly stinging. He almost could not open the binocular. Roar. The blood qi had actually condensed into a mythosaurus, roaring at Qin Sheng ferociously, like a thunderstorm, deafening and captivating. Slash. He hurriedly gathered the pottery jar and the blood qi that was gushing out of the volcanic, and the bloody light that shot to the sky immediately disappeared without a trace. Qin Sheng's eyes flashed with excitement, and said, "As expected, it's the mythosaurus's true blood. Since it's a true blood, then I'll have to trouble you. Hurry up and help me cure the poison." Ting Yan was so humble that he almost kneeled down and begged Qin Sheng to cure the poison. Because Ting Yan felt that the body was in a worse state, his eyelids felt like they were heavy enough that they were fighting. If not for the fact that he had opened 8 meridians, his willpower would have been shocking, and he would have closed the binocular a long time ago. They did not dare to close their binoculars. Who knew, once they closed them, they would not be able to see the sun tomorrow. With a thought, Qin Sheng returned the mystical earth dragon blood back into the ring. He coldly glanced at the 3 Ting Yan brothers. The 3 of them harbored malicious intentions as they hooked up with Zhao Qingsong's dirty little thing, wanting to kill him time and time again. Besides, they weren't willing to use the black armored land dragon's blood as an antidote. It seemed that once the antidote was completed, they would absolutely turn hostile and snatch it back. He might even beat Qin Sheng to a pulp, severely injuring him or even killing him. Since you are all heartless, then don't blame me for being unjust. Qin Sheng said with a fake smile, wait a moment, I'm going to prepare the detoxification tools. Immediately after, under many gazes, Qin Sheng took out a series of so-called detoxification tools. A black iron mace that was as thick as an adult's thigh was obviously quite old. It was full of rust and occasionally some spikes would flash with a sharp light. A long 9-section whip that was several meters long was also a weapon of the antique level. It was wrapped in oil paper and was incomparably sharp without even a speck of rust. It was a huge, heavy axe. It was quite sharp, and the axe had been turned over. However, the axe was so large that it was frightening. It was actually the size of an adult. These things were all casually brought back when he left the wasteland a few days ago. When Ting Yan saw these so-called detoxification tools, he could not help but roll his eyes. He had an inexplicable palpitation in his heart, and an expression of unease surfaced on his face. All right. Qin Sheng said as he forced out a gentle smile, the detoxification equipment is already prepared, the detoxification process will probably hurt a little later. Don't move recklessly, otherwise it will affect the effect of the detoxification. Puff. When the Ting Yan brothers heard this, they immediately spat out a mouthful of black blood. Their eyes almost widened as they burped. Is that your antidote? Ting Yan was terrified. Wolf-tooth club, 9-section whip, gigantic battle axe, was this King detoxification tool? Are you kidding me? These were all killing weapons. Even though Ting Yan did not have the talent to refine pills. But he had never seen a pig before, and he had also eaten pork before. How could the detoxification be done with these weapons? If Qin Sheng took out a large pile of black, sticky plaster, or extremely smelly rune water, or even a few frightening poisonous bugs, the 3 brothers felt that it would still be a bit reliable. However, Qin Sheng had taken out a heavy weapon that regarded human life as worthless. Many gazes on the auditorium were also deeply shocked, as they stared in disbelief at the smile that she was trying so hard to squeeze out a little bit of gentleness. However, in the eyes of the 3 Ting Yan brothers, Qin Sheng's smile was not the least bit gentle. Instead, it looked more like the strange sneer of the god of death. Originally, I had 100 methods to cure your poison. Just take some medicine and you can sleep comfortably. But evil tyrant like you, since you've set your sights on me, I will. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Sheng waved the spiked club in his hand, ripping the air apart and emitting a sharp noise. No. No way. Ting Yan powerlessly felt that his eyes were filled with fear. At this time, how could Qin Sheng possibly pay attention to the thoughts of Ting Yan and the other 2? Waving the wolf-fanged mace in his hand, he smashed it ruthlessly onto his butt with a terrifying power. Bang! Ting Yan was struck heavily onto the wall of the stone table. As if about to explode, the body twitched intensely and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Big brother, you bastard! Qin glared with bloodshot eyes, wishing that he could eat Qin Sheng alive. And what responded to Qin was the soles of a pair of extremely large shoes. The soles of Qin Sheng's shoes came into close contact with Qin's face, whose teeth were about to crack. Although he did not activate the elemental pulse, just the power of his fleshly body was enough to match that of the fighters, so the power should not be underestimated. With a single stomp of his foot, Qin firmly stomped onto the ground. Qin's face contorted as he spat out a few teeth that were accompanied by black blood. Swish! Qin Sheng did not stop. Like a black poisonous snake, the dozens of meters long 9-section whip shot towards Qin, gently twirled him up, and then threw him high into the air before ruthlessly smashing him down. Bang! Qin was like a dead dog, he was thrown so hard that his soul almost left his body. Everyone on the auditorium was petrified as they looked down in shock at the bottom of the stone table. Qin Sheng was using the so-called antidote that the stone table had mentioned, and was helping the 3 Qin brothers cure their poison crazily. Even though he had been to the underground black market a few times and had seen a lot of bloody scenes, he had never seen anything like this. Moreover, this was the Flowing Cloud Academy, not the lawless one. Everyone looked at Zhao Ming, the person with the highest status here. As for the law enforcement elder in the office, after hearing these wails, he had long gotten used to it and did not bother to pay attention to them. After all, this was the sparring ground. Isn't it normal for them to let out miserable screams? Only, the law enforcement elder never expected that the miserable shrieks that they let out were not those made by living target sparring partners, but those screaming Master S, and they were their own elite students of the inner academy. Zhao Ming stood up, wanting to stop Qin Sheng's atrocities, but thinking that if he could borrow Qin Sheng's power to kill the arrogant Qin and his 2 brothers, that would be his potential opponent in the inner court. And with how big of a commotion Qin Sheng caused in the sparring ground, the president would definitely not let him off. You guys can go all out and torture each other. No matter what, the one you guys are proud of is a fisherman like me. Thinking about that, Zhao Ming slowly sat down and continued to enjoy Qin Sheng's display of detoxification. Qin Sheng grabbed Qin and the other 2 brothers and beat them up hard without showing any mercy. The Qin brothers spat out blood with all their might, they had been tricked. Damn it, we've admitted defeat. Let us live. There's actually such an antidote? Qin held on to his vital organs and begged while bathing in blood. How the F***ck is this detoxification? It's simply disregarding human life. Qin Sheng did not say a word, and struck heavily against the wall with his staff. The 3 Qin brothers had their noses and mouths swollen, crying for their mothers and fathers was too much of a pain. Stop fighting, we have to give up, we're not going to detoxify. Qin raised both his hands in surrender, the pain was unbearable, he could not hold it in, he cried out, and 2 bloody tears flowed down. How can you give up treatment? Are you guys even men? Can't you bear such a small suffering? I was bullied by the 3 of you. Qin Sheng squinted his eyes in disdain. He used the 1,000 hammers to open the meridians, and helped them detoxify the poison, then warned them, don't move recklessly, it will affect the detoxification effect, furthermore you aren't people of the Zhao family, why are you softer than the Zhao family? 3 black lines flashed across Zhao Ming's face. This could also black out my Zhao family's people. Qin Sheng really helped the disciples of the Zhao family cure the poison. A few days ago, in the Long mining area's messy grave, he had also used the 1,000 hammer pulse opening technique to help Zhao Qiankang cure the poison. Only, this place was filled with Flowing Cloud Academy S, and no one had seen the scene of the detoxification before. If you're a man, then treat yourself ruthlessly. You want to give up treatment just because you're suffering from a little bit of pain? Qin Sheng criticized snappily, but he did not stop, and his attacks became heavier. If you are sick, then you have to be cured. You can't afford to let the doctor get away with it, and even more so, you can't give up on the treatment. Qin Sheng was like a doctor trying his best to persuade him, but all the students present couldn't help but spit at him. They had never seen such an antidote. At another entrance of the sparring ground, a peerless woman in a silver dress laughed to the point where she could stand up straight, attracting the gazes of many male students. Her exquisite face did not contain a single bit of impurity, and her clear eyes were looking straight at Qin Sheng, who was on top of the stone table, radiating the majesty of a poison. Beside the lady was a rather obedient fatty, who was actually Qin Sheng's best friend, Han Tai-long. "Little Long, this is what you said, good bro. He doesn't seem to need my help." The peerless woman in the silver dress gritted her teeth lightly. Looking at Qin Sheng's heroic look, she couldn't help but reveal a smile that was like 100 flowers blooming. Her name was Han Mengchen, one of the 3-star students of the inner court, and her talent was terrifyingly high. Even if it was one of the 3 dragon students in the same city, the Lingyun school would definitely still be considered as one of the top students. Han Mengchen was tall and slender. A group of silver profound practitioners formed into a breathtaking curve. His long hair was like a waterfall that scattered carelessly around his waist, and the wickerback that were gripped by his hand made many male students secretly swallow their saliva. Apparently, Han Mengchen's appearance caused all the on the auditorium to pay close attention. This peerless woman was together with Xia Bingning and the Mother Superior, who were also known as the Han family's daughter, and one of the 3 great goddesses, and was also his future successor. His talent was frightening, and he had already cleared up all of his 9 elemental meridians, one of which was the Heaven Stage Yuan meridian, while the other 8 were all Earth Step Essence meridian. It was said that she planned to leave Flowing Cloud Academy after participating in the academy competition to head to a higher-level college to study. After all, the Flowing Cloud Academy had long since declined. Even the current Mother Superior's granddaughter, Yun Lan, was studying at the Lingxiao Sacred Courtyard in the Great Yan Dynasty. Maybe Han Mengchen's martial arts inherent skill could not compare to Xia Bingning's, but Han Mengchen also had his own personal inherent skill, which was a pill refining inherent skill. It was said that a few days ago, there were rumors that she had obtained the recognition of the Divine Pill sect and had become the 9-star alchemist. That could be considered quasi-apothecary, just a little bit away from a first-stage apothecary. Don't be fooled by Han Mengchen's inherent skill and the tall figure in front of his chest. She's even younger than Qin Sheng by a few months. Senior Sister Han is here. An unknown student let out a loud shout. Swish. All the students on the auditorium looked towards Han Mengchen, who was at the entrance one after another. Those students with sharp eyes immediately looked at the 9-star alchemist badge on Han Mengchen's chest. The rumors were true after all. Senior Sister Han has become a 9-star alchemist before she is 16 years old. Faced with so many shocked and adoring gazes, Han Mengchen had long since gotten used to it. Under Han Tai-long's gaze, he walked into the sparring ground. As Han Mengchen entered the arena, many students opened up a path for him. Atop the stone table, Qin Sheng raised his head to take a look at the group of people who caused so much commotion. He actually saw a familiar figure, and Han Tai-long carefully followed behind a peerlessly beautiful female students. Qin Sheng thought back to what Han Tai-long had said yesterday. Returning to the family to beg his big sis and big sis, so that Qin Sheng would suffer a little less in the sparring ground. He never thought that Han Tai-long would actually call the family here, just because he kept his promise. Qin Sheng couldn't help but feel touched. Qin Sheng paused for a moment on the image of the successor of the Han family. He had a tall stature and an exceptional temperament. However, Qin Sheng quickly retracted his gaze and continued to operate the 1,000-hammer pulse opening technique, beating up the 3 Ting-Yen brothers, and helping them cure the poison. Han Mengchen was extremely arrogant, and felt that Qin Sheng had only glanced at her once before retracting his gaze. That feeling of being ignored caused Han Mengchen to feel extremely uncomfortable. Originally, this beauty Han had come over to help Qin Sheng because he was begging her, but she didn't expect him to be so arrogant and ignored her. Sigh, more or less, you hit them so hard that they accidentally killed you. What kind of compensation is your Qin family going to give to your soaring serpent gang? Han Mengchen said with a voice as clear and pleasant as the sound of porcelain colliding. Qin Sheng raised his head and laughed. They were the ones who begged me to cure them just now. It's fine, it's all over quickly. Hearing that, Han Mengchen immediately got angry. She had been refining pills for a long time. The anger was huge. He did not expect Qin Sheng to not listen to her. Shua. Han Mengchen stood up, took a lotus step, and transformed into an afterimage. Although she was known for his talent in alchemy, he never thought that his speed would be shockingly fast. None of the 3-star students of the inner court were weak. All of them were extremely talented and should not be underestimated. A sweet smell came out, causing Han Mengchen to shout. He revealed his white jade simple hand like lightning, and grabbed onto the ferocious wolf-tooth club that was covered with black blood. Didn't you hear me? More or less. Han Mengchen shouted. His tone of voice was not very good. Qin Sheng frowned. He raised his head and looked at the furious Han Mengchen, and only stopped in front of his towering chest for a moment, before retracting his gaze. Like I said, I'm helping them cure the poison. Qin Sheng squinted, and looked at Han Mengchen with an inexplicable meaning. TCH, what kind of poison can you cure? Are you the alchemist? Han Mengchen's pretty face flashed with pride, and said in a low voice, not everyone can cure the poison. Do you think that just by beating them up like this, you can cure the poison? What Han Mengchen hated the most were those scum who pretended to be alchemists and scammed others everywhere. It was very obvious that Han Mengchen had already categorized Qin Sheng as a scum of the swindler. Qin Sheng's sword-like eyebrows slightly furrowed, his gaze swept across the 9-star alchemist badge on Han Mengchen's towering chest, and laughed. So it's you, 9-star alchemist. Hearing that, the arrogance on Han Mengchen's exquisite face became even stronger, and he said, it's good that you know, so, I suggest you not to play with swords in front of Master Guan. You fooled these 3 idiots, but not me. Han Mengchen shot a glance at the 3 Tingyan brothers, who had long since fainted, unknown whether they were dead or alive. They were poisoned from the start. Now that you've beaten them up, it will only hasten the eruption of the poison. They are terminally ill. Han Mengchen shook his head and said, she felt that the 3 Tingyan brothers were crippled. Even if a true stage 1 apothecary were to come, he would not be able to do anything. If I can detoxify it, would you kiss me? Oh? Are you that confident? Qin Sheng's mouth formed a slight curve, and said, how about we make a bet? Qin Sheng felt that this Han Mengchen was too arrogant. He thought that after taking the 9-star alchemist examination, he was only 1 step away from becoming a first-stage refining apothecary that everyone looked up to, and would be able to look down upon everyone. How dare he reject Qin Sheng's method of detoxification completely? Hearing that, Han Mengchen frowned. He felt that this Qin Sheng was really a pitiful person. There must be something he hated about him, yet he was so stubborn, and dared to question her authority. What do you want to bet? Han Mengchen's heroic and beautiful body was bursting with an endless confidence. Originally, he was somewhat moved by Han Mengchen coming over to help him, but after being scolded by him, he immediately felt somewhat unhappy in his heart. With a thought, Qin Sheng decided to punish this arrogant beautiful senior sister. If I can cure them of the poison, why don't you give me a kiss? Qin Sheng laughed. The moment those words were spoken, everyone could not believe their ears and looked at Qin Sheng as if they were petrified. Especially Han Tailong, he was very clear about the temper of this family. Don't underestimate him, he was extremely irritable, and would start beating him up whenever there was a disagreement. Even if it was Ting Yan and the other two brothers, they did not dare to offend Han Mengchen. In that single battle, the three Ting Yan brothers were ruthlessly humiliated. Han Mengchen squinted his eyes, a cold look quickly appeared on his beautiful face. The elemental energy fluctuations on her delicate body faintly leaked out, and in Flowing Cloud Academy, no one had ever dared to speak to her like that, so he changed his attitude. Play with her. Qin Sheng, if you have something to say, please say it. Big sis, don't be angry. Han Tailong mustered his courage, shouted, and tried to smooth things over. Shut up. Han Mengchen shouted coldly. Han Tailong's face flushed red. When he felt the big sis's cold gaze, he immediately felt as if he had fallen into an ice house. The fat on his body trembled a few times, and he did not dare say any more. And if you lose? Han Mengchen's eyes were ice cold, like the eyes of a snow goddess. Qin Sheng shrugged, and with a flip of his hand, a pottery jar appeared in his palm. Roar. The blood qi instantly gushed out, like a volcanic. As the blood qi soared into the sky, a thick blood qi condensed into a mythosaurus as it ferociously roared. If you win, this drop of mystical earth dragon blood is yours. Qin Sheng said indifferently. Hearing that, Han Mengchen's eyes could not help but light up. Mystical earth dragon blood? That was the blood essence of a stage 5 greater demons. If he used his strength to refine his body, it would definitely be a great nourishment and would be worth a lot. Alright, I'll bet with you. Han Mengchen agreed. Goddess Han actually agreed to bet with Qin Sheng? What if I lose, and not kiss that Qin Sheng? I'm not afraid of 10,000, but what I'm most afraid of is. Shut up, how could Goddess Han lose? S face was also gloomy. According to his knowledge, Qin Sheng was actually able to remove the king corpse's poison, and this was witnessed by Xia Bingning herself. Han Tailong opened his mouth, wanting to persuade Han Mengchen. He was very clear that Qin Sheng definitely had the ability to cure the poison, even with such an extreme method. Even though it was hard to imagine, it was absolutely an iron-like fact. Because a few days ago, had personally witnessed Han Tailong violently beating up the Zhao Qiangkang who framed him. In the end, Han Tailong did not speak up to persuade Han Mengchen. These past few years, Han Mengchen had always been this irritable and violent. He had suffered quite a few losses before. If this continued, this Han Mengchen, who had a hot body and temper like hers, would definitely cause trouble. At that time, offending some of the Heaven's Pride-level experts might even implicate the entire Han family. Han Tailong knew very well that a talented girl like Han Mengchen would sooner or later go to an even higher level school to study. Han Tailong knew very well that a talented girl like Han Mengchen would sooner or later go to an even higher level school to study. Therefore, Han Tailong lowered his head and revealed a strange smile. In any case, we'll be at a disadvantage sooner or later. Rather than being at a disadvantage outside, it's better to be at a disadvantage on our own people. Han Tailong laughed sinisterly, and muttered under his breath, this is good too, we are all rich so we are not in the same land. Heh heh. Han Mengchen's beautiful face was shining with a sparkling and translucent radiance, filled with confidence. His hair fluttered in the wind like a waterfall. She was completely confident, and his face was filled with contempt. She felt that putting aside the fact that Qin Sheng was even stronger than her in terms of alchemy, if he could cure the poison after a round of beatings, what was the point in refining the apothecary? Although she was not an apothecary cultivator, her 9-star alchemist could still be considered as a quasi-apothecary cultivator. The most important thing was that she, Han Mengchen, had never been adjusted like this ever since he was born. I did. You actually changed it. You want to play me? You want to use this gamble to attract my attention? Han Mengchen sneered in his heart. It's fine to trick those little girls with this little trick. Who is she? For a dignified 9-star alchemist, Han Mengchen would not be so easily scared. Humph, gift me a drop of the stage 5 greater demons' blood essence for free. Han Mengchen was secretly gloating in his heart. Qin Sheng naturally knew what Han Mengchen was thinking. He leisurely walked over to the 3 Tingyan brothers, who were still unconscious, and activated the 1000 hammer pulse opening technique. Continue pretending. I want to see how you're going to deal with this situation. Han Mengchen sneered. Pft. 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 Suddenly, the 3 body began to tremble violently, spitting out a mouthful of black blood before roaring towards the sky. I'm not dead? Ting Yan, who was the strongest, woke up immediately. He felt that his entire body was filled with power. Activating elemental pulse, he realized that the elemental pulse was not as withered as before, but more vigorous. Ting Yan held into the sky, and a violent surge of elemental energy fluctuations that were at the 9th level seemed to be broken through. His face flushed red, as he felt a strange elemental energy in his body acting as a trigger, and then he madly attacked the remaining 9 elemental meridians. A few breaths later, a cracking sound came from within his body. Immediately after, the even denser elemental energy fluctuations stirred a wave of elemental energy vortex. Tongjiu Meridian. Ting Yan could hardly believe that he had actually gotten lucky from a disaster. Not only did he not die from it, he even managed to open the last elemental pulse. Immediately after, second brother Ting Ying, third brother Ting Meng also broke through, opening all the first 9 elemental meridians. How is this possible? The 3 evil tyrants have awoken? Could it be that Qin Sheng's beating can really cure the poison? The entire sparring ground was in a deathly silence. The excited roars of the Tingyan brothers were like thunder, deeply shocking every student who was watching. Zhao Ming's mouth was dry, the handsome facial appearance was filled with shock. Even though he had long since heard that Qin Sheng was able to remove Qin Corpse's poison that even grade 3 alchemist wasn't 100% sure of, he could only feel that kind of shock with his own eyes. Han Mengchen's beautiful face froze for a moment. His beautiful eyes looked at the 3 brothers of the Tingyan brothers who were roaring excitedly on top of the stone table. Ting Yan looked at Qin Sheng, who had a childish smile. With a profound look, his face could not help but turn serious. Rumble. With a thought, Qin Sheng scattered all the blood stains on the stone platform called detoxification tools. If it was any other day, Ting Yan would definitely turn hostile and snatch the mystical earth dragon blood back. After all, that was the true blood of a stage 5 great demon. It was an absolute large tonic used to temper the body. This kind of precious true blood was coveted by even the warriors of the soul realm. They stretched out their sharp fangs and tried to snatch it away. He broke through? Congratulations. Qin Sheng came to Ting Yan's side soundlessly and colorlessly, patting him on the shoulder lightly. Qin Sheng squinted his eyes and looked at Ting Yan with a profound look. How is it? As a man, you should be a bit more ruthless towards yourself. The rewards you get are beyond your imagination. Even though his strength had explosively increased, and he had already reached the peak of invigorated meridian realm, as long as he advanced one more step, he would be able to reach the spirit realm. An inner and outer court that had such strength could be counted with one slap across the face in the entire Flowing Cloud Academy. However, when Ting Yan faced the seemingly harmless and childish-looking Qin Sheng up close, he actually felt a baffling sense of palpitation. This feeling was as though he was facing a demon in the depths of demon-dragon wasteland that was hibernating within a ruin. Ting Yan's scalp was about to explode. He did not dare act rashly. If he really dared to take action and snatch back the mystical earth dragon blood, who knew what this seemingly harmless Qin Sheng in front of him could do? He gave a deep glance at Qin Sheng. He now believed in the rumors outside. He helped Xia Bingming remove the king corpse's poison, and the elite class in the outer courtyard and the late stage of the soul realm began to fight with each other. Damn it, someone with only 2 meridians and low-level fighter was actually able to fight with an old teacher who was at the late stage of the spirit realm. Before today, Ting Yan would never believe it, but after seeing Qin Sheng's performance today, he felt that this Qin Sheng, who looked weak on the surface, was definitely pretending to be weak to be a pig to eat the tiger. Dig a hole for me right from the start, and we lost a drop of mystical earth dragon blood that was worth 100,000 crystals. Ting Yan's heart was bleeding, he felt extreme heartache. He wanted to take revenge, but he didn't dare to say anything because he had been humiliated. This was the first time he, Ting Yan, had suffered such a setback. Ahem, thank you for detoxifying me, brother Qin. Ting Yan forced out a smile that looked even worse than him crying. Seeing that, Qin Sheng nodded his head in satisfaction, he patted his shoulder heavily, went close to his ear, and spoke with a low voice, "That's right, do you still have the blood essence of other spirit demons on you? Bones or anything?" Ting Yan stared blankly, he thought to himself, damn it, do you think that the demon lord's things are like a dog by the road, that's all? Of course, it was impossible for Ting Yan to scold Qin Sheng like that. If he'd pissed this seemingly harmless fellow off, who knew what Ting Yan would do, if he was scammed, it would be a huge loss. Lightly shook his head and replied, "We went all out and only got a drop of mystical earth dragon blood." Really? Qin Sheng was in disbelief. Really, there's no more? Do you think there's any cabbages? Ting Yan spread out his hands and said snappily. Hearing that, Qin Sheng nodded his head, and laughed with a deeper meaning, then you can obtain whatever great tonic you can in the future, whatever great demon blood, precious bones, and even news of the ruins, you can give it to me. I have a way to help you break through to the soul realm as soon as possible. Qin Sheng laughed seriously, his voice was filled with enchantment. When Qin Sheng's words came out, Ting Yan's face was immediately filled with disbelief. He looked at him in shock and said, "You can really help me break through into the spirit realm in a short amount of time?" Ting Ying and Ting Mei were also stunned, they did not believe Qin Sheng's words. It was just that Qin Sheng had a confident look on his face, as if he had a plan in mind. This Qin Sheng had given them too many unimaginable things, even using a random stick to clear out their poison. He had even gone a step further, transforming the poison into spirit energy, helping them to open the last meridian. This sort of heaven-defying strength simply transformed into a miraculous power that surpassed the scope of their imaginations. To break through from the invigorated meridian realm to the spirit-opening realm, 2 conditions needed to be prepared. First, open up all 9 meridians in your body. This was the most basic of all. If he hadn't opened up all 9 meridians in his body and his body had reached a bottleneck, then he would never have the chance to advance to the spirit-opening realm. Some martial practitioners, because their cultivation had gone astray, would never be able to advance to the soul realm in their entire lives if they crippled an origin vein. The second was to form the 9 opened meridians into a loop that would grow endlessly, converging into a sea of elemental energy and forming a primeval sea. It was extremely difficult to condense the primeval sea. This would require a long period of cultivation before it could slowly gather. The process of forming a drop of water into a sea was extremely slow. It seems that poverty has really limited your imagination. Qin Sheng shook his head and laughed, "As long as you can give me the crystals, let alone the spirit realm, even if it's a heavenly completion stage, I can help you guys reach it quickly." The so-called 4 great realms. Invigorated meridian realm, spirit realm, heavenly completion stage, compulsory realm, they were only the beginning of cultivation. Above compulsory realm, there were many other great realms. Qin Sheng had smelted the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor's memories, so he knew far more than Ting Yan and the others. In the 9 heavens and 10 earth, not to mention a practitioner like compulsory realm, even a demigod would be able to rely on all kinds of miraculous pills and medicines to form a true god. It all depended on whether or not you were willing to give me the crystals. When the so-called spirit realm formed the sea of elemental energy, Qin Sheng had over 100 types of pellets that could help him break through into the spirit realm. It was just that the pills that could form sea of elemental energy was not expensive. As long as there were ingredients, Qin Sheng could refine them. Hearing that, Ting Yan's face flushed red, unexpectedly becoming a little agitated. For some reason, Ting Yan actually believed it. He didn't care if the others believed it or not, but he believed it. In the dark, Ting Yan felt that he had to seize this chance to soar into the sky. Seeing Ting Yan's expression, Qin Sheng knew that he believed his. It wouldn't be long before he could earn money again. Qin Sheng was the son of the gang master of the Soaring Serpent Gang. With the Soaring Serpent Gang as his fangs, it would be much faster to search for all kinds of heaven and earth treasures than Qin Sheng himself. You won't really believe in this godly stick, will you? Han Mengchen clenched her teeth and said angrily. There are only a few kinds of pellets that can break through to the spirit realm. Even the simplest energy accumulation pill is only a third-grade pellet which requires grade 3 alchemists to refine. At this time, Han Mengchen had already recovered from her shock, even though she felt that the Ting Yan brothers could actually cure the poison under the influence of the rod. Not only that, they had even opened 9 meridians. Without a doubt, Qin Sheng ruthlessly slapped her charming face. The 3 Ting Yan brothers were jumping around in front of him lively like dragons and tigers. Han Mengchen really could not hold it in anymore. She looked at Qin Sheng, who was speaking calmly and confidently, in high spirits, as if there was no difference between refining pills and refining sweets. As a 9-star alchemist certified by the Divine Pill sect, it could be said without hesitation that in the entire Flowing Cloud Academy, her talent in alchemy was the highest. Others were unable to understand just how difficult alchemy was. Even the lowest level 1 pill was beyond their imagination, let alone the energy accumulation pill that was able to condense sea of elemental energy. That was a 3rd-grade pill. It was difficult to find a grade 3 alchemist in the entire Great Yan city. On the stone platform, when the Ting Yan brothers heard Han Mengchen's reminder, they felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over their heads, and they became much more clear-headed. That's right, the energy accumulation pill is a tier 3 pill. It's unbelievably expensive, it's comparable to a heaven origin pill. The Ting Yan brothers looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Han Mengchen's talent in alchemy was second to none among all the students in Flowing Cloud Academy. Qin Sheng squinted as he leisurely walked in front of Han Mengchen and put his face next to his bright and clear red lips. You seem to have lost just now. Do you want to give me a kiss? Qin Sheng laughed evilly, ignoring the numerous astonished gazes, and laughed, my face has already been washed clean, kiss me. Heavens, Goddess Han really wants to give her first kiss to that outer court freshman? Heavens, I don't want to live anymore. Goddess Han was ruined by a freshman, just like that. Let me replace Goddess Han. Qin Sheng, come kiss me. Hee, I never thought that this freshman would really want to live too long, even daring to raise the issue of the bet. Right, he really doesn't understand Goddess Han's temper. When Qin Sheng's words came out, many of the students that were spectating on the stage started to discuss, and started to shout in surprise. Boom! Han Mengchen's face was cold, her phoenix eyes seemed to spew flames, the 9 meridians in her body were activated, an extremely dense amount of spirit energy surged out from her body, releasing an extremely powerful and explosive amount of spirit energy. No such person. Han Mengchen clenched her teeth tightly, and an extremely cold voice came out from her mouth, followed by a simple hand strike like lightning towards Qin Sheng's clean face. Qin Sheng seemed to have been prepared for a long time, as he slipped very quickly and hid behind Ting Yan's tall and sturdy body, avoiding all of the attacks. Even so, Qin Sheng still felt a wave of extremely hot heat wave sweeping over. Ting Yan did not dare move, although they were both at the same level of Tongjiu Meridian, but he felt that Han Mengchen's spirit energy undulations were at least 2 times stronger than his own, and if she were to fight, would definitely not be her match. Han Mengchen has something to say. Ting Yan forced out a smile. At this time, Qin Sheng stuck his head out, and taunted, "Hey, your looks are not bad, and your gambling is not good, you still want to become angry after losing?" Qin Sheng did not believe that if he lost, Han Mengchen would not take the mystical earth dragon blood in his hands. You. Han Mengchen's face became ugly. She had indeed lost her bet. As an elite student, she was not willing to admit defeat. If news of this spread, it would definitely cause criticism. But, was she really going to kiss Qin Sheng? That was her first kiss. Every girl had beautiful fantasies about their first kiss. Han Mengchen definitely did not want to give her first kiss to Qin Sheng, the successor to the declining Qin family, under this kind of situation. She was, after all, just a little girl who was a few months younger than Qin Sheng. She stomped her feet, her face flushed red, as she looked at Qin Sheng with a conflicted face. Qin Sheng squinted his eyes, lightly shook his head, and said, "Do you think that your kiss is worth a mere energy accumulation pill? You're selling it cheaply. Don't go too far." Han Mengchen restrained her spirit energy and erupted once more, "It won't do you much good to annoy me." Qin Sheng faced off against him, his expression also becoming cold as he said, "Just come at me, if it wasn't for Han Tai Long, I would have already taken your kiss." He had turned hostile. The scene was tense as the pressure from the origin energy crushed the entire stone platform. Qin Sheng, on the other hand, hid behind Ting Yan's burly body fearlessly, and stared indifferently at Han Mengchen, who had turned hostile and refused to admit her debt. It was as if he was not afraid of Goddess Han, who even Ting Yan was afraid of. At this time, Han Tailong eagerly ran to the middle of the stone stage and smiled at Qin Sheng, "Big sister, don't be angry, don't be angry." "Humph." Han Mengchen scoffed. Han Tailong immediately felt as if he had fallen into an ice house, his neck feeling a chill. "Qin Sheng, stop when you're done. Big sis originally came to help you," Han Tailong said as he pulled Qin Sheng out. "A single energy accumulation pill has already caused her to lose a lot of blood." Han Tailong thought about it and said. Energy accumulation pill was a tier 3 pill. Even though it was not as expensive as a heaven origin pill, it was still close to 100,000 crystals. Such an expensive medicinal pill was something that even the Han family's patriarch felt heartache over. Sure. Seeing that he had agreed to it, Qin Sheng agreed to it straightforwardly. "Humph, here you go." Han Mengchen's pretty face was filled with coldness. She secretly snorted, and then, with a flip of her hand, she threw out a jade bottle. Qin Sheng received the jade bottle, and when he opened it to take a look, he could smell a very rich pill fragrance. It really is an energy accumulation pill. Qin Sheng's eyes lit up, but at the moment, he did not need energy accumulation pill. Ting Yan, who was standing next to Qin Sheng, had a greedy look in his eyes. There was an energy accumulation pill right in front of him. Eating it would allow him to gather sea of elemental energy and break through to the spirit realm. If it was any other person, Ting Yan would have exploded forth and directly snatched it away. But the person in front of him right now was the Qin Sheng he simply could not see through. Even though his heart was ready to move, Ting Yan kept his thoughts to himself in the end, not daring to move. After suffering such a great loss, Han Mengchen coldly glanced at Qin Sheng. Her beautiful eyes were filled with coldness, and said, "It's best if you don't fall into my hands, otherwise." Hum. After throwing down such a harsh sentence, Han Mengchen's elemental energy exploded, and he left in a hurry. The fiery sparring ground was in a good show, and just like that, the curtain fell. Zhao Ming's face was gloomy as he glanced at Qin Sheng, who was in a moment of limitless glory. Everyone thought that, because Qin Sheng had fought with the mentor Ling Jun, the impact would be severe. The Mother Superior had punished Qin Sheng to become a live target for the sparring ground in the inner academy. For such a cruel punishment, even if Qin Sheng didn't die, he would at least be stripped of his skin. But the result? Not only was Qin Sheng not alive and well, he had even benefited from misfortune and obtained a drop of mystical earth dragon blood and a pellet of energy accumulation pill. Even a soul realm martial practitioner would be envious of such a harvest if it was spread out. The more Zhao Ming thought about it, the darker his face became. He still had to report to Zhao Qingsong. This was because he did not know how to do things, and it was unknown whether Zhao Qingsong would take revenge on him. Inside Zhao Qingsong's villa, at the residence of the elite studentess in the inner courtyard, Zhao Qingsong sprinted with all his might, his face red and sinister. There were some insect markings on his forehead. Hua Manuan was pressed down by Zhao Qingsong and her body twitched. Finally, when Zhao Qingsong let out a roar like an injured demon beast, it erupted into a bloody mist and his eyes gradually lost their luster. A few breaths later, a sinister blood spider crawled out from Hua Manuan's corpse. With a flash of blood-red light, it entered Zhao Qingsong's body. Rumble. As if he had eaten a tonic, Zhao Qingsong's body suddenly swelled up. His entire body was filled with the cold and hibernating elemental energy fluctuations, and his eyes even shot out 2 rays of light that seemed like they were real. Middle stage of the soul realm. Zhao Qingsong felt an unprecedented amount of strength. Looking at the black figure who was hiding in the shadows, he said, "The old slaughterer's method is indeed amazing. In just one night, I could break through from the early stage of the spirit realm to the middle stage. Even the Qin Zhongtian of more than 20 years ago could not even compare to such speed." Zhao Qingsong looked at Old Slaughterer in admiration and praised him without concealing it at all. Old Slaughterer was hidden in the shadows, and as long as he was willing, no one in the entire Great Yen City would be able to catch his aura. He came from an ancient sect, and the blood debts he owed were like the hairs on a cow. Furthermore, he was a wanted felon from several large countries. Therefore, he had to always hide in the shadows. However, this Great Yen City was simply too remote. The strongest warrior was only at the heavenly completion stage, but in front of him, he was as weak as an ant. It was just that the old slaughterer did not dare to be too flamboyant, or else he would not train this kind of extremely ordinary person to become his disciple and help him search for the remnants of the demon-dragon wasteland. The old slaughterer came from a vast empire and had over 100 subordinate countries like the Beichen kingdom. They had seen how many geniuses there were, and for students like Zhao Qingsong, who could only open one heaven stage Yuan meridian, it could only be considered as a pass. After all, the Great Yen City was too remote, their resources were exhausted, and their talent was poor. It was already considered bad luck to be able to meet Zhao Qingsong, who was able to open up a heaven stage Yuan meridian. It wasn't that the old slaughterer hadn't thought of taking Xia Bingning and Han Mengchen, these 2 heavens pride ladies whose talent was far higher than Zhao Qingsong's, as disciples, but the 2 of them had powerful practitioners guarding them, and if they got any closer, they would be discovered. Disciples were important, but the old slaughterer definitely did not want to be found out. The old slaughterer would attract the strongest warriors in the entire empire to come and capture him. He's just a mere soul realm cultivator, it's not worth being proud of. Old Slaughterer snorted coldly as an extremely cold aura enveloped the entire villa. Zhao Qingsong's entire body shivered from the cold, as though he had fallen into an ice cave. Disciple understands his mistake. Zhao Qingsong said in a trembling voice as he directly prostrated on the ground. He originally thought that after breaking through to the spirit realm, his strength would be close to that of Old Slaughterer, but now, with just a slight release of the old slaughterer''s might, he was instantly crushed and could only prostrate on the ground, not daring to move at all. Old Slaughterer looked deeply at Zhao Qingsong, and suddenly felt someone approaching. and quickly withdrew his pressure and said, "Someone is coming." Following the retreat of the old slaughterer's terrifying pressure, Zhao Qingsong's entire body was drenched in sweat as his elemental energy returned to normal. "Qin Shao, it's me. Zhao Ming." Outside the villa, Zhao Ming called out softly. After a while, Zhao Qingsong changed his clothes and sat in the courtyard waiting for Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming walked in, but did not discover Huamanuan. Her expression was a little unnatural, but she did not dare to ask too much. Zhao Qingsong had already returned to his normal complexion, his eyebrows were straight like swords, his eyes were bright like the stars, and he was extremely handsome. "What about it?" The moment Zhao Qingsong opened his mouth, his face immediately paled, and he shook his head. "The 3 Tingyan brothers were suddenly poisoned. Qin Sheng jumped out to cure them, and because of the disaster, we obtained a drop of mystical earth dragon blood." Hearing this, Zhao Qingsong's face immediately turned ashen, and the terrifying spirit energy wrapped around his body immediately exploded forth, the sharp aura of the middle stage of the soul realm instantly enveloping Zhao Ming. Although Zhao Ming had already reached the peak of the 7th meridian and was just a hair away from opening the 8th, there was still a huge gap between him and a spirit realm warrior. Furthermore, Zhao Qingsong was already an expert at the middle stage of the spirit realm. Puff! Zhao Ming was immediately crushed by the mountain-like pressure. He knelt on the ground, and the floor immediately ruptured. His throat was sweet as he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the absolute difference between the spirit soul realm and invigorated meridian realm. Not everyone was a monster like Qin Sheng. If the soul realm warriors erupted without reservation, ordinary invigorated meridian realm practitioners would not be able to withstand it and would be crushed. From this, one could imagine just how strong Qin Sheng's body was. Zhao Ming raised his head to look at Zhao Qingsong. His face was pale white, and his eyes were filled with fear, as he prostrated. "Qin Shao, this has nothing to do with me." Zhao Ming trembled. He felt that Zhao Qingsong was much stronger than last night. In just one night, could Qin Shao increase his strength by such a terrifying amount? His heart was in turmoil, but he didn't dare to say too much. "Qin Sheng!" Zhao Qingsong shouted out explosively, his eyes filled with hostility, and in between his brows appeared the faint mark of a goo worm. Zhao Ming was so frightened that his head dropped, and he did not dare peek, his heart racing inexplicably, as though he had seen something terrifying. Zhao Qingsong did not expect that after just a few days, Qin Sheng's strength had actually risen to such a terrifying level. A few days ago, in the abandoned mining area of the Long Empire, Qin Sheng was merely a waste of meridian connection. How long had it been since Qin Sheng consecutively opened 3 heaven stage Yuan Meridian S? To be able to fight against an established expert of the spirit realm with just his physical body, this Qin Sheng must have had some fortuitous encounters in the demon dragon mining area. Zhao Qingsong muttered coldly, then a look of greed flashed past his eyes. "Zhao Ming." Zhao Qingsong quickly retracted the greed in his eyes and said, "I'm going to the demon dragon wasteland to hunt demon beasts and refine my battle spirit. This period of time is extremely critical, so I'll leave Qin Sheng in your hands." He had only opened 7 meridians, but Qin Sheng had now opened 3 heaven stage Yuan Meridian S. Just the density of his spirit energy alone was enough to be comparable to an ordinary Tongjiu Meridian expert. What did he have to take care of Qin Sheng? "Do you want to fill it with your life?" Zhao Qingsong seemed to have seen through Zhao Ming's doubts. With a flip of his hand, he threw out a medicine bottle. "There is an channel opening pill and an earth yuan pill." Zhao Qingsong said indifferently, "You can break through to the Tongjiu Meridian tonight." Zhao Ming took the bottle and opened it. As expected, an extremely rich medicine bottle came flying towards him. His face was filled with excitement as he clenched his fists. The Tongjiu Meridian, he came from a branch of the Zhao family, and he had painstakingly cultivated for more than 10 years, just in order to reach the peak of the invigorated meridian realm. Zhao Ming was so excited that his body started to tremble, but he quickly calmed down like the tide, and replacing it was a wave of cold sweat. Why does Qin Sheng seem to have suddenly gotten rich? He is so generous. Yesterday's 3-channel opening pills were worth 30,000 crystals, and today he took out another channel opening pills and an Earth Yuan pill. An Earth Yuan pill was able to open up an Earth rank Yuan meridian and was far more precious than the invigorated meridian pill. An Earth Yuan pill's value was at least several times that of the unblocking my pill. Without 30,000 crystals, it was impossible to buy, and it was priceless. In a single day and night, Zhao Qingsong actually obtained 70,000 crystals. Even though he was the successor of the Zhao family who was in charge of everything in the Great Yin city, he could not be so wasteful. It was just a small clan in a remote city, and even the clan head couldn't spend such a large sum of money. How could a successor possess such wealth? Zhao Ming was not a foolish person. His expression became more and more solemn, his heart suddenly thumped, and he thought to himself, I'm afraid the origin of the batch of pills in Qin Sheng's hands is unknown. At least there's a problem. He was very clear that the invigorated meridian pills he gave the 3 brothers to Ting Yan yesterday had already told him that the 3 brothers were definitely going to die after a month. Thinking about that, Zhao Ming's face turned white, his heart racing. I can't take this pill. Zhao Qingsong had naturally noticed the heaviness and doubt on Zhao Ming's face, so he naturally thought of the reason why Zhao Ming was so worried. Worried that I would harm you, I didn't poison this pill. Zhao Qingsong's cold voice was like thunder, exploding in Zhao Ming's ears, buzzing loudly. Or do you think that I, Zhao Qingsong, will harm your family members? That's not what I meant. Zhao Ming stood up with a terrified expression, as he tried his best to try and explain. Forget it. Zhao Qingsong lifted his hand and a sharp aura faintly spread out, but it did not envelop Zhao Ming in the least. Tonight, go back and raise your strength, then go outside of the city to find the hidden dragon gang. There will be someone there to receive you. Remember, you must lure him out from the Flowing Cloud Academy before you attack. After all, the Flowing Cloud Academy had a heavenly completion stage expert like Yun Lan, so the people from the Hidden Dragon Gang would never sneak into the Flowing Cloud Academy to make a move. Zhao Ming's expression recovered a little as he said, Qin Sheng offended Ling Jun. I heard that Ling Jun's grudge with Qin Sheng's father was not light, and that he once again broke off all decorum yesterday. I feel that Qin Sheng will be hiding in the Flowing Cloud Academy and won't leave. Zhao Qingsong shot a cold glance at Zhao Ming, and berated, Idiot, can't you start with the people beside him, and force him to leave Flowing Cloud Academy? Isn't he on good terms with that Han Tailong from the Han family? Zhao Qingsong's eyes grew colder and colder as he said, tie Han Tailong up and set up an inescapable trap in the Hidden Dragon Gang. When the time comes, it will be impossible for him to escape. Han Tailong? Zhao Ming muttered, he is a direct descendant of the Han family. If he does this, won't he anger the Han family? The Han family was not like the Qin family. The Han family's strength was still quite strong, and with the appearance of Han Mengchen, who had a high talent in alchemy, the Han family was destined to rise in power. Hearing that, Zhao Qingsong's face turned serious, his eyebrows releasing a cold black light, as though he did not put the Han family in his eyes at all, and said, What Han family, Qin family, they are nothing in my eyes. Do whatever you want. When I refine my battle spirit and return, there will be no Han and Qin families left in Great Yin City. Right after he finished, Zhao Qingsong waved his hand and let Zhao Ming leave. Zhao Ming wanted to say more, but when he saw the killing intent between Zhao Qingsong's brows, he was immediately scared witless and quickly left. Several breaths later, the old slaughterer in the shadows slowly appeared in front of Zhao Qingsong. Old slaughterer. The arrogant and tyrannical expression on Zhao Qingsong's face completely faded. In front of the unfathomably deep old slaughterer, Zhao Qingsong did not dare act wildly. Old Slaughterer blurry eyes seemed to have a deeper meaning as they stared at Qin, and asked sinisterly, "The method is not bad, but do you think that Hidden Dragon Gang's mob will be able to take care of that Qin Sheng?" I think that Qin Sheng had some fortuitous encounters, especially with regards to body tempering. Otherwise, it would be impossible to fight against a late-stage Soul Realm martial practitioner. The old slaughterer said indifferently. Qin disapproved and said, "Hidden Dragon Gang has a Spirit Realm master, a group of Tongjio Meridian warriors, and even set up an inescapable net. Most importantly, Old Slaughterer has the divine medicine that you gave me. This time, he won't be able to escape." Qin was extremely confident. Hearing that, the old slaughterer retracted his gaze, and said one last sentence, causing Qin to be shocked. The pressure was huge. "I hope that you can succeed. If you fail, then my disciple will be replaced with that Qin Sheng." Han Mengchen quickly left the Flowing Cloud Academy and returned to the Han family. Han Tailong quickly followed him. Suddenly, Han Mengchen turned her head around. His phoenix-like eyes looked like they were about to spurt out nirvana flame. She pointed at Han Tailong and shouted angrily, "Don't follow me. Big sis and big sis." "Me." Han Tailong's round face revealed a trace of awkwardness, and said, "Don't be angry, Qin Sheng didn't do it on purpose." "Not intentional?" "I've lost all my face." Hearing that, Han Mengchen became even angrier. Her beautiful face flushed red, feeling that at this time, Han Tailong was actually still helping that bastard Qin Sheng to explain. "I shouldn't be meddling in too many things. Right now, the energy accumulation pill teacher gave me has also lost." Han Mengchen was both angry and angry. She felt that this time, she had suffered too much because she had never suffered such a loss in her entire life before. Furthermore, the energy accumulation pill that she had lost was something that her teacher had rewarded her with. Now that she had lost, she did not know how to explain it to her teacher. This was a figure that had walked out from the depths of the courtyard. His footwork was clearly small, but his speed was shockingly fast. "Teacher." Han Mengchen respectfully bowed. Was worried about how he was going to explain the matter of him losing the energy accumulation pill to her teacher, but who would have thought that her teacher would suddenly appear? "Greetings, my lord." At this time, Han Tailong also bowed and said. Han Mengchen glared at Han Tailong, signaling him not to speak any nonsense. It was a green-robed old man, with silver hair that faintly shone. His body did not have any spirit energy fluctuations, but Han Tailong would never think that this old man was weak. On the contrary, he was shocked upon seeing the old man's face. The green-robed old man's eyebrows actually ignited with a crimson flame, lingering on for a long time. Han Tailong's strength was low, so he would definitely not be able to see through the green-robed old man's cultivation, but the heavenly flame in his head was definitely an ordinary person. The old man nodded with a smile on his face. He didn't have the domineering aura of any other martial Dao master. Instead, he had a kind air about him. "Mengchen, who is this great Yen city, is so powerful to actually win your energy accumulation pill." The green-robed old man once again focused his gaze onto Han Mengchen, and asked with a smile. The green-robed old man was full of smiles. He didn't seem to blame the old man. Instead, there was a trace of curiosity in his eyes. He came from the Divine Pill sect, a colossus comparable to the 9 Dragons' holy courtyard. When such a character came to the great Yen city, let alone the city lord, even if it was the king of the Bachan kingdom, he would have to treat him with respect. He was merely a roaming crane, roaming about in the wasteland. A while ago, when he passed by the great Yen city and met Han Mengchen, he realized that his talent in alchemy was exceptional. The innate pill fire, a terrifying inherent skill that was rarely seen even in the entire the wasteland. Therefore, the green-robed elder decided to stay at Great Yen City's Han family, to take Han Mengchen as her last disciple and nurture him well. He was very confident that Han Mengchen's alchemy, inherent skill would bloom into the wasteland in a few years, and stun everyone present. How could the green-robed old man possibly blame Han Mengchen for a mere energy accumulation pill? When she mentioned Qin Sheng, intense rage instantly surged up Han Mengchen's beautiful face, and she immediately told everything that had happened today to the green-robed elderly man. Han Mengchen was like a dragon and a phoenix flying through the air, crackling with every breath as she finished speaking, and her perky little chest rose up and down, causing Han Tailong's eyes to light up. It was just that after hearing Han Mengchen's words, she had to exaggerate and make Qin Sheng seem like the kind of shameless person who would commit all sorts of crimes. A perverted maniac. Indeed, the green-robed old man's smile gradually faded as flames of anger appeared in his eyes. How could Great Yin City, Qin Sheng, covet the first kiss of such a proud son of heaven? That Qin Sheng's methods are a little strange, you have to respect him from afar. The green-robed old man muttered to himself for a moment before giving his advice. Under a random stick, you can cure the poison? This method was unimaginable and shocking. And this was another iron-like fact. Not only did the three Tingyan brothers lose all their poison, they even gained good fortune from the disaster, and broke through the Tongjiu meridian in one go. With a flip of his hand, 2 medicine bottles appeared on the palm of the green-robed old man. 2 medicinal bottles, respectively, flew in front of Han Mengchen and Han Tailong. Alright, Mengchen, it's just an energy accumulation pill, you don't have to be angry. The green-robed elder's face regained some of his benevolence as he said, use it as soon as possible. After that, you can break through to the spirit-opening realm in one go. Kid, this invigorated meridian pill is yours. Don't bother Mengchen too much in the future. The green-robed elderly man on the other hand, didn't have such a good expression towards Han Tailong. Han Tailong accepted the invigorated meridian pill, and did not dare to say more. Flowing Cloud Academy, sparring ground. Time flew, Qin Sheng's 7 days of training was about to end today. When Qin Sheng finally left, the group of sparring partners couldn't help but beat the gong and beat the drums, telling each other everything. F***ck, the one pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger has finally left. These past few days had been extremely bitter, and all the things that had been collected in the past few years had been given to Qin Sheng as F***king contribution points. The group of live targets looked at Qin Sheng's figure that was gradually moving further away and finally cheered. After a few days of training, Qin Sheng's reputation had completely spread throughout the entire Flowing Cloud Academy. Now, not only the outer courtyard, even the inner courtyard that was filled with many hidden dragons and tigers, had many elite students discussing Qin Sheng. The topic of Qin Sheng in the Flowing Cloud Academy became more and more hot, and had even spread to the Lingyun school next door that had 3 dragons. From that, it could be seen that Qin Sheng's heroic deeds these few days had set off a storm of discussion even in the entire Great Yin City, and had become the topic of conversation during the rest of the day. Naturally, the Lingyun school didn't believe it as they mocked and ridiculed him. They felt that the Flowing Cloud Academy, who had fallen long ago, wouldn't have such a heaven-defying son. Even with that inherent skill, he had already been accepted by the Lingyun school as an elite student. The Lingyun school possessed 3 dragon pool, so the difference in front of everyone was obvious. As for the male lead, Qin Sheng returned to his own villa in the outer court, not putting these verbal battles into his eyes at all. If you can do it, then don't try to talk your way out of it. This was Qin Sheng's goal. Qin Sheng, open the door. A shout came from outside the door. Qin Sheng, who was bitterly cultivating, suddenly had his eyes light up, and said, he's finally here. Very quickly, Qin Sheng opened the door. The one who walked in was Ting Yan. Come in. Qin Sheng called out, and smiled. Ting Yan nodded his head, even though it had been a week, but he still had a big trauma over Qin Sheng. He did not want to be beaten again, even if it would increase his strength. Where are the items? Qin Sheng could not wait and asked. I brought it back, but it's a bit old. Even the symbols are in tatters. Ting Yan replied as he willed it. A giant cauldron appeared within the courtyard. Bang! The huge cauldron was so big that it was large enough for 3 people to embrace it. It was like a towering tree, and its entire body was covered in bronze rust. The cauldron had these 9 azure dragons engraved on it, turning them into legs. It was truly too heavy, crushing the stone slab and raising up countless amounts of dust. Ting Yan introduced, "This is the 9 dragons flame cauldron. A few years ago, someone dug it up from the demon dragon's mining area. My father spent 10,000 crystals from the underground black market and bought it. Father has invited experts to take a look and said that there are traces of inscriptions. However, they have long since been destroyed. My father thought that there were some legacies or cultivation techniques inside, but after studying it for a few months, he still could not find anything." Ting Yan shrugged and said. Qin Sheng looked around at the ancient, divine tattooed cauldron and asked, 9 dragons flame cauldron? The inscription patterns on the surface have indeed been destroyed, and this pill furnace is still missing a lid. This 9 dragons flame cauldron was actually a pill furnace used by alchemists to concoct pills. A good pill furnace was extremely important to an alchemist. A good pill furnace could greatly affect the success rate of the pill. There were many levels to the pill furnaces, ranging from 1 dragon to 9 dragons. This kind of pill furnace seemed to be quite frightening, but there were actually 9 azure dragons coiling around it. Could it be the 9 dragons pill furnace? In actuality, this so-called ancient divine inscription cauldron was akin to a dragon pill furnace. He couldn't let its surface be deceived by him. The grade of a pill furnace depended on the level of the inscriptions on it. Qin Sheng's eyes were sharp like a torch as he carefully observed the 9 dragons flame cauldron. Its inscription patterns had long been destroyed, but there were still some traces, and the inscription patterns were extremely multifarious. After staring for a long time, Qin Sheng suddenly felt some of his soul energy being drained away, and his head was splitting. This 9 dragons flame cauldron does not seem to be simple. Qin Sheng's heart jumped wildly, a glint flashed past his eyes, but he quickly restrained himself. I'll be taking this 9 dragons flame cauldron, plus 100 caddy of fire crystals, it'll be 10,000 crystals. Qin Sheng laughed, then patted Ting Yan's shoulders, and said, if Soaring Serpent Gang has anything else, bring it over. Its price is enough for 100,000 crystals, this energy accumulation pill is yours. With a flip of his hand, an energy accumulation pill suddenly appeared in Qin Sheng's palm, vaguely emitting quite a dense wave of spirit energy. Ting Yan stared at the energy accumulation pill on the palm of his hand and licked his lips. Can you give the energy accumulation pill to me first? That won't do. With a thought, Qin Sheng immediately retracted the energy accumulation pill. He grinned and said, information is fine, of course I have to be able to earn a lot of money in order to be valuable. All right. Ting Yan took a deep breath, and then left with deep reluctance. Buzz. The crystals danced in the air and turned into rays of rainbow light, covering the entire villa of Qin Sheng and emitting out rays of dazzling light. Qin Sheng laid a simple defensive array that covered the entire villa. Right now, not even a mosquito could fly in unless the array was broken. After doing all of this, he filled the 9 dragons flame cauldron with water and ignited 100 kilograms of flint stone. Fire rock was a kind of flammable ore, its temperature was very high, very soon the water inside the 9 dragons flame cauldron boiled. Qin Sheng sat cross-legged, and adjusted his own aura to its best. After a moment, he opened his eyes, and immediately shot out 2 rays of light that seemed to have solidified. His gaze was sharp like a torch and his eyes were like lightning. Let's begin. The dragon's scaly skin. With a wave of his hand, a clay pot with symbols carved on it appeared in Qin Sheng's palm. Fortunately, Qin Sheng had set up a simple defensive array. Otherwise, such a large commotion would have caused some unnecessary trouble. The Fiend God Body Refining was a set of body-refining divine arts from the inherited memories of the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor. To reach the level of Paragon, there were a total of 18 levels. The first level was the Dragon Confining Hand. The moment she succeeded in her cultivation, he would be able to withstand the full power of a soul realm expert within the span of a few breaths. The second stage was the Dragon's Scaly Skin, the evolution of the obsidian skin. Once successfully cultivated, the entire body would be covered with dragon scales, whether it was defense or strength, both would dramatically increase. It was just that dragon's scaly skin were extremely difficult to cultivate, and the materials required were extremely harsh. At the very least, they had to have dragon blood as a baptism. A dragon, that was a greater demon that had surpassed the 9th stage. Its strength was extremely terrifying, even a strand of the dragon's breath that was emitted from it was enough to grind Qin Sheng into pieces 100 times over. Therefore, dragon blood was an extremely rare existence. Even though dragon blood was a necessary condition, mystical earth dragon blood still had a trace of a true dragon's bloodline. Of course, a greater demon like the mystical earth dragon blood had an extremely light true blood bloodline. It would barely be able to use it to cultivate its dragon scaly skin. Roar. Under Qin Sheng's gaze, the soaring blood aura congealed into the image of a ferocious black armored earth dragon, and pieces of thick and translucent profound armor covered the earth dragon's entire body. Even if it isn't a true dragon blood, if it could be cultivated, its defensive power would probably far exceed obsidian skins. Qin Sheng's eyes shone with anticipation. Whoosh. Qin Sheng poured all of the mystical earth dragon blood in the jar into the 9 dragons' flame cauldron, and the dragon blood quickly melted in the boiling water. With blood qi filling the air, Qin Sheng jumped into the 9 dragons' flame cauldron without hesitation. So hot. Qin Sheng could not help but growl, his face revealing a hint of intense pain, and even his facial features started to twist. Goo goo. The boiling dragon blood water released a large amount of water mist, which was filled with dense amounts of vitality, and the dragon blood flowed into Qin Sheng's body through the pores of his body. Ah! The dragon blood was just too strong, even if it was the blood of an earth dragon, a descendant who possessed an extremely thin true dragon blood vein. When it was refined, Qin Sheng felt as though his entire body was on fire. Endure it. I must cultivate this dragon's scaly skin. Qin Sheng clenched his teeth, his face revealed a ruthless look, and used his strength to slap the boiling water. At the same time, Qin Sheng chanted the second level of Fiend God Body Refining in his heart. Following the formation of these actions, an indescribable force slowly rose up from Qin Sheng's body. He instantly felt the pain from the dragon blood tempering his body reduced a little. Rumble. Qin Sheng's entire body released a divine light, as though he was a real dragon that was impervious to attacks. Following this set of extremely proficient and ancient movements, his aura instantly underwent a tremendous change. The process of tempering the body with dragon blood was extremely long. An entire night passed. The sun rose from the east and reflected in the sky, shining on Qin Sheng's body. By this time, the 9 dragons' flame cauldron's dragon blood had stopped boiling, and the blood-red water had turned into a pile of black sewage. Qin Sheng slowly opened his eyes, a sword-like rainbow flashing past his eyes. It was extremely sharp and quickly disappeared. Hua! Qin Sheng jumped out from the 9 dragons' flame cauldron. After an entire night of dragon blood tempering his body, all of the impurities on his body were washed away. His entire body was sparkling and translucent, and every single pore on his body started to loosen, activating his vital veins. Boom! The 4 elemental veins in Qin Sheng's body suddenly exploded, and like 4 sleeping dragons, origin energy rumbled and exploded from within his body, giving off an extremely sharp and forceful pressure. Although he had only used mystical earth dragon blood to temper his body last night, it was still beneficial to the expansion of his elemental veins. Qin Sheng felt the tyrannical pressure of the spirit energy, and his face immediately revealed a shocked expression. He exclaimed, "I actually opened half of my 5th origin vein." This was definitely Qin Sheng's unexpected gain. Dragon scaly skin. When Qin Sheng said this, the skin all over his body quickly turned black. The stone skin that was flowing with the elite black light suddenly appeared. Following that, the surface of the rock skin started to have dragon scale engravings. It worked. Qin Sheng waved his fists fiercely, releasing a terrifying force that caused the air to explode. "I feel my strength has at least doubled," Qin Sheng said excitedly, "even though the dragon's scaly skin is not very obvious, but it can easily withstand an attack from the spirit realm." This was the terror of the fiend god body refining. It was only at the 2nd level, and yet it was already immune to the strongest attack of the spirit realm. Now, with the success of the dragon's scaly skin, his power to protect himself had increased by a lot. If he was facing Lin Jun again, Qin Sheng felt that even if he did not circulate the 1000 hammer pulse opening technique, he would not be able to spit blood. In other words, with just the strength of his physical body, Qin Sheng could match a spirit realm warrior. If he added corpse worm of Yin Sha S and faced Lin Jun, Qin Sheng was confident that he could make him run away with her face covered in dirt. Flowing Cloud Academy, Principal's Office. At this time, the beautiful Yun Lan had a sorrowful look on her face, her eyes were misty and her body was trembling, as though she had received a huge blow. "Grandpa Tao, is Master Pei really not willing to come?" Yun Lan asked discontentedly as she stared at the gray-robed elder in front of him. Kong Tao's hair was white and his old age was obvious. His cloudy eyes revealed an unbearable look as he shook his head. "Master Pei gives a condition," Kong Tao said in a low voice, as anger flashed past his face, "but I have already helped you reject this condition." Hearing this, Yun Lan frowned, and asked anxiously, "What conditions did Master Pei propose?" "As long as he can save grandfather, I can agree to any condition." Kong Tao was grandfather Yun Lan's follower. After being entrusted by Yun Lan, she went to the Beichen Kingdom's imperial city and invited a grade 3 alchemist called Master Pei over to treat her grandfather who was suddenly unconscious. Alchemists were extremely precious, especially in grade 3 alchemist. In the entire Beichen Kingdom, they were considered a top-notch figure. That Master Pei was a palace alchemist, and had some sort of relationship with Yun Lan's grandfather back then. Kong Tao's fury rose as he said in a low voice, "The condition for him to come here and treat your grandfather's illness is to let you accompany him for one night." "Such a madman, I will reject him immediately." Kong Tao's fury was ignited. Even though he was old, his elemental energy was actually no weaker than a heavenly completion stage expert's. "Mist, I watched you grow up, how can I let you be ruined?" As if she was struck by lightning, Yun Lan's delicate body shook violently. She did not expect the Master Pei to make such a shameless request. "Shameless old bastard!" Yun Lan suddenly slapped the table with her slender hands. The terrifying power instantly turned the table into powder. Lan, calm down." Kong Tao advised, "We will slowly think of a way to cure your grandfather's illness. I think even the Lord would not be willing to use your body in exchange for his awakening." Yun Lan's beautiful face became silent. Her parents had died early, and her grandfather was her only family member, but if she wanted to use her tender body to exchange for her grandfather's life, unless she was forced to, she really didn't want to. Furthermore, Yun Lan was very clear of her grandfather's character. Even if she could never wake up, there was no way her grandfather would allow her body to be tainted by that old bastard Master Pei. Although the Lord has fallen into a coma, the situation has temporarily stabilized. Kong Xingtao looked at Yunlan and sighed, then said, "Right now, there are more urgent matters that I need you to take care of. I'm afraid there may have been some unforeseen events during this year's academy competition." Just as Kong Xingtao finished speaking, his beautiful face immediately tensed up. This year's academy competition was related to the life and death of the Flowing Cloud Academy. If anything went wrong with the academy competition at the end of the year, they would lose their last bit of dragon pool. Then the Flowing Cloud Academy would be erased from this world. The Flowing Cloud Academy was the life and blood of Grandpa Yunlan. He valued the Flowing Cloud Academy very highly, especially since the grandfather of Yunlan was currently unconscious. Although he was not unwilling to admit this fact, Yunlan was very clear that his grandfather's death was something that would happen sooner or later. Even if Yunlan were to learn from the Holy House of Lingxiao, how could he not pay a certain price to get rid of such a great figure? Grandfather was already powerless. Yunlan did not want to lose her Flowing Cloud Academy again. Therefore, Yunlan absolutely could not allow any mishap to go wrong in this year's academy competition. Yunlan's face congealed and asked, "Grandpa Tao, what happened in the academy competition?" When Kong Xingtao returned from the Beicheng Kingdom Royal City, he was afraid that he had heard some important information regarding the academy competition. The academy competition has been advanced this year. It will begin next month. Kong Xingtao said, "Furthermore, the method of the academy competition is also different from the previous years. Great Yan City, Black Rock City, Holy City, and the 6 academies are all engaged in a chaotic battle." Kong Xingtao said in a heavy voice. Hearing that, Yunlan's face became ugly, her eyes revealing a serious look. "Black Rock City, the Holy City, wants to join as well?" Yunlan was in disbelief. Kong Xingtao nodded his head, and said, "The information I bought from the Imperial City, my accuracy rate was as high as 90%. Moreover, the person in charge of this year's academy competition is His Royal Highness, the Prince." Yunlan's face became even more solemn, and said, "It was actually His Highness who took charge. It looks like he really values this academy competition." The atmosphere in the principal's office was a little oppressive. After all, this academy competition was a matter of life and death for the Flowing Cloud Academy. Black Rock City and the Holy City were a distance away from the Great Yan City. All the academies they owned far surpassed the Flowing Cloud Academy, and some of them were even a little stronger than the Lingyan School, who had 3 Dragon Pool S. To be able to compete with the Lingyan School was already very stressful, but now there were actually a few other schools that were not weaker than the Lingyan School in any aspect. This academy competition was definitely going to bring an unprecedented pressure to the Flowing Cloud Academy. Time is of the essence. Lon Lon, you have to hurry up and choose the students who will participate in this year's academy competition. Kong Xingtao warned her once again before he left to rest. Although Kong Xingtao was a heavenly completion stage expert, his lifespan was about to be exhausted. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil, and would not be much help in this year's academy competition. Bang! Dean Yunlan sat down, her long, shapely eyebrows knitted together with a solemn expression. There are a total of 10 people participating in the academy competition. Even though there's junior sister Xia, the little girl from the Han family, and Zhao Qinsong, the other people are still lacking a bit, making it difficult to stand up against them. Yunlan's face turned serious. If it was an ordinary match, then the students of Tongjiu Meridian might have some use, but this time around, they were facing those geniuses from Black Rock City and the Holy City. Black Rock City and the Holy City were not comparable to the Great Yan City. Their student talent far surpassed the Flowing Cloud Academies, and even geniuses like Zhao Qingsong, who had Heaven Stage Yuan Meridian, could only be barely considered as above average. He was far from being a genius. To protect the last mouthful of Dragon Pool, we must select a group of elites from the inner courtyard. Yunlan gritted her teeth lightly and muttered to herself, "It seems like the three Tingyan brothers have also broken through to the Tongjiu Meridian realm. We can pick one of them and give them an energy accumulation pill." Suddenly, Yunlan remembered the rumors about Qin Sheng in Flowing Cloud Academy. These days, Qin Sheng had become an influential figure in the Flowing Cloud Academy, and everyone was talking about him. Principal Yunlan had naturally heard of Qin Sheng's performance in the sparring ground as well. According to the rumors, Qin Sheng had actually cleared the third heaven stage Yuan Meridian after being beaten up by the sparring ground, and had even gotten beaten up while being begged by the three Tingyan brothers. What surprised Yunlan the most was that Qin Sheng could actually make 9-star alchemist Han Mengchen lose, and lose a energy accumulation pill worth 100,000 crystals. Yunlan was very clear of Han Mengchen's talent in alchemy, but she never thought that she would actually lose to Qin Sheng. Thinking back, that Qin Sheng was truly worthy of being a member of a famous sect, Yunlan's heart was moved, and she wrote down a public announcement. Qin Sheng changed into a clean set of clothes. His entire being was like an unsheathed treasure sword, faintly releasing a sharp qi, which was a qi that came from a tyrannical body, to a certain extent. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Who's looking for me so early in the morning? Qin Sheng was a little suspicious. He did not know many people in the outer court, but he knew quite a few enemies. Especially a few days ago, sparring ground S of the Inner Academy made a public statement. Many of the elite students in the inner courtyard gnashed their teeth at the Han Mengchen goddess. Furthermore, Qin Sheng reckoned that Han Mengchen had many flower protectors. Qin Sheng was naturally not afraid of those flower protectors who were hot-headed. On the contrary, he was faintly looking forward to it, since he had already cultivated the second level of the fiend god body refining, the dragon scaly skin S. Their bodies were so strong that even when facing a spirit realm expert, he was still calm. Not to mention those flower protectors who hadn't even reached the soul connection realm. In Qin Sheng's opinion, those so-called flower protectors were more like children giving away money. Thinking up to this point, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across Qin Sheng's eyes. If they dared to come looking for him, Qin Sheng would definitely not be merciful and ruthlessly extort them. Rumble. With a thought from Qin Sheng, the crystal flew back and removed the defensive array formation that he had set up last night. As soon as the door opened, a round figure rushed in. Qin Sheng looked carefully, and it was actually Han Tailong. Ever since the incident with the sparring ground, had never appeared again after he defeated Han Mengchen, an energy accumulation pill that was worth 100,000 crystals. "Why did you open the door so late?" Han Tailong grumpily complained. Qin Sheng laughed awkwardly. On the day of the sparring ground, Han Tailong originally wanted to ask Han Mengchen for help out of good intentions. Most likely, when Han Tailong returned to his clan, he was severely punished. "Then Han Mengchen didn't make things difficult for you, right?" Qin Sheng could not help but ask. Han Tailong shook his head, and said, "Elder sister might not have a good temper, but she is not a bad person. It's just that, next time you'd better not offend her." Han Tailong could not help but lower his voice, saying, "The energy accumulation pill she lost came from her teacher." Qin Sheng frowned and asked, "What teacher is so generous? Energy accumulation pill are not cheap." Han Tailong turned around and glanced outside the door. After confirming that no one was near, he said softly, "Rumor has it that Big Sister's teachers come from a 9 Dragons holy courtyard." Hearing that, Qin Sheng revealed a face of shock. 9 Dragons holy courtyard, that Xiaobingning is also from a 9 Dragons holy courtyard. "Anyway, don't provoke her anymore," Han Tailong warned, "especially since you have been promoted to the inner courtyard." "I'm promoted to the inner court." Qin Sheng was startled. How could he not know that he had been promoted to the inner palace? Han Tailong grinned. "The announcement that was just posted, your name is once again being discussed." "Absolutely. Han Tailong praised, "You even broke the history of the Flowing Cloud Academy. The fastest student in history to advance from the outer courtyard to the inner courtyard." Although the Flowing Cloud Academy had long since become different and the dragon pool was only left with one last bite, it was still not a place that any random cat or dog could casually enter. This was especially true for the inner courtyard. Even though the requirements had decreased a lot compared to the past peak, people like Qin Sheng, who had just entered the outer courtyard for a week, were already directly exempted from the inner courtyard's examination and directly entered the inner courtyard. Even in the entire history of the Flowing Cloud Academy, this was an extremely rare occurrence. From this, it could be seen that Qin Sheng's talent was definitely something to be amazed about. Especially since he had already opened up 3 Heaven Stage Yuan Meridian-s. This was definitely a heaven-defying talent that could be seen with the naked eye. Oh! Qin Sheng exempted himself from the examination and directly promoted himself to the inner academy with a cold reaction. Damn! If we don't act tough, we'll still be brothers in the future. Han Tailong had a look of disdain on his face. He had only opened 3 elemental meridians, and they were all the lowest human step meridians. He didn't know how long it would take before he could be promoted to the inner courtyard. It was infuriating. Qin Sheng shot a glance at Han Tailong and asked snappily, "What's the benefit of being promoted to the inner academy?" Flowing Cloud Academy was merely a junior college. Even though it was very difficult to enter the inner academy, the structure was too small. Especially since Qin Sheng's body had been strengthened to a terrifying extent, which was comparable to a spirit realm warrior. Therefore, Qin Sheng would not waste too much time in the Flowing Cloud Academy, and he would lead the Flowing Cloud Academy before long. This was also one of the many reasons why Qin Sheng's reaction was comparatively indifferent. Once you enter the inner courtyard, you will have the chance to undergo the Dragon Pool's baptism. Han Tailong could not help but say, as his eyes revealed a faint look of yearning. The Dragon Pool's baptism was held once a year, and that was the highest reward to the Flowing Cloud Academy. Every inner court disciple yearned to fight for one thing. If he could go through the baptism of Dragon Pool, not only would he be able to open his elemental meridians, he would also be able to temper his body and activate his blood vessels. The baptism of Dragon Pool can awaken bloodlines? Hearing that, Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted, and immediately after, it released a dazzling light. The power of bloodlines was powerful and mysterious. Every martial artist who could awaken their bloodlines had an incomparably terrifying talent. If it was said that a genius could break through one's Heaven Stage Yuan Meridian, then the person who could activate one's bloodline would be a peerless genius. The difference between the two was like the difference between clouds and mud, with a difference of thousands of kilometers. Hearing Han Tailong's words, Qin Sheng showed a trace of anticipation for his promotion to the inner courtyard. After all, if they could go through a baptism from a dragon pool, even the lowest level 1 dragon, it would be something worth looking forward to. Perhaps it was because of the anticipation that bloomed in Qin Sheng's eyes. Han Tailong laughed slyly and could not help but pour cold water on his. However, you have just entered the inner academy, so it would be quite difficult for you to undergo the baptism of the dragon pool. Oh? Qin Sheng was a little curious hearing this, and asked, "How do you explain this?" If you want to undergo the dragon pool baptism, you must first enter the top 3 in your class, and then participate in the dragon pool selection. You must become one of the top 5 existences in the entire inner academy before you can undergo the dragon pool baptism. Han Tailong explained. Top 5? Qin Sheng's face congealed slightly. Even though the Flowing Cloud Academy-s had been weakened countless of times, it would still be quite difficult for Qin Sheng to enter the top 5 in the inner courtyard, given his current level of strength. Xiao Bingning, Zhao Qingsong, and Han Mengchen, the 3-star level elite student-s were hard to shake. Adding on the other students with all sorts of Tongjio Meridian, Qin Sheng, who had only opened 3 yuan veins on the surface, was only a novice. Although all 3 of his yuan veins were heaven stage yuan meridian S, the strength of his spirit energy was in no way inferior to an ordinary Tongjiu meridian student. However, a martial artist's combat ability was not limited to the degree of strength of their spirit energy. Martial arts, battle techniques, and family background were also key factors that determined one's strength. Because with the same level of elemental energy, if his opponent was able to use an earth-ranked martial technique or even a heaven-ranked martial arts, it would definitely be a one-sided fight. For example, if the successor of a great clan like Zhao Qing were to be covered in precious weapons and armor, even if he stood there and let hit him, he would not be able to attack him. Seemingly seeing the trace of solemnness on Qin Sheng's face, Han Tailong finally felt a bit better, and thought to himself that this Qin Sheng brat also felt that it was difficult. This time, you were assigned to the Huang class, which caused quite a few people to be jealous of you. Han Tailong said, once you are inside, it would be best for you to restrain your temper, and not step on other people's face. After all, the outer court is different from the inner court. The inner court is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Han Tailong's temper was something that Han Tailong was very clear of. Mentor Lung Jun in the late stage of the Soul Realm dared to object, or even beat each other up the moment there was a disagreement. Although Lung Jun had acted first, Qin Sheng was only able to resist. However, in the long run, this was definitely not a good thing for Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng nodded indifferently. Since the news had arrived, Han Tailong would leave as well. Very quickly, news of Qin Sheng being exempted from the examination and being promoted to the Inner Academy spread like a tornado across the entire Flowing Cloud Academy. And this time, the main character was once again the talk of the Flowing Cloud Academy. Some people were shocked, some people were envious, and some people were even waiting to see a joke. Qin Sheng, on the other hand, ignored the commotion outside and continued to cultivate in the villa. After a night of silence, Qin Sheng slowly stopped his cultivation and muttered, without the invigorated meridian pill, for a medicinal pellet like the heaven origin pill, just relying on your own hard training, your progress is too slow. If anyone else heard Qin Sheng's words, they would have definitely scolded him loudly. You had already opened up 3 heaven stage yuan meridian S, so the rate at which you absorbed the spirit energy between heaven and earth was much faster than other low-leveled spirit veins. In this situation, he actually thought that the rate at which he was absorbing elemental energy was too slow. In order to increase the rate at which one absorbs yuan power, one can not only consume unblocking my pills or heaven origin pills, but also cultivate a cultivation technique. Qin Sheng muttered, it's just that, as the Supreme Pill Emperor of the 9 heavens and 10 earth, there are a lot of high-level mystical techniques, and there isn't even a single low-level cultivation technique suitable for me. Whether it was a martial art or a martial art, the higher the level, the better it was. Because the higher the grade of the martial art, the more material the material requirements were. Therefore, it was as if the current Qin Sheng possessed a treasury of the Heavenly Emperor and was unable to use it. I hope that I can find a suitable Qi method to enter the Inner Academy. Qin Sheng muttered to himself, and said, otherwise, in a situation where pills are scarce, if I were to open all of my origin veins, I do not know how long it would take. As far as he knew, the Inner Academy did have a library that contained all sorts of martial arts and techniques, but it required a certain amount of contribution points to exchange for. However, Qin Sheng was a new student of the Inner Academy and had a chance to enter the Compendium Pavilion for free. Thinking about it up to this point, Qin Sheng felt a bit more anticipation towards the Inner Academy. Qin Sheng did not have much luggage in the outer court, so he casually stored some of the necessary daily necessities into the ring and proceeded towards the inner palace that countless people looked up to. On the way to the Inner Academy, Qin Sheng appeared, causing many students to raise their eyebrows and point and discuss about him. Qin Sheng was worthy of being the most famous person in the Flowing Cloud Academy. Only, in the face of the numerous gazes that were fixated on him, Qin Sheng had a calm expression, and did not increase the pressure by even a single bit. Very quickly, Qin Sheng arrived at the Huang Class S of the Inner Academy. The inner courtyard of the entire Flowing Cloud Academy was divided into 4 elite Class S, Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The strength of each elite class was different, and amongst them, the strength of a Heaven Stage elite class was the most terrifying. For example, Xiao Bingning, who was in the late stage of the Soul Realm, and who was certified by the Divine Pill sect, were in the elite Class S of the Heaven Stage. Amongst the 3-star level elite student S, 2 of them were Heaven Rank Elite Class S, which showed just how terrifying the talent of a Heaven Rank Elite class was. Zhao Qingsong was at the Profound Ranked Elite class, while a group of old acquaintances, including the 3 Tingyan brothers, were at the Earth Ranked Elite class. Overall, Qin Sheng's Huang class could be considered the weakest class. At this time, there were already many students in Huang class, and even some instructors were on stage. Shua. The moment Qin Sheng walked into the classroom, several tens of gazes instantly locked onto him, most of them filled with disdain and ridicule. "You are the new student Qin Sheng?" At this time, the female instructor on the stage also looked at Qin Sheng and asked softly. The female teacher was wearing a pink dress, which outlined a curve that Qin Sheng couldn't help but take a glance at. She had an oval face, a pair of willow-shaped eyebrows that were like the moon, and the most amazing thing was a pair of charming phoenix eyes. This was a beautiful coach's. Even though the female teacher's natural seductive appearance was extremely attractive to the male students, Qin Sheng's soul power was not weak. Very quickly, he retracted his gaze and nodded, "That's right, I am Qin Sheng." Lu Rian's beautiful eyes curiously stared at Qin Sheng. She was very clear just how attractive his seductive appearance was to the male students. This was the first time Qin Sheng had seen her, and he actually retracted his gaze this quickly. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Hello, Qin Sheng. My name is Lu Rian, I am an Earth Rank Elite Classes instructor." Lu Rian laughed and introduced herself. Her smile was like 100 flowers blooming, the seductive atmosphere around her became even stronger. This was something she was born with. Qin Sheng could not help but take a deep breath, and said in shock, "What a powerful bewitching technique. If it wasn't for my soul power being powerful, I probably would have fallen into the pit." Qin Sheng had the memories of the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor, so he knew that Lu Rian's seductive attitude. If he used it as an excuse to cultivate seductive arts, she could sink into a quagmire with a raise of her hands or feet. He could not pull himself out, and could do whatever she wanted. Of course, Qin Sheng was very clear that this Lu Rian did not know how to cultivate the bewitching arts. "Hello, Teacher Lu." Qin Sheng laughed. Hearing that, Lu Rian nodded, pointing to an empty seat in the room. She said, "Come in." Qin Sheng calmly walked over to his seat in the face of the burning gazes. "Okay, welcome student Qin Sheng." Lu Rian laughed. "Qin Sheng, why don't you introduce yourself?" Qin Sheng nodded. He stood up and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Qin Sheng, I'm from the great Yan city's Qin family, and I'm currently in Tongquan." Qin Sheng's face carried a smile, and he stood up straight, like a spear, his entire body faintly emitting energy undulations, comparable to Tongquan. Currently, Qin Sheng was already very familiar with the sacred ranks vital veins that were hidden on the back of the body. Even if they were activated, it would not be impossible to say that he was unable to control them. The large classroom was completely silent. The reactions of the many students from the inner academy were quite cold. An awkward feeling permeated the air. Qin Sheng shrugged his shoulders, his face slightly congealing, but he did not put it to heart. After all, to be able to enter the elite class S of the inner academy, every student had a bit of pride in themselves. From the faint elemental energy waves that were being emitted from Qin Sheng's body, he could only be compared to ordinary Tongquan warriors. This kind of strength was not enough to enter the Huang class. The most important thing was that for people like Qin Sheng, who had broken the speed of the Flowing Cloud Academy and was promoted to the Inner Academy, and who was from a famous sect, the strength that he had displayed was not as powerful as the rumors claimed he was. Therefore, it was understandable for everyone to be so indifferent to the arrival of Qin Sheng. Lu Ruyan's charming eyes slightly contracted. This kind of situation was quite rare, and she gave Qin Sheng a deep glance. She felt that this child's face didn't have the awkwardness and unease that she had imagined when facing such an awkward situation. On the contrary, he was calm and composed. His attitude was definitely better than most of the students in Huang class. Lu Ruyan began to somewhat believe the truthfulness of these consecutive days, relating to this topic, Qin Sheng, this freshman act. At this moment, an untimely taunt broke out in the awkward classroom. Oh, right now, our Huang class is really filled with all sorts of cats and dogs. His voice carried undisguised ridicule and disdain. Tongquan, this kind of genius ought to be bad enough at the outer court elite class S, right? In next to no time, there were students whispering. Shua. Everyone focused their attention on the location where the sound had come from. It was a young man wearing a green robe. He was handsome and had sharp eyebrows. Every move he made emitted a wave of elemental energy. Young Master Hao, this person is so awesome. Even a Soul Realm master would dare to take revenge. The student beside the green-robed, handsome young man said in a fawning manner. The azure-robed youth's name was Wei Qinghao, a genius of Tongjiu Meridian. He was the chief disciple of the Huang class and had just finished his joint action with the Lingyan school. Wei Qinghao had been out of the city for the past few days, so he absolutely could not believe that he did not witness Qin Sheng's heroic deeds in the past few days. If not for the mercy of their teacher, how could a fellow with Tongquan have survived? As for being able to remove the Qin corpse's poison for Xiaobingning, that would be even more ridiculous. Someone with this kind of strength is worthy to become a famous figure in the Flowing Cloud Academy? Wei Qinghao sneered, jealousy faintly appearing between his brows. Only those who had come into contact with the Lingyan school would know that there was always someone stronger than you. Wei Qinghao's performance in this joint operation was so outstanding that no one actually discussed about it. Instead, they discussed about a new student with Tongquan. Wei Qinghao felt that he had lost face, which was why he couldn't help but show his might to Qin Sheng, letting him know who this Huang class was. Qin Sheng frowned slightly. He did not turn back. He did not care about this kind of clown. As if he had sensed that Qin Sheng did not have any reaction, Wei Qinghao could not help but feel that his fist was hitting cotton, and was even more infuriated. Humph, you bastard, you're the same as your father. Wei Qinghao sneered. When Wei Qinghao said this, he immediately turned his head back, his pupils slightly contracted as he stared at Wei Qinghao. The aura around him instantly skyrocketed, like a demon in hibernation. What's going on? Wei Qinghao's heart suddenly thumped as he accelerated his heartbeat. An uncontrollable chill ran down his spine as quickly as he felt Qin Sheng's gaze on him as if he were facing a demon from the depths of Demon Dragon Wasteland. Why would I be afraid of such trash? In the past few days, he had frequently moved together with Lingyan School, who was a member of the Three Dragon Academy and possessed 3 Dragon Pool S, thus his talent was several levels higher than Wei Qinghao. But even when facing the Lingyan School, who was a favored son of heaven, Wei Qinghao didn't feel this kind of inexplicable fear. Qin Sheng squinted, and the corner of his mouth pulled into a cruel arc. He stared at Wei Qinghao and said, "What are you saying? If you are not afraid of death, say it again. I promise I'll crush your stinky mouth." Qin Sheng's temperament was cold, and had undergone a tremendous change, which shocked everyone present. In the huge classroom, the atmosphere was tense and tense. Wei Qinghao actually avoided his gaze, and did not dare to look straight at Qin Sheng. He did not know why, but his face became extremely hot, gritted his teeth, and said in a deep voice, "Could it be that I spoke wrongly? Your Qin family has declined so much. Your father has been missing for so many years." After the Qin family left Qin, they rapidly declined, especially some forces that came from other large cities. In these past few years, the Qin family had simply been struggling to survive. Hearing that, Qin Sheng stood up with his hands behind his back, his eyes seemingly shooting out terrifying rays of light. The spirit energy around his body exploded out with a bang. "That is also a matter of my clan, it is not up to outsiders to point 3 or 4. Wei Qinghao also did not admit his loss. Even if he was pretending, he would still finish pretending even if he was kneeling. At the same time, he also suddenly stood up and competed against each other, and under his willpower, extremely dense spirit energy also surged out from his head. "Hee, you want to fight? Some people do not know their own limits." Wei Qinghao felt that it was just to scare him, and immediately became somewhat angry. His spirit energy was tyrannical, and he did not mind teaching this freshman, who did not know the limits of heaven, a lesson. The atmosphere seemed to be on the verge of spiraling out of control as the students with their own ulterior motives started jeering one after another. "Enough!" Lu Ruyan's voice was not loud, but it steadily suppressed the spirit energy around Qin Sheng and Qin Sheng's bodies. Don't look at how charming Lu Ruyan was. When she was angry, she was truly scary. The aura she faintly released was actually not any weaker than a heavenly completion stage expert. Qin Sheng looked at Lu Ruyan in astonishment. He did not expect that one of the instructors in the inner courtyard would be a heavenly completion stage expert. Heavenly completion stage is not comparable to the spirit realm. Out of 10,000 soul realm warriors, only 10 or so people can reach the heavenly completion stage. Looking at the entire Great Yin City, there were very few heavenly completion stage experts. He never thought that there would be 2 heavenly completion stage experts in this small dragon academy. Qin Sheng's pupils contracted slightly. He felt that Lu Ruyan's strength was even stronger than Principal Yun Lan, who came from the 9 Dragons' holy courtyard. This teacher's identity isn't simple. Qin Sheng thought. The Junior College of Dragon 1 Academy, which could close down at any time, had long since lost the ability to attract powerful instructors. This was one of the reasons why Ling Jun didn't feel the need to leave the Flowing Cloud Academy at all. Lu Ruyan was so young and her strength was so high. She was in the midst of advancing her career, yet she was still staying in the Flowing Cloud Academy. Lu Ruyan glanced at Qin Sheng and Wei Qinghao, and only a strand of qi was emitted from her body, causing the tense atmosphere in the classroom to immediately dissipate. Replacing it was the shock of the two. "If you want to fight, there are plenty of opportunities to do so. However, you are not allowed to act presumptuously in my classroom." Lu Ruyan slightly frowned. She was as beautiful as a painting, and said. Hearing that, Qin Sheng looked deeply at instructor Lu Ruyan, and then sat down. This was a heavenly completion stage expert, and his strength far surpassed that of a soul realm late stage expert. Qin Sheng was not stupid. He was looking down upon the instructors of the heavenly completion stage, and Lu Ruyan herself did not target Qin Sheng either. Wei Qinghao did not dare to offend Lu Ruyan, and glared at him fiercely before sitting down as well. The enmity between the two could be considered to have been formed. After such a tit-for-tat interlude, the Huang class's class order once again returned to normal. Lu Ruyan walked with lotus steps, and with each step she took, she created lotuses. Today, I have to announce a piece of news to everyone. The annual Dragon Pool baptism will be advanced to 5 days later. The moment Lu Ruyan finished speaking, it immediately caused many people to exclaim in surprise. The Dragon Pool baptism was Flowing Cloud Academy's greatest annual event. Every student in the inner courtyard wanted to give it a try. As long as they could accept the Dragon Pool's baptism, their talent would experience a qualitative leap. All the students in the class released fiery rays of light, especially Wei Qinghao, who was last year's chief disciple. But, the Huang class was the weakest in the inner academy. Even though Wei Qinghao was a noble principal student, he was unable to rank in the top 5, and missed the opportunity to be baptized by the dragon pool. Therefore, he was determined to obtain this year's dragon pool baptism. Therefore, today, our class will have a small competition to choose the top 3 students to represent our Huang class and participate in the dragon pool large competition. Lu Ruyan laughed faintly. The sudden advance of the class competition made all of the students present stunned. After a short period of shock, they all began to adjust their breathing, one by one after another. As expected of the students of the inner courtyard's elite class, even if their overall strength was the weakest elite class, their strength should not be underestimated. Qin Sheng was also slightly astonished. It was only his first day in the inner academy, yet he had already welcomed the annual class competition. At this moment, Qin Sheng faintly felt a few gazes that harbored ill intentions. He turned around and shockingly, it was a group of male students, led by Wei Qinghao. Qin Sheng's sword-like eyebrows creased, his lips slightly moved, and did not let out a sound. "I will crush your stinky mouth." But then, Wei Qinghao's face suddenly darkened. "You." Wei Qinghao was so angry that he blurted out a word, but he did not dare disturb the class. His eyes were spitting fire, he dared not speak out if he was angry, but he was furious. Lu Ruyan naturally saw the flash of a blade from below the stage, and did not speak further. Instead, she announced, "Everyone, come over to draw your lots, we will proceed with the class competition right now." With a flip of his hand, something similar to a lottery box appeared on the ice muscle jade bone palm. Each student would draw a lot and fight against each other with the same number. This match to determine the victor was both exciting and cruel. With that, the students went to draw lots, and Qin Sheng followed along. Number 1? Qin Sheng was stunned for a moment. He did not expect himself to draw number 1, and immediately went back to his seat. There were not many students in Huang class, and the drawing of lots was completed very quickly. "Alright, since everyone has drawn their lots, let's start the class competition." Lu Ruyan laughed. "Please come to the competition platform with the student who drew number 1. Under the numerous astonished gazes, Qin Sheng's legs fiercely stomped on the ground, causing the floor to shake. Everyone was a little surprised. They did not expect that the number 1 person in the class competition would be the Qin Sheng who had just been promoted to the inner academy. This Qin Sheng is really unlucky. After entering the inner academy, he was the first to compete. This is going to be interesting. The first class competition is going to be swept away." Many of the students below the platform could not help but start discussing amongst themselves. A few of them had malicious intentions in their eyes, and were even gloating over his misfortune. Even Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at Qin Sheng a few more times, with a tinge of pity in them. "Young Master Hao, I'm also number 1. A skinny gray-clothed youth ridiculed with ill intent. He was Wei Qinghao's follower. Hearing this, Wei Qinghao's eyes couldn't help but light up, and cruelty quickly emerged from the depths of his eyes as he said solemnly, "Go, break his legs." Wei Qinghao was extremely domineering, his words carried an incomparable tyranny, and he did not have any scruples. Many people could hear that he had some sort of quarrel with Qin Sheng, yet he was so cruel, and had his follower break one of Qin Sheng's legs. With his legs broken, he would have to stay in bed for at least a month to fully recover. Wei Qinghao's overbearing declaration, made by many of the surrounding students, made them unable to refrain from discussing in a low voice, but none of them dared to say anything. They did not want to anger Wei Qinghao, and thus lose a leg in the class competition. Towards Qin Sheng, who was on the fighting stage, even he could faintly hear the overbearing threat from Wei Qinghao. His eyes slightly narrowed, and his face slowly became cold. The gray-clothed youth fiercely patted his chest and confidently guaranteed, "Okay, leave it to me, Yang Ming." Bang! The gray-clothed youth Yang Ming leaped up, bringing about a strong gust of wind as he landed on the battle stage. He glanced at Qin Sheng with disdain and said, "Kid, your fists and feet have no eyes. If you know what's good for you, you'll kneel down and slap yourself 3 times like young master Hao apologizes. Otherwise..." Hum. Yang Ming was arrogant and despotic. He did not even put Qin Sheng, the new student, in his eyes. Some of the students around had seen Qin Sheng's performance in the sparring ground, and couldn't help but to look at Yang Ming strangely. Maybe Qin Sheng's fighting ability was not very good, but his fighting ability was definitely stronger than everyone in the class. Qin Sheng was someone who could bear Ting Yan and his 2 brothers' beatings. This Yang Ming had only opened the 7th Yuan meridian, and his talent was average, so all 7 of his meridians were at the lowest level of the mortal realm. It was simply not comparable to the 3 Ting Yan brothers at all. It could be said that in the class competition, Qin Sheng had long been invincible. Qin Sheng grinned, a cruel cold smile on his face, and said, "I'll also give you a chance. Kneel down and slap yourself 3 times, if not, be careful or you might not even have eyes left." Returning the original message to Yang Ming, his gaunt face was filled with anger. Lu Ruyan looked at Qin Sheng with her beautiful eyes in surprise. Whether it was the outer court elite class S who had beaten Ling Jun or the sparring ground S who had been punished for 7 days, she had never personally witnessed the situation. However, judging from Qin Sheng and Yang Ming's opposing performances, this Qin Sheng should really be a little extraordinary. Let's begin. The class competition will end just like that. Lu Ruyan instructed softly. Yang Ming disapproved and said, "Even a lion fighting a rabbit will use its full strength. Brother Qin, be careful." As soon as his voice fell, all the elemental energy in Yang Ming's body burst forth, and there was a strong wave of elemental energy that caused a wave of amazement. His feet stomped on the ground, causing the stage to tremble slightly. Yang Ming laughed sinisterly, like a venomous snake touching its prey. His speed was extremely fast, as he flew towards Qin Sheng explosively. In these few days, as Wei Qinghao's follower, Yang Ming had always been by his side participating in the joint operation with the Lingyun school, and obtained many benefits. In a short 1 month's time, he had already opened the 7th Yuan gate. Even though it was only the lowest grade of mortal realm Yuan meridian, it had greatly changed Yang Ming. "TCH, the tiny low-level fighter has stepped on you beneath my feet. Sing conquer." Yang Ming, who had become much stronger, did not even place Qin Sheng in his eyes. A student that was able to enter the inner courtyard was definitely not a trash. Even though Yang Ming was just a small follower, from the speed of his iron fists and the angle of his tricky attacks, he was not to be underestimated. This would definitely make Wei Qinghao happy. If Master was happy, as a follower, maybe he would get even more benefits in the future. At this moment, a black shadow came charging over at an extremely fast speed, like a meteor streaking across the night sky. The black shadow enlarged at an extremely fast speed and appeared in front of Yang Ming in the blink of an eye. Yang Ming was stunned by the sudden change. What is this? At this moment, Yang Ming finally saw clearly what that extremely enlarged black shadow was. Those were the soles of Qin Sheng's shoes. They were as fast as lightning and carried a sharp power as they ruthlessly trampled on Yang Ming's emaciated face. Bang! Qin Sheng's shoes and Yang Ming's face came in close contact. He felt as if his face had been struck by a meteorite, his face contorted, and his body flew backwards, smashing ruthlessly into the stage's barrier. The barrier on the other side of the stage was made of black iron. Although it wasn't made of expensive and hard metals like mithril, it wasn't something that an invigorated Meridian Realm practitioner could take on head-on. Yang Ming rolled on the ground. The intense pain made him feel as if his waist had been broken. "You! He raised his head and looked at Qin Sheng in fear. He never thought that Qin Sheng would be so powerful, that the speed at which he kicked would be so quick, and even that strong. The entire Huang class was deathly still, and everyone was petrified. They stared dumbstruck at Qin Sheng and the bloody Yang Ming. No one expected Qin Sheng to be so brutal. Yang Ming was an invigorated 7-meridian realm martial artist, even though the 7 yuan meridians in his body were all the lowest-ranked mortal realm yuan veins. His strength was definitely at the middle ranked in the entire Huang class. Everyone thought that Qin Sheng's body was just a bit stronger, his ability to take attacks was top-notch, he was just a lowly body cultivator. There were many paths of cultivation. The most common path was the path of martial Dao, the path of martial Dao. Some were skilled in the Dao of the sword and used the sword to step into the Dao. Some were skilled in pill concocting, and practiced the Dao of alchemy. Amongst them, martial Dao was a common cultivation method, and the path of the sword and pill required an extremely harsh talent. However, there was another method of cultivation. One didn't need talent, as long as one put their life on the line and endured hardships, one would be able to cultivate it. That was a body cultivator. Only those who had no family background and were extremely poor would choose body cultivator. For one thing, body cultivation was too arduous, and the limit for body cultivation was too low. Body cultivation had declined for 10,000 years, and cultivation techniques suitable for body cultivation had been lost for the most part, making it difficult for body cultivation to break through to the soul realm. Therefore, the body cultivator's status was the lowest among all professions. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Her charming face was filled with excitement, even she did not expect Qin Sheng to be this strong. After all, Qin Sheng was someone who became an influential figure in the Flowing Cloud Academy after taking a beating. When did Qin Sheng's combat power become so terrifying? Furthermore, Lu Ruyan could clearly feel that Qin Sheng's body did not emit any sound waves of origin energy. Lu Ruyan was a ranker at the heavenly completion stage, so how sharp was her soul? Even she did not feel Qin Sheng releasing any spirit energy, so Qin Sheng definitely did not activate his origin vein. Thinking about it, Lu Ruyan's cherry lips opened, a shocking thought flashing through her mind. Could it be that Qin Sheng is a body cultivator? Lu Ruyan was shocked, but she quickly shook her head, thinking that Qin Sheng's body didn't look like a body cultivator at all. The body cultivators all had burly bodies and were covered in muscles. Qin Sheng had a tall and straight body, and could not even be considered as a burly man. Wei Qinghao stood up abruptly, and he looked at Qin Sheng with the same shocked expression on his face. His follower's strength, it was clear to him that although he was not strong enough to open 7 meridians, he was definitely not weak. Shua. Qin Sheng took a stride, his speed was frighteningly fast, and in a blink of an eye, he was already in front of the terrified Yang Ming. Crack! Qin Sheng stomped hard, causing Yang Ming's leg to twist at an unbelievable angle, as though it was broken. Ah! Yang Ming held on to his broken leg and wailed loudly. He was in so much pain that he was on the verge of death. Stop! Wei Qinghao's face changed, his spirit energy exploded out, mixed with the spirit energy, he berated Qin Sheng loudly. Victory and defeat have been determined, Qin Sheng will be able to advance to the next round. It was at this time that Lu Ruyan came back to her senses. She glared at Qin Sheng, and from the look in her eyes, it seemed as if he was blaming him for being too cruel. I object. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound rang out. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. Teacher, this child has a malicious nature. It's just a small competition, yet he's so merciless that he broke Yang Ming's legs. I suggest that you strip him of his qualifications to compete. Pointing at Qin Sheng, Wei Qinghao had a face full of pride, his skin was thick, and he did not blush at all. Just now, he did not hide it in the slightest, allowing Yang Ming to cripple one of Qin Sheng's legs. Now they were accusing Qin Sheng of being malicious and cruel? All the students present, including Lu Ruyan, were absolutely shameless. Wei Qinghao seemed to have also noticed the students' contemptuous gazes, but Yang Ming was his follower. If Qin Sheng was the one that stepped on Yang Ming's face, then wouldn't that also be trampling on his face? Thus, he had to vent his anger. He felt that as the head of the Huang class, his words held great importance. Lu Ruyan should listen to him. After all, Qin Sheng was just a freshman. Qin Sheng shrugged his shoulders, and said indifferently, even a lion fighting a rabbit would use all its strength. He did not admit defeat, his punches and kicks had no eyes. I cannot retract it. Teacher. Wei Qinghao was so angry that his nose was crooked. He looked at Lu Ruyan, as though he was waiting for her to announce that she had taken Qin Sheng's qualification. Lu Ruyan coldly glanced at Wei Qinghao, as if she had already seen through her plan, and said, "Send Yang Ming to the infirmary." Round 2. Wei Qinghao sat down, his face changing constantly. He clenched his fists. He did not expect Lu Ruyan to ignore him. At the same time, a baleful look appeared in his eyes. It was one thing to steal his limelight, but to cripple his followers was the same as slapping his face. He, Wei Qinghao, could not take this loss of breath. Be pleased with yourself. I hope your luck continues to improve. Don't let me bump into you. Wei Qinghao's eyes released a cold light, like a poisonous snake's. Qin Sheng looked at Wei Qinghao's resentful eyes. His face was cold, as if he did not place this kind of clown in his eyes at all. A beautiful figure stepped through the air and gently leaped, before she gently landed on the arena. It was a woman wearing a long silver robe. Her face was white, and her facial features were exquisite. On her back was a long and slender treasured sword. She looked very handsome. It's Yi Xian. Who's so unlucky to have met Yi Xian? Many of the students couldn't help but exclaim in admiration and silently mourn the number 2 student. Yi Xian was a talented young lady whose strength was only second to Wei Qinghao. Even though she was only an invigorated Meridian Realm martial artist, Wei Qinghao was extremely fearful of her. Because besides the martial way, Yi Xian was also a genius in the way of the sword. Legend has it that she once hunted a first-stage spirit demon with a power comparable to that of Tongjiu Meridian in the Demon Dragon Wasteland. Therefore, although Yi Xian's talent in the martial Dao was not as good as Wei Qinghao's, who had already opened 9 meridians, her actual combat ability definitely surpassed Wei Qinghao's. Even if Wei Qinghao had 100 guts, he would not dare to go to Demon Dragon Wasteland alone to hunt demon beasts. Under the pitying gazes of the crowd, a pockmarked youth jumped onto the battle stage. His eyes were solemn. Yi Xian shot a glance at the pockmarked youth, and with a face as cold as frost, she said coldly, "Ma Quan, admit defeat. You are not my opponent." Her voice was clear and carried a trace of chilliness. The pockmarked youth's pupils suddenly contracted. He was looked down upon by a girl in front of everyone and his face was burning hot, but he had naturally heard of some of the rumors of Yi Xian hunting demon beasts. Humph. With a thought, Ma Quan activated all the vital veins in his body. Boom. This Ma Quan had actually opened 8 of his primary meridians, and his entire body was faintly releasing an extremely sharp pressure from the spirit energy. Yi Xian frowned. She looked at Ma Quan, who had a somewhat arrogant expression on his face, and said indifferently, "So you actually made a breakthrough and opened the 8th meridian. But he is not my match either." Hearing that, Ma Quan's face darkened, both of his legs suddenly stopped, his soul force frantically gushing out, bringing about an astonishing speed, like an arrow leaving the bow, it shot towards Yi Xian. "We can only know if he's our opponent or not after a fight." Ma Quan shouted as he infused spirit energy into his fists, flashing with a faint cyan cold light. Blue light fist. Ma Quan approached aggressively. Although he had opened 1 more meridian than Yi Xian, He did not look down on Yi Xian at all, and had even used the most powerful martial arts immediately. Even though the blue light fist was a high-grade human step martial art, Ma Quan had already mastered it to perfection. Its power was definitely not to be underestimated. Sure enough, after Ma Quan displayed his green radiance fist, countless people cried out in alarm. After all, this was a high-grade human step martial art that he had mastered to his level, so not many students present were able to do it. Yi Xian's face was as cold as ice. She did not even put Ma Quan's blue light fist, which she had already mastered to the large success stage, in her eyes, and indifferently said, "My flowing cloud sword, the moment I pull it out, it will be stained with blood." Clang! Just as the fist was about to land on Yi Xian's seemingly weak and tender body, Yi Xian pulled out her sword and a clear sword cry came out, followed by the cloud sword in her mouth pointing towards the sky. Rumble! Yi Xian's spirit energy gushed out, following that the entire flying cloud sword was covered up, it flashed with a sword light, and disappeared in a flash. You lost. An ice-cold voice came out, the tip of the sword stopped at Ma Quan's neck, the incomparably sharp sword light drawing a line of blood on his neck. Ma Quan felt as if he had fallen into an icy cavern, his entire body was paralyzed and he was unable to move. His expression was terrified, as he stared at Yi Xian in disbelief, feeling shocked and angry at the same time. "I said it already, you're not my opponent," Yi Xian coldly said as his brows congealed. Yi Xian has won, and will advance to the next round. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes moved, her beautiful face did not reveal much astonishment or surprise, obviously she was very clear of Yi Xian's strength. Hearing that, Yi Xian nodded her head and kept the flowing cloud sword. Qin Sheng slightly narrowed his eyes, as he looked at the Yi Xian in the distance, with a profound look. What a fast sword technique, instantly thrusting out 3 times, dispersing Ma Quan's spirit energy. If it was a battle of life and death, Ma Quan's head would have flown high into the air. Qin Sheng exclaimed in his heart. That Yi Xian is definitely a genius of the way of the sword. Qin Sheng had inherited the memories of the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor. Even though the Myriad Tribulations Pill Emperor wasn't really an expert in the way of the sword, he still had a good eye for swords. This Yi Xian should be stronger than that Wei Qinghao. Qin Sheng felt that. Sure enough, the look in Wei Qinghao's eyes changed, and his handsome face became more serious. Next round number 3. The class competition continued. There were not many students in Huang class, and there were only around 40 of them. Very quickly, after 3 rounds of competition, Qin Sheng successfully entered into the top 4, causing many students to be shocked. It was only Qin Sheng's first day in the inner palace, and he had encountered the class competition. Not only did he not lose out, he even directly entered the top 4 of elite class. This is just a freshman with Tongquan, why is he so strong? It seemed that some of the rumors outside were true. Qin Sheng was definitely not a trash who had muddled his way through. It was finally time for the semi-finals to start again and draw lots. Qin Sheng took the lead and continued to draw number 1. Immediately after, Yi Xian, Wei Qinghao, and the last lucky fellow named Pei Jun got open 8 meridians. Lu Ruyan looked at Qin Sheng and the other 2, her charming eyes seemed to be able to speak, captivating people's hearts and souls. Alright, for the last 2 rounds, number 1 will go first. Hearing that, Qin Sheng leapt up onto the stage. Good luck. Wei Qinghao's bright and clear voice came from below the stage. He stomped his feet on the ground and rushed into the sky, similarly landing on the stage. Wei Qinghao stood with his hands behind his back, the space between his brows was filled with arrogance, the corners of his mouth pulled into a cruel smile, and he ridiculed, "Boy, your luck is at the end. Kneel down and slap yourself 3 times. Wei Qinghao pointed at Qin Sheng, it was extremely powerful. His entire body was wrapped with extremely sharp spirit force waves, as though he did not even place Qin Sheng in her eyes. Wei Qinghao was very confident. He had even seen those heaven's pride experts in the Lingyun school before, so Qin Sheng was definitely not on par with them. The type of henchmen, the type of masters. They all said the same thing. Qin Sheng squinted, his pupils slightly contracted and his expression gradually became cold. He said, however, what happened to my lackey just now? What kind of fate will also befall master? Hiss. Under the gazes of the surrounding students, the spectating students couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. This freshman is too arrogant. His overbearing aura has leaked out. However, he must have had some luck entering the top 4. *T. It seems like you've been in the inner courtyard for 3 years already. How come I didn't see you getting into the top 4, with luck? Some of the students did not like Qin Sheng, the new student, being so arrogant and despotic. He did not have the usual attitude of a new student who had their tails between their legs, and there were also some students who did not mind how small the matter was. Hearing this, Wei Qinghao's face became extremely unsightly. He, a dignified principal student, was actually humiliated in front of a new student, and the hostility between his brows became even stronger. He gritted his teeth and said, "You can't spit out anything from your mouth, but I hope you're still this arrogant later on." Rumble. The moment Wei Qinghao's voice fell, the 9 elemental veins in his body all erupted, and his spirit energy surged out of the top of his head like a mountain flood, exuding in pressure that shocked everyone present. Kneel. Wei Qinghao glared fiercely at Qin Sheng, his eyes flickered with 2 cruel gazes, which were extremely cold. A heavy pressure of origin energy, as heavy as a small mountain, instantly enveloped Qin Sheng's body. If it was an ordinary Tongquan student, it would truly be difficult for them to endure such a heavy pressure from the origin energy. However, Qin Sheng had actually managed to open 3 heaven stage Yuan Meridian S, one of which was a rare Sage Realm origin vein that was rare even in the Great Yan Dynasty. And how could he be stomped by a mere Wei Qinghao? Tongquan. Qin Sheng said indifferently, his voice was imbued with spirit energy. Boom. As soon as Qin Sheng's words came out, the 4 elemental veins in his body were suddenly activated, and even the saint rank elemental vein that was hibernating deep in his spine imitated a heaven stage Yuan meridian, erupting with a terrifying wave of elemental energy. Walala. On the stage, after fully activating the 4 meridians in his body, Qin Sheng's body actually began to emit light rays faintly. Kneel. Using his methods, Qin Sheng congealed an even more powerful pressure from his spirit force, and instantly enveloped Wei Qinghao. Wei Qinghao's expression immediately changed greatly, because he felt that Qin Sheng's pressure from the origin energy was actually much stronger than his. Such a terrifying pressure actually caused even his breathing to become somewhat heavy. 4. For Heaven Stage, Yuan Meridian S. Wei Qinghao's face was extremely ugly to behold, his face was filled with disbelief, he was dumbstruck, his entire body stiffened, as he was not willing to believe what he had just seen. In the first 3 rounds of the class competition, Qin Sheng had not completely awakened the 4 meridians in his body. It wasn't that Wei Qinghao hadn't heard anything about Qin Sheng, the famous figure in the academy. There were rumors that Qin Sheng had cleared 3 heaven stage Yuan Meridian S, and Wei Qinghao hadn't believed it until now. Not only did Qin Sheng open 3 heaven stage Yuan Meridian S, he also opened another. It turned out that not only was the rumor true, it was also more likely than the so-called rumors to open up a new meridian. For heaven stage Yuan Meridian S, this kind of talent was definitely not something Wei Qinghao could compare to, because he did not even manage to open a single heaven stage Yuan meridian. Qin Sheng's entire body started to exude light rays. Compared to Wei Qinghao's body, it was much dimmer. Thinking about it, Wei Qinghao's face immediately revealed a vicious look. He took the initiative to attack first, and with a stride, he rushed towards Qin Sheng. So what if you have 4 heaven stage Yuan Meridian S? Wei Qinghao's eyes were terrifying. "You're still going to be stepped on by me." He had already completely opened his 9 meridians. All he needed was to condense the sea of elemental energy, and he would be able to advance to a large realm, reaching the realm which countless warriors hoped to reach in the psychic soul realm. Furthermore, with Wei Qinghao's current strength, he had already reached half a step into the soul realm. Blood Flame Seal. Wei Qinghao gave a low shout as the seal on his hands released a wisp of blood-colored flames, and swirled up an incomparably hot wave of flames wherever it passed. The blood emblem was a medium-grade earth-step martial art and was extremely difficult to learn. Ordinary students of the Inner Academy would find it very difficult to learn it. Last year, Wei Qinghao relied on this blood emblem that was at the small success stage to become a principal student. A year had passed, and Wei Qinghao had actually cultivated the blood fire seal to the large success stage. Whoosh! The blood flame drew a long arc across the sky, and amidst numerous shocked voices, it moved as fast as lightning towards Qin Sheng's head. Wei Qinghao laughed sinisterly, a ruthless aura surging out from his eyes. It was as if his palm was ignited with blood-red flames, and wherever it went, it created a wave of berserk heat wave. Qin Sheng was surprised, his eyes became serious and thought, "This Wei Qinghao sure has some strength." This was a middle-grade earth-rank martial art and Wei Qinghao had already mastered it. The terrifying power that was brought about by this was even stronger than the bursting flaming snake skill that the 3 brothers of the sparring ground had combined their powers to display a few days ago. Although the bursting flaming snake skill was a heaven-ranked martial arts, the 3 brothers were still barely able to enter, and was not even at the small success realm yet. This Wei Qinghao had mastered this set of blood fire seal to perfection. Its power was definitely much stronger than the bursting flaming snake skill of someone who had just started cultivating. Qin Sheng's face congealed slightly, but there was no fear in his eyes, and there were even a few hints of desire. He had just managed to cultivate the fiend god body, refining to the 2nd level dragon scaly skin, and wanted to test its effects. "Come at me!" Qin Sheng roared, all the muscles in his body suddenly swelled, his skin instantly turned black, and the dragon scaly skin was instantly activated. Humph! Qin Sheng's hand was also covered with dragon scaly skin, and with a flowing faint black light, he extended his palm forward like lightning. Like a divine dragon entering the ocean, it brought about a burst of violent winds as it fiercely imprinted onto the menacing Wei Qinghao's blood flame imprint. Upon seeing this, waves of exclamations were immediately emitted from the many attentive gazes. No one could believe that Qin Sheng had actually chosen to clash head-on with Wei Qinghao, whose strength was equivalent to half a step into the spirit realm. Lu Ruyan's phoenix-like eyes contracted, and her flawless face revealed a look of astonishment. It was clear that even she did not expect Qin Sheng to be so reckless in choosing to fight Wei Qinghao, who was so much stronger than her. The difference in strength is too big. This Qin Sheng is undoubtedly striking a rock with an egg. Lu Ruyan shook her head. It was obvious that she did not think highly of Qin Sheng. Beneath the fighting stage, Yi Xian's cold eyes immediately lit up when she saw Qin Sheng's palm strike come out as fast as lightning, especially that palm that faintly shimmered with lines. She focused on the path of the sword. People who practiced the sword usually had an extremely stubborn personality. What they loved the most was to move forward bravely and fearlessly. Therefore, Yi Xian admired Qin Sheng a lot. When Wei Qinghao saw Qin Sheng's palm that flickered with a faint black light, he was stunned for a moment. "Idiot, how dare you fight me head-on?" Wei Qinghao sneered. With a thought, the spirit force around him became even stronger. Under the scorching gazes of the crowd, Qin Sheng's palm heavily collided with Wei Qinghao's blood flame seal. Ka-cha! Asterisk. All the surrounding students could hear a bone-cracking sound, which was extremely ear-piercing. Immediately after, Wei Qinghao flew backwards and struck heavily onto the stage's metal fence. "My hand!" Wei Qinghao felt that he had hit a thick and heavy metal wall heavily, causing intense pain. This pain penetrated deep into his marrow. His handsome facial features began to contort, making him look extremely malevolent. Wei Qinghao was shocked and angry at the same time. No matter what, he could not believe that Qin Sheng's palm could be this terrifying. It was as if he was facing a level 2 demon beast. What terrified Wei Qinghao the most was that Qin Sheng did not use any martial arts just now, but used his bare hands to fight him head-on. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They were dumbstruck, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Wei Qinghao is a half-step into the Soul Realm warrior. He was Huang class's disciple last year. Who is Qin Sheng? He was just a freshman who had entered the inner academy on the first day, a small role in Tongquan. In everyone's opinion, this was originally an unequal match. If there were no surprises, then the result would be a one-sided match. Only, the final result was a one-sided deal, but it was Wei Qinghao who was ruthlessly humiliated. Yi Xian's brows shone even brighter, the sword in her hand released a few sword hums, and her face revealed an expression of wanting to test it out. Lu Ruyan's phoenix eyes contracted fiercely, her exquisite face was filled with shock. She did not think that Qin Sheng would be able to hit a rock with an egg. The result was that she was deeply shocked. The one who struck the rock with an egg seemed to be the Wei Qinghao that she had high hopes for. His palm. Lu Ruyan stared at Qin Sheng and realized that his palm was covered with a layer of faint lines. This pattern seems to be a body transformation technique? Suspicion appeared on Lu Ruyan's face. She was not very familiar with body transformation, so she was not sure if what Qin Sheng was using was a body transformation cultivation technique or not. However, there was one thing that he was certain of, and that was that Qin Sheng's Tongquan was definitely not as weak as she looked on the surface. My hand. Wei Qinghao looked at his hand that was broken from the impact. He twisted it powerlessly and gritted his teeth in pain. He raised his head and glared at Qin Sheng, wanting to say something. A black figure rushed over like lightning. Wei Qinghao was stunned. Very quickly, Wei Qinghao seemed to be able to see what exactly that lightning-fast black shadow was. Damn it, those were Qin Sheng's shoes. This scene was quite familiar. His follower had been trampled under the sole of Qin Sheng's shoes, and was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Bastard! How dare you! Wei Qinghao cursed as boiling hot elemental energy surged out from his body, wanting to avoid the filthy soles of his shoes. He was a principal student of the Huang class. How could he be stepped on by a freshman? This was definitely worse than death. However, Qin Sheng's speed was simply too fast, and in a situation where he was caught off guard, Wei Qinghao simply had no time to dodge. Bang! Qin Sheng fiercely stomped down, and the mud on the soles of his shoes came into close contact with Wei Qinghao's handsome face. Everyone was petrified as they looked at Qin Sheng with their mouths agape. Qin Sheng stepped on Wei Qinghao beneath his feet. The surrounding students discussed in low voices, their gazes unable to conceal the shock they were feeling. Qin Sheng looked down from above and stomped his foot down like a mountain. His face was filled with ridicule as he said, "Who said earlier that they would stomp me under their feet?" There was no attempt to conceal the disdain in his voice. Wei Qinghao was stepped on beneath his feet. He was like an angry demon beast, struggling with all his might, the spirit energy in his body surging. His other hand unleashed a blood flame seal, trying to sneak an attack on Qin Sheng. Just that, Qin Sheng's eyes were sharp like a torch. He had already seen through everything. He was already prepared, and stepped on the blood flame seal. Ka-cha! Asterisk. A bone-cracking sound was heard. Ah! Wei Qinghao screamed miserably, both of his hands were crippled and he immediately lost his ability to fight. Qin Sheng was like a strong warrior brimming with battle experience. That kind of calm attitude even deeply shocked Lu Ruyan. Very quickly, Lu Ruyan withdrew her astonished gaze, and said in a clear voice, "Wei Qinghao, defeat." I refuse to accept this. Wei Qinghao shouted at Lu Ruyan, her hair in disarray, her originally handsome and unordinary face now filthy and messy. Even her teeth had been shattered by Qin Sheng, his words leaking air. No matter how unwilling Wei Qinghao was, he had to accept the fact that he had been defeated by Qin Sheng, this fellow with Tongquan. Lu Ruyan frowned, her beautiful face revealing a trace of displeasure, as a strand of heavenly completion stage experts' chi enveloped the Wei Qinghao, who had an expression of unwillingness. Although it was only a strand of aura pressure from Lu Ruyan, to him, it was simply as heavy as a mountain, and directly pressed him down. Lu Ruyan was a heavenly completion stage expert, 2 great realms higher than Wei Qinghao. The difference between the two was like the difference between clouds and mud. A pressure that was formless yet as heavy as a mountain caused Wei Qinghao to be unable to catch his breath. He had completely awakened as cold sweat crazily poured out of his body. Let's go down to the treatment room. Lu Ruyan coldly glanced at Wei Qinghao, restrained the seductive aura on his body, and said indifferently. Wei Qinghao didn't dare to continue acting wildly. He glared hatefully at Qin Sheng, then left with his tail between his legs. Next round, number 2. Yi Xian gently leaped, with the treasure sword on her back, she gracefully landed on the stage. At the same time, a youth with triangular eyes looked at Yi Xian with hesitation. The final battle quota would be created between Yi Xian and the triangle-eyed teenager. Let's begin. Obviously, Lu Ruyan didn't want to waste any more time. Rumble. Yi Xian's cold face revealed a hint of coldness. She pulled out her sword and infused her spirit energy into it, releasing a dazzling sword aura. I concede. At this moment, the triangular-eyed youth called out. That man was straightforward enough to surrender directly. Qin Sheng swept a glance at the triangular-eyed teenager. Although he had opened 8 meridians, he was definitely not a match for Yi Xian in terms of strength. The triangular-eyed youth laughed awkwardly. At this point, he was only 1 round away from the final round of the class competition. He would have the absolute chance to enter Dragon Pool large competition. However, the moment he felt Yi Xian's sharp sword chi, he immediately knew that she was definitely not Yi Xian's match. Right now, Wei Qinghao's hands were crippled by Qin Sheng, so it was impossible for him to join Dragon Pool large competition in 3 days. In other words, he had automatically entered the top 3 of the class competition, and was representing Huang class in the competition. That being the case, why must the triangular-eyed teenager suffer? Yi Xian's sword was drawn, so as to drink blood. Alright, then Yi Xian and Qin Sheng will enter the final stage of the class competition. Lu Ruyan announced in a loud voice. This invigorated meridian pill is the prize of the champion. Lu Ruyan flipped her hand, and a sparkling, translucent, and fragrant invigorated meridian pill appeared in her palm. As soon as his voice fell, the students present began to stir restlessly. The invigorated meridian pill was a pill that could greatly increase the rate at which one opened their Yuan meridian. In fact, as long as it was a human stage Yuan meridian, after consuming an invigorated meridian pill, one would definitely be able to open a human stage Yuan meridian. As for the Earth stage Yuan meridian, he would probably need to consume 2 or 3 invigorated meridian pills. If it was the Heaven stage Yuan meridian, then he would need at least 10 invigorated meridian pills to open it. Yi Xian looked at the invigorated meridian pill in Lu Ruyan's hand, then retracted her gaze. She was not interested in the invigorated meridian pills, as she focused on the way of the sword. At the same time, Qin Sheng also took a glance and retracted his gaze, muttering softly, the champion is only an invigorated meridian pill, and the heaven origin pill is more or less the same. Lu Ruyan was a heavenly completion stage expert. How acute was her perception? She could clearly sense that these 2 little fellows didn't think much of the champion's prize that she offered. These 2 guys. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, her delicate, jade-like face revealed a hint of awkwardness. A single invigorated meridian pill was worth 10,000 crystals. Even though she was a heavenly completion stage expert, the Flowing Cloud Academy's income these few years was getting lower and lower. If she relied on her Flowing Cloud Academy's salary alone, she could only buy a maximum of 10 invigorated meridian pills. In other words, this invigorated meridian pill had taken 10% of her annual income. Of course, a powerful warrior like Lu Ruyan would definitely be able to do some work in the big clans of the big guilds. As long as she completed a few missions, he would be able to earn a lot of crystals. After a moment of awkwardness, the embarrassment on Lu Ruyan's face disappeared without a trace. She gritted her teeth and said, "Let's begin, the class competition finals." As Lu Ruyan's voice fell, Yi Xian took the lead and leaped, landing right on the arena. Qin Sheng followed closely behind. Suddenly, the entire Huang class was filled with a tense atmosphere. Everyone's gaze fell on Yi Xian and Qin Sheng. It could be said that he was the focus of everyone's attention. The two of them were Dragon Pool large competition-s who wanted to represent the entire Flowing Cloud Academy. Between the two of them, who was stronger? Everyone present was filled with anticipation and curiosity. Yi Xian's face was frosted over, her temperament was high and cold, her phoenix-like eyes were also fixated on the nearby Qin Sheng. She looked at him deeply and said, "I can't see through you." A clear voice that carried a trace of coldness resounded throughout the entire Huang class. "Thus, I will immediately use my most powerful sword attack. It might harm your life," Yi Xian said as he stared at Qin Sheng. "Do you dare? If you don't dare, then just surrender. I won't be able to hold back when I draw my sword." Yi Xian's personality was cold and taciturn, but today, she had said a lot of things in one go. It was very obvious that Yi Xian valued Qin Sheng greatly, because his match with Wei Qinghao just now had won her respect. This was respect between experts. Yi Xian's voice was very pleasant to listen to, far surpassing her in terms of appearance. As Qin Sheng listened seriously, his face had a faint, interesting, and solemn look. Qin Sheng was very clear that even though Yi Xian had only opened 7 meridians, her true strength was definitely not something an ordinary invigorated 7-meridian realm martial artist could compare to. She was a genius swordswoman, her true strength was definitely at the first level of the spirit realm. Yi Xian stared at Qin Sheng, waiting for his response. Qin Sheng's eyes flashed like lightning. On his face, that still had a hint of childishness, the expected fear of retreat did not appear. Instead, he wanted to give it a try. It wasn't easy for him to meet an opponent. The Wei Qinghao just now was at most a half step into the soul realm, he wasn't a real soul realm warrior. Therefore, Qin Sheng wanted to test where his limits were. He had too many enemies, a bunch of enemies from his family. "Ladies first, please use your sword." Qin Sheng stretched out a hand. His performance was extremely gentle, completely lacking in the kind of arrogant, domineering, and arrogant manner that he used to do to Yang Ming and Wei Qinghao. Yi Xian was a little surprised, but her pretty face quickly became ice-cold again. Clang! Yi Xian unsheathed her sword, and the spirit force around her body slowly surged. Like a whirlpool in a vast ocean, it slowly spun, and finally condensed into a sea that could swallow everything. "Be careful, this sword is called the Flowing Cloud Coldfrost Sword." Yi Xian's phoenix-like eyes suddenly contracted as she pointed her sword at Qin Sheng. Hua! The sword light soared into the heavens, moving like flowing clouds. Although it seemed slow, it was actually able to reach an extreme speed with a single somersault. The sword light is like a rainbow. It has a terrifying power. The wind is rolling and the clouds are falling. It comes to Qin Sheng in an instant. Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted. Before the sword light came, he felt a sharp edge. Too fast, this sword light has already exceeded the scope of soul state. Dragon scale skin. Qin Sheng thought a move, the whole body instantly covered with a layer of emitting black light dragon scale skin. At the same time, the sword light fell on Qin Sheng. With a sword as fast as lightning, Qin Sheng can't even dodge it. Qin Sheng's spirit and magic cultivation body is only the second level of cultivation, which is characterized by amazing defense, but the speed is not fast at all. As a talented swordsman, Yi Xian is good at speed. Since he can't hide, Qin Sheng clenched his teeth and crossed his arms to block Yi Xian's fierce sword. Sonorous. Qin Sheng's arms even flew out of several metal collision flames, which were marked with several deep white marks. As the sword light dissipated, Qin Sheng was covered with a stream of cold air along the white mark. For a moment, he felt like an icehouse. It's really a Luyun frost sword. It's not only very fast, but even if it's not killed by a single blow, it can also freeze the blood of the warrior and freeze Yuanli. Qin Sheng's face slightly coagulated. This Luyun frost sword, even in the face of the martial artists in the early stage of Tonghunjing, is estimated to be enough for each other to eat a pot. Qin Sheng admires Yi Xian secretly. It's a pity that Yi Xian is facing such a kind of body training skill with the magic body training. How can he be afraid of this frost? When the mind moves and some magic exercises are turned, the frost that wants to freeze Qin Sheng suddenly disappears. Yi Xuanmei's eyes were shocked and her pretty face was full of inconceivable looks. She knew how powerful her Luyun frost sword was. Even the martial artists in the early stage of soul state had to avoid its edge, not to mention Qin Sheng, a low-level martial artist with 4 channels. But at the thought of the rumors about Qin Sheng outside, in front of her, the immortal Xiaoqiang is famous for her extreme ability of being beaten. Even the cold tutor in the later stage of Tonghunjing can't beat him, not to mention the power can only match her in the early stage of Tonghunjing. What a powerful sword technique! Qin Sheng said with a loud exclamation, and his hearty laughter echoed. In that case, it's my turn. In one place of Qin Sheng's voice, all the metaveins of the whole body are activated, including the Xingjia metavein hidden in the spine. Of course, the Xingjia metavein only shows the power equivalent to the Tianjia metavein. It is impossible for Qin Sheng to expose the existence of the Yuan Mai of the saint stage until he is in a desperate situation. Qin Sheng's Yuan power fluctuation rolled the whole battle platform. His clothes were windless and self-discipline, his eyes were like electricity, and his feet were heavy. He was like an arrow away from the string and shot at Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian is also fierce. She steps on the lotus step, which is also like the Luyun frost sword. Qin Sheng felt that this footwork and Luyun frost sword seemed to be the same system. It's easy for Yi Xian to reach the soul state through Qin Sheng's body, but Yi Xian's swordsmanship also reaches the soul state. Although it is the same soul state, it is definitely faster than Qin Sheng's body cultivation. Therefore, when Qin Sheng Chong passed, Yi Xian had already dodged and left. Then, a sense of danger suddenly surged in Qin Sheng's heart. Yi Xian didn't know when she came to Qin Sheng's back. She had long hair and a sword in her hand, flying to Qin Sheng. The sword is shining brightly. The whole battle platform is filled with cold air. The Luyun frost sword is even more terrible. The sword qi appears faintly, as if its power is twice as powerful as the sword just now. The sword light is amazing. Qin Sheng can't even dodge. The sword qi falls on Qin Sheng's back. Everyone was shocked to see the final of a class competition. No one can imagine that it's just a final of the class competition, and there's so much noise. You know, Wei Qinghao, the champion of last year's class comparison, who is the chief student, is nothing more than a martial artist with 8 channels. Even if he has got through the last Yuan channel this year, in fact, His strength is nothing more than a martial artist with half a step through the soul. Although it's a half step to connect the soul state, the real strength is far from that of the martial artists who connect the soul state. But what Yixian and Qin Sheng show on the platform is really a duel that can rival the martial arts in Tonghunjing. However, Yixian's going is Jian Xiao, Qin Sheng's going is Ti Xiao. Lu Yuan's beautiful eyes are flowing with strange light. She didn't expect that this duel between sword cultivation and body cultivation is so wonderful. The sword is sharp, strong, and the defense is amazing. The duel between spear and shield, with the strongest sword released by Yixian, will have the final result. Hiss. The sword light fell heavily on Qin Sheng. His body suddenly trembled. Under the urging of a huge force, he rolled up. The fierce sword spirit was rampant. His clothes were pierced, showing a large area of dragon scale skin. What skill did Qin Sheng cultivate? How did he turn black? I don't know. Maybe it's exercise. Some students mirrored and looked curiously. Whoa. When the sword light disappeared, the dragon scales on Qin Sheng's back were scratched, revealing a layer of black rock skin. Who? Qin Sheng breathed a sigh. He knew that he had resisted. He looked back at Yixian and his face was faint. Yixian's sword is so powerful that it's a little out of line. I almost cut off my dragon scale skin. Qin Sheng was afraid. Fortunately, he got a drop of Xuanjiadi dragon blood from Tingyan, which broke through the second level of the magic body training. Otherwise, he could not resist Yixian's terrible sword just by relying on obsidian skin. Yixian's eyes are dull. She stares at Qin Sheng's back, and finds that her sword with all her strength has not torn the skin of her opponent, or even spilled a trace of blood. Obviously, Qin Sheng's physique is much more powerful than she imagined. I lost. Yixian said quietly. Jian Xiao's character is mostly like this. If the sword moves in a biased way, it will win if it wins and lose if it loses. It will never be as unpleasant as Wei Qinghao. Qin Sheng's obsidian skin alone can block the powerful attack in the later stage of soul communication. Although he will be seriously injured, the defense of dragon scale skin is even more amazing. If he faces the coldness again, Qin Sheng has absolute confidence that he will not be as embarrassed as last time. Yixian's face was as pale as paper, as if she was going to faint at any time. Shua. Qin Sheng takes an arrow step and blinks at Yixian's side. With a flash of lightning, he grabs the willow waist and hugs Yixian. Are you okay? Qin Sheng asked. Yixian's face was red, and she buried her head in Qin Sheng's arms. Because she had just forcibly used the Luyun frost sword again, Yuanli was exhausted, and she could not even stand. For the first time, she was so close to the male students. Even though it was usually cold and high, her heart was pounding like a deer. Qin Sheng. Lu Ruyan and Lianbu move slightly, and then slowly leap to the battle platform. She is a master of the whole sky. She has been able to fly for a short time with the help of Yuanli. Congratulations on Qin Sheng becoming the new chief trainee. Lu Yuhan announced in a loud voice, then handed the Tongmai pill to Qin Sheng. Elite students in inner courtyard, villa area. Tingyan comes to Qin Sheng's residence, and his eyes are shocked. The event of small class ratio has spread throughout Luyun College. The chief students of the 4 elite classes in the inner court have been discussed by all the students. Among them, Qin Sheng's fame is the most popular. We need to know that Qin Sheng just entered the inner court. As a newcomer in the inner court, the first day was a very fierce competition between the class and the junior. No one expected Qin Sheng to turn over much waves. However, Qin Sheng made incredible feats again and again. When taking part in the evaluation of the outer courtyard, I made a shocking thing in the Malong mining area, which shocked Xiaobingning, the proud girl of the heaven. I even fought with the tutor of the outer courtyard when I just entered the outer courtyard. He was sent to the inner court to be a living target for a week by the goddess Dean. Everyone thought that Qin Sheng was dead for 9 years, but Qin Sheng not only didn't die, but also earned a precious drop of Xuanjiadailong blood from the 3 brothers of Tingyan with the background of Tangsnake sect. On the first day of being promoted to the inner court, I met the class Xiaobi, and even won the top student of Huangjia elite class for the first time. This time, there was a heavy shock to everyone's heart. Even if we were afraid of Qin Sheng's Tingyan again and again, when we look at Qin Sheng again, we can't see through the light in our eyes. Here we are. Qin Sheng slowly collected his kung fu and refined a Tongmai pill rewarded by Lu Ruyan. He spits out white qi. Qin Sheng is not satisfied with his face. The effect of a Tongmai pill is too weak. Qin Sheng felt that his 5th Yuan Mai had no shaking at all, just like a mountain, which was hard to open. It seems that if we want to open the 5th Yuan Mai, we need to find another way to find some herbs and make money by refining pills. Qin Sheng felt his head. Smell speech, Tingyan nodded, Wei, thing all brought. As soon as the voice fell, Tingyan turned his hand and handed Qin Sheng a roll of sheepskin. Qin Sheng took the sheepskin roll, opened it and glanced at it, saying, What's the secret? Tingyan gives Qin Sheng a martial art of heaven level, the skill of exploding snake. This martial art is the treasure of the Ting Snake sect. It's worth as much as a Juyuan pill. If Tingyan didn't really need the Juyuan pill in Qin Sheng's hand, he would not like to sell the explosive snake skill to Qin Sheng. Tingyan thought a move, the palm of the Mora Jade Jane, also handed over to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng glanced at Yu Jian, turned his hand and threw Juyuan pill to Tingyan. Tingyan opened a look, a very strong Dan Shantan filled the room, eyes cannot help but bright. Juyuandan, I finally got the legendary Juyuandan. Tingyan was excited and trembled all over. His face was full of excitement. Originally, Tingyan felt that it was a bit of a loss to sell the explosive snake skill and a secret method to Qin Sheng. When Juyuandan really fell into his hands, he immediately felt that it was worth more. Whether it's Tianjia martial arts or the secret method of the site deep in the magic dragon wasteland, it can be copied. But Juyuandan is different. Even if you have 100,000 yuan crystal, Juyuandan has never been auctioned in Dian City, a remote border town. Soul State. Tingyan's eyes are full of excitement. Even the whole Ting Snake sect has few powerful people who can communicate with the Soul State. Now he gets Juyuandan, and when he goes back, he can coagulate the sea of yuan power and break through to the Soul State at one stroke. This deal with Qin Sheng is definitely a big profit for him. Now that Juyuandan has been obtained, the transaction between Tingyan and Qin Sheng is completed. Mr. Qin. Tingyan looked at Qin Sheng excitedly and said, It's late. I won't disturb your practice. I'll prepare for the Dragon Pool contest in 3 days. Tingyan is very clear that Qin Sheng spent such a precious Juyuan pill to buy his secret method and explosive snake skill, which is naturally for the Dragon Pool competition in 3 days. Smell speech, Qin Sheng nods, arrive, okay, you go first. Tingyan turns around and leaves. After waiting for Tingyan to disappear completely, Qin Sheng stands up. Wow. Qin Sheng thought a move, flew out hundreds of yuan jing, arranged a defensive array in the whole villa. This kind of array is more reproducible than the last one. Qin Sheng is very confident that even the martial artists who pass through the soul can't break in. After all this, Qin Sheng read the sheepskin scroll carefully. The explosive snake skill is worthy of being a martial art of heaven level. Once it is successfully cultivated, its power will be absolutely terrible. After all, it's Tianjia martial arts. The content in the sheepskin scroll is not smooth. It's really hard to cultivate if you are an ordinary martial arts master of Tongmai state. Even if you are a martial arts master of Tonghunjing state, you have to spend a lot of energy to cultivate a Tianjia martial arts. If you are an ordinary student of Tongmeijing, it will take several months to cultivate this explosive snake skill, even if it is just a beginner. However, Qin Sheng has the inheritance and memory of the emperor. If he wants to understand a Tianjia martial art, he can get it easily. After an hour, Qin Sheng understood most of the contents of the explosive snake skill. It's just a matter of real exertion, isn't it true? First of all, it's a very difficult step for Yuanli to get out of the body. As we all know, only when a warrior reaches the state of soul communication can Yuan force be separated from the body. The reason why the three Tingyan brothers can use this Tianjia martial art is that they can get the secret method from a site deep in the magic dragon wasteland. I'd like to see what kind of secret method it is. The one who can let the martial arts pass through the pulse environment is the one who can separate the Yuan force from the body. Qin Sheng's eyes were shining, holding the jade slips. Qin Sheng's idea is to arouse the jade slips, a large number of memory crazy into Qin Sheng's mind. It is estimated that ordinary people who are good at communicating with the environment and martial arts will suffer from such a huge amount of information. However, Qin Sheng can refine even the inheritance and memory of Emperor Wanjia. It's just a secret method, and it's not as much as Qin Sheng. Soul Seal. It turns out that this secret method is called Soul Seal. Qin Sheng's eyes brightened and his face was a little excited, saying, "It's actually a secret method of soul refining." It turns out that the so-called secret method that Tingyan got from the deep side of the magic dragon wasteland, called Soul Seal and Soul Refining Power, is actually a method of soul refining. It's very superficial and requires 3 people to cooperate, otherwise ordinary people can't stand it. Use soul force to gather into a sea of Yuan force, so that the Yuan force can be separated from the body. Qin Sheng mumbles to himself. The soul refining method is very precious. It has so many reserves with martial arts. Even the most superficial soul refining method is worth far more than a heaven-level martial art. Because soul makers are more rare than alchemists. Level of soul power, earth soul, heaven soul, life soul, holy soul, immortal soul, divine soul. In general, it can reach the later stage of soul state, and soul power can barely reach the level of earth soul. However, if there is no corresponding soul refining method, the growth rate of soul power will be very slow. Even in the sky state, its soul power may still stay above the earth soul. Although Qin Sheng's evaluation of this soul seal is a relatively shallow soul refining method, it is quite difficult for ordinary students in Tongmai environment. It took Tingyan's 3 brothers a whole month to get started with this soul seal cultivation. In addition, the 3 brothers have to work together to perform the explosive snake skill. Qin Sheng has the memory of the emperor. It's easy to practice soul refining. In 1 hour, Qin Sheng understood the whole soul seal thoroughly. Let's start. Qin Sheng whispered. Immediately, it is like the old monk settling in, mobilizing the wisps of soul power in the inner part of the Tian Lingai. The so-called soul seal, in fact, is to use soul power to condense into a small seal. As long as the small seal condenses successfully and continuously condenses, it can harden soul power. Qin Sheng's wisps of ethereal soul power are constantly converging. He must be careful, because the soul power is very fragile. If he is a little careless, the soul power will dissipate. This is also the reason why the 3 brothers of Tingyan have been practicing for a whole month before they can barely get started. Poof. A blasting sound sounds if there is anything. Qin Sheng's face could not help coagulating, and he said in a deep voice, the first time he condensed the soul seal, he failed. It's worthy of being the soul refining method. Even if it's so shallow and has the inheritance and memory of the emperor, it's a lot of experience. Qin Sheng still fails. Qin Sheng didn't immediately perform the second time of soul seal refining. After all, Qin Sheng's soul power is very limited. If he hurriedly refines the soul seal again, if he fails several times, his soul power will be almost consumed. When soul power is exhausted, not to mention how hard it feels, but also waiting for soul power to recover, it's a waste of time. There is not much time for the dragon pool competition. There are still some difficulties to enter the top 5. After all, Qin Sheng could not use such a big killing tool as Insha corpse. For one thing, Qin Sheng doesn't like to expose the secret of having Insha corpse. For another, it's just the competition between the students in Luyun College. There's no need to be scared to death. Therefore, if the Tianjia martial arts like the explosive snake skill can be exposed, Qin Sheng naturally wants to understand it as soon as possible. After a whole hour, Qin Sheng Kai opened his eyes again. There were 2 glimmers of light-like substance in the deep of his eyes, and the breath suddenly rose. Come again. Qin Sheng's eyes were so bright that a color of self-confidence appeared between his eyebrows. As soon as the soul force came out with the sound, the wisps of soul force came out of his spiritual cover and slowly condensed into a thin soul seal. The spirit seal formed by the cohesion of Qin Sheng's soul power looks a little thin, but it finally condenses into a seal. It's a success. Qin Sheng grins and looks excited. He clenches his fists. Soul into a continuous stream of soul power flow, the light in the print, slowly rotating. Wow. After a while, the soul seal finally broke up. Only for a moment? Qin Sheng mumbles to himself. Although it was only for a quarter of an hour, Qin Sheng had already felt the soul power inside the Tian Lingai and had a significant increase. Soul power has doubled. Qin Sheng can't help but feel a surprise. It's the most difficult to increase the soul power. I didn't expect that such a low-level soul refining method as soul seal could increase so much soul power in such a short time. This really shocked Qin Sheng. This is the introduction to the success of soul seal. The next step is to accumulate soul power and turn the ocean of yuan power into a mirage. In this way, you can use the explosive snake skill. For 3 days and nights, Qin Sheng didn't leave the villa. Instead, he was crazy to accumulate his soul power. Originally, Qin Sheng's soul power was as small as a small water pan. After several days of cultivation, Qin Sheng's soul power has risen to a small water tank as terrible as it is. The sun is like fire, and 3 days pass in a flash. With the end of the class ratio, the inner courtyard of Luyun College, for elite classes selected the top 3 students. Today we will participate in the so-called Dragon Pool ratio. This is the most important annual assessment of Luyun College. 12 selected elite students will have an assessment. They will decide the top 5 strong ones and baptize the Dragon Pool. The day that everyone is looking forward to is finally coming. According to the previous Dragon Pool competition, the top 5 are usually decided in the way of arena competition in the martial arts arena. This year's Dragon Pool ratio is different from the previous years. Among them, the location of Longqi Dabi is set in the Back Mountain Forbidden Area. The Back Mountain Forbidden Area of Luyun College is absolutely forbidden to enter at will. Even the elite students in the inner court are hard to enter. Even the strong existence of the dean, elders, and so on, can only move in some safer places in the Back Mountain Forbidden Area. The Forbidden Area of House Han has been completely closed for 10 years, especially after the graduation of Yunlan, the dean of the goddess. No inner courtyard students of Luyun College step into the Forbidden Area of House Han. Of course, there are also some students who are more dead sneaking into the Forbidden Area of the Back Mountain, only to find some residual limbs. In addition, some horror legends about the Back Hill Forbidden Area have reached the point where the new students, especially the freshmen, are talking about the Back Hill Forbidden Area. Not long ago, the Back Mountain Forbidden Area, which used to be quite desolate, began to be bustling. Numerous students from the inner courtyard came to the front of the forbidden area of the back mountain. They looked at the distant mountains like ancient demons. In addition to their instinctive fear, their eyes were mixed with some curiosity. "President, are you sure you want to arrange the dragon pool baptism in the back mountain forbidden area?" A silver-haired tutor asked in a deep voice. He had a tiger face and was not angry. He was very fierce all over his body. His name is Qin. He is a qualified tutor in Luyun College. Although he is only in the late stage of soul communication, his yuan power is much stronger than Lingjuan. President Yunlan wears a gorgeous white robe, and the exquisite figure makes many students' eyes bright, especially the outgoing temperament, which is so exciting. I have decided that the forbidden area in the back mountain has a great chance to let these students' strength soar. President Yunlan put away the cold on her pretty face and looked at Qin and said. Hearing this, Qin was obviously unhappy. He waved his sleeves fiercely, and strong Yuanli came out and said in a deep voice, who doesn't know there's a big chance in the back mountain forbidden area? There's a reason why the old dean closed down. Qin pulled a long face, depending on the old to sell the old, and said, even if it is a chance at your fingertips, you must have life to go out of the forbidden area. Those elite students, all of them come from the direct disciples of some big families in Dian City. If they have any damage in the back mountain forbidden area, they even die 1 or 2. Qin shakes his head and persuades him that as an old master, he is not used to cloud haze for a long time. In particular, since the old dean was unconscious, Yunlan came back from Lingxiao Holy Courtyard, as if to make a big effort to reform, which has touched his interests several times. Plus, some time ago, Dean Yunlan swept Lingjuan out of Luyun College without knowing him. For the dirty things Lingjuan has done these years, Qin is a meat eater. Lingjuan, at best, just drinks soup behind him. Now Lingjuan has been driven away. There is no fat in the yard. All the bustle of the world is for profit, all the bustle of the world is for profit. Qin confronts Yunlan everywhere. It's natural that this new official, the three-fire female dean, has met his interests. And as an old-school figure of Luyun College, I naturally feel that the most important thing in this college test is to keep the only one dragon pool. Let the elite students in the college entrance examination enter the forbidden area of Haoshan Mountain for the dragon pool competition. It's crazy. If those key students are injured in it, it will do harm to the college entrance examination. Smell words, the white and flawless pretty face of President Yunlan is slightly coagulated, a pair of willow eyebrows are broken for a while. Look at Qin, who relies on the old and sells the old, as if he has already seen through his mind's calculation. The eye's light is gradually sneering. I know what you said. If you dare not break into the forbidden area in the back mountain, you are no elite. President Yunlan's words were cold, as if the only respect for Qin had disappeared. In Yunlan's view, no matter Lingjuan or Qin, they are moths and dregs for Luyun College. Luyun College has fallen to the point where only one dragon pond is left today. It can be said that it has a great relationship with these moths. Cloudland's grandfather is old, red old love, just did not clear these moths. Since Grandpa doesn't want to do it, I will be the villain to clean up the moth in Luyun College. Cloudland's heart says in secret. I don't know. Qin was immediately angry, and an old face became rigid. President Yunlan waved his hand and said, my mind has been determined. If something goes wrong, I will take it on. Yunlan is very clear about the cruelty of this trial. 6 colleges from 3 cities participated together. Even if there are 2 talented students, Xia Bingning and Han Mengchen, they are far from enough. If you are unlucky, even the last dragon pool is snatched clean. Once Longqi is taken, Luyun College will declare its end. Even the college is gone, and there are complaints from other families. Although Qin did not work with Yunlan for a long time, he knew his temper very well. He snorted coldly and walked away, with some banter in his eyes. With the passage of time, all the students who took part in Longqi Dabi came to the back mountain forbidden area. This time, the dragon pool competition was arranged in the forbidden area of the back mountain. It's said that it's very scary to eat people and not spit bones. Yes, a few years ago, there were several elders who died in it. At that time, there was a lot of trouble. Those families let their disciples drop out of school, resulting in losing several court trials. The back mountain forbidden area hasn't been opened for 10 years, and I don't know what terrible waiting is in it. Many of the students in the inner court who came to see the bustling talk one after another, with some expectations in their eyes. A strong and cold wave of Yuan force surged out, and all the voices of discussion disappeared. Looking at the goddess Dean standing in the air, Yunlan's beautiful eyes are crystal clear, sweeping all the students present. Although Yunlan has tried to restrain the breath, they still feel the terrible pressure of those who are strong in the sky. Please come out of the inner courtyard, students whose names are called. Cloud Haze's temperament is not only out of the dust, but also the sound is ethereal and pleasant. Summer is freezing. Voice, in a hot vision, a light blue tights of Xia Bingming leisurely out of the line, her every move between all exudes bursts of noble temperament. President Yunlan nodded to Xia Bingming, the younger martial sister. This time, Xia Bingming is absolutely the most critical existence of Luyun College. Xia Bingming is the most important one, to keep the only dragon pool left in Luyun College. He is the first disciple of Dian royal family. He has many secrets and countless cards. After a few minutes, President Yunlan takes back his eyes and continues to order soldiers. Han Mengchen. The empty voice of President Yunlan rings again. In countless fiery eyes. At this time, Han Mengchen also came out at the same time. She was in a red close-fitting and strong suit. She had a hot body, a strong air between her eyebrows, and a long whip that was faintly ignited around her waist. This kind of whip ignites the fire. It's a very unusual weapon. When President Yunlan looked at Han Mengchen, he found that the fluctuation of yuan power around Han Mengchen was obviously much more vigorous than that of the previous period. Even though she tried to converge, she could not be concealed. President Yunlan's face brightened. She didn't expect that Han Mengchen had already broken through the state of soul communication before the dragon pool competition. In addition, Zhao Qingsong, who has gone to the demon dragon wasteland to hunt and kill monsters and smelt the soul of war. The inner courtyard of Luyun College is full of 3 elite students. According to the number of students in Tonghun, it is the most in the past 3 years. For this trial, President Yunlan got another 2 points. Tingyan, Tengying, Tingmong. Tingyan's 3 brothers are big, especially Tingyan. Their eyes are like baking, and Yuanli is sharp. Although they are 2 points weaker than Han Mengchen, they have reached the threshold of soul communication. Yunlan is more happy. The 4 inner courtyard students who are connected with Soul Realm are definitely the most in the past 6 years. Even Lingyun College, which has 3 dragon ponds, has no more than 10 internal students who can reach the spirit realm. With Xia Bingming as the killer, President Yunlan is more and more optimistic about this hospital test. President Yunlan continues to name, from Tianjia elite class to the last Huangjia elite class. Yi Xian, Jiaofei, Qin Sheng. 3 people walk out together. Cloudland President Beautiful Mao stops in these 3 people. The face of Peerless show a trace of doubt. All the people in Luyun College are very clear. Of the 4 elite classes in the inner court, the Huangjia elite class is the weakest, and few people can enter the top 5 of Longqi's big ratio all the year round. In this year, after the class comparison, none of the 3 selected in Huangjia elite class can get through the 9 channels. Jiaofei got through 8 channels, Yi Xian got through 7 channels, as for Qin Sheng, only 4 channels. Obviously, from the cultivation of martial arts, if these three people are placed in the other three elite classes, let alone the top three, even the top five are very difficult. With Cloudland's voice falling, many onlookers seem to notice that the three of Qin Sheng, especially Qin Sheng, the newcomer who has just entered the inner courtyard for a few days, are able to represent Huang Jie's elite class to participate in the Dragon Pool competition. Schwa. Under the hot eyes, there is no lack of sarcasm and disdain. Jiaofei's face is burning hot. On the surface, he seems to have the strongest ability to communicate 8 channels. In fact, only he knows very well that he is lucky. Wei Qinghao was abandoned by Qin Sheng, so he was lucky to participate in this Dragon Pool contest. As for Yi Xian, her face was frosty, and she didn't look at anyone else. Qin Sheng is cheeky and cheeky. He waves his hands to many onlookers. He looks like a great general. Seeing this, they couldn't help but despise Qin Sheng, who felt good about himself. Paralysis, only 4 channels, also in the yellow elite class, to produce this slag. Yes, although all of them are connected to the level of Yuan Mai, and the level of Yuanli's vigor can be comparable to the beauty of 9 channels, but Yuanli doesn't represent everything. If someone can cultivate high-level martial arts, Qin Sheng will be in the same second. The elite class of Huang Jie is so wasteful that Qin Sheng, who is famous for being beaten, is among the top 3. Qin Sheng's shameless performance made people gnash their teeth, especially the unexpected inner court students of Huang Jie elite class, including some elite students who have 8 or even 9 channels. Like Tingyan's local elite class, their 3 brothers directly run over other students and occupy the top 3 positions. In fact, there is another one in the class who has 9 channels of cultivation. It's a pity that they didn't enter the final Dragon Pool competition. Those glowing voices are not small, especially the Tongjiumai student in the elite class. He has red eyes, staring at Qin Sheng with a smile on his face, rubbing his fists and palms. He would like to jump up and hit him hard immediately, proving that the goddess Dean can see clearly who is more qualified to enter the final Dragon Pool contest. President Yunlan looks at Qin Sheng with beautiful eyes, and a trace of amazement appears on her refined face. She asks Qin Sheng to get rid of the examination and enter the inner court. It's just a free chess game. After all, he can fight with Tong Hunjing without dying. He also spent the whole week in the inner court with the training ground, not only not dead, not even losing a hair. Yunlanmai's eyes flickered with inexplicable strange light, and with some surprise, Qin Sheng was really not a good person. He had just entered the elite class of the inner court, and was able to enter the top 3 in the class's small comparison. Maybe Qin Sheng has a high talent in alchemy. After all, she can help Xiao Bingning, her little younger martial sister, remove the poison of the dead king that can only be removed by the alchemist of Sanpin. Maybe Qin Sheng's ability to be beaten is superior. No matter the animals in the inner court accompany the training ground, or the cold and precipitous in the later stage of telepathy, Qin Sheng will not die. However, the ability to fight against the sky does not mean that the fighting ability is strong. Only the last month is the court test to start. You can't hold the only Dragon Pool of Luyun College by beating alone. You must be able to fight. The strongest defense is attack. Yunlan's Feng Yan takes a deep look at Qin Sheng, who is harmless to human beings and animals, and soon takes back his eyes. It's strange that Yunlan has a premonition that Qin Zhongtian's son is the key member who can bring Luyun College back to its peak. This intuition from a woman is accurate. Thinking of this, Yunlan not only shakes her head, her little younger martial sister is the proud daughter of heaven in the later stage of Tong Hunjing, but also the legitimate daughter of the great family of Dian Emperor. It's not difficult to protect the last Dragon Pool. As for bringing Luyun College back to its peak, today's Yunlan doesn't dare to think about it at all and plays an international joke. Among the 3 cities and 6 universities, the most powerful one is Shirlan University, which is as powerful as a cloud. How can Qin Sheng, seemingly harmless to human beings and animals, bring Luyun University back to its peak in one breath and leap from Ilong University to Wulong University? Although the heart is very strange, after all, Yunlan is the strong one who can control his mood. Today's Dragon Pool contest will be held in the forbidden area of House Han. President Yunlan's voice is not loud, but under the extremely delicate Yuan Li's blessing, it is very clear to all people's ears. Smell speech, be named 12 inside courtyard cadets nod in succession, have consternation, have desire to want to try, also have a few with fear. Anyway, there are various kinds of legends in the back mountain forbidden area. Qin Sheng's face was slightly congealed with some childishness. He was not familiar with the back mountain forbidden area, but he had heard some legends about it. The assessment in the forbidden area will be dangerous and even death. As soon as President Yunlan's voice came out, a few of the students on the scene suddenly changed their faces and their eyes were full of fear. It's possible to die. Yunlan takes all the performances of these people back to her eyes, and sighs in her heart. After all, she is only a junior student of Ilong College. What's not pleasant is the flowers in the greenhouse. When she hears that the assessment is life-threatening, she immediately wants to give up. Danger and opportunity coexist. Although there is a certain danger in the backhill forbidden area, it will get unimaginable rewards once it passes the customs. There are 3 passes in the back mountain forbidden area. Every pass will be rewarded. The forbidden area has not been opened for nearly 10 years, that is to say, the rewards in it have accumulated for 10 years. The clear and sweet voice of President Yunlan was heard all over the place, and all of a sudden, his eyes became hot. Everyone knows the principle of seeking wealth and wealth insurance. If you can get a big chance in it, you will be rich and prosperous for the rest of your life. Sure enough, the 12 students on the scene immediately looked forward to it. Qin Sheng, in particular, was so impatient with his face that he rushed into the forbidden area. Xiao Bingning's beautiful eyes don't have a good mood to whiten Qin Sheng's eyes. It seems that he has seen through what he thinks. Although Xiao Bingning and Qin Sheng did not know each other for a long time, they were very clear about their characters. On that day, in the Magic Dragon Wasteland, Qin Sheng thought that she was detoxified and collected a lot of treatment fees. The guy with the money. Xiao Bingning didn't have a nice whisper. President Yunlan is holding a jade talisman, which is activated by the cohesion of soul power. The whole forbidden area in the back mountain, like a dark demon, suddenly erupts a dazzling light. The earth is moving and the mountains are shaking, and the momentum is huge. A strong wave of Yuan force rolls the whole field. Some of the inner court students with humble strength have retreated and dare not get too close to the forbidden area. When the light disappeared, there were 12 stone gates at the entrance of the forbidden area. These stone gates are very old, with a trace of vicissitudes of history, and the surface is engraved with the reproduction of runes, but the age is too long, resulting in many runes already peeling off. Qin Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Sherman. A memory suddenly appeared in his mind, that is from the great memory of Emperor Dan's massive memory of the dispatch of those information about Sherman. This should be a small portal. Qin Sheng said in his heart. As long as you open the stone gate, you may be able to enter the so-called back hill area directly. The so-called back mountain forbidden area is probably a small secret place with some checkpoints for the students of Luyun College to assess. No, it's not scientific. Qin Sheng's face is slightly coagulated, which makes him feel very strange. This Luyun College only uses a low-level college with a dragon pool. Where is such a high-level assessment secret place? Every secret place is very precious, even if it's just a tiny secret place, it's valuable. The so-called secret realm is actually the plane existing in this heaven and earth. Like the 9 days and 10 places where the Emperor of 10,000 robbers is located, both the 9 days and 10 places are extremely vast. And this continent where Qin Sheng is located, in fact, is a huge secret place under 9 days and 10 lands. As for the forbidden area in the back mountain of Luyun College, it is actually a tiny secret place. The area will never be large, but it is absolutely precious. Especially those natural mini-secret places, maybe there is a mine that produces extremely precious secret silver. If anyone can find this secret place, it is doomed to become rich overnight. Of course, there are also some micro-secret places that are made by people. These caves are made by most of the peerless and powerful people. They can cultivate and so on. Listen to the introduction of President Yunlan. There are some checkpoints in it. 9 out of 10, it's a tiny secret place created by the most powerful people. Like having a natural secret place of the secret silver mine, it's too wild and impractical, but the artificial secret place is more suitable for Qin Sheng, who needs the precious materials to strengthen his strength. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng's eyes are even hotter. He is looking forward to the challenge of waiting behind these portals. As for the assessment inside, it may be life-threatening. Qin Sheng has long forgotten about it. He has become the second level of the magic body training. He has dragon scale skin and high defense. As long as he is not a very abnormal soul state master, he will never be in danger of life. Plus, Qin Sheng doesn't have the powerful part of Yin Sha corpse. When Qin Sheng looked forward to it, the 12 stone gates standing quietly in front of countless people gave off dazzling light, and the runes on the stone gates changed dramatically. When the light is all gone, a font appears on the front of each stone gate. Life and death are in heaven. There are 12 stone gates, each of which corresponds to a word. President Yunlan stands in the air, looking at these stone gates that have not been seen for 10 years, showing a sense of familiarity. There are 3 gates for each of these transmission gates. You can choose different gates and wait for your test. The explanation that Cloudland President Langsheng says. As long as you enter and successfully pass the first level, you will be able to meet the students who pass the same level. Only by defeating each other can you enter the second level. Well, that's the rule. President Yunlan's long hair, like a waterfall, drifted with the soft wind and said, "Well, now let's choose." From the freezing summer. Obviously, the order of choosing the transmission gate is according to the order that President Yunlan just called. Xiao Bingning's temperament is noble. Following the steps of lotus, she has a brilliant appearance. A pair of phoenix eyes sweep 12 stone gates. She murmurs that life and death are precious. What's the implication? Is it the choice of life gate, there is infinite vitality, calmly pass? Choose the gate of death, and you will die forever? Xiao Bingning's jade face is slightly coagulated, and his eyes are constantly wandering among the 12 stone gates. Finally, he stays in the gate of life, hesitates for a moment, and opens the stone gate. As soon as the door of life opened, a very dazzling white light suddenly burst out, covering Xiao Bingning's whole body. The white light disappears, and Xiao Bingning's figure disappears. Then the stone gate with a life written on it crashes to pieces. Xiao Bingning has never believed in fate. Even though she was just born, she was claimed by the most powerful person that her life was not long ago. Even the family members had given up her. Once she also abandoned herself, finally met Qin Sheng, and had a chance to nirvana. There are 12 transmission stone gates. Life and death are in heaven. There are 2 gates of life gate, and heaven gate. There is only one door for the rest. With the white light disappearing, it's Han Mengchen's turn. Tall, willow waist filled with a grip, the attractive curve of tight and strong clothing, let the eyes of all the people on the scene cannot help but heat up. Han Mengchen's vigorous and fiery body appeared in front of the other 11 stone gates. After being familiar with it, Han Mengchen chose Tianmen. The dazzling white light submerges Han Mengchen again, and the gate of heaven breaks to pieces. Next, the rest of the students who want to participate in the dragon pool competition choose one door in succession. Finally, it was Qin Sheng's turn. He looked at the last transmission door, his face slightly coagulated, his sword eyebrow picked up, shook his head, and said, "Sure enough, there was only one dead door left, which was not selected." Shwa. All eyes fell on Qin Sheng's tall and straight body, some of them gloating. Dead door, listening to the name is not like a good choice. Once you choose, you may die. While some students were gloating, Qin Sheng did not hesitate to open the door. A white light rose to the sky and drowned Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng felt that his body lost its center of gravity in an instant. The white light from the sky made him unable to open his eyes. When the white light disappeared and Qin Sheng opened his eyes, he found that he had come to a strange secret room. Qin Sheng looked around, and a rotten smell came from the tip of his nose. Now the chamber has been abandoned for many years, covered with thick dust. The chamber is not very big. It is less than 30 meters in diameter. Some candles are lit around it, but the light is dim. There are some rotten wood scattered around the secret room. Qin Sheng looked at the wood on the ground. It looked like a broken wooden man. This is the first level? Qin Sheng looked at the rotten wooden people and found some broken runes on the surface. Suddenly, a sound came from the quiet chamber. Qin Sheng suddenly looked back and his pupils contracted. He saw a shadow coming quickly. What is that? Qin Sheng's heart was beating wildly. The black shadow was so strong that it flashed in front of him. Then the dim candle light showed him what was attacking him. Bang! Hesitating to attack suddenly, Qin Sheng didn't even have time to prepare for anything. He sidestepped the key point, but he was hit heavily on the shoulder. It was so powerful that Qin Sheng stepped back heavily. Rock and wood talisman. Qin Sheng rubbed his shoulders and fixed his eyes on the stone and wood talisman not far away. It turns out that Qin Sheng was attacked by a puppet of phubbing. This is a kind of advanced fighting puppet, which depicts the reproduction of runes on the surface. As long as you add metacrystals to the core, you can manipulate the runes to fight. There are several levels of phubbing puppets: rock and wood phubbing, black iron phubbing, bronze phubbing, secret silver phubbing and gold phubbing. The fighting power of every kind of rune is very amazing. As long as the core rune of rune is not destroyed, even if the hand is broken and the foot is broken, the fighting will continue. Therefore, the fighting power of the talisman is very powerful. Even the weakest rock and wood talisman can rival the human warrior in the spirit realm. Generally speaking, only those big families of the emperor can have this kind of expensive phubbing. Thanks to Qin Sheng's strong body, he was able to resist the attack of the strong in the later stage of Tonghunjing. Therefore, even if the stone and wood talisman attacked secretly, Qin Sheng did not suffer much. Qin Sheng looks at the stone and wood talisman not far away. It's 2 meters high, holding a stick. It's dark red. It's made of stone and wood. The talisman has peeled off a little, and its strength is weak. It can only rival the half-step spirit state warrior. Rockwood is a kind of hardwood comparable to rock. If the ordinary man with 9 veins is smashed, he will definitely break his hands and feet. Defeat the stone and wood talisman, and you can pass the customs. Just when Qin Sheng and Yamafubing were facing each other, there was a cold mechanical sound in the secret room. Sure enough, when the cold mechanical voice fell, the stone and wood phubbing soldiers rushed to Qin Sheng. Shwa. Although the runes of the stone and wood runes have peeled off a lot and their power has been greatly reduced, their speed is not slow. The stick, with the power of Wan Jun, smashed down in front of Qin Sheng's head. Qin Sheng's face was calm, with a flash of lightning. Under the dragon scale skin, he used the prisoner dragon hand. The blue halo is particularly noticeable in the dark chamber. Qin Sheng grabs the stick of the stone and wood talisman with one hand. Bang! Qin Sheng's hand is like a pair of iron tongs. He holds the stick of the rock and wood talisman. The rock and wood talisman struggles desperately, and his knees attack suddenly. But Qin Sheng seems to have expected for a long time, and the other hand is easy to resist. Not as powerful as you think. Qin Sheng transferred the memory of phubbing. There are many ranks of talismans. Xiao Bingning's father is the most powerful one with Tiger Talisman. The talismans controlled by him are definitely astronomical. At his command, countless powerful phubbing soldiers rushed out. Click! Qin Sheng makes a strong twist, and the eyes in the hands of the stone and wood talisman are suddenly snapped, and then the whole stone and wood talisman is thrown into the corner of the chamber like garbage. Rock and wood phubbing, struggling, once again fighting to Qin Sheng. This kind of low-level rune soldier has no thought at all and will only kill repeatedly. Qin Sheng gave him a hard kick. This time, he tried his best. Under the blessing of dragon scale skin, the power of terror broke out completely, and the stone and wood talisman was abandoned. In spite of this, Yanmu phubbing was still reluctant to give up and continue to attack Qin Sheng. It's too weak, and the rune has peeled off too much. If the rock and wood runes are intact, it's estimated that it will take some means. Qin Sheng shook his head. Although the strength of the broken stone and wood talisman is equal to that of the warrior who can connect the soul, even the human warrior who can connect the 9 channels can easily take it down if he uses some tricks. It's over. Qin Sheng's voice just fell, and the 4 channels were connected. The 4 channels were activated in an instant. The hot yuan force surged out of his Tian Lingai. He pinched the Fa seal, and the soul force quickly condensed into a soul seal. A fire light is ignited. After a few breaths, Yuanli condenses to a terrible level. A fire snake appeared in front of the rock and wood talisman. If Tingyan was here, he would be shocked. It was only 3 days. Qin Sheng not only understood the secret method of soul seal, but also mastered a Tianjia martial art. That's Tianjia martial arts. It's very difficult to cultivate. Even the elite students, at least half a year to get started. Qin Sheng Kai has only 3 days to start the cultivation of this explosive snake skill. Looking at the breath of the fire snake, he is definitely stronger than the 3 brothers of Tingyan. It's impossible for other students to control a Tianjia martial arts in such a short period of time. However, Qin Sheng has the memory of the emperor. How talented and experienced is the cultivation? It's definitely twice the result with half the effort and greatly reduces the cultivation time. Therefore, Qin Sheng's explosive snake skill purchased from Tingyan's hands can succeed in such a short period of time. The appearance of the fire snake suddenly, the dark and cold chamber inside Dayton time a lot of light, the temperature is also rising rapidly. Although it's just a beginner, the power of Tianjia martial arts can't be underestimated. In addition, Qin Sheng has awakened 4 Tianjia martial arts, one of them is Xingjia martial arts, but under Qin Sheng's control, he doesn't want to expose the secret too early, so he has been suppressing that Xingjia Yuan Mai to the same level as ordinary Tianjia Yuan Mai. The Yuan force of the 4 Tianjia martial arts is absolutely superior to that of the ordinary martial artists, even more powerful than that of the martial artists. If it's a warrior of human beings, he will definitely stay away from the sharp edge when he meets this powerful fire snake, but this stone and wood talisman is just a cold killing machine, and without the master's control, he has no fear at all, and will rush to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's mouth slightly pulled, showing a joking arc, and his face quickly showed a smile, saying, "I'll take you to practice. Go." With a wave of Qin Sheng's big hand, the fiery fire snake in the middle of the air rushed to the rock and wood talisman. Although the wood and rock are made of the same material as rocks, it is difficult for ordinary fire to ignite them. However, What Qin Sheng did was a Tianjia martial art, the explosive snake skill. Even if it was just a beginner, the power it contained could not be compared with ordinary flame. The sound of crackling was heard in the open secret room. The stone and wood talisman struggled desperately, but the talisman had already peeled off in half. In addition, the stone and wood talisman didn't know how many years it had existed. It was almost rotten. Soon, the stonewood rune soldiers were burned to black carbon, and those who died could not die again. The power of this explosive snake skill is not bad. It's more than enough to deal with the ordinary half-step soul state warrior. Qin Sheng is satisfied. With his insight, as long as he exercises for a while, this explosive snake skill can definitely reach a perfect state. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng's face is full of expectation. Tianjia martial arts, even the coldness in the later stage of Tonghunjing, has been practicing for decades, but it can't reach the perfection of a Tianjia martial arts, even the worst Tianjia inferior martial arts. From this, we can imagine how difficult it is to cultivate a Tianjia martial art. Qin Sheng suffered a great calamity. Only when he was born again after the calamity could he get the memory of the emperor and have a chance to break through. Congratulations, customs clearance. The cold mechanical sound rang again. Click. Click. In the empty chamber, a stone platform rises slowly. Qin Sheng's heart moved, his eyes swept over the stone platform and said, "What's the reward?" The stone platform is totally dark. It is made of rock and carved with exquisite stone. There are some traces of runes on the surface. Also, because of the age, the rune has already peeled off the vast majority, dim incomparably, more is a bit shabby. But Qin Sheng didn't look disappointed because of the inconspicuous stone platform. On the contrary, when Qin Sheng looked at the stone platform, his eyes suddenly burst out with two surprises. Shwa! Qin Sheng took an arrow step and turned it into a shadow. Between the lightning and flint, he came to the old stone platform and said, "These are customs clearance rewards?" There are three kinds of objects on the stone platform, the finished shape. Qin Sheng was the first to see a potted plant the size of a palm, on which a small tree was planted. What kind of tree is this? Qin Sheng's eyes brightened and his face slightly coagulated. Obviously he didn't recognize the tree at the first time. The small tree is not big. It's about an inch tall. It's crystal clear and green. There are 3 flame-burning fruits hanging on the branch. At first sight, you can see that it's definitely not a common fruit. How can an ordinary fruit burn a flame? Let's see if there is any record in the inheritance and memory of the emperor. When his mind moved, Qin Sheng began to search for the huge amount of inheritance and memory in his mind. After a few tens of breath, Qin Sheng opened his eyes again, looked at the flame tree on the stone platform, with a color of shock in his eyes, and said, "It's the flame tree. This is a very precious spiritual tree. It has been extinct in the outer area of the magic dragon wasteland for decades. It may be found by some lucky warriors. This is no different from Zhongliu. Yanling trees need to be irrigated by fire and the growing conditions are very harsh. In 9 out of 10, they are Jedi for Tonghunjing. Even if they are unlucky, the martial artists connected to Tianjing may fall. And the tree will bear fruit only once every 10 years, and it will not mature until 10 years. In front of Qin Sheng's eyes, there are 3 Yanling fruits, 2 of which are already mature, and the third one is still a little short of fire. Yanlingguo is a great medicine. It can not only refine the body, increase the talent of martial arts cultivation, lay a good foundation, but also cultivate the elixir fire. Qin Sheng stared at the flaming fruit on the stone platform. He felt thirsty. He could not wait to devour the 2 mature flaming fruit. Danhua is the flame that senior alchemists can possess. If an alchemist can refine Danhua, not only the potential will increase greatly in the future, but also the alchemy rate and even the quality will increase greatly. Dan fire has 9 realms. They are from Yiwaden fire to Juwaden fire, of which Yiwaden fire is the weakest and Juwaden fire is the most terrible. Qin Sheng is so excited to see Yan Lingguo not because it can refine the body, but because it has the chance to produce a single Dan fire. If I can refine a wisp of Dan fire, even the lowest one, I am destined to be invincible under the master of Tong Tian environment. Qin Sheng's eyes twinkled with strange light and murmured. It's just that Danhua is very difficult to refine, even those Tianzi Jiazi, from Dian dynasty who have peerless alchemy talent are very difficult to refine, which needs to pile up a large number of Yuanjing, that number is even enough to buy the whole Dian city. Alchemists are not full of martial arts in the street, but few alchemists who can own Danhua. Qin Sheng took a deep breath and sobered up. Finally, he suppressed the impulse of swallowing the 2 inflamed fruits. He knew that this was not the time to refine the Dan fire.